Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Laura's House, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If life seems like a hurricane and you can't find a storm cellar, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Miss Torrance. Next to Bonnie Burke, Francine Melton is my dearest friend. I don't want to leave Francine unless I have to. After all, we've been together for years, ever since the days when we taught in the same grade school together. But, Mr. Valentine, I can't stand it much longer. Francine has become hypnotized. Now, I don't believe in supernatural things, but I can see what will happen to the three of us unless you come to help. There'll be the murmur of ghostly laughter, the growing insanity of constant fear, and sooner or later the screaming arms of death. You see, Francine has been hypnotized by a house. Laura's house.
You George Valentine, Claire Brooks?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, come on, hop in. My name's Bonnie Burke.
Oh, yes. Miss Torrance mentioned your name.
She asked me to meet you. Afraid if she got into this one-horse shay, it'd break down.
Well, this is what I call being met in style.
Yeah, come on, Napoleon. I bet you're confused, aren't you? But you see, there's the three of us. Miss Torrance, Francine Melton, and I. We've lived together for years. None of us too lucky at the altar. We all used to teach.
Oh, what happened?
Francine got an inheritance. But the only part of it worth anything was this estate out here. So we all quit our jobs to come out and sell it.
This the place called Laura's house?
Yeah, but don't ask me who Laura was. Somebody dead, that's all I know. Somebody with a doting husband who built it for her years and years ago.
And now the three of you want to sell it.
Well, sure, to get cash. See the world. We're still young. Have fun. And you know, these woods aren't exactly full of men.
Well, Bonnie, how does Francine feel about it? She's the owner now, isn't she?
Well, we've always shared everything. None of us have any relatives, and, well, this place isn't good for Francine.
Why not?
Francine isn't like other people. Now, Torrance is simple. Eats too much and reads too much. Me, I'm just healthy and dumb. But Francine, well, you'll meet her. You'll see. If you can get her to talk to you. Come on, Napoleon.
Bonnie, why isn't Laura's house good for Francine?
It's haunted.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute.
Sounds wacky, doesn't it? But Torrance wrote you the letter. She's the one that got you here, and I'll bet that's what she'll tell you. Whoa. Well, there it is, kids. Laura's house.
Oh, that place can't have spooks.
No. Really something, isn't it?
Why, it's like a great big white doll's house. It's so sunny in the gardens. Look, George, there's even a tea house and rose arbor.
Yeah, the house in the middle of the woods where three witches live. Hey, Fairbanks.
I'm coming, lady. I'm coming.
Fairbanks knows everything there is to know about everything. Here, catch their bags for them.
Hey, take it easy. I'm getting them. Take it easy. Heavier when you throw suitcases down like that, you know. Gravity.
I'll put up the horse and buggy. Show Mr. Valentine where he can find Miss Torrance.
Simple physics, that's all.
Probably in her room, juggled around to make space. Torrance was going to move to the front corner upstairs. Get up. See you later.
Yeah, okay, Bonnie. Thanks.
Crazy school teachers. What'd she say, mister?
Why, I think she said that Miss Torrance had moved into the front corner room upstairs.
Find it yourself.
Huh?
Oh, what's the matter?
I wouldn't go near that room. Back, that's all. Front corner upstairs. That's Laura's room.
Oh, George, it's all so ridiculous. The inside is even prettier than the outside.
Wait a minute. Easy, Brooksy.
Huh?
That must be Miss Torrance there through the open door.
Oh, reading her book. I'll bet it's Edgar Allan. Well, she's fallen asleep, George.
Miss Torrance. Miss Torrance?
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh,
She's dead.
just sitting there in the sunshine.
There's not a mark on her, Brooksy. Nothing seems to be wrong.
George, listen.
It's a carousel.
Yeah.
Now, what in the deuce is a carousel doing in a place like this?
It's Laura's carousel.
What?
It's Laura's. On the back lawn. Her husband had it built there for her years ago. I love carousels, don't you?
Well, yes.
Hey, you must be Francine Melton.
Yes. Yes, I'm Francine. But you don't have to look at me, you know.
I just didn't realize your leg.
Oh, I'm sorry I said that. I haven't said a thing like that since I was a little girl. But I'm so upset. Torrance is dead, isn't she?
Yes. You already knew?
I found her 5 minutes ago. I'd been in my room crying. I phoned the doctor. He said there was nothing I could do.
No, I guess not.
He'll be here as soon as he can, though. He's the coroner, too.
Miss Melton, had she been sick? I mean, well, what happened?
Her heart, didn't you know? She said you were friends of hers coming to visit.
Well, yes, that's right, but...
But then didn't she tell you? She's always had a dangerous heart. Didn't she tell you about her heart?
Oh, Miss Melton, car coming up the drive. Looks like it might be the... Oh,
All right, Fairbanks. That will be all, thank you.
dead. Dead, ain't she? That makes 3 of them dead. 3 of them, I tell you.
Fairbanks, please go.
No, wait a minute. What's he talking about?
I might have known it happened sooner or later. 3 of them dead in the same room. I told you I wouldn't go in there, mister. Death likes that room.
Fairbanks. Oh, those horrible lies. Those awful, fantastic things to say. To think.
What sort of things do you think, Miss Melton?
I'm glad my friend died in here. It's a beautiful room. A happy room. Laura was beautiful and happy, too. There's a painting over there, you see? Laura loved the world. I know she did because she was a cripple, just like me. Laura wouldn't want to hurt anyone.
The coroner says you want to speak to me. I'm Ethan Marker, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes. I was waiting for his report. Well, he said you were the nearest neighbor out there, Mr. Marker, so I thought perhaps...
I know. You thought perhaps I could tell you about the local ghost. Laura. Everyone asks. But it's a little different at a time like this, isn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Maybe. I don't know yet. Now, tell me, what's Fairbanks mean? What's he talking about? 2 other deaths in the same room and so on.
Mr. Valentine, Laura was crippled, but not in the soul. And she'd married the handsomest man for miles around. He built the place as a sort of house for his bluebird. The carousel for her to ride around on because she couldn't dance. The island in the wilderness. There are many of us who would like to find such a place.
Yeah, sure, I agree. And it's very interesting, Mr. Marker, but...
All right. Yes, the deaths. After Laura passed on, many legends grew up about her. Naturally, the sheltered one. Fascinating legends, too. But anyway, the house reverted to banks and so on. Only 2 people who bought it tried to live in it. They both died.
How?
Quite mysteriously. One was 90 and had a stroke.
Huh?
The other one shot himself cleaning his own gun. Oh, but I assure you the legends have colored all this. It wouldn't sound the same if Fairbanks told it to you. He'd say Laura did it.
Uh-huh. But you're telling me it's all Tommy rot.
Well, of course. You don't believe in the supernatural, do you?
Okay, Mr. Marker. Thanks very much.
Not at all. And now the school teachers. Mr. Valentine, I hope you won't feel it necessary to pry about.
Why not? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. But you're not just here as a friend, are you? I admire Miss Melton very much.
Oh, I see.
She's beautiful, as Laura must have been. I wouldn't want her annoyed.
All right, Mr. Valentine, here's that report.
Okay, let's have it, Doctor.
Miss Torrance died of a coronary condition, all right. Heart just stopped, that's all.
Oh, sure. But what made it stop?
Well, really, to the layman,
It could have been a shock, couldn't it? If she had a weak heart and somebody told her stories, scared her.
I found no evidence of foul play.
I said scared her, Doctor. Now, she heard something. She saw something. There was a shock that was too much for her.
Mr. Valentine, I've already checked with her city physician. She had a coronary disease. Not nerves, disease.
Mr. Valentine, I have a new car. I'd be glad to give you a lift back to Laura's house.
Thanks, Mr. Marker. But I think the walk could do me good.
Very well. Come and visit our corner of the woods again sometime.
Good night, Mr. Marker. Oh, Brooksy. Brooksy, I'm back. Brooksy. Yes? Yes, hello.
George, haven't you ever used a house phone before?
Oh.
I saw you out the window coming in the door. Neat, isn't it? They always have them in haunted houses.
Oh, sure.
Well, what happened?
Oh, the coroner says nothing doing. Big false alarm, that's all. Client just dead. Hey, Brooksy, where are you? I mean, I'm in your room. You in mine?
George, I'm in Laura's room. You know, there are lots of things about her in this room. I mean, besides the painting. George, there's a whole closet full of her clothes. Actually, real last-century things. So old they crack when you touch them.
Okay, Angel, okay. I'll be up and look at the museum.
There are music boxes and a sachet drawer. There are shoes and a funny old wooden brace for a
Hey, Brooksy, what was that? Hey, do you hear me? What was that?
She's on the lawn. In the moonlight. George, I'm not crazy. I see her. Like the painting. George, I see her. It's Laura.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When you go on your motoring vacation, rely on Chevron Supreme gasoline to get the best out of your car. This premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored, specially blended to give your car perfect performance at home or 1,000 miles from home. That's because the special blending agents that go into Chevron Supreme are determined by the various altitude and temperature zones in the West. For today's high-compression engines or for older cars that need new power, you can't buy a better gasoline. You'll find Chevron Supreme gives your car faster starts. You'll find it's terrific in traffic for alert getaway, and that it gives your car extra power on hills, ping-free power. Try a tankful tomorrow. On your vacation, remember, you'll find Chevron Supreme at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Laura's house, built like a doll's house in the middle of the woods. Built years ago for a woman long dead who once lived to ride on the carousel. But other people who try to live in Laura's domain have a habit of dying, too, like the nervous schoolteacher who wrote you a letter and then passed away of a heart attack before you could talk to her. Well, of course, if you're anything like George Valentine, you don't believe in the supernatural. But you certainly waste no time when your assistant, Claire Brooks, tells you that she has just seen Laura herself.
No, George, I did see her. Just for a second, out in the moonlight, by the rose garden, walking. Then she disappeared in the shadows.
Brooksy, are you sure?
I swear it. She looked just like the picture, even to the little lace parasol.
Okay, then, Angel. What you saw must have been a real person.
Yeah, well, now that you're here, yes.
Somebody must have got one of these dresses and dolled up for the job. Only why, Brooksy? What's the point of playing ghost, trying to scare people? Who's trying to do what?
Well, for crying out loud. Well, what are you doing in there, Valentine? Picking out a dress for your girl?
Oh. Hello, Bonnie.
I was just getting ready to hit the hay. What's going on? I heard you racketing here. I knew it wasn't mice.
So did I.
Francine.
What was it, Mr. Valentine? What was it?
I'll tell you. I'll tell both of you. I saw a ghost. No, you couldn't have. Don't say such a thing.
What Miss Brooks means is she saw somebody out by the rose garden in one of Laura's dresses.
Maybe Torrance saw something, too. I don't know. The awful house scared her to death, whatever it was.
It was just her heart.
I don't believe in all this junk, but Torrance did. Oh, I'll be glad when it's all over, when we get out of here. Oh, they say I'm so tough and dumb, and maybe I am. But there's something crazy here, something insane, abnormal. And, Valentine, if you don't find out what it is, I'm going to.
Bonnie! Oh, she doesn't understand. No one does.
Miss Melton, I was telling the truth. There was someone out there.
I saw her.
No. I'm sure you were mistaken.
But I tell you,
No,
I'm not...
stop it, please. This is my house. Well, this isn't easy to say, Mr. Valentine. I hope you understand I'm not trying to offend. But I want you to go. I want you to get out of here. I want you to leave my house. The door. Excuse me.
Evening, lady. Got a message here for Mr. Valentine.
Oh, all right, of course.
Wait a second, I'll get it. That's for me, friend.
Okay.
Okay, here you are. Thanks.
Likewise. Good night.
What is it, George?
Never mind, Brooksy. But, Miss Melton, I guess we might as well take your suggestion. We will get out of here.
Oh, thank you.
George.
We're fairly unpacked anyway, and it's a short walk to town, so you won't have to bother about anything. We'll just plain get out of your hair. That make you happy?
Oh, Mr. Valentine. There's some things too fragile to be touched. That's all.
This looks like a good place for the bags. Gotta make time, Angel. We'll be back for them, so don't worry. And I got a hunch it'll be fast.
George, what was in that message?
Here. Well, there's not enough moonlight to read it, I guess.
Oh, I've got a match.
Note says, come to town in a hurry. Meet a guy at the corner drugstore. It's important.
Who?
The local historian, Angel. Guy named Ethan. Hey, put out that match.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, am I a sucker. You see that? Something shiny? Come on, it's over here. Sure, a car.
Parked in the shadows off the road.
A nice new car. And if I remember rightly... Wait a minute, I'll turn on the dash light. I do. It's registered to Mr. Ethan Marker.
Then the note was just to lure us into town to get us out of the way.
Yeah. Radiator's still warm, Angel.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get back there. Run.
Okay. Look, there's a light. The upstairs corner room.
Yeah, and we turned that light off when we left up there. Laura's room.
Yeah.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Fairbanks, where are you going?
Out to my lodge. Get some sleep. Simple facts in nature.
Then you just left the house. Who's up there? Who's in the corner room?
That athletic one. That Bonnie thing. I warned her, just like I warned Miss Torrance the day they came here. Stay away from Laura, I says. It's death. Death loves Laura's room.
All right, Banshee, I got the idea.
Up there with the door locked. Says she's going to stay a coon's age if she has to find out what's wrong. Ha! Lights won't help. Door lock won't help. I'm telling you, mister.
All right, I said. You don't have... Hey, what's that in your hand?
Huh?
Shoes. Brooksy, give me those matches.
Yeah, here you are, George.
A woman's shoes.
Of course. Miss Francine's. Found him in the back hallway. Thought I better take him out for a little cleaning.
Yeah. Yeah, they need it, all right. That's a good idea, Fairbanks. Good night.
There was mud all over those shoes, George.
Yeah, Brooksy, from the rose garden, where ghosts walk.
Francine. Well, come on, George. We've got to get upstairs to Laura's room before...
Hold it, Brooksy, hold it. Now, listen, there was something that Gould said. He said it before. He said he'd warned Miss Torrance about the upstairs room, remember?
Well, yes, but...
Okay, then. This time it begins to make sense. There was something wrong about Torrance's death.
What's that?
I don't mean the heart attack part. I mean her being up there in that room. She was nervous. She was superstitious. When they juggled the rooms around for our coming, she would never have taken that one.
No, she
But,
wouldn't.
Angel, there's one way that it does make sense. And that's if you figure Torrance took that room after she was dead. You get it?
Yeah.
Somebody moved her body. Somebody who's willing to commit a real murder.
Well, don't just stand there. Hurry up. We've got to get upstairs to Bonnie before...
No, there isn't time. I got to think it out. Oh, Lord, Brooksy, I'll have to just plain guess. Come on, the back lawn.
What?
Come on, around this way.
George?
Yeah, the carousel. Lucky guess.
Shh. There she is.
Laura.
It is Francine, isn't it?
Yeah. Riding a white horse. All alone in the moonlight.
Oh, the poor thing. It's the same dress she had on when I saw her. George, look at her. Francine herself is so shy. And being crippled, she keeps her head down, but now she's smiling. Oh, George, she's beautiful.
Yeah. And somebody else said that to me before. Hey, what's wrong with it?
It's going faster. Help someone. I can't get down. She'll fall off. Oh, her foot's caught. It'll drag her. It'll kill her, George.
Come on, jump on. Get her, Brooksy. I'll stop it. Brooksy, did you get her? Is she all right?
Yes, George. She's all right. She hasn't fallen yet.
Good. Now take her up to the house. I'll be up in a minute.
Okay, George.
Okay, come on out of there, whoever you are. Come on now, I know you're in there. Oh, no, you don't. Come on, slow down, Sprinter. All right, I don't like to tackle ladies, but you...
Let go of me. Let go.
All right, sit still, sister. Well, so you were supposed to be in Laura's room, were you? Well, Bonnie, you almost did it, didn't you? Almost killed a poor crippled girl. I suppose you were the one who sent me that note signed Ethan Marker to get me out of here so you could do it. And who else around this house would have been strong enough to move Torrance's body into Lawrence's room? Muscle girl?
She was dead. I didn't kill her.
No, but you tried to make it look like she'd been frightened, make Francine feel guilty, hate the place. But none of it worked, did it? She still wanted to stay on.
Valentine, I wasn't trying to kill Francine. Honest, I wasn't.
Yes, you were, Bonnie. You thought you had to.
No.
You knew she'd been secretly tying on those dresses, taking walks in the rose garden. You know, if she had an accident out here in costume, everybody'd agree she was nuts.
But she's different. She is strange.
Sure.
She's
The
crazy.
little girl's shy. She's touchy. But she was starting to come out of herself. Those dresses were part of it. They were why you had to get rid of her.
That's not true.
The dresses were making an impression on somebody, weren't they? Somebody who could kick you out. Sure. You had to do away with Francine fast while she still had no relatives. While you were still her closest friend, still in control. Still able to inherit her dough.
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bonnie, you want to bet he's down there now? You want to bet he was already expecting a little sentimental rendezvous with her tonight? That he heard the commotion and came running?
No. Don't, please.
Hey, Mr. Marker. Ethan Marker, you down there?
What's that? Yes, Valentine, yes.
Why should she find someone? The careless one, the plainest of us.
Chin up, sister. We'll find you a place to live. In jail.
Yes, I know Bonnie needed my money. But perhaps she was right.
Listen, Francine. They've got the carousel fixed again.
And Torrance said so, too. Perhaps I don't belong here. Tending the things that I'm not. Dreaming.
Milady, the carriage awaits. Your steeds are prancing.
Oh, stop it, Mr. Bond. It's silly. It's ridiculous. I'm going to sell this awful place. I'm Francine Melton, and I'm plain looking, and I teach Latin. And you don't have to look at me, any of you.
I beg your pardon, miss, but I wasn't addressing you. Will you do me the honor, Laura? Beautiful Laura.
Thank you, sir. You are being most patient with me. I do believe I'd be delighted.
My arm, my dear.
Oh, George. She was beautiful again.
Some things are almost too fragile to touch.
Well, come on. How about a ride for us?
No, not our style. We're built for reality, you and I, Brooksy.
Oh, George, what's not real about a carousel in the wilderness?
You asking me?
But that's exactly what love is, isn't it?
Okay, you win, Angel. Lady, will you do me the honor? My arm.
There's nothing like a vacation with a change of scenery and new experiences to give you a grand lift. Two, when your vacation means a motoring trip, there's nothing like knowing your car's engine has the best possible protection. Compounded RPM motor oil. At home or wherever you drive, depend on RPM to keep the entire engine system cleaner. For one of the compounds in this premium quality motor oil is a detergent, a chemical that keeps carbon particles and other abrasives harmlessly dispersed in the oil where they can't damage those mirror-smooth internal engine parts. When you have the crankcase drained, this contamination is drained out with the used oil. So, for a cleaner engine with more mileage and fewer repair bills, get RPM, the motor oil that's first choice in the West. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when George Valentine finds himself on a new job that's as dizzy as a merry-go-round, we'll hear...
You didn't listen to me, Valentine. You're still on the Farrell case.
Now, look, last time we met, Redhead, you were offering me $200 to get off the case. Just whom do you work for, anyway?
You heard me. You're in.
Come on, answer me. Don't be a sucker. You're liable to be caught right in the middle.
That's where you are right now, Valentine. No $200 now. This time I bought a gun.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Frank Hale as Miss Torrance, Florence Ravenel as Bonnie, Herbert Butterfield as Fairbanks, William Johnstone as Marker, Lorene Tuttle as Francine, and Stanley Farrar as the coroner. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. One Against a City, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If it comes out trouble, dead end, no matter which way, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, a city that's lost so much of its conscience that it's allowing itself to be ruled by 3 cynical, ruthless men. That's the gimmick I hope will intrigue you. Thanks to one other citizen who feels as I do, I can now hire a man of strength and courage, who's interested not only in money, but in the challenge of a very uneven but worthy battle. I've tried to fight this thing.
Tried to fight this thing alone, me and my puny one-cylinder newspaper. All I got out of it was threats, a few expert beatings, and a reputation as a crackpot idealist. Come on in, Mr. Valentine. The water isn't fine nor clean. But you may be the kind who doesn't mind swimming against the tide. It's signed Sam Morgan.
Let me have that, Brooksy.
Here. Intrigued?
Slightly fascinated. Sharondale Chronicle, the voice of Sharondale. Population 70,000 and growing strong.
70,000 people goose-stepping for 3 Little Caesars? Isn't it just possible, George, that Mr. Morgan may be letting his journalistic fervor run away with him?
Uh-huh.
But what about the mayor, the guardians of the law, the rest of the men of goodwill?
Well, that's what makes it so fascinating, Angel.
Oh, okay. When do we pack and go to meet this crusading editor?
I'll hop the first train to Sharondale. Since we may be gone for a while, you'd better clean up a few details here and mosey along later.
Okay.
Check in at the biggest hotel, Brooksy, and I'll be in touch with you.
Sharondale, next stop, Sharondale.
Ain't you kind of cold out here on the platform, Jack?
I'm getting off as soon as the train stops.
You don't say so, Jack.
Hey, now look, Buster, there's something about you I don't like. So don't make me take you apart to find out what it is.
Just come out to offer you a drink.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I don't slug my coffin varnish out of bottles.
That's too bad, Jack. Because I brought this bottle special for you.
Hey, look, what are you trying to do?
You're getting off here. And don't make me carve things in your face. I don't like the sight of blood.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be my blood, Buster.
Get off, I said. Get off. Happy landing, Jack. And stay out of Sharondale.
Valentine, I can't understand it. No one could have found out you were coming here.
Yeah, well, nevertheless, Morgan, you can see I received a very enthusiastic welcome to Sharondale.
Gee, did you really get pushed off the train, mister?
Johnny, didn't I tell you to go upstairs to bed?
And you mean you only got your face scratched up like that?
Johnny.
I got a few other bruises, son, where they don't show.
Hey, you're lucky the train was slowing down.
Bet you it was one of those gangsters you're always talking about, huh, Dad? I bet you.
Oh, Johnny, do as your mother says. Go to bed.
Aw, gee. Okay.
Well, I suppose I should tell you how sorry I am, Valentine. But after all, I knew what I was getting into.
The important point now, Morgan, is how did it leak out about me?
Well, Mrs. Sharon is out of the question. She put up $25,000 for this whole campaign.
You may as well know it, Sam. I called up Len Tucker and warned him.
What are you saying?
I wanted this man scared away.
Well, looks like we're a house divided.
Why shouldn't I, Sam? For 10 years now, you've been running for mayor, butting your head against the stone wall, getting yourself beaten up,
Ruth, we've been through this before, but Valentine here, he could have been killed.
You'll have to believe me, Mr. Valentine. I'm sorry. I didn't dream they'd do anything vicious. I was thinking about our home and our future. You just heard Johnny talking about gangsters as though this was some kind of game we were playing. You heard him, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan, I heard him.
Oh, Sam. Sam, give it up. Nobody else cares what happens in Sharondale. Why should you?
Yeah, because I'm me, Ruth. I don't think I'll ever change.
It's destroying us. That's all I know.
You still want to go on playing ball, Morgan?
You heard what I told my wife. After what happened to you, I didn't think that you...
Well, just suppose I'm weak of mind and don't care if I'm pushed off trains. Now, what's the setup on this charming burg?
Well, as I said in my letter, through the years, 70,000 upstanding citizens have allowed themselves to become the pawns of 3 men.
Uh-huh. And I guess it's safe to presume these 3 characters work together.
Yep, they've got Sharondale neatly parceled out. And there's enough graft to make the authorities look the other way.
I see. Who are they?
Well, Big Ed Corrigan runs the gambling, backroom card parlors, slot machine, and bookie joints.
Go on.
Leonard Tucker, a very suave gentleman, sells protection to businessmen, big and small. They know better than to say no to his salesman.
And number 3?
A truly incredible character who calls himself Wally Wallpaper.
Huh?
Yeah, came by the name because of the loud ties he wears. Buys them by the dozen. He has his big pudgy hands on everything that happens after dark. Nightclubs, roadhouses, things like that. Ostensibly, he's merely the owner of a plush cafe called the Barrel House.
And you, with Mrs. Sharon's $25,000, expect to sweep all of this clean?
She's a wonderful woman.
One of the first families, I guess.
The first family. Her grandfather founded Sharondale. She knows how to fight back, too. You believe me when you hear the plan she's got.
Okay, the sooner the better. Have you got it straight, Brooksy?
Yes, George. I'm not supposed to know you from a hole in the wall.
That's right. In fact, if you see any holes in the wall that even faintly resemble me, don't look that way. Sharondale's Crime Incorporated knows I'm here, and you can bet they'll try to keep on my tail.
Well, just how do I promote a job in that honky-tonk, the Barrel House?
Well, Brooksy, I understand the quaintest character since Dracula was a boy runs the joint. He glorifies in the name of Wally Wallpaper.
Huh?
Yeah. From all descriptions, Wally fancies himself a ladies' man.
So?
So, you're a lady. Use your own discretion. Try to get a job as a hat check girl, or in the chorus, or behind a cigarette tray. I'll tell you why later.
Ours is not to reason why. Ours is to go and meet Wally Wallpaper. But just one thing, sweetie. If we're supposed to be total strangers, how do we communicate with each other? By thought waves?
Well, I'm not going to call you at the hotel anymore. They may trace the call.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, exactly at noon, I'll be making a call on the one and only telephone booth in the cigar store at the depot. Now, you be the annoyed young lady who can't wait for me to get through. We'll pick it up from there.
Okay. But be careful, darling. You happen to be one stranger who's good for me.
Well, that puts me in the glass with fresh vegetables. But don't you worry, Angel. I'll be all right. But I may even see a glimmer of hope for the home team after I talk to Mrs. Sharon.
Don't stare at me like that, young man. You're probably thinking, isn't that a bloodthirsty, rip-snorting plan to come from the lips of an old woman?
You should take up reading tea leaves, Mrs. Sharon.
Don't you think it would work, Valentine?
Well, I'm not quite the clairvoyant that Mrs. Sharon is.
Oh, poppycock, of course it'll work. It's the oldest maneuver in the world. You know what always happens when thieves fall out.
Well, there could be enough noise to wake up even a sleeping city.
Exactly. Tucker, Big Ed Corrigan, that larcenous clown Wally Wallpaper, if each one thinks the other two are trying to poach on his territory, the 3 of them will be at each other's throats. There'll be an unholy clamor.
Don't you see, Valentine? I'll have a real chance at the polls next month, if enough people wake up and are willing to do something about it.
Oh, it's all swell theory. But if those 3 are as thick as bubbles in a glass of champagne, it's going to take some doing to turn them against each other.
There's $25,000 in Sam's account in the bank to turn theory into fact. If any innocent people get hurt, we'll take care of them. I'll leave the details to you.
Okay, let's give it a whirl.
Good.
I like you, young man. You're a fighter.
Yeah, and I got some interesting scars to show for it.
I'm the last of the Sharons. I want to see this a clean city before I die. That isn't too much for an old woman to hope for, is it?
Oh, don't get up, Mrs. Sharon. That's probably the Chronicle trying to get me. Hello? What's that, Ruth? Oh, for the love of heaven, calm down. What's happened? Johnny! Why, those dirty... I'll be over at the hospital right away. I'll never let anything like this ever happen to you again, Johnny. This was all my fault.
I'm okay, Dad. You heard what the doctor said.
Easy, Mrs. Morgan, easy.
What about Mr. Valentine? Gosh, they pushed him off a train, and that didn't scare him.
You're just a little boy, Johnny. You shouldn't be mixed up in this.
Well, I almost ducked when that old truck tried to run me over. I guess we'll show those gangsters, huh? Huh, Dad? Just like in the movies.
Oh, Johnny, stop talking like that. This is not a movie. Oh, and I think how close you
Now,
came
Ruth, let's go out in the hall. Anything you want, Johnny, you just tell the nurse.
Sure thing, Dad.
So long, kid.
Sam,
No, I know all the things you're going to say, Ruth, but they're not necessary.
Well, look, maybe you folks would like to be alone.
No, Valentine. This concerns you, too. Let me have a full bill of your fee, and, well, we'll call it quits. I know when I'm licked.
No, Sam, that isn't what I was going to say.
What?
You fought too hard and long for what was right. If those men could do something like this, they're capable of anything. This is our home, our town. It's up to us, and others like us, to clean it up.
Oh, but Johnny...
It's because of Johnny that I finally understood.
Valentine.
Save it, Morgan. I understand, too. This is open warfare now. And for one, I'm glad. No matter where it leads to.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to tell you about a young man who knows where he's going. He's Warner Holfeld, a 21-year-old Navy veteran. Warner's working nights now, so that during the day he can study engineering at Los Angeles City College. Young Warner, who drives his car 40 and 50 miles a day, also knows that RPM motor oil gives cars protection you trust. Here's what he says about this premium motor oil. Quote, "When I recently had my oil changed, one look convinced me that RPM cleans as it lubricates. I actually saw the dirt drain out with the oil." Unquote. Yes, folks, RPM does clean your engine while it lubricates. It has special compounds that gently loosen carbon particles, gum, and lacquer formations, and prevent these troublemakers from harming those finely polished engine parts. RPM actually encircles dirt and carbon particles, holds them in suspension until the next oil drain and refill. Another thing, RPM sticks to engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oil. Get protection you trust tomorrow. Get RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You've come up against some pretty formidable assignments, but playing the leading role in a drama called One Against a City under the thumb of three cynical, ruthless men, is a bit of casting you could have done without. Still, when a nameless hoodlum shoves you off a train and a truck nearly runs down a youngster to warn you off, you just put your head down and wade in. That is, if you have the same stubborn streak as George Valentine.
You started something, Mrs. Sharon, so you may as well sit back and watch the fireworks.
You don't think I want to back out? All I expect is a fighting chance against those leeches.
I've found out there's always a fighting chance, Mrs. Sharon.
By heaven, there has to be. Especially when there are people like the Morgans and like you on our side. The Morgans aren't letting anything scare them off, and Ernie Krantz only made you boiling mad when he nudged you off the train. Tell me something, young man.
What's that?
Have you decided on your first step?
I'm working on a surprise for Wally Wallpaper.
Good. Because I've got faith in my plan. Play them off against each other, that's it. I may be so old-fashioned to douse myself with lilac water every day, but I'm up to date enough to know how these modern James boys think and act.
If you were 10 years younger, Mrs. Sharon, I'd put a musket in your hand.
And if I were 10 years younger, I'd take it. Now, get along, young man. You're wasting time.
Not wasting time, Mrs. Sharon. Just biding time.
Never mind thanking me for the job, Miss Brooks. You can start pushing cigars and cigarettes here at the Barrel House tonight.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wallpaper. I think you're the sweetest man.
And I think you got class, baby. Yeah, and good taste. I could tell that the minute you went off your nut about this tie I got on. Ain't it a beaut?
I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Hey, look at. When I pull on it like this, see? The girl does the hula and the palm trees start waving. What do you think?
Suddenly I'm on the beach at Waikiki.
Where? Oh.
And what I like about it is it's so conservative.
That's right, baby. I'm not one of them loud guys. You'll find that out when you get to know me better. Which reminds me,
Yes, Wally?
when you're through tonight, how about me showing you some of my other ties? I got hundreds of them.
To think you're taking all this interest in me, Wally. And you're such an important man.
You're not wrong, baby. If you knew all the joints in this town that pay off to me, you wouldn't believe it. Well, now, let's talk about you. What'd you say your first name was?
Claire.
I'll have your picture painted on a tie with your name right under it. How do you like that, huh?
Oh, that'd be wonderful. But just one thing.
Sure, name it.
Could you arrange to have me light up in the dark, too?
Hey, look, lady, I'm making a long-distance call to my mother. Find yourself another phone booth somewhere. Good work, Brooksy.
You've been in there an hour. You don't have a lease on this phone booth, you know, mister. Now that I've got the job, what do I do, George?
Come on, operator. Come on, will you? Yeah, I don't think we're being watched, but be careful. You'll find a little package on the shelf under the phone when I leave.
Where does your mother live? In Timbuktu?
But, operator, I did put in 2 quarters and a dime. Just smash this package on the floor at the Barrel House sometime during the evening.
Then what happens?
Oh, you'll find out. All right, operator, forget it. Okay, miss, it's all yours. Now, when the joint begins to jump tonight, Angel, just make sure Wally thinks one of Leonard Tucker's men did it. Well, I hope you're satisfied, lady. You came between me and my mother.
Now I forgot what number I was going to call. Oh.
Yeah, what wise guy threw that stink bomb? I'll kill him.
Wally, I saw who did it.
Huh?
I pointed him out to a waiter, and he said he was one of Leonard Tucker's men.
So that's the way it is, huh? Tucker's been wanting to move in on me for a long time. Okay, I'm just the boy to play rough.
Are you crazy, mister? What are you going to do?
See if you can guess.
Those slot machines cost money. Wait till Big Ed Corrigan hears about this.
Just tell him that Wally Wallpaper has decided to branch out.
Oh.
And that includes gambling in this town.
Now, please, mister, already I'm paying protection to Mr. Tucker.
Forget it. From now on, you're paying off to Big Ed Corrigan.
No, but Mr. Tucker, he will...
Maybe
kill
this
me.
brick through your front window will make up your mind.
The 5 days it shook Sharondale. Valentine, you really blew the lid off.
Well, I hope the reform mayor-to-be has his speech ready for the citizens' rally tonight.
All I can think of now is those 3 vultures tearing each other apart.
Yeah, I like that headline you got in the Chronicle today, Morgan.
Assemblyman proposes state investigation of conditions in Sharondale.
Uh-huh.
10 years I've waited for this, Valentine. 10 long, long years.
You know, I'm glad for you. Well, we better keep our fingers crossed, Sam. See you later at your place.
Where do you think you're going, Jack?
Uh-oh. Johnny One Note. I've been waiting to catch up with you.
Don't be so happy. This rod in my pocket ain't been used for a long time. I might decide to see if it still works.
Where to, Ernie?
Huh? Don't get so familiar. Get going for that car over there.
Valentine, if you don't stop fooling with that blindfold, Ernie's going to break a couple of your fingers.
Why don't you boys stop playing cops and robbers? You got my future all planned. What difference does it make if I know where you brought me?
I told you, Corrigan, this guy talks too much.
Oh, so we have Big Ed among us.
He's been pretty busy these last few days.
Yeah, like a jet-propelled termite.
Well, it's all over now. We got to decide what to do with you. Any ideas, Wally?
Well, I'm all for Ernie taking him off our backs. Let him earn his dough.
Yeah, one thing. Make it look like an accident.
Okay, Tucker, if you want to cramp my style. I can make it so they find him laying out in the state road. He was jaywalking.
Jaywalking? Remind me to give you a tie, Ernie.
So the three masterminds finally learned how to add two and two.
Yeah. We think slow. Maybe we got quick tempers. But usually we see our own mistakes.
All right, Ernie, take him out.
Time to shuffle along, Jack.
Wait a minute. For alleged big shots, you guys are certainly three 14-carat suckers. Getting rid of me won't get you off the hook. You want to worry about the person who hired me, a very determined character.
You mean Sam Morgan?
You know Morgan is in hock up to his neck just trying to keep his newspaper going. Now, I'm talking about somebody who can buy and sell the three of you guys.
Can't you see he's just stalling?
Nah, let him talk.
Who are you referring to, Valentine?
The person in this room who insisted that you put this thing over my eyes so I wouldn't see. You don't need eyes to smell lilac water.
Wally, take the blindfold off him.
Hello, Mrs. Sharon.
I see I've underrated you, young man.
What is this? You made a very stupid mistake, Mrs. Sharon, when you mentioned Ernie's name the other day. I only knew him as another gunsel. How did you know his name? Unless you knew everything else that was going on, too.
A very unhealthy pastime, Alyssa. Double-crossing your partners.
Do you mind telling us why? Not that it's going to do you any good.
No, well, I'll tell you why. She arranged for you gentlemen to help her take over the town. But you pushed her in the background. And that's one thing a Sharon can't stand, especially in her own bailiwick.
I don't see why you three mongrels should be so surprised. With you out of the way, I could find myself the kind of associates who'd realize that I own this town, even though I may need hired help to run it.
Listen to her, will you? It's a wonder she don't pack a ride.
Oh, shut up, Ernie.
One more thing you underrated, Mrs. Sharon. That corny item, public indignation. The plan worked too well. You saw that Sharondale might go back to the people. Then you decided to backtrack, so things would at least stay as they are.
So, that's why you rounded us up, Alyssa. Showed us we had the wrong idea about each other. Valentine out of the way, we never would have found out what you did.
Clever of me, wasn't it?
Too clever.
Looks like I got 2 jobs to do.
No, we can't afford for you to have all that fun, Ernie. If both of them get knocked off, too many things will tie up. There'll be too many questions.
Well, what are we going to do? She ain't safe to have around.
No. Alyssa will have to go.
Why, you don't dare.
An unfortunate accident right in your own home. You, Valentine, you're leaving town.
Am I?
You're too smart to hang around. You know there's nothing you can do. Won't be a piece of evidence against us. Take him on a train, Ernie, with you.
There ain't gonna be no mistake, Corrigan, this time.
Go on, do like he says.
Come on, Jack.
Good luck, young man. We may be seeing each other sometime. It was exciting while it lasted, wasn't it?
Yeah, a barrel of fun. Especially for all the innocent bystanders.
Outside, Jack, outside.
All right. Hey, now look, Ernie, you're seeing me off. And I'm glad to get out of this town, see? So take that small howitzer out of my back, will you?
You don't know how lucky you are.
I'm just getting lucky, Buster, because you're getting careless. You are! You had a lot more than that coming to you, Ernie. But that's where you're lucky. I don't have the time.
But I don't know whom we can get, Valentine. You know how long it takes for the police to do anything when it involves Corrigan or any of those fellows?
No matter what she's done, we've got to try to help her.
I know. I'll get a couple of state troopers.
And anybody else we can trust. Tell them to meet us at the Sharon place. They didn't waste any time getting here.
George, this is horrible.
Yeah. And they kept their word about making it look like an accident. Old ladies have been known to fall downstairs and break their necks.
Oh, it's going to be hard for Sharondale to believe the truth about its first lady.
Sam, you're not going to print the truth. And nobody's ever going to know it.
But George...
It's going to be the first real service she's ever done for the town she was supposed to love.
But Valentine, people have the right to know that this Mrs. Sharon was really responsible for Tucker and all the others. She was feeding on every racket in the town.
But wouldn't it be smarter to let them think she was pure as driven snow?
I don't get it, George.
What better way of being swept into office, Sam, than Making the good citizens think that a sainted member of the Fonding family was brutally murdered by gangsters they allowed to thrive all these years.
Well, we may never be able to prove that.
That's going to be your first job in office, Mayor Morgan. Well, goodbye, Johnny. Take care of yourself.
I wanted to ask you something, Mr. Valentine. If Dad gets to be mayor, can he make me deputy sheriff or something so I could carry a gun?
You better not let your mother hear you say that. You ought to be thinking of your schoolwork and keeping out of trouble.
You sweet on her, Mr. Valentine.
I guess you could go with that.
Can't be much fun, having a girl who's always trying to keep you out of trouble.
Now, look here,
Oh,
Johnny.
as a matter of fact, kid, I have all I can do to keep her from getting into trouble before I do.
Honest? Gee, you better hurry up and marry her before somebody else gets her.
Love that boy.
If your car acts as if every hill were too much for it, and if it's without pickup pep in traffic, who knows? Maybe it's just the gasoline you've been using. So tonight I'd like to remind you, Chevron Supreme gasoline is specially blended to give your car command performance in every road condition. It's a high-octane fuel that commands fast starts, smooth acceleration, and all the extra power to make it great on hills. So for happier motoring in traffic and on the open road, on short trips and the longer ones, rely on this premium quality gasoline. And remember, throughout the West, Chevron Supreme's climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. That means command performance from your car wherever you go, regardless of terrain or weather. Try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear George saying...
All right, now, Mrs. Pebbleman, Brooksy, jump in the car and hurry. I don't want to use this gun if I can help it.
Mr. Valentine, they were waiting here for you. All those men, they was going to kill you.
Yeah, well, they still have the same idea. Come on, get in the back, Mrs. Pebbleman. Let her roll, Brooksy. And don't stop till we get to your place. Get there before that gunsel does. Or we'll be missing one perfectly good client.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Hal K. Dawson as Morgan, Virginia Gregg as Mrs. Morgan, Jerry Farber as Johnny, Miriam Wolfe as Mrs. Sharon, Larry Dobkin as Wally, Ed Begley as Corrigan, and Bob Dryden as Ernie. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Stranger Than Fiction, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's twisting you like a tornado and you want out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, writing this letter is a hideous necessity. But a rival has come into my life, or I should say, this woman has come back into my life, and in such a way as to cause me the kind of humiliation I will not tolerate. You may have read my husband's best-selling novel, The Awakening. Everyone else seemed to have. Well, I must know whether this particular woman is or is not the heroine of this tale of passion.
This should be an easy enough assignment for you. Please call me at my home so we can arrange an immediate appointment at your office. Sincerely, Victoria Beasley.
Now, Brooksy, that's what I call a world-shaking problem.
Well, you wouldn't make so light of it, my lad, if you'd read Samuel Beasley's book. It was banned in Boston.
Oh.
One critic called it an emotional hotfoot, 700 pages long.
Well, I must get to this cultural milestone as soon as I've finished the Rover Boys in the Indian country. Right now, I'm going to call Mrs. Beasley. Okay, Mrs. Beasley, I'll just sit here and wait until you stop prancing up and down.
Mr. Valentine, you don't seem to appreciate the position my husband's placed me in with this book.
Here, Mrs. Beasley, have a chair.
Nobody's made you look ridiculous. Friends don't snicker and whisper behind their hands every time you pass.
Look, please,
So
lady.
you can sit there with that superior smirk on your face.
Well, if I'm smirking, it's because I'm trying not to laugh out loud.
I didn't come here to...
With someone like you, Mrs. B, I've got to say what I mean to make a dent. Oh, Brooksy, you read the society columns.
Oh, sure. A girl's got to be improving her savoir-faire, you know.
All right. Now, how is Victoria Beasley usually described, this time without the routine?
Really now, Mr. Valentine.
Well, without the routine. Victoria Beasley, glacial beauty, wondrous wit, soul of poise.
Please.
Evoked an almost audible gasp of admiration when she arrived at the Duchess's party, late as usual.
I'm leaving.
Now, wait a minute. Won't you admit this does call for a laugh? A woman with all those assets getting green-eyed over a fictional gal her husband dreamt up in a novel?
Sam is a broker, not a writer.
Oh, say that about Samuel Beasley on a quiz program, and the man will come up with, too bad, better luck next time.
I cured him of all his literary pretensions 10 years ago when he married me. Lord knows where he found time to write this book. He did it out of sheer malice.
You mean you thought you had a colorless milquetoast character for a spouse, and now he's the papa of a bestseller, stealing all the limelight from you?
No, that's not it at all.
Then what is it?
The Diana in Sam's book actually exists. Everything that happened between her and the hero actually happened. Almost every critic said it has the ring of truth.
Oh, well, that doesn't mean that...
The whole situation. A community like our own, Deer Lake Park. The description of Diana. The cold, distant wife who didn't know what was going on.
The glacial beauty, huh? You sound as though you knew the heroine.
I think I do. And that's where I need your help, Mr. Valentine.
Well, look, haven't I tried to explain
So many
that...
things are so very clear now. For instance, every Thursday for the last year, Sam's received a telephone call at 5:30. He's always made a point of answering it himself.
Well, does it have to be another woman? It could have been his bookie. They're very punctual, too.
Once I reached the phone before he did. The party hung up. I'm sure it was a woman. The woman.
You recognize the perfume, no doubt.
Let me finish. Every Thursday night, he's made an excuse to go into town and never once mentioned what he did.
Well, of course, you keep Sam informed of all your moves.
That's aside from the point. Your commentary doesn't interest me. I just want you to find out if Diana in Sam's book is or isn't Peggy Wilkinson.
And who's that lady?
Her family has the estate next to ours at Deer Lake Park. She's always loved Sam. Probably would have married him if I hadn't come along.
You mean except for the last year, Peggy's been content to forget, if not forgive.
Peggy's the kind of girl who's willing to wait things out. She makes a career being naive, wholesome, and athletic.
And you think she's the Diana in The Awakening?
You may have seen Miss Wilkinson in the Sunday supplements. She's always carrying not one, but 6 tennis rackets.
Say, tell me, Mrs. Beasley, what's it going to do for your pride to find out if all this is true? Or is it a little feminine mayhem you have in mind?
What I have in mind is none of your business. Question is, are you interested in a flat fee?
Oh, excuse me, will you? Valentine. Oh, yeah, Riley. Well, what's on your mind, Lieutenant? What? Hey, look, start from the beginning, will you? And this time, stop for the red lights. Huh? Oh, now, wait, I can't answer that. Looks like I'm going to take the case, so I might be violating the confidence of my client. Okay, stop yelling, will you? We'll be right out there. Mrs. Beasley?
Yes?
Do you know a man named Michael Waldron?
I do.
And you left my telephone number in case he wanted to get in touch with you?
That's right. We were supposed to have lunch in town together today. How do you know? Who was that on the phone?
Lieutenant Riley. Homicide.
What's the tie-up, George?
Well, what did he say?
Enough to take this out of the class of a family brawl. Mrs. Beasley, somebody tried to kill your husband.
Well, while we're waiting for Miss Brooks to get here with Miss Wilkinson, what about some drinks? Oh, Sally.
Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am.
Just a minute here.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Mrs. Beasley, suppose we forget about the social graces until we get rid of the business at hand, huh?
The business being to prove I took a pot shot at Beasley here.
Take it easy, Walden. Hey, Lieutenant, Mr. Beasley's been strangely quiet. Would you mind him telling us what happened?
Oh, that's going to be just dandy. He'd like nothing better than to pin it on me.
Michael, please.
Let's face it, Vicky, he resented every moment we've been together.
Why should I, Waldron? You're 5 years younger than my wife. Our friends applaud her choice for a companion when I'm occupied. You're handsome, very charming.
Okay. You guys can knife each other some other time.
Are you sure nobody wants anything?
What, are you still here? I told you that... No, Sally, nobody wants anything.
I was talking to Mr. Beasley.
You can go now, Sally.
Just as you say, Mr. Beasley.
Mr. Valentine, a moment ago you asked me for my version of what happened here in my study.
Yeah, it seems to have been lost in the shuffle.
I can be very brief about it. I was sitting there at my desk, typing, doing some work on a new story. Suddenly there was a shot through those French doors. I didn't see anybody, and I assure you I didn't stop to investigate.
I get it.
I made a beeline for the drawing room. And strangely enough, a minute later, in walked Waldron.
Here we go.
Let me ask you something, Beasley.
I'll ask the questions if you don't mind, Valentine, and when I'm through, I've got something to ask you. Why you're mixed up in this at all, Mrs. Beasley.
I don't think I can be of much help, Lieutenant. When I left for Mr. Valentine's office, Sam was here in the study. I decided I wouldn't bother him.
Didn't you even tiptoe up and peek in to say goodbye?
I told you. He was working. I could hear him at the typewriter.
As far as I'm concerned, I was merely dropping by to pick Vicky up for lunch. I didn't even hear a shot.
Of course, it might have been one of my readers expressing a critical opinion.
Please, Mr. Beasley, don't try to be funny. You know, you people rank pretty high socially in our fair city. That's why I'm here. Ordinarily, you'd have to be a corpse before I arrived.
Just 1 minute, Mrs. Beasley. I'll take that.
What do you mean?
Whatever it is you're trying to slip into your pocketbook, I'd like to see it.
You haven't anything to hide, have you, Mrs. Beasley?
Why, no. This is just a...
A gold cigarette lighter.
Yes. I must have dropped it over there by the doors.
It's very interesting. Initials M.W.
Lieutenant, you needn't look at me like that. It's not mine.
Well, we'll see about that, M.W. And you weren't supposed to have been here in the study.
Michael.
That's all right, Vicky. They can think whatever they want, but they'll never prove anything.
I'm sure that's a world of consolation to my wife. Isn't it, my dear?
Well, suppose we go back downtown together, Waldron. While we check on this lighter, you and I have a few things to talk about.
Why not?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I admit this lighter might point very definitely to Waldron, but it doesn't stop there.
What do you mean? All right. Where does it stop?
I'll be able to tell you better when Brooksy gets here. Now, Miss Wilkinson, as I told you, there's no reason to be nervous. The lieutenant has to ask these questions.
But I don't understand. I knew nothing of what happened to Sam until Miss Brooks told me.
Oh, but I didn't tell you, Miss Wilkinson. I made it a point not to.
I couldn't help guessing something was wrong.
Lieutenant, must we drag Peggy into this? You've got Waldron in the other room to take down to headquarters. Why this inquisition?
Valentine and your wife dragged this young woman into this mess, not me.
Surely, Sam, you can't object to us doing everything we can to find out who tried to kill you.
Your concern for me is very touching, Victoria.
Mr. Beasley, whether you know it or not, your wife has a theory that the heroine of your book is modeled after Miss Wilkinson.
Mr. Valentine, that was supposed to be a matter of confidence between us.
Attempted murder changes all that.
Victoria, you really believe that? Me, the Diana in The Awakening, that irresistible creature who unleashed such raging passion in a man?
Sam was so carried away, he couldn't help dropping some unmistakable clues. How long has this been going on? Just the last year? Or the whole time we've been married?
No, Victoria.
How many people have known it all along, laughing at me?
Oh, this is ridiculous. Peggy is the last person anybody would picture as the femme fatale. She's the outdoor type. Much too wholesome for that sort of thing. Just to look at her, anybody can tell that.
Why stop there, Sam? You with your marvelous knack with words.
Why don't you say I'm just about as glamorous as a dish of cottage cheese? I use Lifebuoy in my tub instead of perfume bath salts. It's the direct opposite of the striking and glamorous Victoria.
Just where were you all morning, Miss Wilkinson?
I have no airtight alibi, if that's what you mean. I was out horseback riding, all by myself.
Look, let's stop sparring, huh? Now, look, Valentine, you said you were going to pull some kind of rabbit out of the hat. Well, come on, let's have it.
Okay. Do you happen to own a cigarette lighter, Margaret?
Well, yes. I didn't know there was any law against that.
Could this be it? The initials M.W. could stand for Margaret Wilkinson, as well as Michael Walton. Now, while you were out horseback riding, you might have taken a slight detour. And you might have wanted to kill Beasley because he wouldn't get a divorce and marry you.
Well, Miss Wilkinson?
Very well. Why shouldn't I admit it? It's all true about this morning. And the book.
Well, you know what you're saying, Peggy.
Yes, and I don't care. Oh, this will really cause a sensation. The wholesome, colorless Peggy Wilkinson turns out to be the fabulous and much-discussed Diana. Oh, and I'll love it.
You heard her, all of you. This tweedy little frump has been making a fool of me. Me.
Well, Miss Wilkinson, I guess we'd better get into town.
I'm afraid not, Lieutenant Riley.
Huh?
Because I'm not going to press charges.
What?
George, did you hear the man?
Yeah.
I came here to make an arrest, and that's what I'm going to do.
I refuse to prosecute. As far as I'm concerned, Peggy was out hunting squirrels, and her marksmanship was incredibly bad.
I think you're right, Sam. But I don't. I want the world to know that you couldn't hold a man, Victoria. And of all things, you lost him to me.
I think that washes everything up, Lieutenant. Thank you very much for your trouble.
If you were anybody else, Beasley, I'd better get out of here before I lose my temper.
Peggy, I'd better take you home.
Oh, yes, Sam.
Victoria, you'd better go and reassure Waldron that he's a free man.
I'll do that, Sam. I'll be right back, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah.
Well, where does that leave us, George? I don't see any point in hanging around now.
Oh, a very important point, Brooksy. A particularly fat and juicy bill.
Oh.
Doubt what she wanted to know. So, sit down at the great author's typewriter and make it out.
Okay. What amount shall I make it, George?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I was looking for Mrs. Beasley. This is my day off. I was just leaving.
Mm. Well, so long, Sally.
I was in the next room before. I couldn't help overhearing Mrs. Beasley say Mr. Beasley was using the typewriter when she left this morning.
So?
The reason the typewriter man was here was to bring this new machine. Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. George.
Yeah, Brooksy. This is a noiseless machine.
Then she couldn't have heard it. With the doors of the study closed.
Now, why did she lie?
You mean Victoria took a shot at her husband and then came to us? Oh, but why would Peggy...
I don't know, Angel, I don't know. But unless I have the proud Victoria sized up all wrong, the lady is still out to do murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure, George Valentine, in just a moment. You like your car. Probably everybody in your family and most of your friends like it. But there's someone who doesn't like your car, and his name is Old Man Rust. He's most destructive when your car is standing idle for long hours. He sneaks in with condensed moisture and starts nibbling at internal engine parts the moment you cut the ignition. But if you've got RPM motor oil in your car, don't you worry. So when you cut the engine, RPM doesn't drain off vertical parts. It stays on the job and prevents rust from ever getting started. Other compounds in RPM, motor oil, prevent gummy carbon and lacquer formations, put a stop to corrosion and oxidation. It adds up to complete protection, another reason why RPM is first choice in the West. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A marble-cold society beauty, Victoria Beasley by name, who'd rather die than be humiliated, hires you to prove that the heroine in her broker husband's sensational first book is a former sweetheart of his, Peggy Wilkinson. You don't want any part of a divorce-bound shuffle like this, but then an attempt is made on Sam Beasley's life. Said Peggy takes the blame, and the wife trips herself up with a stupid, needless contradiction, which seems to give the lie to Peggy's confession. All of which sends you, George Valentine, into frantic action to prevent another try at murder.
George, what are you going to do?
Find Victoria. Okay, Walden, where is she?
That's what I'd like to know, Valentine. What did you say to Victoria? She just brushed past me, told me to stay here until she gets something cleared up once and for all.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Well, wasn't Mrs. Beasley more specific? Where was she going? What was she going to do?
That's all she said. But you've got to stop hounding her, Valentine.
Me? Hounding her?
You're a little mixed up, Mr. Waldron. Victoria came to us.
Well, there's no time to go into detail.
Why don't you admit it? Her husband hired you to spy on us. You can't do that to the kind of person Victoria is. She's easily upset. And I'm not going to let you.
Now, look, Buster, I got places to go in a hurry.
You're not going anywhere. You're going to leave Victoria alone.
You're a big, well-built lad, Waldron, but don't try to maul me.
You're staying right here, even if I have to.
Sorry, but you forced me into this corner, pal. I told you I got places to go.
Don't keep looking around like that for help, Peggy. I waited till Sam left so I could be alone with you. I'm here to kill you in your own house.
Victoria, put that gun away. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, yes, I do. In the presence of others, you admitted that you came between me and my husband. It was you who were phoning every Thursday at 5:30. The other details are all there for the whole world to read in Sam's book.
No, Victoria, no.
No jury will convict me for trying to protect the sanctity of the American home.
Now, listen to me, Victoria.
Instead of being a laughingstock, I'll be a heroine, a noble figure. That's something I never could stand for, being laughed at. I'm willing to do anything to put an end to that.
You've got to believe me. I lied to that lieutenant. I didn't try to kill Sam, and I'm not the Diana in his book.
Do you expect me to believe that?
Well, I said it only because I'm human. I'm tired of being the dowdy thing that I am. Can't you understand what it would mean if people thought that I had all the glamour that you have and more? I haven't been waiting around for 10 years to get Sam.
Sorry, Peggy. I'm all through talking.
I'm sorry about this.
Oh, did you...
She was going to kill me.
It's all right now, Peggy.
Your wrist will hurt for a couple of days, Mrs. Beasley, but you're lucky to get away this easy.
Well, I get on my knees and thank you most humbly.
No, and you better not bother picking up that gun either. I'll just take that. Where did you get it anyway?
It's Sam's. I took it from a drawer in his shift robe.
I see. Okay, come on, Mrs. Beasley. You too, Miss Wilkinson.
Where are we going?
Right back where we started. Who knows? If I'm lucky, I may come up with another rabbit out of the hat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't like hogging the floor, but the time has come when you're going to have to do the listening.
Well, get it over with, Mr. Valentine. I'm sick of this whole thing.
I'm sure the ladies, too, are anxious to hear what you have to say.
Well, you should be more than anxious, Mrs. Beasley. You should be shaking with fear over what you might have done today.
You mean committing murder? I had every intention to.
Victoria, you can't go on feeling that way about me. I told you you're all wrong.
Stop sniveling, Peggy. You're safe. I doubt if I could work myself up to the same fever pitch again.
Oh, now you're just being an old softy, Mrs. Beasley.
What I meant to say is that if Miss Wilkinson is right, you would have killed the wrong woman and paid for it with your life.
I'm just as sure as ever that she's the Diana Sam wrote about.
And about that attempt on your life, Mr. Beasley.
Oh, yes, we mustn't forget that.
If Miss Wilkinson has recanted her confession and Waldron here is staunch in his denials...
I certainly am.
That leaves only you, Mrs. Beasley.
Oh, you placed much too much importance on my hearing Sam's typewriter. I only said that to make my story sound more convincing. I didn't want to be implicated in something I had nothing to do with.
Well, it seems we're right back where we started from, with a full-blown mystery on our hands. Maybe it would be best just to forget it.
I don't know about that. Stay where you are, Victoria. No, I'll answer that, Mr. Beasley.
Oh, yes, but
5:30. Thursday. Same call, same time, every week.
Yeah, the other woman. Hello?
Is that you, Sam?
No, but I've got a question for you, lady.
Oh, dear Lord, what I almost did.
Yes, Mrs. Beasley. There is a real-life Diana, and that was she on the phone. Okay, who is she, Beasley?
If a writer learns nothing else, he learns the value of confounding and bewildering the reader. That's the way I choose to leave it now.
Oh, Peggy, I couldn't help believing what I did. And if Mr. Valentine hadn't
Brooksy,
stopped
come
me,
here
I
a
would...
minute.
Yes, George.
Get on the phone and tell Riley to get back here.
Oh, he's going to just love that.
Well, it's only right that he should be in on the payoff.
Same rabbit in the same hat?
Nope. You've heard about how those long-eared critters increase and multiply. Well, at this point, there's a whole slew of the little beasties.
Huh?
In other words, Angel, now we've got all the answers.
All right, Valentine. I get the picture of what happened between Mrs. Beasley and Miss
But
Wilkinson.
I told you, Lieutenant, I'm not going to do anything about it. Awakening. Certainly under the circumstances, I'm not going to do anything about it.
Oh, most certainly. There have been 2 murder attempts, and we're supposed to just laugh it off, huh?
Lieutenant, do I still have to hang around here?
As far as I'm concerned, you can drop...
Surely, Waldron, you don't want to miss the exciting explanation Valentine's promised us.
Yes, why don't you say something, Mr. Valentine? What have you got on your mind?
I don't think you can stall much longer, darling.
Okay, I admit I have been stalling. But for a very good reason. Still, if the time has come. Beasley. You staged this whole business. Nobody tried to kill you.
What?
You fired that shot through the French doors.
You're going to have trouble proving an obvious absurdity like that.
Okay, if someone really wanted to kill you, some person in this room who knew you, he would have walked right up to you and let you have it, not resort to any hit-or-miss tactics.
That makes sense, Valentine. Go on.
The gun your wife wanted to use on Miss Wilkinson, your gun, has 1 bullet missing from it. And that's the bullet embedded in the wall over your desk.
Are you sure of that?
Quite sure, Lieutenant.
Mr. Beasley was so convinced that suspicion would never fall on him, he was, well, let's say, careless enough to put the gun back in his room where his wife found it.
Why would Sam do such a thing?
I'll tell you why. He'd make the headlines, more publicity for that book of his.
Yes, dear, that thought did occur to me.
The sensation the awakening caused was beginning to die down. Something like this would have started people talking all over again. Make me seem even more ridiculous.
It was fit payment for the 10 years you lorded it over me, making me a laughingstock among our friends.
And I was to be the patsy in the deal. I've been waiting for this, Beasley, and that was a
good put, Buster.
And the lighter, Sam? Were you going to purposely implicate me?
No, Peggy. I never thought of you as Margaret when I planted that lighter with the initials M.W. I wanted it to point to Waldron, but I never intended to press charges.
Oh, there must be something in the books that applies to a case like this. There's got to be. And I'm going to find it. Look, Beasley, I don't care how big a man you are.
Lieutenant, you haven't heard the whole story.
I don't think I can take any more.
Oh, you don't know about rabbits, Lieutenant, and how they increase and multiply.
Miss Brooks, there's an awful lot of things I don't know, but I'm going to find out right now.
Oh, Mrs. Beasley, I didn't know you had company. What, Sally? I just wanted to tell you I was back in case you needed me.
But, Sally, this is your night off.
I'm sure she'll give you a detailed report some other time, but now...
Lieutenant Riley, you should be ashamed of yourself.
What's that?
That's no way to talk about the almost legendary Diana.
You know what you're talking about.
You must be out of your mind.
I was trying to stall till Sally got here.
But how did he find out, Mr. Beasley?
I'm sure he's coming to that right now, Sally.
You mean my own maid in my own house?
Yes, Mrs. Beasley. Those mysterious phone calls every Thursday. Thursday. The traditional maid's day off. Sam couldn't keep his appointment tonight.
I can't help myself, Victoria, but it is funny.
But not to me, Michael. You can get out and stay out.
Victoria, I'm truly very sorry.
Of course. You began tying things up, George, when Sally made those pointed remarks about the new typewriter.
Frankly, I'm glad it's all out in the open.
Yeah, me too.
Victoria, although this must necessarily add to your humiliation, after our divorce, Sally and I are going to be married.
Oh, but that's impossible.
What?
What do you mean, impossible, Sally?
Well, I'm already married. But Joe's been in San Quentin for the last 2 years.
Oh, this is wonderful. Oh,
And this time, Michael, I can laugh with you.
Sam, I'm very sorry. You look so hurt.
Sally, you might have told me instead of making such a fool of me.
But, Mr. Beasley, we just went to the movies and dinner every Thursday night.
Oh, brother.
And after all, it isn't every girl who has such a beautiful book written about her.
Oh, I don't know, Riley. I think the whole thing's pretty understandable.
Oh, don't you even talk to me about the Beasleys.
The suppressed middle-aged man turns an innocent little affair into a literary heat wave. The book Victoria kept him from writing for 10 years.
Yeah. This seems to be the night for laughing jacks. What goes with you, pal?
Well, Sam's book should have an aftermath. The awakening is complete.
How come?
Well, I'm betting Victoria is going to feel sorry for her spouse now. And after 10 years, they're really going to get together.
Yeah. Who cares?
Well, that's the beautiful part about marriage, Riley. It really can take a beating and still survive.
Oh, you're so right, darling. More people ought to try it. Or am I being too subtle again?
Oh. Well, well, what I really meant, Angel, was that, well, you see...
Go on. Squirm, pal, squirm. For the first time today, I've found something to laugh at.
If you want to be off to a good start, a fast start, every time you use your car, just make sure it's Chevron Supreme gasoline you've got in the tank. This premium quality gasoline turns the engine over the moment you press the starter. Gives your car a faster warm-up, too. More pep in traffic, a new ping-free power that lifts your car over the hills. Try Chevron Supreme and you'll agree it gets the best out of your car. Another thing, it's climate-tailored. In each different temperature and altitude zone of the West, count on Chevron Supreme for your car's best performance the year round. For today's high-compression engines, you just can't buy a better gasoline. So why not try it tomorrow? Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, as George Valentine is poking through the tall grass in a vacant lot, we'll hear him saying to Brooksy,
Looks like we walked into something, Brooksy.
What? That looks like part of a man's shirt.
The collar of a man's shirt with blood on it.
Golly. Stephen must have torn the collar off so he could cover the wound.
And the shirt came from Jonathan's. That's the shop where they look down their noses if your bill runs under $200.
Then we better work fast, George.
Yeah, because young Steve's life is worth under 2 cents.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Lee Patrick as Victoria, Frank Martin as Sam, Peter Leeds as Waldron, Mary Shipp as Peggy, and Bernice Barrett as Sally. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Come and Get Me, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If life's got you in a spin and you need someone to pull you out of it, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, are you an imbecile? I trust not, yet fear you will betray that trust. To look for intelligence in this morass of idiocy known as contemporary civilization is to embark on a search much less likely to succeed than the one pursued by Diogenes. However, let me state my difficulty. I have committed a perfect crime. Alas, too perfect, because I now find it necessary
to confess my guilt, but no one will believe me. If you do happen to have enough sense to comprehend the possibility of my being a murderer, I should like to engage you to help me prove it to the proper authorities. Awaiting an early reply, I am Winslow Barker.
Huh?
George, don't be so smug. Didn't you hear me? The man wants you to prove he's a murderer.
Well, no accounting for taste, Angel.
Oh, he must be crazy.
Maybe.
Well, no sane person would write a letter like that.
Still, he raised an interesting question. He wants to know if I'm an imbecile. What do you think, Brooksy?
Are you going to take this letter seriously? Then the answer to his question is yes.
Good of you to come, Valentine. And you, Miss Brooks.
Thank you.
Not at all, Mr. Barker. This we had to hear.
Well, here we are. Refreshment before we get down to business, eh? See how you like that. Little concoction of my own.
Oh, thanks, Barker. Long life. Even though you don't happen to subscribe to that old-fashioned notion.
Oh, this is delicious.
Yeah?
Fools.
What's that?
You will notice I lifted my glass to my lips, but I did not drink. Yet you both went right ahead. How do you feel?
How should we feel?
Oh, it never occurred to you that I'd poison you, did it?
George.
Hey, wait a minute, Buster.
With pleasure.
Why should you poison us?
Who knows? But this fact you do know. I am a confessed murderer. Yet you take not the simplest precaution.
Brooksy, remind me to buy a portable stomach pump.
Not a joking matter, Mr. Valentine. You know, I may be quite mad.
Don't try to tell me you really have poisoned us.
Very well. Wait and see.
Or have you?
Yes, wait and see.
The lady said, have you?
No, Mr. Valentine. As a matter of fact, I haven't poisoned you. You're perfectly all right.
Perfectly? You just took 10 years off my life.
Oh, no, I haven't poisoned you, but I have tested you, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, how'd I do, Professor?
Your complete lack of caution indicates but two possibilities. One, you're like all the rest. You don't take me seriously. You don't believe I am a murderer. Or two, you're fantastically stupid. In either case, you're of little use to me. Now, good day.
Not so fast, Barker. Let's ride with possibility number one for a minute.
Oh, you don't believe that I am a murderer, is that it?
A man's presumed to be innocent, Barker, until...
Even if he presumes himself to be guilty?
Well, I'm willing to be shown. Who'd you kill?
Donald Anderson. And I want you to prove it, so the police will come and get me.
Why did you kill him?
Anderson was ugly. Ugly in mind and in spirit. So I removed him.
Just like that, huh?
Yes, just like that. And no one knew.
But now you want them to know.
Yes. You think I'm mad?
No.
You don't? You must be crazy. All sane people think I'm a crackpot.
Just why do you want the world to know you're a murderer?
Well, you see, Anderson's wife, Teresa, has been arrested for the murder. Now, I didn't anticipate that the police would be so gullible. Oh, I don't want anyone else to have to pay for my deed.
I see.
I've confessed. The police laugh at me. They have their suspect. They don't want to admit they're wrong. Oh, but they are devilishly wrong. And it's up to us to prove it. Well, Valentine, will you take the case?
Well, what have I got to lose except my time and your money? And I have lots of time.
And I have lots of money. Yes, perhaps you are worthy of the assignment after all.
Thanks. Now, is there anything at all to prove that you killed Anderson?
No, not a thing. That's the trouble. I was too brilliant, too disgustingly brilliant. There's not a shred of evidence.
Oh, great.
But don't you worry, Valentine. With your brawn and my brains, we'll find something.
Valentine, you can save your energy on this Anderson case. We have it all sewed up.
Maybe you dropped a couple of stitches, Lieutenant. It could have come apart at the seams.
Oh, please, pal, go away, will you? I'm busy.
Okay. If you want to besmirch your sterling record by helping to convict the wrong man. Or, in this case, it's a woman, isn't it, Riley?
You know darn well it's a woman. Oh, okay. What's your angle, Valentine?
Winslow Parker.
Huh? Oh, no, not that slap-happy lunatic.
Yeah, that slap-happy lunatic. What makes you so sure he didn't do the job?
Because we happen to know Anderson's wife did it.
Well, how about briefing me on the reasons?
Well, okay. Motive? Mrs. Anderson was in love with somebody else, Jonathan Gaines. But her husband wouldn't give her a divorce.
I see.
Now, opportunity, she was in the house when it happened.
Anything else?
Plenty. A couple of days before the murder, she buys a gun. Right after the murder, she gives the gun to her boyfriend, Mr. Gaines. And when we tried to get it from him, he says he lost it. We're supposed to swallow that. He lost the gun.
Why'd she say she gave him the gun? To hang it on his slave bracelet?
She says she was afraid her husband was going to try to kill Gaines, and she wanted him to be able to protect himself. Claims she didn't know at the time her husband was already dead.
Riley, maybe she's telling the truth.
Oh, come off it, pal, will you? It's an open and shut case. All we need is the gun to clinch it, and I think we can hang it on her even without it. Especially with Farnsworth's testimony.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Who's Farnsworth, an added starter?
Anderson's valet. He overheard Mrs. Anderson giving the gun to Gaines and practically admitting she did the job. Well, satisfied yet?
Not quite.
What more do you want?
Conversation, Riley, conversation. With a valet. I dearly love the sound of those bells, but come on, somebody. Come on, answer the door.
Come to think of it, George, will Farnsworth be here? His master is dead, and the master's wife is in jail.
I understand the house is going to be sold, Brooksy. Servants are staying on to do the packing. And then...
George!
Yeah, that's a high C with a kick in it. Come on, open up in there.
Hear anyone coming?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes?
Say, what plays here?
Nothing, sir.
We heard screams, she remarked brightly.
Oh, that, miss. That was only Jessie.
Only Jessie? Who's Jessie?
The upstairs maid.
Well, what happened to her?
Nothing.
Oh, just trying out for the Metropolitan auditions.
Well, if you must know, sir, she's a sinner, and I don't like sin.
Oh, great. Well, what did you do to Jessie?
She'll be all right, sir.
That's not what he asked you.
Very well. I struck her.
Well, who are you to go around punishing sinners?
Somebody must see that right prevails.
Okay, Buster, okay. Where's Jessie now?
In the kitchen,
Hey,
sir,
Brooksy,
but...
go in and look after the girl while I have a talk with this avenging angel.
All right, George.
Now, Farnsworth, you are Farnsworth, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm coming in and ask you a few questions. You can close the door.
Very well, sir. What do you wish to ask about?
Mr. Anderson's murder.
Ah, yes, the murder. Unfortunate occurrence. But then, one must expect such things, mustn't one?
Must one?
But after all, that's life, isn't it? First thing you know, you're dead. Ah, yes, that's life.
Oh, brother, Charlie Chan with the wrong accent. Now, look, I understand you overheard Mrs. Anderson giving a gun to Mr. Gaines and asking him to get rid of it.
Correct. However, I should like you to understand, sir, I'm not in the habit of eavesdropping. But when there has been a murder, one feels it one's duty, as it were.
Yeah, Farnsworth. You and your duty.
I simply press the point because, as a gentleman's gentleman, I know how my fellow gentleman's gentleman would feel if it were thought that one of their fellow gentlemen's gentlemen was no gentleman. Do you follow?
I think I lost you about 2 gentlemen back. But now, look, what I want to know, Farnsworth, you're absolutely sure you heard Mrs. Anderson tell Mr. Gaines to get rid of that gun?
Quite so, sir. She said, and I quote, "I've done something terrible, Jonathan. I've killed Donald. Here, take this gun and get rid of it for me before the police get here."
Unquote. You're sure she said that?
Absolutely, sir. However, since you repeat the question, am I to take it that you doubt my memory or my veracity?
Well, frankly, Farnsworth, you're a doubtful character, name and all. You belong in a book. Oh, Brooksy, how's the sinner?
Oh, she's busy consigning Farnsworth to the place he thinks she's going.
Well, in that case, I guess there's nothing more for us to do around here. Come on, let's go.
Where?
Police headquarters, Brooksy. Oh, want to join us, Farnsworth?
I? Why, no, sir. Don't you know it's old hat to suspect the butler or the valet?
Now, will you please look, Lieutenant? You refuse to take my client seriously because you've got a hotter suspect. But suppose I can toss a bucket of ice water on your hot suspect.
All right, Valentine. Toss.
Okay, the valet, Farnsworth, is one of your chief witnesses, right?
So?
So? Did you know he's a religious fanatic, a one-man vice squad?
Again, so?
All right, now. Mrs. Anderson has been, shall we say, wandering a bit. Now, that's your big motive. And believe me, the way this Farnsworth is whacked up, it's just the sort of thing that would make him decide it's his duty to punish her.
Oh, you think Farnsworth is framing her for the murder as punishment for waltzing in 2 times?
Oh, it's amazing how clear I make myself sometimes.
But we know part of his story is true. The Anderson woman admits giving Gaines the gun, and he admits getting it from her.
Yeah, but she doesn't admit the murder.
Now, look, it's no use, Valentine. Mrs. Anderson gave Gaines that gun for him to get rid of.
Okay.
Well, why should she, unless she committed the murder?
Riley, I've been checking. Anderson didn't have any cash when he died. House was mortgaged to the hilt. Everything he had was tied up in a heavy insurance policy he bought a year and a half before he died.
All right.
All right, well, don't you see? Barker could have killed Anderson with Mrs. Anderson's gun and left the gun by the corpse. Mrs. Anderson finds it, thinks her husband has committed suicide.
So she takes the gun away and tells Gaines to get rid of it so she'll be convicted of murder. Ah, for the
She
love of...
wanted it to look like murder instead of suicide. But she didn't count on Farnsworth pinning the murder on her.
But why would she want to... Oh, the insurance policy.
Oh, you're a dazzling sight, Riley, when you light up. Yeah, the insurance. The company wouldn't pay off on a suicide since the policy was less than 2 years old. Well?
Well, stop gloating, Valentine. You could still be wrong.
Stop griping, Lieutenant. I still could be right.
Okay. I suppose I'd better look into it.
Yeah, force yourself. I think I'll go report to my client. He'll be delighted to know I've practically got him at the door of the gas chamber.
Well, I wonder what the little man who isn't all there will pull this time. My stomach is still doing nip-ups from that poison prank.
We'll soon see, Brucey. Hey, wait a minute. Stand back, Angel. Somebody just came out of Barker's apartment.
Oh, it's too late. He already saw it.
Yeah, and he covered his face to make sure we can't see him. Hey, you, just a minute.
Stay back. I said stay back.
George! Oh, George, are you all right?
Yeah, you okay, Angel?
Oh, I'm fine, yeah.
He didn't want to hit us. He aimed at the floor to make us stop. He took the back stairs.
Oh, golly, did you see who it was?
No, he kept one hand in front of his face. Well, let's get into Barker's and see what this is all about.
Okay. Yeah, but aren't you being optimistic, darling? Expecting Barker to make any sense?
I'm just an old Pollyanna. Come on, Barker, come on.
Oh, hello, Valentine. And Miss Brooks.
Mr. Barker? Well, what happened
You
to
look
you?
like you've gone 15 rounds with a gorilla.
Well,
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. To get the best out of your car and to get economy through longer mileage, rely on Chevron Supreme gasoline. This premium quality gasoline is specially blended to give your car all these advantages. Faster starts every time you press the starter. Speedier warm-ups, alert getaway in heavy traffic driving, and ping-free power that lifts your car over the hills. What's more, Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored to the season of the year and to different temperature and altitude zones in the West. So wherever you drive and the year round, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engine. Just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A man hires you to prove he is guilty of murder. After dutifully questioning his sanity, you succeed in turning police suspicion from their pet suspect to your client. In the due course of events, a furtive character takes a few shots at you. And a moment later, your client himself comes to the door of his apartment and drops at your feet. Being like George Valentine, you don't rock all the way back on your heels because all along you've sniffed the proverbial rodent.
He's coming too, George.
Yeah, Brooksy. Hey, Barker. Barker, can you hear me?
yeah.
What happened?
Nothing.
Nothing. If your eyes weren't swollen shut by whoever worked you over, I'd tell you to go look in the mirror. Now, if that's your idea of nothing.
I mean nothing to do with the murder.
No?
No. It was just a burglar.
You don't say. What did he take? Hey, Barker.
Oh, he's passed out again, George.
Yeah, Angel, get on the phone and call a doctor.
Yes, right.
Oh, will you look at this?
What, George?
Some boards in the floor have been pried up.
Oh. Barker must have had something hidden under there.
Huh? So Oh, something was stolen after all. Come on, hurry up with that phone, Brooksy. I want to talk to Lieutenant Riley.
Well, I got here as fast as I could, Valentine. Now what goes?
Maybe you can tell me, Lieutenant.
All right, George. The doctor says it's all right to question Barker now.
Oh, good. Thanks, Brooksy. Come on, Riley. Right with you. Well, one thing's obvious, Lieutenant. He's lying about this being just an ordinary robbery. Whatever was under that floor was tied in with a murder somehow.
Well, maybe you're right. And whoever took it knew that Barker had it and beat him into telling where it was hidden.
That's the way it stacks up to me. Oh, hiya, Barker. How you feeling now?
Oh, a little better, thanks. Hello, Lieutenant.
I'm here under protest.
I have some good news for you, my friend.
Oh, what?
Well, I've convinced the good lieutenant that there's something to your story after all. And if we stick together and work hard enough, we can make sure you die of an overdose of the gas chamber.
That's right, Barker. You want me to believe you killed Anderson? Well, I'm willing to go along. So, suppose you give me the details, and then we can go into what happened here.
I had you sized up right, Valentine. You did a thorough job. Therefore, I'd like to engage you for still another little task. I trust you'll be as successful.
What now?
Now, I want you to prove that I did not kill Anderson.
What did he say? Listen, you, I'll have you committed. I'll have you hung.
Don't shout, Lieutenant. I have a spitting headache.
Oh, I give up.
Very well, Lieutenant. You give up. How about you, Valentine? Are you as easily confounded?
I'm confounded, all right.
Oh, you won't take the case?
Oh, I didn't say that.
Now, look, Valentine, look. You just got through trying to prove this, well, whatever he is guilty. Now, do you mean to tell me that you're going to turn right around?
What can I do, Lieutenant? After all, the customer's always right.
Yeah. Homicide.
Hello, Riley.
Oh, it's you, huh? Look, sign off, will you, pal? I'm a busy man. I haven't got time to talk to lunatics.
But, Riley,
You're as wacky as that client of yours.
Then humor me so I don't get violent.
What do you want?
The ballistics report on the bullets we dug out of the floor at Barker's place.
Okay, Valentine, I got the report right here. Those bullets came from the same gun that killed Anderson.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, we're always getting somewhere. I'd like to stay put for a change.
Tell me something about that fella Gaines, Lieutenant. You're not holding him, are you?
No, we haven't been able to tie him to the actual murder. We booked him for his shenanigans with the gun, but he's out on bail. Why?
Oh, I think I'll have a talk with him.
Now, where is that going to get you?
There's no telling, Riley. If I'm real lucky, maybe somebody will try to kill me. We won't take up much of your time, Mr. Gaines.
All right, what do you want, Valentine?
Some facts. Make a few notes for the books.
Yes, George.
But look, Valentine, I've told the police everything I know.
I'm not the police.
But you could have asked them.
Oh, they think I'm crazy.
Well, who am I to argue with the law?
You mean you won't talk?
Depends on what you ask.
Well, first of all, how well do you know Winslow Parker?
I don't. Never heard of him.
Well, then...
just a second while I answer that.
Yeah, sure.
George,
Hmm?
he's not going to be much help.
Want to bet?
I can tell the way he's acting. He's not going to talk.
He doesn't have to talk.
But you
Just
said...
a stall, Brooksy. All I wanted was to get a good look at him. I have.
Meaning?
He's the impulsive lad who was at Barker's, the one who was bouncing bullets off the floor.
Are you sure?
Positive. He tried to hide his face when he was there, but I saw enough. And I recognize his voice, too.
Then he's lying. He does know our erratic client.
And now that I know it was Gaines who made that hasty exit, it all fits.
Oh, don't keep it a secret.
Well, look, Barker hired me to prove he killed Anderson.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden he wants me to prove he didn't kill Anderson.
I know. I was there, remember?
Okay, then. Why the switch?
Well, don't ask me. This is your party.
Well, look, consider when Barker made the switch. Right after something was stolen from him. So isn't it reasonable to assume that the thing that was stolen, whatever it was, had a definite bearing on the case and on his changing his mind?
All right, but what was this thing, as you so descriptively call it?
Look, Angel, the person who did the stealing fired at me. And the police have proved he fired from the murder gun. He had the gun, so couldn't that be what he stole?
Maybe.
Okay, let's go back to the murder.
We never left it very far behind.
Now, look, I built up a theory around Anderson's insurance policy.
You mean that the company wouldn't pay off in case of suicide?
Yeah, but there's another situation in which they wouldn't pay off. And that seems to be the real cause of everything that's happened.
What?
The insurance company wouldn't pay if the beneficiary killed in order to collect.
Oh, now I see what you're driving.
Yeah, Mrs. Anderson kills her husband, gives the gun to Gaines to get rid of it. But Barker happens to see Gaines throw away the gun. He gets it and tries to blackmail Gaines and Mrs. Anderson with it.
Very neat. The gun is registered in Mrs. Anderson's name so that if it's found and proven to be the murder weapon, it would clinch the case against her.
The trial would be just a civilized formality, Brooksy. But she can't pay blackmail because she has no money and can't collect the insurance as long as she's suspected of the murder.
So Barker agrees to confess so that Mrs. Anderson can collect and pay him off.
That's it, Brooksy. He plays it wacky, hoping to get off with an insanity plea. But he has an ace up his sleeve in case anything goes wrong. The gun. If he is convicted of first-degree murder, he can always throw the guilt back on Mrs. Anderson by producing the murder weapon.
That is, he could until Gaines stole it.
Exactly. Gaines let Barker stick his neck out, then stole the gun from him, hoping to pin the murder on Barker. Gaines and Mrs. Anderson walk hand in hand into the sunset. Feeney.
Nicely put, Valentine.
Ah, my. What big ears you have.
Don't move, either of you.
Why should we? We're just as relaxed as a weightlifter in a barbell ad.
This is the gun you were talking so much about, Valentine. Looks like it still has one more job to do.
You're so right. It has. Riley.
Stop it, Gaines. What's
You
that?
heard the lieutenant.
Careful, George.
Let it drop or you'll be carrying this arm around in a paper bag.
Well, you know, sometime you'll have to show me how you do that, Valentine.
Yeah, just call me Gorgeous George. Gaines, you were right about this gun having one more job to do. It's going to sew up the case against you and Mrs. Anderson. This time for good.
I've got to hand it to you, Valentine. How do you do it?
Oh, clean thoughts, fasting, daily showers.
Sending in box tops.
First you prove Barker guilty, then you prove him innocent.
Well, I ain't pleased.
Then you trick Gaines into producing the murder gun.
Oh, getting him off to the phone for a fake call was my idea.
You risk your own life. Brooksy's here, and not that it matters, mine. And where do we wind up? Where?
Well, Lieutenant...
I'll tell you. Just where we started. I already had Mrs. Anderson booked for murder, remember?
Yeah, but before your whole case rested on the testimony of a feather-headed valet. Even though he was telling the truth, a good lawyer would have tied him in knots. True?
I see you're standing on your constitutional rights and admitting nothing.
Well, Riley, now the gun is your clincher, and with Barker involved, you have him as a witness, too. He'll talk, so you'll go easy with that blackmail rap.
Okay, Valentine, okay. You know you've got everything. Courage, brains, ingenuity, bulldog perseverance, everything.
Why, Lieutenant, you forgot his most important asset.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so obvious.
What?
Come on, Angel. Come on.
Oh, didn't you ever notice? When he smiles, there's almost a dimple in his left cheek.
Anyone who has ever run a vacuum cleaner knows it has to be emptied at regular intervals or it's no go. Same thing holds true for your car's engine. That's why a crankcase drain and a refill with compounded RPM motor oil at regular intervals is so all-important. You see, RPM has a special detergent compound that cleans as it lubricates. It controls the harmful wear-causing particles that collect in any engine, prevents them from depositing on and scratching finely polished interior engine parts, and gets rid of them when you have the oil changed. And RPM not only keeps your car's engine cleaner, it fights off corrosion, rust-proofs internal engine parts, and clings to the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. Next time you ask for motor oil, ask for RPM motor oil. Regular use of RPM means added life for your car's engine. No wonder RPM is first choice in the West. Get it tomorrow at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, we'll come upon George Valentine in the study of a luxurious home in an exclusive section of the city, and Brooksy will be saying...
George, I was just trying out this typewriter.
I know, Brooksy, I heard you.
But don't you see?
Yeah, the lady lied.
Well, you think she took a shot at her husband and then came to us? Why would Peggy admit
I don't know,
to...
Angel, I don't know. But unless I have the proud Victoria sized up all wrong, the lady is still out to do murder.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Joe Kearns as Barker, Gain Whitman as Farnsworth, and Bob Bruce as Gaines. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. End of Summer. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're all at sea and someone keeps rocking your boat, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I hope that you won't think I have any ulterior motives in writing to you. May I just say that what I'm asking you to do is very important to me, more important than I can tell. And the most important thing of all is speed. You see, Mr. Valentine, I am alone, and it is difficult for me to find out certain things by myself.
Who is Rosaire writing to? George Valentine. Who is George Valentine? Oh, if she would only move her shoulders so I could see the words. Could she possibly suspect? Oh, no, of course not. Only she'd move so I could see. Oh, I must go easy. I must... Oh, what lovely shoulders in the morning light. Round, sloping, and warm. Warm as the end of summer. Now I'll be able to see what she's writing to Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I didn't see you. I didn't know you were in the room.
Oh? Didn't you? On my way outside for a cigarette and a breath of air, that's all. Will you join me?
Were you looking over my shoulder?
Mm-hmm. That's quite a bill you have on your charge account, isn't it?
You were looking.
I'll tell you a secret. Of course I was. But all I could see was you, Rosaire.
I don't think I care for a smoke just now. I'll finish sending my bills and things. You go ahead.
Oh, it's all right, Rosaire. I'll see you later on.
Miss Burlick, this is a permanent house, isn't it? I mean, well, most of the places up here seem to be cabins.
Oh, yes, but I'm not. Not permanent, that is. It's my sister and her husband's house.
Uh-huh.
They live here the year round. I've just been here a short time, my first visit.
I see.
I haven't seen my sister, Marcia, this morning, but perhaps you'd like to meet her husband. He's Frederick Jindal, the artist.
Oh, yes, I think I've heard his name.
He specializes in murals, you know. Busy right now with some panels for a new library. Has to meet a deadline. Oh, Frederick, Frederick, would you... Well, I guess it doesn't make any difference. He didn't hear me, I guess.
Oh, we're not insulted. What good's an artist without a temperament?
Well, he's not like that. But he's working awfully hard, terribly hard. I've been modeling for one of his panels. Well, I don't understand him very well. My shoulders...
You and your sister seem to go for different types.
What? Yes. Yes, Marcia's much smarter than I am. More positive, more beautiful, more everything.
I think what Miss Brooks meant was the man you asked us to check into is a little easier to understand, that's all.
Oh, no, I'm not a very complex person.
You know, Miss Burlick, I don't normally like to investigate someone without knowing why. But I think in your case it stood out all over your letter. And now it's written all over your face.
Really?
So here goes. Dr. Nicholas Wills, age 37, single, residence 347 Maple Drive, City. Graduate, Stanford Medical School and Children's Hospital and private practice in pediatrics. Belongs to a lot of clubs, got a list here. Plays good golf, and as for his financial standing...
Please, I don't care about that.
I didn't think you did. Dr. Wills is now vacationing in a cabin about a half a mile from here, as I'm sure you already know. And, as for the women in his life, there seemed to be none. At least until he came up here.
That was what you really wanted to know, wasn't it?
Well, I've only met him a few times. Marcia introduced me one day when we were swimming. Mr. Valentine, I've had my fingers burned in the past, that's all. You learn to be cautious when you're not as young as you should be.
You? Miss Burlick, you underestimate yourself. From the minute I walked into this room, all I've been able to see is you.
I know you'll have a little lunch before you go back. Perhaps you'd like to take a walk while I see if I can find Marcia.
Just a second. What else is bothering you, Miss Burlick?
What?
Well, you're thinking about two things at once. And you haven't sounded as eager and as urgent as you did in the letter. Has something happened since then? About Dr. Wills?
No. No, of course not. Just that I'm embarrassed, I guess. I told you that I wasn't a very complex person.
So, that's all it was. Hiring a man to find out things that aren't worth knowing anyway. Oh, you're a fool, Rosaire. A dear, warm-blooded fool. That's what's so nice about you. But I can relax now, can't I? I should relax. Because now your Mr. Valentine will never guess what I did, will he? No one will ever guess.
But, George, what are you going to say to the doctor?
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. I'll think of something. How do you like the weather, Doc? Or something like that there.
George.
Not hard to drop in on people up in a place like this.
Yeah, but...
Dr. Wills. Come on, Brooksy.
But, George, you
He
can't
won't
just...
mind. Everybody leaves their cabins open around here. Besides, we know about him. He's a normal, amiable sort of guy.
Well, he's not out playing golf. There's his clubs.
Uh-huh. Yeah, look through there. You can see out back.
Huh?
Canvas to park a car under, only no car.
Oh, yeah.
You know something else? I don't see any medical instruments either.
But, George, he's on a vacation.
What difference does that make? Doctors and instruments are like St. Bernards and brandy.
Well, not exactly.
Okay, but take a look. Dresser drawer, still open. No razor any place around. No toothbrush, no suitcase.
I'd say we're not going to be able to ask any questions of the good doctor.
Check. Whatever it is that's in the air, we'll just have to fly through alone.
May.
Huh?
Wonder who she is.
What are you talking about?
Well, the name May doodled here by the telephone. And on the pad there's a number.
Yeah. 673R3. Well, Brooksy, we're not here to snoop.
Oh, no.
So let's go back to lunch and do just a little prying.
How does one entertain one's guests? Would you like some more iced tea, Miss Brooks? Marcia always did that for me. Such a stream of conversation you can hardly hear yourself think. No, it's better this way. There's no voice to interrupt your work. and there'll be no more torment in my mind like there was last night. I need to redo the gray in the face of famine. It's my best panel. Yes, I must do it before.
Did you look out in the gardens by the orchard? I said, Frederick, did you look for Marcia out in the garden?
Yes. She's probably just dropped by the club for lunch, Rosaire. It's better this way.
What's that, Mr. General?
Would you like some more iced tea, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, thanks.
Say, I just happened to think of something. What does R mean in a telephone number?
Why, it means ring, Mr. Valentine. You live in the country, and people listen in.
Oh, I get it. Like 673R3 means ring 3, huh?
That's our telephone number. How did you happen to know?
Oh, well, I just noticed it, that's all. Miss Burlick, do you happen to know anyone by the name of May?
May. In May, things come pushing out of the ground, waving their colors at you, shouting at you, telling you where to look.
What are you talking?
It's my wife's name, Mr. Valentine.
Marcia?
Well, she calls herself May sometimes.
Where did you see that name, Mr. Valentine? Where did you see the telephone number?
Well, I just happened to notice.
Where did you go on your walk before lunch? No, never mind. I know where you went. I followed you a little way. I knew you'd be suspicious. That's why you came up instead of writing. You went to Dr. Will.
Please, Rosaire. Can't we just finish our meal?
Frederick, you haven't looked for her. You've been thinking of your work. You didn't look in her room. You haven't seen her all morning, since last night. I heard you quarreling, but you haven't seen her since then. I didn't look in her room. Excuse me.
Rosaire!
There. You see? Her bed hasn't even been slept in.
Oh, Miss Burlick, please. We knew you were upset about something.
He's gone too, isn't he? I walked by Dr. Will's this morning and I saw his car was gone.
But you don't have to add 2 and 2 quite so fast, do you?
Ever since we were children, she's always been more attractive than I. She and Frederick haven't been getting along lately. I don't know what it's all about, but I guess when I saw the way she looked at Dr. Wills yesterday...
Well, isn't there anyone we can call to at least find out where the doctor went?
I could tell the way she looked at him. There was something between them. They're together somewhere. I know they are.
Do be quiet, Rosaire. Good heavens, there's no point in advertising that my wife's run away from me. Oh, yes, that's what happened. We fought last night about it. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to be outraged. You would be, Mr. Valentine, but then you're younger than I am. There comes a time when you can't endure the spring anymore, when it's almost a relief to look forward to the quiet end of summer.
George, I don't believe it. I don't believe any of it.
Yeah, I know, Brooksy, you're right.
Well, did you get a chance to use the telephone?
I called the doctor's office in the city. He's down there, all right. But I couldn't talk to him because he's making his regular Monday visit to hospital patients.
Oh.
He goes down every week of his vacation. There's nothing unusual about it.
And so, of course, he took his things. But, George, there's nothing missing from Marcia's room. And a woman who's running away from her husband would at least take the jacket of her suit.
Brooksy, it's all in the air. I don't know what it is, but I'd bet my bottom dollar they didn't run away together.
Why did I say that? But I had to say something. Marcia isn't here. I had to explain somehow. They must believe. Rosaire will help them believe with her silly feminine suspicions. Oh, yes, it'll be a day or so before that doctor comes back and people will realize he's been alone. I'll think of something by then. Mr. Valentine won't be here to realize Marcia was never with the doctor. And I can always take care of Rosaire all right.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. General.
Oh, yes, quite all right. You're leaving?
No, not exactly. In fact, I just wanted to tell you we're sticking around for a while.
You're what? You're what?
You are Mr. Valentine?
Yes, if you don't mind. If it's all right with you.
He's staying. What can I say?
Well,
I shouldn't have told the story, but I can't tell the truth.
It's likely to be a bore for you. I'm under tremendous pressure, you know. Some work to be done.
Down, I mustn't lose control like I did last night.
My wife thinks I'm headed for a nervous breakdown.
Of course, Mr. General. Miss Brooks and I understand.
He's guessed.
We understand perfectly.
I should have taken precautions. A murderer takes precautions.
Yes. You understand, I'm sure.
A murderer. They know.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, of course.
That I killed my wife. that I killed her.
Yes.
I killed her.
Whatever you
I killed her.
say.
I killed her. I killed her. I killed her.
What was it you said, Mr. Valentine?
Nothing. Just that I'm sure we won't be here long. But I'll have to get help from a garage. You see, my car has a flat tire, that's all.
Oh, that's all. But that's a good deal, isn't it? Well, what a shame.
Yes, Mr. Jendal, it is. Isn't it?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your car's engine knocks, take a tip. Just try ping-free Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's scientifically blended to burn evenly to assure smooth power under every driving condition. And that's important when you realize a knocking engine is a strained and laboring engine, wasting both power and fuel. With premium quality Chevron Supreme, you'll find your car delivers smoother cruising on the straightaway, faster pickup in heavy city traffic, and extra power on hills. Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, too. That means ping-free power no matter which temperature or altitude zone of the West you drive in. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. There is a time of year when the warmth of the sun lies quietly on the land, when the clamor and confusion of growth and early blossom is past, when ahead is the peace and retirement of autumn. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you can only wonder what it is that's in the air. But if your name is Frederick Jendal, and you're an artist, and you know what it is you want, the end of summer.
Ah, there, that's it. Yes, I have the line of your shoulder much better now, Rosaire. No, don't move.
I'm sorry, Frederick.
You don't mind if I watch, do you? Your painting?
Why? No, naturally not.
Thank you. It's very interesting. I confess I'm a little confused by it. There's so much intensity.
Yes, but that's the point, don't you see? Over here, it resolves itself into the emotional, the unthinking.
You mean the figure of the woman?
Yes.
I wish I could see it. He won't let me see what he's done with me.
It looks to me, Miss Burlick, like he's sort of idealized you as an escape from problems or something.
Mr. Valentine, there's no reason for you...
No, forgive me. I don't mean anything. I'm just talking, that's all. Your wife must have been an intense sort of person.
My wife? She seemed to go out of her way to misunderstand me. She could never realize that a man has his work to do. Work that must be done. You must give yourself to your work, but she kept interfering. She tried to make me slow down.
Frederick, she only wanted to help.
Sit still, Rosaire. Interfering and advising, and I cannot stand interference.
She only seemed worried about you.
Sit still, Rosaire.
I'm sorry. Am I still all right?
Now, there is a woman, Mr. Valentine. All woman, and that's all.
Oh, Frederick, I wish I knew what you meant sometimes. It's stupid not to be intelligent, isn't it, Mr. Valentine? He says things like that, and he says other things. And I think sometimes what he means is he loves me.
Now, Rosaire, you're tired and upset. You shouldn't...
No. Let her talk, Mr. Jendal.
I thought it was so wrong. I've hated to think of it. My own sister's husband. But maybe it's different now. Maybe I shouldn't be so old-fashioned. Yes, she's got the man I wanted. Maybe I should take hers. Turnabout's fair play, isn't it? Maybe I could get so I would understand you, Frederick. I don't know. What do people want out of each other anyway, except to be with each other?
Rosaire, my dear, you don't need to talk now. I've kept you posing too long.
Perhaps I'm attracted to you, too, Frederick. Perhaps all I want is to love and to be loved.
Rosaire.
Don't touch me.
What?
No. No, I can't stand you. What made me say those things?
But, Rosaire, I did it just
What
for
made
you.
me- Oh, I'm a fool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Frederick. I can't stand you.
What did you mean?
What?
You said you did it for her. Did what? What did you mean?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where is your wife, Mr. Jendal?
I don't know what you're talking about. Flat tire. Weren't you going to get your car fixed or something, Mr. Valentine? So you could leave?
Brooksy?
George.
What'd you find out?
Well, I looked all over, like you said, and I didn't find anything. Nothing that would indicate... Well, of course, I don't know exactly what I expected to find.
Oh, yes, you do, Brooksy.
Yeah, yes, I know. George, what do you suppose he did with her?
Oh, I don't know. He looks like the trunk or hatbox type.
What? But I looked at
I
him.
know. Oh, I'm just sore because there's nothing you can grab onto. It's a powder keg without any fuses.
Well, George, when I was outside, I talked to one of the neighbors for a minute. And I mentioned Dr. Wills.
Yeah?
And the man said Dr. Wills kept asking about one of the women over here.
What?
Yeah. The man thought it was amusing because the doctor seemed so smitten with Rosaire.
Well, that knocks the last leg out from under that elopement gag.
Well, we knew that anyway.
Oh, Brooksy, the trouble is our gags are wearing thin. That flat tire we cooked up is about worn down to the rim. We're going to have to get out of here, and what are we going to take with us? What are we going to tell anybody? What do we actually know?
George.
Come on. Miss Burlick. Miss Burlick, where... What's the matter?
Nothing.
Come on. What is it?
Well, I was dusting in the upstairs sitting room.
Dusting?
When you're upset, you're supposed to do something homely. Something you're used to. But I remember. There used to be a revolver there on the sideboard.
A revolver, huh? Miss Burlick, you can stop being upset about losing a boyfriend.
What?
You haven't lost him. Now, listen, we need your help. You said earlier you heard your sister and her husband last night quarreling.
Well, yes, but...
Where did you hear them? When did you hear them?
Well, I don't know. Sometime after I went to bed, around midnight, I guess.
What did they say?
I don't know. I tried to listen, naturally. She seemed to be pleading. He was shouting. But I couldn't tell. It was so far away.
Weren't they in the house?
No, outside.
Okay, then where's your room?
The center one there in back. The voices came from in back.
Huh?
Mr. Valentine, what did you mean when you said about the doctor?
Miss Brooks will tell you. Right now, I've got a date.
George?
Yeah. I've got to stop dripping water on the Rock Angel. I'm going to try a sledgehammer on it instead.
Marcia, is it true you only wanted to help? Is it true you were only thinking about me? You're out there, but you can't hear me, can you, Marcia? Or was I the one who could never hear you? It's too late to listen, isn't it? Interfering, advising, suggesting. Or were you just begging me to think of something besides my work, warning me not to work so hard, warning me about a...
Oh, hello there, Mr. Jandal.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
It's all right, Mr. Jandal. I'm just looking for something, that's all.
Oh? Well, what did you lose?
Oh, it's around here someplace. I'll find it all right. If I have to comb every inch of the place.
But
It's
I...
all right. You don't need to help me.
You weren't out here in back, were you?
Someplace within a radius of that window up there. Rosaire's window.
What?
Yeah. Because you could hear voices from one to the other, or vice versa, I don't know. Anyway, big voices, excited, fighting voices. Yeah, I'll find something within that radius.
What do you mean?
I told you, you know what I mean, better than I do. What's that over there, a greenhouse? I said, what's that over there?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah? Well, I'll try the hedge, maybe. I'll find something sooner or later.
Oh, Marcia, why didn't I listen to you? You said I should rest. Instead, look what I've started.
No, nothing by the hedge. Greenhouse, huh?
There's a line from the end of the hedge to the peach tree. An imaginary line, but has to stop somewhere. He can't go farther than that.
Wait a minute. How about the tool shed back there? No, I guess not. The peach tree. Guess I might as well circle around and take a look at
He's going to cross it. He's going to cross the line. Now I have to stop him. I have to, Marcia. I have to stop him.
Hey.
Huh?
Hey, what's the matter with you, Mr. Gentle?
I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Shakespeare.
Yes, it's what you're trying to do, isn't it? Trying to make me confess.
Thanks for being so obliging.
Make me confess that I shot her out here last
That's
night.
you what?
Of course I did it, of course. You guessed the minute you saw me. How can man hide the guilt of his mind? But I still have the gun that I used last night. Oh, God forgive me. Well, she warned me that I'd have a breakdown, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, you've got to kill him.
What else
You've got to kill him.
Murder is not a matter of
Kill
choice.
him. Kill him.
Oh, George.
It's all right now, Angel.
Oh, golly. I called you before, but then I looked out and I saw... Didn't you hear the car come up the drive?
The car?
Yes. The car with Mrs. Gendel. Marcia. Your wife.
Marcia.
No, Brooksy. You'll be okay.
Oh, but George, I thought she was dead, too.
I know. So did I, Brooksy. Until I began to realize he told me he'd killed her out here last night with a gun.
Huh?
Well, if Rosaire could hear voices, Rosaire could certainly hear a gun.
Oh, yeah. Well, George, Marcia is with Dr. Will.
What?
But another doctor came back with them.
Oh, yeah, I see. I guess there was something secret between Marcia and Wills. She must have run to him after the big fight last night. She knew she was right and her husband was wrong. He did need help. But what she didn't know was that the thing she was so worried about had already begun.
What thing?
She didn't know about his breakdown, Brooksy, that started last night. She didn't know that he'd commit murder in his mind.
George? What you thinking about?
Oh, I was just thinking. Brooksy, did I count too much on something? I mean, you did tell me that you looked all over the place and hadn't found anything, but still.
George, didn't you look in the greenhouse before we left?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, of course not. Marcia was back, and I knew
Well,
that...
I looked there, darling. It didn't have room for a pin, let alone a body. The greenhouse was crammed to the door with dry grass seed, bulbs for next year, flats of flowers.
Well, then I figured right, Angel. It's the end of summer.
Your car engine may have a long, serviceable life. Others wear out fast. And what makes the difference? 9 chances out of 10, the engine that wears out too soon is a victim of internal rust, the cause of 80% of engine wear. This high-cost corrosive rust starts the moment your engine stops, the result of acid-laden moisture. But RPM motor oil is specially compounded to prevent this internal engine wear. It contains an adhering agent that coats the inside of your engine with a moisture-proof film. Even though your car stands idle for days or weeks, RPM stays on the job, prevents rust. No wonder RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, with George Valentine involved in a new riddle, we'll hear him saying...
Yeah, sure, Brooksy. Riley's boys will catch somebody, all right. But I was the one who let McGee know so he could get to the poor guy first.
Oh, George, it isn't your fault.
Oh, I'm a great guy. First, I chase a girl upstairs so she can get shot. Then her old man is killed.
But I said you
And
couldn't.
if the Englishman turns up a corpse, I'll have a pretty good score today, won't I? Yeah, join Valentine and see the morgue.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg as Rosaire and Joseph Kearns as Gentle. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The motif is murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're running a poor last and your whole life depends on you finishing in the money, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, enclosed are 3 $100 bills to arouse your interest and claim your attention. Now, consider my problem. I've committed 3 murders. The police have seen no connection between the victims. Dr. Douglas Chapin, Stella Tofania, and Otto Pfeiffer. But there is a connection, a theme to these deaths, as definite and perfect as a motif in a work of Wagner. I want you, Mr. Valentine, to provide me with the appreciation
of an intelligent man and exhilarating knowledge that from now on you'll be an obstacle in my path. I shall phone you at 2 this afternoon. No signature.
How thoughtless.
Well, what do you make of it, George?
I'd say somebody was funning me, Angel, if it weren't for these 3 century notes.
Well, he sounds like a well-educated man. Or a woman, for all we know, but well, the handwriting's like a child.
These names here, they don't ring any bells for me, but they may for Lieutenant Raleigh. And, Brooksy, if we find the 3 people in this letter in the file for unsolved crimes, there's going to be a refreshing and deadly calm about the good lieutenant.
Dr. Douglas Chapin, well-known surgeon. Stella Tofania, read the bumps on your head, the lines in your palm, and your future in a crystal ball. And Otto Pfeiffer, honest, hard-working diamond cutter. Now, find me a motif in that combination, Valentine, and I'll eat it.
Well, let's skip that for a minute, Lieutenant. The fact remains that whoever wrote this letter knew about these crimes. And they weren't exactly front-page stuff.
You yourself said that Otto Pfeiffer's name never even got into the newspaper.
Missing Persons is working on that, Miss Brooks. The man simply disappeared.
Yeah, but our correspondent assures us it was murder, wherever the body might be.
Dr. Chapin's death was tagged as a suicide or an accident. Take your choice. He was taking a smoke up on the roof of St. Mary's Hospital after an operation. The next thing, they were picking him up off the street.
Which leaves us with only one murder as such.
Yeah. Stella Tofania. Well, that crazy gypsy probably told one of her ignorant, superstitious customers something he didn't want to hear, and he beat her brains out in the back of the store.
But you still don't know who it was.
Unfortunately, no.
Well, then it's possible that the three were murdered by the same person for reasons we don't know yet.
Uh-huh. And he's paying good money to you to try and catch him. Well, maybe we're dealing with the loony here, but I can't take any chances.
Now, I don't want to sound like an old killjoy, Riley, but this character isn't stupid. I doubt if he's going to let his telephone call be traced.
Well, just the same, I'm going to set things up with the telephone company. I'm going to have another phone put in your office and trust to luck.
Okay. 2 o'clock then, Lieutenant.
Now, have you got everything straight, Miss Brooks?
Uh-huh. All I do is get the special operator on this phone as soon as the call comes through to George. Then if he can hold the call long enough to be traced, I flash the information to headquarters on this emergency.
Yes. And a whole fleet of squad cars will be at the address wherever it is in a matter of minutes.
Well, it's almost 2 now, Lieutenant.
Now, look, Valentine, when you get on the phone, wind up and talk as long as you can. Say anything, even if you have to stutter, but keep the conversation rolling, see? And
right on the button.
All right, Miss Brooks.
I got it, Lieutenant.
Hello?
Valentine.
Operator, you can start working on the call.
Huh? What can I do for you? Suppose you tell me what this is all about.
You sound as though you know who this is.
Yeah, you're very punctual. Now, about that letter.
Never mind that. Let me do the talking. I know you're trying to trace the number I'm calling from.
Would that be located at the State Hospital for the Insane?
I also know the shortest time it takes the operator to track down any number. You can be sure I'll hang up before then.
What else do you know that's interesting, Rollo? Have you read any good books lately?
Yes, there is something else I know. You've also got a police lieutenant in your office.
You're all right, Buster. It's going to be fun playing with you.
Yes, it is a game, isn't it? And I welcome the odds against me. It'll make the triumph completely satisfying, like the final flourish of a great symphony.
Assuming you did kill those 3 people, friend, you mean you're going to continue on your merry way?
Let's leave idle conversation for another time. Now listen, tomorrow I'm going to kill again, and neither you nor the police shall be able to stop me.
Would you mind repeating that?
You heard me. I'm even going to give you the name of the victim. She is Honey Evans, a model, living at the Marlborough Apartments on Weldon Boulevard.
Now, wait a minute. Tell me something. How do you pick out your people? What have you got against this girl? What did you have against the others when... Hung up.
All right, Miss Brooks, you can forget it. Well, Valentine, what do you say?
The gentleman on the other end of the line wants us to be sure and keep tomorrow open. He'd like the pleasure of our company at a murder.
It's all right if I take in my morning milk, isn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Sure, Miss Evans. Here, I'll get it for you.
Thanks. Isn't it rather silly, you and the police patrolling this building all on account of a letter from some crackpot?
Well, now, wait a minute. You forget I spoke to that crackpot. He mentioned your name with more than morbid delight.
Come in, won't you?
Okay.
If I'm going to be barricaded in my own apartment, I may as well have someone to talk to. Someone interesting.
Here's your milk.
Oh, thanks. Special skim milk. I really hate the stuff, but I have to think of my figure, which is the height of irony. Honey Evans, the girl with the most beautiful hands in the world. My public never gets to see the rest of me in the ads.
Poor public.
My next-door neighbor practices like that for hours.
Well, it's one thing you can't blame on Lieutenant Riley.
Now, seriously, Mr. Valentine, who'd want to kill me? Well, I haven't an enemy in the world.
Haven't you ever heard of people having a compulsion to kill just for the thrill of it?
No reason at all.
Well, that's what's got us stumped, Miss Evans. This man says he has a reason, which applies to you as well as the other 3.
You know, I think I'm really beginning to feel a little buttery around the knees about this whole thing.
You have a marvelous knack for understatement, Miss Evans. Now go ahead, have your breakfast. Hey, Lieutenant, I think I'd better check with Miss Evans again.
Why? What's the idea? Nobody can get into that apartment without passing us here in the hall.
She is beautiful, isn't she, Lieutenant?
If you keep on being so subtle, Angel, no one will ever know what you're talking about.
I merely said that...
Wait a minute. And where do you think you're going, Miss Evans?
I'm sorry to spoil your fun, Lieutenant Riley, but I've got to go out. My agency just called. Duchess Jewels wants me to model some bracelets for them.
That can wait till tomorrow.
Oh, no, it can't, Mr. Valentine. I've been waiting ages for this account. It means a great deal to me. Full-page ads in all the national magazines.
Miss Evans, we can't use force, but I'm telling
And
you
I'm
that
telling you, Lieutenant, that... Oh,
George! I've got her. Miss Evans, what's wrong with her? Hey, you better get an ambulance, Riley. This girl is dying.
Coroner's report, Ray Cecilia Honey Evans, 14.36 grains of tetric myoside in stomach of deceased. Remaining milk in bottle found to contain nearly 8 grains of same. Cause of death beyond doubt, poison.
Hey, quick, Brooksy, the other phone. Get the operator.
We can go crazy doing this with every phone call that comes in the office.
Yes?
Everything went off very nicely, didn't it, Valentine?
So well, Rollo,
We're
that
ready,
you
officer.
almost made me an accessory. I brought that bottle of milk into the girl's apartment.
What an exquisite fillip. I hardly anticipated anything so dramatically appropriate.
Now, listen to me, friend. I'm going to get you if I have to crawl into this phone and over every mile of copper wire to where you are.
I can appreciate your sense of failure, Valentine. I know what it can do to a person.
Keep stalling and darling, keep
Tell me more.
More? So you can trace the call? Hardly. Now let's get on with our game.
Hey, I got a surprise for you, Rollo. The next time you're going to be just another also-ran with a murder rap staring you in the face.
You and the police will have to do much better than you did yesterday. Consider how simple it was. Having discovered that Miss Evans was the only one in the building who ordered that special brand of skim milk, I found the time and the place to substitute another bottle right outside the Marlborough apartments when the milkman was making another delivery.
I still say you're not going to get away with it, Rollo.
Very well. If you're so sure of yourself, maybe I ought to make it more difficult next time. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Hey, now look, what did these people do to you? Why are you doing this? You can't be so crazy that human life means
Be
nothing.
quiet, Valentine. I don't have much time. Tomorrow, someone in the 1200 block on Corona Del Mar Avenue is going to be found dead. That's all I'm going to tell you. Now, let's see how really clever you can be.
But, operator, are you sure? Well, they're still on the phone.
Oh, no, we're not, Brooksy. You can hang up now.
Well, I guess you're right, operator. Thanks. George, he must be timing himself with a stopwatch. He knows just how far he can go. That time they almost traced the exchange he was calling from.
I know.
Well, what gives with Rollo now?
Murder. What else? Hello, Lieutenant Riley, please. This is Valentine.
Then he's going right on.
Yeah, but he's making it a little tougher for us. He's trying to... Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Just got another call from him. No such luck. Well, he's got another shindig scheduled for tomorrow. Will you take it easy, Riley? I've got a hunch that's so crazy it might just work. All I want you to do is let me play it my way.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Anyone who has ever run a vacuum cleaner knows it has to be emptied at regular intervals or it's no go. Same thing holds true for your car's engine. That's why a crankcase drain and a refill with compounded RPM motor oil at regular intervals is so all-important. You see, RPM has a special detergent compound that cleans as it lubricates. It controls the harmful wear-causing carbon particles that collect in any engine, prevents them from depositing on and scratching finely polished interior engine parts, and gets rid of them when you have the oil changed. And RPM not only keeps your car's engine cleaner, it fights off corrosion, rust-proofs internal engine parts, and clings to the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. Next time you ask for motor oil, ask for RPM motor oil. Regular use of RPM means added life for your car's engine. No wonder RPM is first choice in the West. Get it tomorrow at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A well-bred, even pleasant voice on the telephone hires you to keep its owner from committing another murder if you can. He actually names his intended victim, and still neither you nor the police can prevent him from striking. Then another call. This time you only get the street block where you can expect mayhem to break out. All of which, if you're anything like George Valentine, suggests something as wild as the whole setup itself.
All right, Valentine, you've practically memorized that list, and it better pay off. I had half the men in the department canvassing that neighborhood.
And the 1200 block on Corona Del Mar is king size.
Yes, and we've got the name of every man, woman, and child, address, occupation, comments.
Thanks, Riley.
This is really some job we've got handed to us. Okay, so we blanket the whole street with plainclothesmen, but we can't keep people from going to work. We can't check on every delivery man or salesman who wants in or out. We can't... Look, Valentine, will you stop staring at that list? What do you expect to find?
The name of the person who's next on Rollo's schedule.
I don't see how this can tell you.
Riley, while you and the boys cover the block, I'm going to concentrate on one Walter Cluckhone, piano teacher. 1236 Corona Del Mar.
I don't want to be an old nosy, but why?
And I don't want to raise your hopes too high, Lieutenant. So suppose we just call it a wild stab and see if it works.
Murder? Please, young man, I have no time to talk about unimportant things.
Your murder, Mr. Cluckhone. Would you classify that under the heading of trivia?
Please, look at what time it is. My pupils will start coming soon. Ah, listen to that. My new piano. Never before have I had such an instrument.
Yeah, well, that's just swell. But you gotta believe me, mister. I didn't come here just to pass the time of day. This man I told you about means business.
Young man, I learned to be a fatalist, a philosopher. 3 years I was in a concentration camp, and still, here I am.
Yeah.
A new life in a new country, a new piano, plenty of pupils, and anyway, who'd bother killing an old man like me? So, you see...
Hey, wait a minute. You said this piano was new? How new?
This morning they just delivered it. That's why I'm so happy.
Take your hands off that thing. Get away.
Let go. What's the matter with you?
Stay where you are, Cluckhone. Keep your hands off that keyboard.
What are you doing, young man?
Just having a look inside this piano. Oh, brother. You don't know how lucky you are, Pop.
What do you mean?
These little wires, this detonator cap. Somehow our unknown playmate found out this was being delivered today and managed to wire it for sound. And I mean sound with a capital boom.
I do not understand.
Sooner or later, you would have hit a certain combination of notes, and this whole place would have blown up. You with it.
I better sit down. The philosopher is not feeling so well.
Yeah, very lucky. Both of us. Phew. Move over, Pop. I think I'll sit down, too.
Valentine, what is this business about a motif, a theme, and a work of Wagner?
Well, my hunch about Cluckhone wasn't so wild after all. Think back now. A surgeon, a diamond cutter, a gypsy palmist. Now, what's the common denominator for all of them?
Well, none that I can see.
Hands, Angel, hands. All their lives revolved around hands.
Huh?
The sensitive fingers of a surgeon. Thousands of dollars depend on the way a diamond cutter handles his mallet on a precious stone. And Stella Tafania made a living reading the palms of people's hands.
Sure. And Honey Evans, the model with the most beautiful hands in the world.
And Mr. Cluckhone, the piano teacher, the same thing applies to him.
Okay, Valentine, maybe you've got an answer as to why this guy went out.
Maybe that's Rollo. I'll get over to the other phone.
Don't bother Brooks. He's too smart for that. Yeah, hello?
I underestimated you, Valentine. Let me congratulate you on saving Cluckhone.
Well, thanks, Rollo.
However, it introduces a very unpleasant necessity.
Meaning?
I'll have to figure out details and call you later. But my next move must unfortunately shatter the beautiful pattern I had all worked out.
Yeah?
To keep anything from happening to my long-range plan, I'm afraid you must be next, Valentine.
Hey, Riley, just what kind of metal pygmies are we?
Don't make me answer that now. I don't exactly feel like Einstein.
And I feel as confused as a mating moth.
Now, look, it takes just so long to trace a telephone call, and Rollo knows that. Well, we're going to make two parts out of the operation.
Huh?
The first time he calls, we trace the prefix, the name of the exchange, where the phone is located. And that's all.
But an exchange covers a lot of territory, George.
And he'll never stay on the wire long enough for us to find out the exact number.
Yeah, but I'm going to make Rollo call me back a few minutes later, so we can be sure he's using the same phone, or at least the phone in that district. Then all we have to worry about is getting the number.
Say, that's an idea. It might work. Ah, but wait. How do you know for sure he's going to call back?
Lieutenant, if I know my customer, I think I have a way.
Oh, well, darling, I'm worried. You're going about this as though it were just another case for somebody else. He means to kill you.
You know, the same disconcerting thought keeps occurring to me, too, Brooksy?
All right, Valentine. You hit on something. But here's what we're going to do. You don't have to bother with that other phone this time, Miss Brooks.
But why?
I'll rig it up so that any call that comes into this office will flash a red light on the switchboard down at headquarters. We'll work the whole deal out from there.
Will that save any time, Lieutenant?
No, but that way we'll be in constant touch with every squad car in the city, and as soon as we find out the exchange, they'll be ordered to converge on that district. Then they can't be more than minutes away from wherever he's phoning.
Hey, you know, Riley, you and I make a pretty good team. Maybe one of these days I'll join the force and you and I...
You do, and I'll... well, I gotta get going. I think I smell my fudge burning.
All right, Brooksy, if that's Raleigh, you got the pitch. Operation Runaround.
Yes, George.
But don't play it too big.
No.
He may get suspicious and hang up. Now, go ahead.
Okay. George Valentine's office.
Mr. Valentine, please.
Oh, well, now, isn't that a shame? Mr. Valentine just stepped out. Oh, well, just a minute. Maybe I can get him before he reaches the elevator.
This ought to give us a few seconds.
Well, better not make it too long, George.
I won't. Hey, I know a way to waste a couple of seconds. Come here.
No.
Oh, I wouldn't call that a waste, darling.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. Hello, Valentine.
I thought you'd like to know that I've made up my mind how I'm going to dispose of you.
Oh, I'm vaguely interested, Rollo. But this time I'm going to do the talking, and you can hang up whenever you feel like it. But I think you'll stick with me.
What's that?
I told you once you weren't going to get away with it. Now I'm sure. I know enough about you so I can really grease the skids under you. It's just a matter of time.
Come. Why don't you stop whistling in the dark?
Let me tell you about yourself, Rollo. I know you're a pianist. Probably a very well-known artist once. Then something happened to your hands. That's right. Go ahead. Take a look at them. Suddenly you couldn't give any more concerts. Your whole life came to an end for you. You had to have your revenge against the world.
Stop
Where
it.
hands played an important part in anybody's life, you set out to destroy him. You were the one playing the piano in the apartment next door to Honey Evans. Thinking about it now, that was a pathetic performance. And your handwriting, the miserable scrawl.
I'm going to hang up.
No, this time I'll hang up. In a few minutes, I expect more information that'll make it easy to put the arm on you.
Well, how did you pull all that out of your hat?
A little elementary deduction and a generous helping of guesswork. Musical references, motif, Wagner. And he knew enough about Cluckhone's piano to turn it into an atom bomb. All that, Brooksy, and he's as mad as a coot.
Yes, but will he call you back? If he doesn't, we're right where we started.
He's sweating blood, Angel. He's all mixed up. That cookie won't rest till he finds out just how much I do know about him.
Attention, all cars. Proceed to district covered by the Wadsworth Exchange. I repeat, Wadsworth, bounded by Elmira, Jensen, and Morton Streets, and the south side of McCary Boulevard. And step on it. That's all. Riley. Okay, Sergeant, let's get going.
Wadsworth thinks in a big hunk of the city, Lieutenant.
I was thinking of something else. Valentine happens to be in the Wadsworth Exchange.
You've done a lot of talking, Valentine, but you really haven't told me any more than you told me before.
Still, you couldn't resist calling back, could you, Rollo?
Merely curious. Now I know it was just rather skillful deduction on your part. You don't actually know too much, and it doesn't alter my decision one bit.
Oh, that's nice. Let's hear about it.
Oh, no. Time is running short again. You know the 3 minutes it takes to trace a call. But I'm coming to get you, Valentine.
Oh, George, I can only take so much suspense.
Yeah. Well, we know Riley's got the exchange.
But were they able to get the number? A second, one way or the other, makes all the difference.
Rollo said he's coming to get me.
Oh, darling.
Oh, figure of speech, Angel. He likes the elaborate touch, that's all. He wouldn't just walk in here and blow my brains out.
Oh.
Yeah, where's that coming from?
The next office.
Yeah. The same thing that was being played the morning Honey Evans was killed. But it wasn't played that way. This isn't just a coincidence. I'm going to see what this is all about.
Get back inside, Valentine.
What the...
But you're the man who has the office next door.
Don't try reaching for your gun. You'll have a bullet through you before you can raise a finger. My hands are still good for something. Too bad the young lady has to be here. Now, she'll have to go, too.
Wait a minute. Look, you can't...
If one must die, music like that should make it somewhat more acceptable. Valse Triste, played by Gerald Mydens. One of my most famous recordings.
Next door all the time. So that's how you know almost every move I made.
Think of all the times you saw my name on the door.
Gerald Mydens, concert management.
15 years ago, it was Gerald Mydens, promising young pianist. Why should I have had a stupid, reasonless accident? Why couldn't it have happened to someone like the four you know about? That's what's been driving me out of my mind.
How do you expect wholesale homicide to change any of that?
These hands, these fingers, long, you'd imagine sensitive. But they're dead things. Only the faintest trace of feeling left in them.
Oh, don't do this, Mr. Mydens. The police will understand that you're sick. You don't know what you're doing.
My name on the door may not have suggested anything to you, Valentine, but yours did to me. It inspired this little game. But it's all over now. All over for you. Now, over there, both of you.
You must be needing that. Riley. See that he behaves, Sergeant.
Oh, Lieutenant, do you mind if you kiss a gray-haired old lady?
Oh, brother, you must have made it here and nothing flat.
I was only over on 10th Street when we found out it was the office next to yours.
Would someone mind turning off that record? Valse Triste, the melancholy waltz. It's over now.
George? Did you notice our new neighbor in the next office?
Yeah, yes, I did. Pamela Stodgeworth.
Society secretary. Oh. All social functions correctly managed.
Mm-hmm.
Weddings, especially. Well, I had Coke with her down in the drugstore, and, well, Miss Stodgeworth wants to meet you.
So did the last tenant.
Yeah, but in fact, Pamela gets absolutely agog at the very mention of your name.
Oh? And why would that be?
Well, she thinks if you really got to know her, well, you might start thinking of romance, orange blossoms, old shoes, and a shower of rice.
Oh, Angel, I realize you always have my best interests at heart, but do you really think it would work out?
Huh?
Why, Pamela is at least 60.
No comment.
If you're a mother, maybe you drive the kids to school every day. Or if you're the breadwinner of the family, maybe you use the car to drive back and forth to work. In either case, you probably run into traffic lights and lots of stop-and-go driving twice a day. And what can be a better feeling than knowing your car will give you steady, dependable performance at all times? Fast starts, steady pickup for speedy getaways, and extra power for hill climbing. That's the kind of performance you can be sure of when you have a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this high-octane gasoline is specially blended and climate-tailored to get command performance out of your car in every driving condition. Its light fractions command fast starts every time you use the starter, and it's perfectly blended to command steady, powerful acceleration whenever you give it the gun. That's why you hear so many motorists saying, Chevron Supreme gasoline keeps my car going steady. Ask for this premium quality gasoline tomorrow. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find a very distraught Brooksy waiting by a roadside as...
Hey, Brooksy, over here.
Oh, George,
Have you got that prescription, Brooksy? Let me have it.
Here, but what...
Now get inside and take the wheel. I can't.
Oh.
George, you know you're scaring me to death, don't you?
Well, that makes a couple of scared people. Let's just hope this stuff works, or you'll be looking for a new boss. Now step on it.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ed Begley as the murderer, Mary Shipp as Honey, and Herbert Butterfield as Pluckholm. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Serenade to the Southern Star, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life is a whirlpool and you're smack in the middle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My good Mr. Valentine, there was once a man named Bluebeard who could not endure the thought of leaving his lady friends alive. But it is much more horrifying when you suspect that a woman has developed this same complex regarding her men. We are musicians, and she took an interest in our little group. When we all arrived in your city a few days ago, we were a quartet. Now we are a trio. And unless you help us immediately, there is every reason to believe we may become a duet. If you think this is facetious, may we add that the lady's two husbands have also disappeared. Sincerely, the Parnassus Trio, Steamship Southern Star, Pier 42. Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, my name is Paul. I am the conductor of our little symphony.
Oh, how do you do?
Paul? And this young man is Stuart, my drummer.
Hello.
About as musical as a pelican, but he so politely said he wanted experience for his college education.
Don't worry, I'm getting it, too.
Stuart, are you the one that this female Bluebeard has her eye fixed on?
Oh, gosh, no.
No, her tastes are a little more sophisticated. It is our third member, Fabio. He is in there in the next room asleep.
Yeah, he always sleeps.
Sleepiest piano I ever had. So amiable, though. He is Latin, that is all. Well, so my letter intrigued you, huh?
Oh, how could it help it? Who is this femme fatale?
Her name, Mrs. Devereaux. Her age, who cares? She would not admit it anyway, but her wealth is enormous.
Uh-huh. Where'd you meet her?
She traveled with us on the last trip. Now we find she is going to repeat the voyage, leaving tonight for the sake of Fabio.
Now, wait a second. You mentioned another musician.
Yeah, you see, he was a fellow
I will tell the story. It was Jose, the cello. First, Mrs. Devereaux liked him. They left the ship together 2 days ago, but yesterday at the company office I ran into her, and she claimed she had not even seen him. We checked, we called. He is nowhere.
Did you try missing persons?
Of course, that is all taken care of.
Well, surely he'll show up sometime before you sail.
I hope so, but I'm afraid not. Anyway, what we need you for is poor Fabio.
Why, Paul? What makes you positive Mrs. Devereaux's so deadly?
Yes, how do you know anything has really happened to this Jose or to the two husbands you mentioned?
As I told you, Miss Brooks, there's nothing we can prove, but the woman is...
She's simpatico. She's charming. She is beautiful. Like you are, Miss Brooks.
Oh, Fabio, please.
But I'm not wealthy.
Oh, well, life is full of tragedy. How do you do, Mr. Valentine?
So you're Fabio, huh?
Well, don't say it like that. I'm a nice guy, just a lazy egotist, that's all.
I gather you weren't in on writing the letter.
Oh, well, I knew about it, but, well, if there's thinking to be done, I leave it up to Paul and Stu.
And the same goes for action.
You guessed it. Well, I am on my way topside now. I sleep better in the lounge, but she is a lovely woman, Mrs. Devereaux. Hasta la vista.
Mr. Valentine, you have the expression, to be around, well, I have been around. No matter what Fabio says, there is danger, I know.
But if you just don't want him to be near this Mrs. Devereaux, why don't you leave him behind? Take a different pianist this time, then have her investigate.
But we were threatened. We
that?
were told, yes, we were told we all had to make this trip just the same as usual. No change.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Now you said something, friend.
I wish we could say more. It was a note, typewritten, left in our cabin. I wish we could say who sent it.
Uh-huh, that's where I fit in. Well, to start with...
Mr. Valentine, there is no time for more explanation. Every second counts. You are coming with us.
What's that?
Sure, this is a nice cabin, no? And all the ship's employees are living nice. There's even a swimming pool. Everyone is a king.
Oh, I get it. So that's it. What kind of a crown have you picked for me to wear?
The athletic instructor said you will take his place.
Athletic and... Tarzan with sneakers.
Yeah, well, what about Miss Brooks?
There is always room for an extra manicurist in the ship's barber shop. I have angles. I can arrange it.
Oh, George, I don't mind. I'd do anything.
Hey,
I'd love it.
easy, Brooksy. 12 days is a long time for us.
Mr. Valentine, you must believe me. We are not crazy. We were threatened.
Okay, skip it. Well, Brooksy, if we're going to pack up the scissors and boxing gloves, we'd better get going.
Good old gangplank still here.
May I have your stateroom numbers, please?
Where's ship's personnel?
Oh, give me your names. I'll check them off.
Claire Brooks, manicurist.
Up you go.
George, my red bag.
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry. Valentine. George Valentine, athletic director. Hey, come on, hurry up, will you?
Oh, here it is. Hey, mister, you're already on board.
Huh?
There's your name crossed off already.
Well, you're nuts. I'm Valentine.
Yeah, I know. It's an old trick, mister.
Look, let me on board, Buster. I'll get the purser. He'll tell you.
Better luck next time.
Look, fun is fun, Rollo, but... Hey, wait, I'll show you some identification.
No, all I know is the orders are getting your names checked off. But if you got a real beef, there's a company man down at the pier there, guy in the gray suit, bald. See him?
But you don't...
Nothing else I can do, mister.
Okay, Bureau. Sorry, excuse me, will you? Let me through, will you, please? Excuse me. Hey, you! Hey!
Fine voyage, Matilda!
Oh, brother. I don't care how much it costs. You run a water taxi, don't you? I don't care if you have to chase that ship all the way to San Miguel. Get going.
Well, Valentine, the captain was certainly not impressed with your little demonstration of climbing a ladder.
But, Mr.
He
Kelly,
said, Purser, I want you to speak harshly with this man. Very harshly. He held up the boat 5 minutes, 5 full minutes.
Yes, sir, I know.
He said some other things, too, which I won't repeat.
But look, Mr. Kelly, I told you the guy at the gangplank had crossed my name off.
Nonsense. Bonded employee of the docks. Been there for years. Never makes mistakes.
Well, then somebody else used my name. I don't know.
Well, we've just completed our usual inspection. There's no one extra on board. Excuses won't get you anywhere, Valentine.
Okay, I'm very sorry.
That's better. Now, there's work to be done before morning. Sort out the shuffleboard equipment. Deck tennis net needs repairing.
Yes, I'll get on it, Mr.
Oh, yes, and you might vulcanize that rubber horse for the swimming pool. I think it has a slow leak.
Yes, I'm sure it does.
Oh, George.
Oh, hi, Angel.
Gosh, are you going to miss the boat on our honeymoon?
Be forewarned, I'm a man with gangplank fever.
All right, we'll take a train. George, I've spotted that Mrs. Devereaux already.
Yeah?
She has cabin 3A. She's probably out on deck someplace now. She's not exactly what I expected.
Oh, excuse me. Good evening.
Oh, hello.
My name is George Valentine. I'm the new athletic director.
Oh, athletics.
You don't like them?
They always make me think of Jim Bloomers. I'm Mrs. Devereaux.
Oh, how do you do?
I had a husband once who was an athlete. He played polo until the horses simply loathed him.
Oh, I see.
That's how he died, you know. One of the horses hit him back, right there in the fourth chukker.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Why? Nobody else was.
Well, I mean, I didn't realize Mr. Devereaux
Oh,
was...
no, you're all confused. Mr. Devereaux ate himself to death. It was frightful. The doctor told him 300 pounds was too much, and it was.
Oh.
The one with horses was Mr. Phipps, my first. Now, do you understand?
Oh, perfectly.
Oh, music stopped, hasn't it? It's such a shame making them play the first night just because it's a cruise ship, don't you think?
Yes, it is.
I have to be going now. I'm meeting someone. Mr. Valentine, was there anything in particular you wanted to say to me?
Oh, well, no, I just understood you'd been on this trip before, and you see, I'm new, so... Well, I thought you might be able to give me some suggestions on organizing games.
Oh, you certainly came barking up the wrong tree, didn't you? I may as well tell you this. Everyone else aboard gossips about it, I suppose. I'm only here for one reason. There's a musician named Fabio.
The sleepy one.
Yes. Yes, he's lazy and charming and probably a liar. But he flatters me, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, I can see that. Mrs. Devereaux, didn't the orchestra used to be a quartet? Wasn't there another musician? A Jose or something like that?
What? Gracious, now you're getting confused again, aren't you? Then I suppose it's because of all that exercise you do. Well, they've always been a trio. Bye-bye, Mr. Valentine.
Always a trio, huh? Okay, Buster, whoever you are, come on out of there. I said out. Now, I'm allergic to being... Oh, blackjack, huh? Drop that. Come on. Drop it. Well, Stewart, crew haircut and all. Come on, now, let's hear some talking, brushhead.
I can explain, Mr. Valentine. Don't hit
Never
me.
mind. You're going to round up the rest of the trio, drummer boy, and you're going to round them up fast.
Yeah,
We're having a little orchestra practice. Right now.
You young fool, Stuart.
But I told you I was only going to use the blackjack on myself. I mean, just lie there and make Mr. Valentine think I'd been knocked out. See?
Romantic you. Please, I have business to attend.
Okay, all of you. You're going no place.
And neither are we. That was the idea, wasn't it, gentlemen? To get us aboard the ship by telling us a phony story?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not phony.
There was no musician named Jose who disappeared. And you neither know nor care about Mrs. Devereaux's ex-husband. Does that check?
I told you she's a lovely woman. I would not lie.
Very well, Mr. Valentine, you're right. Mrs. Bluebeard was a figment of the imagination, and we did want to lure you aboard.
Sure, I wanted to make the story look better by having you find me like that, but we did get a note. That part of it is true. We were threatened. Well, we were.
Okay, why? And this time I want the truth.
Here, Mr. Valentine. We were going to tell you in due time. Look here in this drawer.
Oh, look at all the cigarette cases.
Uh-huh. And lighters, camera, a wristwatch.
And please understand, they're gifts. Gifts, not stolen.
Oh, they're worth only a couple of $100 altogether. Nothing big.
Where'd they come from?
Well, you see, a ship's musician is not overpaid, but when you have been around a while, there are tricks to help.
Go on.
You see, in the days of Prohibition, I was on European boats. And when we got to New York Harbor, I would invite a few friends aboard for, well, shall we say, parties.
You mean you smuggle liquor?
No. Parties, that is all. Sell a few drinks to my friends.
Uh-huh. And now what do you sell?
To Mexico and back? For the ladies, naturally perfume.
But we don't even sell it. A few lovely friends come aboard. We exchange gifts, that is all. Tiny bottles, nothing the officials would object to.
Yeah, but duty-free just the same.
Oh, you are splitting hairs. At least you will admit it is nothing important enough for someone to threaten our lives over.
Yet the note told us we had to make this next trip as usual. We had to. No change or else.
Well, it could make sense if someone is using you for real smuggling.
Exactly what we thought.
Something they put in the gift bottles of perfume, I suppose.
Now, where'd you get them?
There's a man in San Miguel who gives us cash for these presents. He also sells us the perfume.
I see. And you got me along to hold hands with you the next time you go ashore to meet him.
But don't you see, our only hope is to catch the real smugglers. Now, if we just came out and told anybody about all this, well, golly, the steamship company would fire us. The union would take away our cars.
You guys ought to have your heads knocked together. And I should have mine examined.
Please, in the meantime, you will enjoy the voyage.
Look, friends, somebody's already tried to scratch me off.
His name on the gangplank list. And the only one who could possibly have touched that list are the ones who came up the gang.
Yeah. Whoever runs this deal, whoever threatens people, is right here on this ship. Oh, bon voyage.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If you've ever oiled a door hinge, you've seen the oil run down the hinge and collect at the bottom. Now, how about oil on parts inside your car's engine? How can you keep the oil from dripping off cylinder walls and pistons so these mirror-smooth surfaces are safe from corrosive rust? Believe me, no ordinary motor oil will stay on these vital parts for long. But RPM motor oil is compounded to keep a film of oil on every inch of internal metal at all times. Whether your car is running hot or standing cold, RPM won't drip off. It stays put, protecting parts left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. RPM also stops sludgy carbon and lacquer deposits, keeps the whole engine system cleaner. No wonder motorists say RPM gives extra protection. And no wonder it's first choice in the West. Get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're aboard the palatial luxury cruiser Southern Star under false pretenses, and the three musicians who hired you were so nervous they played false notes on the truth. However, the voyage is well underway now, and it's no secret that there's somebody aboard who doesn't want you around, somebody who's already tried to get you off the ship, somebody who has something to do with a dangerous bit of smuggling. Still, if you're as much a philosopher as George Valentine is, you resign yourself grimly to the hardships of a pleasure cruise to San Miguel.
Any luck, George?
No, you, Angel?
Well, down in the beauty shop, they think I'm crazy. You know, eager beaver kind of crazy. I've managed to give a manicure to every woman on this ship, plus half the men.
All you've learned about a hangnail.
Yeah, just about. George, I'm scared.
Oh, now take it easy.
Well, they're not going to just let you go ashore with Paul at San Miguel.
I know it.
What do you suppose is in those bottles of perfume? Narcotics?
Oh, I don't know. The way I see it, Brooksy, our job is to run a switch, change the whole routine.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, Mrs. Devereaux.
Well, I see you've met somebody, haven't you? Isn't it wonderful aboard ship how everybody manages to meet somebody?
Yes, we were just talking about
talking about the dance tonight, of course. You are coming, aren't you? Everyone's invited, you know.
The dance. Oh, yes, I'll be there.
But you'll dance with me, won't you, Mr. Valentine? I mean, it's frightful if you like to dance and like a musician at the same time. I mean, never the twain shall meet. I mean, well, don't you think so?
Mr. Kelling, what time do we go ashore tomorrow?
Oh, I don't know. Anchor around 8. Officials come aboard. We send a lighter in with the baggage. Around 11, perhaps.
I see.
Anyway, as I was saying...
Hello.
Well, you look very lovely, Miss Brooks. Perhaps you'd care to...
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, Lord. Oh, well, look, Mr. Kelling, all day that woman's been hounding me. She's afraid you won't ask her to dance.
Why?
Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, she thinks you're the best dancer on the ship.
Why, if it isn't Mrs. Devereaux, shall we...
Mr. Valentine.
I was just saying, you look lovely tonight.
Oh, very neat. Uh-oh, what's the matter, darling?
Brooksy, listen. Meet me on the boat deck in 5 minutes.
What is it?
I'm going to take up the profession of smuggling myself, that's all. Boat deck in 5 minutes.
George.
I'll see you later.
Ah, hello, my friend.
Okay, I want to talk, Paul.
So?
This is a good place back here.
Strange, no? There is something I wish to say, too. I have been thinking and discussing with Fabio.
Yeah, what about?
The reason we were threatened in the first place. The reason the smugglers did not just let things take their natural course.
Okay, go on.
When we arrived in the States the last time, we did not make the usual telephone calls to invite our perfume friends aboard.
No?
No. Instead, there was a little delay while we debated. You see, Fabio thought it would be a good idea to just give all our perfume to this woman he wishes to impress, Mrs. Devereaux.
Only you and Stu voted him down.
Yes, but it must have been the delay that scared someone, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense.
I think it is very interesting. And tomorrow, perhaps...
Paul, you're staying aboard ship tomorrow.
What?
I want you to give me all those cigarette cases and junk you sell to the man in San Miguel. I got a plan.
George. George. George!
It's me.
Oh.
What's the matter? You disappointed?
No, Oh, of course not, Stuart.
Well, it's so hard to ever find you alone to talk to.
Oh, we're all so busy. This is the boat deck, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Best place to be alone on the whole ship.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Gee, you're beautiful. You've got eyes like the stars.
Why, Stuart?
A fella gets a lot of experience traveling, you know, but I've never had anything happen like this.
You mean smuggling?
Oh, that. Only, yeah. Maybe that's it in a way. Gosh, tomorrow we may all be thrown in jail or die or something.
Stuart, what time is it?
I don't care, though. None of it's important. Time or space
Oh, Stuart, for heaven's sake.
Huh? Listen. Oh. Somebody's overboard.
No, the pool.
Look, it's a man. I think I can reach him.
George! Take it easy, darling. You've been asleep, that's all.
Yeah, sure, and a hammer works.
The doctor gave you a sedative.
Hey, was I awake before?
Just for a few minutes last night.
Last what? Hey, and Brooksy, the ship's not moving. Where's my watch?
It's 10 o'clock in the morning.
Huh?
George, who was it? Who did it?
I don't know. I was hurrying along the deck and the Empire State Building fell on me. 10 o'clock. Almost shore time. Hey, Brooksy, hand me my coat.
I will not.
Come on. Give me a boost.
George, I don't care about that smuggling. Those crazy musicians can take their medicine. I don't
Somebody
care.
tried to kill me, Brooksy.
That's what I mean. They'll do it again.
Angel, and what's left of my head, I remember there's something to find out.
Oh, the cigarette cases.
Yeah, last night I picked up this stuff. Then after Paul left, I dumped it in this locker for safekeeping. I was planning to sneak it ashore on the first lighter as a baggage boy, try to trade it for perfume. But I guess it takes a knock on the head to give you perspective.
What do you mean?
I mean, everybody figures a smuggle only works one way, into the United States. But remember that threatening note the boys got?
Yeah?
Well, that threat would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it, if the sender of the note knew the stuff was already in their hands, packaged for delivery?
And ready to be smuggled into Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh, golly. Well, there's nothing in this one.
Oh, wait a minute, Angel. This camera.
Oh, George, it's a bracelet.
Yeah. Little bauble that's too hot to be peddled in the States, I guess. And there are some millionaires in South America, too.
Well, hello.
Oh, Fabio.
The boats are here. Our music is over. I'm on my way for A little nap. Oh, what are you doing?
Mr. Valentine, you should not be up.
I'm all right.
Oh, but your head, gee.
Yes, you should sit down. You look pale.
First boat for shore, everyone. First boat for shore. Hurry, please, everyone going ashore.
Mr. Kelling.
Hurry, please.
Mr. Kelling, come here.
What? Why, Mr. Valentine, you shouldn't.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right. I just realized I like a lot of people around. That's all. I need them.
Oh, please, I am so sleepy.
Then wake up, Fabio. Brooksy, show it to him.
See?
Huh? Well,
Yeah. Sure, it's pretty, isn't it? Maybe there's even some more on this trip. I don't know yet.
What in heaven's name are you talking about?
Okay, Mr. Kelling, I'll make it fast. Somebody in the United States wants to send this stuff to somebody in Mexico. Somebody like the perfume man. They get a smuggler to supervise the deal, and the smuggler picks a patsy.
No. 3 patsies, Mr. Valentine.
Only this time the smuggler knew I was aboard, and he made a slip of the pencil.
I do not understand.
Well, I'll tell you. It's been bothering me for a long time, and now I think I've got it. My name was crossed off the gangplank list, remember?
Yes, someone did it while coming aboard to stop you from being here.
You keep saying that, Fabio, and you'll realize how silly it sounds.
What?
Now, how could anyone walking up a gangplank draw a line on a piece of paper in somebody else's hand?
Well, gee, maybe
It just didn't happen, that's all.
Oh, now, really, the line was there.
Correct, Paul. But the line must have already been there before the gangplank guard ever got the list. Okay, Mr. Kelling, you're the purser. Maybe you can tell me what on a ship or who on a ship would be responsible for marking up such a list. Can you tell me, Mr. Kelling? And who'd have access to everyone's cabin to smuggle things in and out and leave typewriting notes?
Get on!
Look out. He's tougher than you think.
I saw you used a gun on your last night, Valentine.
Oh, no, Buster. Here's your chance for round 2. Well, Angel, that's it. And like Fabio, I'm very sleepy.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, I promise. Never again will I organize little parties for my friends when the ship reaches.
Oh, yeah?
Look at Fabio over there by the rail with Mrs. Devereaux. He has the right idea.
No. I'm too old, much too old. But I've been thinking, stamps. People collect stamps. And I travel many places. Perhaps if I could organize...
Paul, if you don't mind, we'd like to be alone.
Huh? Oh, excuse me. Excuse me.
Well, this is something new, darling.
Well, I just like to look at the moon, that's all. All right, I won't look at the moon.
George, it's still several days until we get back home. And the captain does seem to be an obliging sort of man. There's even an orchestra right here. I mean, well, doesn't it give you any ideas?
Oh, sure, Angel, sure. How about organizing a game of shuffleboard tomorrow?
At some time or other, everybody has seen Joe Smith go whizzing along the highway with his boy beside him and big, broad smiles on their faces. If we were in the back seat, we might hear Junior say, "Gee, Pop, what did you do? Soup this car up?" And if it's the Joe Smith I know, he'd answer, "No, son, I just got a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline." Now, you just try this premium quality gasoline in your own car, and I'll bet you'll agree Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. It's specially blended to give faster starts, faster warm-ups, alert getaway in traffic. And its ping-free power just lifts you over the hills, and hills you used to call steep, too. Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored. It meets every driving condition in the West's different altitude and temperature zones. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, "We take better care of your car." Next week, in the midst of another adventure, you will find George Valentine and Brooksy at the scene of an automobile accident, and...
It must be suicide, George, don't you think so?
I think so now more than ever, Brooksy.
What do you mean?
This note the police took off Freeholder's body. Old man Sturman was leaving him $250,000, quote, with full knowledge of the misstep Freeholder made as an accountant, unquote.
Oh. So you think he killed himself so he wouldn't have to answer for embezzlement?
I don't know, Angel, but it gives me an idea. There are 2 other people mentioned in the will. And right now, I'd like to find out what's in store for them.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ted DeCorsia as Paul, Jerry Hausner as Stuart, Jay Novello as Fabio, Junius Matthews as the purser, and Lee Patrick as Mrs. Devereaux. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Mayhem by Experts, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're coming up for the 3rd time and need somebody's help, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I know the exact time of your morning mail. I've checked on that. You'll have a very short time to get to me and keep me from being murdered. Believe me, I have very good reason to be terrified. I can't think of anyone else to help me.
Anyone else to help me, and I'll do my best to make it worth your while. Be sure to come alone, otherwise there's nothing you can do for me. And it's signed Madge Damon.
Uh-huh. Well, we've gotten a few cockeyed letters, Brooksy, but this one belongs in a showcase. We got a deadline, no less.
But suppose the mailman decided to stop off at the drugstore for a cup of coffee.
Well, this man seems to have unwavering faith in our postal service. Here, let me see that letter. 426 Duane Street.
George, that's a full half-hour's drive from here.
If you make every light. Sit tight, Angel. I'm going to find out what this is all about. Abrams, 3C, Murphy, 2D. Oh, here we are in Damon. Come on, lady, answer, will you?
No use trying the hall phone, mister.
What?
Ain't been working for years. Being a janitor, I ought to know. Maybe I ought to think about fixing it one of these days.
Yeah, well, don't work too hard, Buster. I want to get to 4C. Where's the elevator?
Over there. But I may as well warn you, young fella, tain't working.
Huh?
Another thing I ought to get around to fixing one of these days.
Okay, I'll walk. I'm in a hurry.
Something fierce the way work piles up on a man's back.
Careful, mister. Wet floor.
Oh.
And watch out for the pail.
Oh, I'm sorry to step over you, Mother. Which way is 4C?
Oh, Miss Damon, hide down a few doors. But it ain't going to do you any good. She just left.
What's that?
Just left, bags and all. There was a dark, tough-looking fella going out with her.
She didn't happen to mention where she was going, did she?
Oh, look out, mister, you don't get slopped with the mop.
Oh, okay, Mother, okay. But I asked you a question, remember?
Well, come to think of it, I do happen to remember she said she was going to Union Station. She looked mighty like she was crying.
Well, tell me something else. What does this Miss Damon look like? What's she wearing?
Oh, she's blonde, in a dark sort of way. Short, but not one of them real short kind, mind you. She's,
Great.
Well, she was wearing one of them big floppy hats. Oh, she can get away with them, too, because, like I said, she's short, but not too short.
Yeah, well, thanks. Thanks very much. Now I can pick her right out of a crowd.
Oh, Miss Brooks, this is wonderful. Valentine called you from the Union Station, huh? Oh, brother, that means he didn't catch wise.
If you'll stop splitting your sides for a minute, Lieutenant Riley, I'd like to know what this is all about.
Well, there's no such woman as Madge Damon. I dictated that letter to my secretary.
You certainly can be funny.
Oh, sure.
What's so brilliant about a stunt like that?
Well, he didn't even recognize Sergeant Williams dressed up as a janitor or policewoman Ferris scrubbing the floors. And I know he's seen them both around headquarters at least a dozen times. Oh, brother. Oh, that's your big sleuth for you.
All right, you're a jester and your life is complete. Why don't you give me a hot foot? I won't look.
Oh, look, you don't get it. All this was merely incidental. I had to get Valentine out of the office this morning. Oh, but wait, honey, wait till you hear my real payoff.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to slay me.
All right, Miss Brooks, what day is it?
Day? Well, it's Monday.
I knew it. You forgot just as he did.
Forgot what?
It's Valentine's birthday. I checked on it just to make sure.
Oh, no. Oh, it can't be. Oh, I've got to get out of here and get him a present. Where's my coat?
Relax, honey, relax. This time it's yours truly who's giving Valentine a present.
Yeah, how sweet.
Yes, sir. Look here. Here in this box.
A birthday cake?
Yes, sir. And in just a few minutes, five top-notch mystery writers, all big shots in the field, are going to be here to attend Valentine's surprise birthday party.
Mystery writer? Lieutenant, you sound like you're running a fever.
No. I've done them favors in the past, and they're just dying to come along for the fun.
After what you did this morning, I'm suspicious of what you consider fun.
Ah, come on now. Where's your sense of humor? Look, we're going to stage a phony murder, see?
With you as the victim.
And I'm betting Valentine is going to fall for it hook, line, and sinker.
Pardon me while I laugh.
Yes, sir. Look, you see, I'm going to examine the supposed victim and announce that he's dead. And I could just see Valentine going into action without even checking, without even bothering to find out if there's really been a crime. And in front of all those writers, too. Oh, boy.
I'm not going to let you do it.
What? Oh, now, come on, be reasonable. Valentine's put me on a few spots where I didn't look too bright. I need this for my morale. I'll tell you what. I'll make you a bet.
What kind of a bet?
Well, a hat for you if I lose and a box of cigars for me if I win.
All right. Okay, Lieutenant, you're on.
Okay. Now we got work to do. Miss Brooks, I want you to meet Steve Barry. He writes all those hard-boiled detective novels about Dan Flynn, Private Eye.
You mean you write those books about Dan Flynn?
Young lady, one doesn't have to look like a thug to understand the psychology of a tough, two-fisted character.
And this is Cornelia Wollaston, who writes such wonderful, blood-curdling horror stories.
Yes, you should see some of the people I meet in my nightmares. Gruesome. When do the festivities begin, Lieutenant?
Well, Valentine is still probably wandering around Union Station, so let's get on with the introductions, huh? This is Ben Forrester, Miss Brooks. He's of the deductive school. He's here to play corpse today.
I'll make the liveliest one you ever saw. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
In your profession, you should at least know what a corpse looks like.
This is Sigmund Greenmetz. He specializes in scientific crime. Why, he spends more time in our police lab than we do.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I admit to thoroughness, even though some of my colleagues don't.
Nothing like being thorough about mayhem.
And this is, finally,
Young Mr. Copeland, who believes that every crime has a psychological basis.
And that's the way it will always be, as long as crimes are committed by human beings.
I don't mind suspense, Lieutenant, but I happen to have a dinner party.
Yes, where is Mr. Valentine?
Well, he'll be along any minute now, Barry. Oh, now look here, Greenmetz. You know what you have to do.
Yes, I understand it. I pull down the window blinds to darken the office, like this. Then I turn on the light.
Right.
Then when Mr. Valentine begins to light the candles on his birthday cake, I flip the lights off.
And with a pathetic, stifled scream, I crumple to the floor.
Oh, dear. Murder can be so repetitious, even when you stage it.
Just 1 minute and one more thing, Greenmetz.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Foster.
Don't poison Valentine's cake with one of those exotic venoms you always fall back on in those incredibly dull stories of yours.
I may seem a little out of date to a successful best-selling writer like you, but at least I use careful research. I'm not a fraudulent writer.
Gentlemen, remember, this is supposed to be a party.
Yeah. Cut it out, Greenmetz.
I don't like people to laugh at my work. If you go through the annals of crime, you'll discover that poison has been used more often.
Quiet. Well, quiet, everybody. I think I just heard Valentine come in the outside office.
I still think I'm going to win that hat.
Hey, Brooksy. You know that letter I got this morning?
Well, did you find Madge Damon?
Hey, Brooksy, what is this? Who are all these people?
Oh, they're guests, darling. Your birthday guests. What? As a matter of fact, they're all well-known mystery writers.
Well, never mind. Never mind, pal. You'll get to know them all later. But tell me something. What about the janitor and the scrub woman? Didn't you recognize Williams and Mrs. Ferris, huh?
Lieutenant, I gotta hand it to you. You had me coming and going.
No hard feelings, huh? Look here. Look, I provided a cake and some refreshments, so come on, let's celebrate.
Okay, I'm just in the mood.
Go on, George, light the cake.
Off with the lights, Greenmetz.
Very well.
Oh, this is nice and cozy.
Oh, say, I don't even have a match.
Here, use my lighter.
That's the idea, Miss Williston. Hurry up, Valentine.
No, you don't. Get away from me.
Oh, what was that? What happened?
It sounded like Forrester.
What's going on here?
Hey, you, Greenmetz, get those lights on.
Forrester. Well, what's the matter with him? Why is he lying there like that?
Don't stand there, Barry. Help him up.
Somebody better get a doctor.
Wait a minute. Don't touch him. Let me have a look at him. Oh. We'd better get the coroner.
What?
This man's dead. Lying on his face with a dagger in his chest.
Dead? What are you talking
Who
about?
would want to kill Foster?
What are you saying, Lieutenant?
Well, what's the matter, Valentine? Aren't you interested? This happened in your office.
Oh, I'm quivering like a leaf. I think the only thing that'll calm me down is a piece of cake.
What?
Tell your stooge to get up, Lieutenant. This whole setup is as crooked as a worm in an apple.
Oh, darling, I love you.
Nuts.
I get a new
The best laid plans of mice and men.
Your little joke didn't work, Lieutenant.
He was too smart for you.
Yeah, when I get taken for a ride in the morning, I try to smarten up come afternoon.
Well, don't be such a ham, Forrester. Get up.
He always did like holding the center of the stage.
Well, maybe I can shake him out of it. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? You're not trying to put anything over on me.
I'm not kidding. There's no dagger in Forrester's chest.
Of course there isn't.
Just the same he's been killed.
What? Oh,
What are you
please,
talking
George,
about?
one practical joke is enough.
This is no joke, Brooksy. Right now, Mr. Forrester is very much dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's all go back to school for a minute. Reading, writing, and arithmetic? No, sir. A lesson in motor oil from Mrs. Virgie F. Codner, who teaches school in Phoenix, Arizona. And here's her statement, quote, "Why, it's just plain logic that a clean engine will run better and longer than a dirty engine. And that's why I prefer RPM to any other motor oil. I know it's cleaning my car's motor while it's lubricating it." Unquote. And folks, that's a lesson worth remembering. For RPM motor oil not only keeps your engine cleaner, it guards against internal rust, fights off corrosion and lacquer. It protects hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. And is there plus and minus about RPM? Yes, the plus is longer mileage, longer engine life. And the minus, is fewer repair bills. So, to give your car and your pocketbook a break, get an oil drain and refill with RPM motor oil. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. You find yourself the victim of a very elaborate and phony birthday joke planned by, of all people, Lieutenant Riley. It might have been fun, except that the man who was supposed to play dead really died, and right in your office, and in front of 4 top-notch mystery writers. You know one of the 4 had to murder him. You might call it mayhem by experts. In fact, that's what we do call it.
Valentine, why do these things happen to me?
Well, I don't feel too good either. Like an accessory after the fact or something.
Now, wait a minute. Listen, both of you. Don't let your conscience bother you too much. Forrester's murder was carefully planned.
Yes,
If it didn't happen back there in my office, it would have happened somewhere else.
Well, at least we're pretty sure who did it.
Somehow I still can't believe it was Green Metz. He just doesn't seem to be the type.
Yeah, Angel, I second the motion. But the facts are sure stacked up against him.
I tell you could have knocked me over with a feather when the coroner said Forrester was poisoned. Jabbed with a hypodermic needle. And then to find the needle in Green Metz's pocket.
Green Metz said he didn't know how it got there. And with everybody milling around in the dark, anybody could have put it there.
Well, he admitted that Forrester had been needling him for months. Telling him all he's been doing for 20 years is rehashing Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, it's just a little too pat, Lieutenant. But I certainly don't have any other answer.
Well, I'm holding Green Metz on suspicion of murder. And I think he's going to turn out to be our man.
Could be, Lieutenant, could be. Hey, Brooksy, we never did get to celebrate my natal day. Suppose we spend it on a treasure hunt. See if you can find the light switch, Angel.
Okay. Well, the late Mr. Forrester's apartment has all the standard equipment, including copies of Esquire.
Hold it. I'd crack a light under the door to the other room.
Oh, I'd have to be blind not to see it. Who could it be?
That's what we're going to find out. Yeah, somebody's in there looking for something he's got to have. And he's not missing a trick.
George, the light just went out.
Uh-huh. That's when I go in. Stay where you are, Brooksy.
Okay, but I don't have to like it.
Okay, Buster, I can't see you, but I know you're in there. Come on, make with the vocal cords. All right, suit yourself. You're either going to have to jump out of that window or try to get past me. Making up your mind? Well, I don't think you're going to jump, friend, so just stay put while I find a switch and we'll...
No, it's not going to be the window, friend.
I feel like I was baking a cake and stuck my head too far into the oven.
Oh, George, what did I do?
Oh, what did you do? Oh, don't tell me you put this dent in my skull.
No, I hit him.
Huh?
Yeah. That gentleman lying face down over there by the couch.
Oh, you handled yourself right well, Angel.
Well, he hit you. And there wasn't anything I could do except take my shoe off and hit him back. Golly, I hope I didn't hit him too hard.
Well, we'll just see. Let's turn it over.
Well, surprise.
Yeah, a big surprise. It's Barry. Steve Barry. Come on, Barry. You realize your story sounds as phony as a dime store engagement ring.
I know. But it's the truth, Valentine.
I've heard of people doing things for publicity, but not anything like this.
Please, try to understand my position. There I was in your office, Valentine, at that party, the scene of the murder.
Uh-huh.
Well, now, what would my readers think if I, Dan Flynn's literary father, wasn't able to solve it?
Oh, I can just hear the whole nation going...
Just what were you looking for here in Forrester's apartment?
Well, I don't know. Just like you, any little clue that might prove whether it was or wasn't Green Metz who did it.
Just any little old clue.
Yes. If I could find the murderer, the sales of my new book might run into millions.
You know, it's just possible somebody might think you killed Forrester, and we're here trying to destroy evidence.
Hey, what about that, Barry?
Me? Kill somebody? Me? Why, I can't even stand the sight of blood. It makes me faint. The stories my public expects from me, all that violence. Well, you just have no idea what a strain it is on me.
Well, Greenmetz has his story, and you have yours.
But I've told you I'm telling the truth, and you've got to believe me.
Well, I'll be able to tell you better about that later. Now go home, Barry. Put a cold compress in your head. And you, Angel, will you join me?
Where now?
Believe it or not, the public library. To read some mysteries.
Oh, George, it's getting late. Can't expect to read all those mystery books tonight. What are you looking for, anyway?
Huh? What's this?
I know the butler did it.
Oh, this might be what we're looking for. Yeah, Brooksy, here are the books by Cornelia Williston and young Copeland. You know what I found in them?
Words. And more words.
Yeah. Also, one particular phrase that keeps bobbing up in both.
Let me guess. Don't touch anything till the police get here.
No, Brooksy, no. In the translucent twilight.
Would you mind repeating that?
In the translucent twilight.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. I just wanted to be sure.
Now, why should a lush phrase like that keep popping up in the books both of them wrote?
So they steal from each other.
One more intriguing little fact. Cornelia Williston's most successful book, The Twisted Claw, was dedicated to B.G. See? Right here in the frontispiece. To B.G., a kindred spirit with undying love.
B.G.? Look at that brittle Miss Williston. You'd never think she'd go in for baby talk.
A kindred spirit. And look at this book, the first one Forrester ever wrote. It wasn't signed Ben Forrester like all the later ones. It was signed B.G. Forrester. B.G.
Hey, do you think...
Maybe it's more than a coincidence, but I'm sending a telegram to Sweetwater, Oklahoma.
Well, you know, darling, it's little streaks of logic like that that endear you to everybody.
The book jacket on the Twisted Claw says Miss Williston was born in Sweetwater. A telegram to the local paper will bring us a lot of interesting details about Cornelia.
And then?
And then, I may want to pick up my birthday party where it was so violently interrupted, with the same list of guests, except, of course, the late Mr. Forrester.
Valentine, what's the reason for this clam break?
Yes, just what have you got on your mind?
Have you found something that'll clear this man here?
I'm coming to that, Lieutenant.
Come right in, Miss Williston, Mr. Copeland.
What, another birthday party so soon?
I just got your message, Lieutenant. I came right over.
If you're all here to tell me how much I despise Forrester, you wouldn't be saying anything that's not true. He was obnoxious, arrogant. But I wouldn't go to the trouble of killing him.
Take it easy, Greenmetz.
Okay, Valentine, okay. What do you know that we should know?
You better get started, Brooksy, before the good lieutenant blows a gasket.
Oh, yeah. Goodbye, George, darling. I shall meet you in the translucent twilight.
Translucent
Oh, what's the matter, Miss Williston? Those words seem to have a special meaning for you.
There's nothing more beautiful than a translucent twilight, is there?
Say, what's going on here?
What is translucent?
Wouldn't you say that was a purple phrase, Mr. Copeland? In the translucent twilight.
I wouldn't know.
You should, if you read your own books. Or if at least you read the ones somebody else wrote for you.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what is all this, huh?
George, do you want all these fine detailed notes you made in the library?
I don't think we'll need them, Brooksy. I believe Miss Williston will admit she wrote all of Copeland's books as well as her own.
Goodness, you can't mean what you're saying.
Well, that can't be. The styles, they're too different.
That's a lie, Valentine, and you know it.
Ridiculous.
That one phrase keeps recurring often in the books you two have written.
Well, what about it? I told you all writers are crazy. Anyway, it could have been just a coincidence.
Lieutenant. Authors fall in love with certain phrases and use them over and over again without even realizing it. They become just as much a part of them, just as revealing as their fingerprints.
Come to think of it, you're right, Valentine. You're right. I keep finding my Dan Flynn saying over and over again, I'm going to slam you senseless, sweetheart.
Well, that's absolutely true, yeah. I find myself doing the same thing.
But, Mr. Valentine, I fail to
Miss
see
Williston, I received a little information from Sweetwater, Oklahoma.
Is that supposed to terrify me?
You wrote Copeland's books, and for a very good reason. He happens to be your son.
What? What's that? What?
Was it pride that forced you to make a successful writer of your son, Cornelia?
Son? But it's Miss Willison. Miss!
Take it easy, Dad.
No, there was a Mr. Williston at one time. Okay, why don't you admit it, Cornelia? You're a widow. It's all here in this telegram.
All right. What if I am?
You can stop it now, Valentine. Yes, Cornelia is my mother, and if she wanted to help me in my career, that's nobody else's business.
Okay. So this is going to make headlines in the Saturday Review of Literature. Now, what about it?
Go on, please, Mr. Valentine.
Mrs. Williston, you had a very good reason to kill Forrester, didn't you?
Why, I hardly knew him, except professionally. He was just another writer.
Oh, I see. And is that why you dedicated the Twisted Claw to B.G., and I quote, with undying love?
Forrester's middle initial was G. G for Gerald.
And he was the kind of man who had other women call him B.G., and with the same undying love.
You're right about that, Valentine. Forrester was always bragging about his success with the fair sex. The truth is, I once told him to his very face that he was a cad.
Keep going, Valentine. Let's get to the end of this.
Don't you see, Lieutenant? When Forrester decided he was through with Cornelia, he held a whip hand. The threat to expose the hoax of young Ted Copeland, the promising new writer.
Oh, I should never have let you do it, Mother.
So, Cornelia, you killed Forrester, and in a way that would place all the suspicion on Greenmetz. Now, didn't you?
Yes. That's exactly the way it happened.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Believe me, Mrs. Williston, I'm very sorry.
Of course you know you're lying, Cornelia.
What's this?
And I have an idea that I won't be the one to prove that.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to say she didn't kill Forrester? She just said so herself.
Thank you for being a practical man, Lieutenant.
No, this is one time I'm going to stand on my own 2 feet, Mother.
Ted, keep quiet.
I killed Forrester, just as Valentine described it. But he had it coming to him for such a long, long time.
What are you doing, Ted? You have your whole life
It's
before
no
you.
use, Cornelia. I'm sorry I had to do it the way I did, but I had a feeling he'd tell the truth if he saw the guilt being placed on you.
I knew how much you loved him, Mother. I saw how he threw you over. All I could do was stand by.
Oh, Ted.
The scandal about the books, it was going to ruin not only me, but you. That's why I killed him.
So you see, Brooksy, Greenmetz would never in a million years think of poisoning anybody when he knows he's an authority in the field.
And you figured it had to be either Cornelia or Ted. But what made you decide it was the son?
Why, Angel, don't you remember? When I was lighting the birthday cake, Cornelia handed me the lighter. She was standing right next to me, yards away from Forrester.
Well, you can keep your genius badge, mister. Oh.
Easy, Brooksy, easy. Oh. What are you trying to do, trip over yourself?
Oh, no, it's just this darned heel that isn't there. Incidentally, my fine friend, I'm putting the cost of a new pair of shoes on the office expense account.
Oh, shakedown, eh?
No, girlish superstition. Never knock anybody unconscious twice with the same shoe.
There are lots of times in everyday motoring when you need extra go-ahead for your car, but fast. And the way to get that speedy pickup is to get Chevron Supreme gasoline, the gasoline that puts command performance in your car. Thanks to special blending agents, this high-octane fuel gives your car command performance under every road condition. It commands fast starts, commands smooth acceleration, commands the extra power that makes your car great on hills. And no matter where you drive in the West, with Chevron Supreme you can be sure of command performance. For premium quality, Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone from Canada to Mexico in all the western states. For command performance in your car, get Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week at this time, we pick up George Valentine on an out-of-town assignment, which begins on a train that's just pulling into Sharondale.
Ain't you kind of cold out here on the platform, Jack?
What? Oh, no, I'm getting off as soon as the train stops.
You're getting off here, Jack. Don't make me carve things in your face with this broken bottle. I don't like the sight of blood.
Hey, wait a minute. It's not gonna be my blood, Buster.
Get off, Desert. Get off! Hey! Happy landing, Jack. Stay out of Charndale.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George, with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jeanette Nolan as Cornelia, Roland Morris as Copeland, Junius Matthews as Barry, Fred Howard as Forrester, Louis Van Ruten as Green Metz, and Ruth Parrott as the Scrub Woman. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Lady in Distress, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the odds against you are so great you know you're headed for a dead end, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, what I'm up against is something you can't put in so many words. But you gotta believe me, it's got me scared out of my skin. I'm just another showgirl getting her first real break, but I'm afraid it's gonna be my neck. Maybe you can help me, but
I've got to see you today. After that, it may be too late to do any good. Signed, Vivian Drake.
Yeah, that's my letter. But you're not Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I'm not even Mrs. Valentine. Yet.
But I don't understand.
Well, I'm Miss Brooks, his assistant. I make these lightning appearances when the great man is among the missing. I thought maybe I could help you.
What could you do? I gotta talk to him, and it's something that can't wait.
Well, Mr. Valentine's on a case that's taken him to Seattle. He'll probably be gone the whole weekend.
I guess that washes me up.
Just what did that letter of yours mean?
Well, you see, I happen to have a brother.
Well, you'd be surprised how many people do.
Yeah, but not a crazy kid brother like I got. He's got himself into a mess, and me along with him.
Yes?
Well, I'm not a very good singer. Not too good a dancer, either. As for looks...
You'll do. But where's the connection?
I'm coming to that. It was only my looks that got me a job in Julia's nightclub in Des Moines. It didn't matter whether I could sing or dance because it's really just a racketeer's joint with a floor show as a cover-up.
Mm-hmm. Well, what brings you here?
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point. I don't understand it. I was offered the top spot in a show at the Peacock Lounge.
And you're not that good.
And something else. Julia, who runs the place in Des Moines, got a grand to see that I came here to take this job. Why? Can't you see? I'm being worked into some kind of a deal where I'm going to end up as a patsy. I know it, but there's nothing I can do.
I'm sure you had occasion to say no before.
Yeah, lots of times, but not to a heel who can send my brother to jail. And I'm his payoff. It's as simple as that.
I think I get the picture. Tell me, what do you know about your prospective employers at the Peacock Lounge?
Nothing yet. I've been sitting around trying to get up enough courage to go there and find out what they got lined up for me. I
can't stall anymore. But my one hope was that Mr. Valentine might find out what this is all about.
Oh, come on, honey. That's not going to help a bit. Tell me, who operates the Peacock Lounge? Do they know you?
A couple of guys named Philip Geary and Glenn Cooley. They never laid eyes on me before. That's why I can't believe all this sudden interest in my talents.
Then I could waltz in there and they wouldn't know the difference. It'd be perfect. I don't have any talents either.
Would you? Oh, but you don't know what you're walking into. I can't let you. It's about time you came to the phone. Yeah, she fell for it. I did everything but sing Mother McCree. But the frame is on.
Pardon me, friend.
Yeah, what? Hey, what's the matter? Don't you feel well?
In a few minutes, I have to get back on train. Get to Seattle.
So do I, but it looks like you'd better stick here in Farmington, fella. See a doctor. As it is, you can hardly move.
I know. Pain across my chest. It hits me like this sometimes. All I need is...
Yeah, what?
That drugstore across the tracks. Take this, please. Buy me a bottle of Alcoid. Always helps me.
Well, yeah, sure, anything. But look, I don't want this train to pull out and leave me in this burg.
It just takes a second. Believe me, you've got plenty of time. I know.
Well,
every drugstore carries it. Hurry, please.
Okay. Better lean against this wall. Stay that way. I'll be right back. Look, Pop, I don't know how you spell it. I only know how to say it. Alcoid. Alcoid.
Yeah, so you said. Funny, I never heard of it. You say your friend is ailing in the chest?
That's right.
Now, I could make up something with a little of that...
Yeah, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There goes my train. Oh, Valentine, the Good Samaritan. Hey, station master.
Yes, sir?
When is there going to be another train out of here for Seattle?
8:10 in the morning.
Oh, great.
You want to know of a good hotel?
Hey, just a minute.
Yeah?
Do you remember a short, stocky guy leaning against the wall here, right here? He wasn't feeling so hot?
Sure, I noticed him, but I wouldn't say there was anything wrong with him.
What do you mean? Did you go over him with a stethoscope?
No, but you should have seen him streak after that train when it started to pull out.
Riley speaking.
Hello, Lieutenant. This is Valentine.
Well. Say, pal, you better get down to town, and I mean pronto.
What are you talking about?
Well, I met your girlfriend. She's cutting capers out of school. She took some nightclub thrush under her wing, a dame in a hotel on Marlborough Street.
Wait a minute. Let's have that again, Riley, and translate it as you go along.
Private investigators don't peach on their clients, Miss Brooks informed me, so I don't know the whole story.
Riley, will you get to the point?
Well, it seems that Miss Vivian Drake imagined she's in some kind of a mess, and the letter was urgent, and you were out of town, and there you are.
Yeah, here I am, planted in Farmington, population 2,814, and I mean planted.
Huh?
Yeah. Someone was anxious to get me out of town, and then they made sure I got stranded here.
Well, I'm working on a very interesting case, too. Would you like to hear about it?
Stop horsing around, will you, Riley? I was on my way to Seattle to meet a client. Well, I just called up, and there ain't no such person.
Okay, pal, let's play it straight. How do you figure it? You think Brooksy was sucked into some kind of a phony deal?
If I can find a cab in this place, I'll be back in town to find out for myself.
Could you tell me where I could find Mr. Geary or Mr. Cooley?
Sure, honey. That table, other side of the room.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Don't mention it, honey. You know, this is the funniest thing.
What's the matter? Is my slip showing?
I just heard what you said to the hat check girl.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be a secret.
I mean, I was sitting at that very same table. Then I went to the Potter room, and now I meet you going back to where I just came from. Imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you picked the worst night if you want to see the boys. They're expecting someone, and they're going to be terribly busy.
Oh, well, don't fret yourself, honey. I think I'm the one the boys are expecting.
Vivian Drake? Oh, no, you couldn't be. Just couldn't be.
Well, of course, my birth certificate could be wrong, but
I'm Chicky Larson.
You want I should tear up telephone books and shower you with confetti?
But for a whole year, I danced right next to Vivian at the Empire Club in Kansas City.
Uh-oh.
when I heard the boys was going to give you the top spot in the show, I was so happy for you. And now you aren't you, are you?
Now, look, listen to me, kid. Vivian's sick. She sent me to take her place. But this is a big break for me. And I'll take care of Vivian, too. My real name is Mitzi Raymond.
Now I'm all mixed up.
Well, the point is, we have to stick together. We're all showgirls, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, what the boys don't know won't hurt them.
Well,
That's fine. I knew you'd see it my way.
Did you? Well, if you say so. I guess I do.
Hey, you certainly know how to pick 'em. How do you do it, man?
Let's say I have an eye for talent, Glenn, and you're the money man.
Oh, she's going to go over great in the show. One look at her and you can see that.
Could you gentlemen stop talking about me in the third person? Poor little me is right here with you, remember?
Smart as a whip, too.
Sure. You should hear Vivian sometimes, Glenn. She says things I don't even understand.
Chickie, darling, I'm very fond of you. Don't make me wonder why.
Huh?
Oh, Mr. Cooley,
Yes, dear?
may I make a suggestion?
Of course. Anything.
Well, why don't I sit on your lap now?
Oh.
You mustn't mind Glenn, Vivian. He just naturally admires talent, but he likes to do it up close.
As I remember, there was some mention of a job for me. When do I start?
Oh, we got a wonderful routine all set for you, honey, but we won't start working on the new show until next week.
But you got nothing to worry about. We rented an elegant suite for you at the Remington Arms, as of today.
And it's perfectly gorgeous. The dressing room has mirrors on the ceiling. I almost got a sprained neck.
I'm all for rounding up some of the crowd and going over there right now. A celebration in your honor, Vivian. Let the champagne flow.
Gee, the USS Vivian, about to be launched.
All right, Miss Drake, maybe it was a coincidence that your letter came in when I happened to be out of town. But don't you think it was sort of a dirty trick to play on another girl,
I was
letting her
scared.
walk into a shuffle like that?
Miss Brooks seemed to know what she was doing. And I didn't know where to turn.
Okay. You just stay put. I'll see what the score is with the Misters Geary and Cooley.
Oh, yeah. It can't miss. Famous last words. Come on, answer.
Never mind that.
Huh?
The call can wait until later.
Artie.
Quick, give me a hand with it.
Yeah.
Close the door.
Yeah. Oh, boy, you're a lifesaver, Artie. He was headed for the Peacock Lounge.
I just got in on a plane. Lucky I ran into Valentine like that. There was nobody in the hall.
What'll we do with him?
He's got to stay put till this deal's over.
When's that gonna be? I'm getting the jitters.
It's on the griddle right this minute. We'll dump him in the closet and let him sleep through it.
You heard me. Riley. Put Riley on the phone. What? Say that again. I'm not my usual bright self at the moment. All right. Let me have the number he left for me. What are you talking about, Riley? What happened to Brooksy? Well, you can speak freely. This is a private phone. Oh, you said that before you... All right. Remington Arms. That's me knocking on the door.
I'll have the fingerprints checked in a minute.
What do you say, Doc? When did it happen? Please, Miss Brooks, please try to control yourself, will you? You're not helping things any.
I am trying, Lieutenant.
May I come in?
Huh?
Just what's going on here?
George! Oh, George!
Oh, easy. Stop this, Angel. Hey, how am I going to sock somebody in the jaw if you hold me like this? Now, who's been pushing you around?
I don't know what happened, George. That's the way it was when I came to. I don't know whether I did it or not.
All right, shut up, Brooksy. You're not making sense. Come on, Riley, let's have it.
Well, the guy on the floor there with the letter opener in his back, that's Glenn Cooley.
Yeah?
Fingerprints belong to Miss Brooks, all right, Lieutenant.
Okay. Well, I can skip that then, Valentine.
What's the rest of it?
Look, pal, why don't you wait till she pulls herself together and let her tell you, huh?
I want it from you, Riley.
Okay. Well, there was a party here tonight. Everybody else left except Miss Brooks and Cooley. And there he is.
And I really don't know what happened.
I'm sorry, Valentine. The next edition hits the street at 6 o'clock. It's going to have to read, "We're holding Miss Brooks on suspicion of murder."
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Car owners, the big news of the month is the arrival of that new, improved Chevron Supreme gasoline. If you haven't tried new Chevron Supreme, what a motoring thrill you've got ahead of you. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. It's specially blended to give your car faster starts, faster warm-ups, extra pep in traffic, ping-free power on hills. And it's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored. In any of the West's temperature and altitude zones, you can count on new Chevron Supreme to get the best out of your car. So wherever you live, wherever you drive, try this new motoring thrill tomorrow. Get a tank full of new Chevron Supreme at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, "We take better care of your car." And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You find yourself highballing to Seattle to service a client. En route, you discover your client is the figment of somebody else's imagination. And in your absence, Brooksy takes on a case of her own. One thing leads to another, as the saying goes, and presto, a tableau of Brooksy and a dead man, the former charged with murder. If you're as allergic to being taken for a knothead as George Valentine is, you perceive something like this.
Look, if you don't sit on your emotions, Brooksy, I won't be able to help you. Now, come on, let me do the talking.
All right, George.
The reason you didn't know when the party broke up is that somebody slipped you a man-sized Mickey while you were making like Vivian Drake.
Then suddenly I didn't know where I was or what was going on.
Riley's going to put Geary, that chickie girl, and the others under the lamp the first thing in the morning and sweat them. But suppose they all tell the same story.
What story?
That Cooley had been making a play for you all evening, and you were straight-arming him.
But that's true.
Which makes it bad, Angel, bad. Because people being people, they'll think just one thing. When he hung around after everybody left, slapping his wrist wasn't enough, they'll think. You had to let him have it.
No. But I can't be sure. Not really sure. But, George, you don't think...
Brooksy, I'd let you stay right here for asking a question like that.
I'm not very smart, am I?
You just forget that in this combine, I'm vice president in charge of sticking his neck out. But let's look a few more of these unpleasant facts in the face. Vivian Drake's taken a powder, if she hasn't been taken for a ride.
But, George...
And there's no such place as Julio's in Des Moines.
You don't have to say any more. In other words, they've got me right in the middle of the field for the crows to pick on.
Brooksy, I'm drawing you diagrams like this to make you understand this is no time to fold up.
You mean stop being feminine?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'll start working on a beard right now.
Good girl. Now, let's see. It's almost 5 a.m. I'd better get busy because we got a date for lunch today.
Have we?
Yeah. And you're not going to be eating it off of a tin plate. Having fun?
Who are you?
The name's Valentine.
Valentine? I know you. You're a holiday. When everybody loves everybody else. Will you be my Valentine?
You must have a pull around here, sister. A whole nightclub to yourself, 5:30 in the morning, bar and all.
I'm Chicky Larson, fiancée of Mr. Philip Geary, I think.
Who gave you that shiner?
Mr. Philip Geary.
Where's he?
Back there in his office. How'd you get in here anyway?
I'm a second-story man, sister. There's only one story here, so it was twice as easy.
Sure, that's right. I don't get it.
Why did Geary paste you in the eye, Chicky? What's he sore about?
That girl, Vivian Drake, who wasn't Vivian Drake because I know Vivian Drake. I didn't tell Phil that she was Vivian Drake at all.
Yeah?
And then she went and killed Mr. Cooley.
How do you know that?
Police called Phil and told him. We're all going to be questioned in the morning. I don't think my fiancé is a gentleman. I don't mind being socked in the eye. But do you know something? After the party, he wouldn't even take me home. He just shoved me in a cab.
Oh, he's a real heel, Chickie. But let's make some more nice talk, huh? Did you notice whether Geary went back into the Remington Arms after he put you in a cab?
I didn't notice anything. I was too insulted. I didn't go home either. I came right here and waited for him. I guess I showed him.
Oh, now take it easy. It's not that bad, Chickie. Or is it? Why don't you tell me?
I bet Phil will never trust me again. After me not telling him about Vivian, I bet he'll even make me take out all the money he gave me to put in my safe deposit box.
Money? What money? How much?
$30,000. That's how much he trusts me. Hey, you're trying to get something out of me.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Chickie. I'm just trying to be your big brother.
I have a brother already. I don't like him either because he's a man. It's the girl who pays and pays.
Yeah, Chickie, that's right.
I just hope nothing happens to that nice Miss Brooks. That fat dodo coolie had it coming to him.
Well, I gotta talk to your fiancé. So you'd better get a piece of steak for that eye.
Oh, no. It'd probably be from a bull. That's a man cow, and I hate all men.
Who's that? What do you want?
I've been looking all over for you, Buster. I didn't think you'd be at your club this time of morning.
What I do or where I am is no business of yours, whoever you are. Now get out of here.
What are you doing, Geary? Straightening out your accounts after what happened to Cooley last night?
What?
You could have done this before, you know. As long as you decided to get the money partner out of the way. Now you won't have to explain about the 30 grand you chipped him out of, will you?
Even if you're a cop, I don't have to answer any questions. I've got a date with you in the morning. I'll have my lawyer along with me.
No, Buster, I can't wait that long. Now, stay on your feet, Geary. I got no time to pick you up.
Leave me alone.
Now, listen, I'm Valentine. You arranged that Seattle junket, didn't you?
I never heard of you.
You had me slugged so I couldn't barge in on the little party you had all set to frame Miss Brooks.
You're crazy. Who is she? What are you talking about?
When the others left the Remington Arms, you stayed behind. Come on now, what's the fix? You're going to answer my questions if I have to stay here and change the shape of your face.
Valentine, what are you trying to do? I'm working my head off trying to help you and Brooksy, and you go and nearly massacre Geary. If I didn't know a few unsavory things about him, he could have you thrown in the clink for assault and battery.
There's more of the same for anyone else I think did this to Brooksy. Now, I want to see her.
Oh, just like that, huh? Oh, ye gods, man, how far out on a limb do you think I can go for you?
I want to see her, Riley.
I can't give you a visitor's pass to the city jail good for all hours of the day and night. Honestly, Okay, I know how you feel. I think I can swing it.
I'm sure one smart cookie, Angel. The one person I want to help, I can't.
Oh, you did what you could, darling.
Oh, yeah. The only way I know how, it seems, with my fists. I can't use my head. I can't think beyond Geary. Everything stops right there.
Now, you'd better sit on your emotions.
But, Brooksy, I couldn't get a thing out of him. And when he gets ringed around with a lot of high-class legal talent, it's going to be even worse. It may take months to get hold of the so-called Vivian Drake. And in the meantime, you'll have to sit the whole thing out right here. If I can't do any better than this.
Well, it's not a bad cell. Southern exposure, the matron tells me.
Hey, what's that you're trying to hide there, Brooksy?
It's nothing, Jordan. Nothing,
let me see.
Well,
Brooksy.
I guess I'm just a ham at heart.
Why do you want to torture yourself like this?
Oh, no, I asked the matron to get me the newspaper. I didn't get much of a play, did I? Only page 2. George, why don't you go out and get some breakfast? And a little sleep wouldn't do you any harm either. I don't want to be a Pollyanna, but things will work out, and I'll put that paper down and listen to me.
Oh, no, but it's a wonderful paper, Angel.
What?
Yeah, beautiful, blessed paper. People don't realize the miracle of journalism, what you can learn by reading a daily newspaper intelligently, carefully.
Huh?
Yes, Angel, you're so right. I think I got something. Hey, jailer, turnkey, lover boy, let me out of here. What I'm trying to tell you, Geary, is that you're yellow.
Lieutenant, did you have me brought down here just so Valentine could tell me that?
Shut up and listen to him.
Gee, have I got a head. I had a little too much last night.
You'll live, Chickie. Geary, your scheme to get rid of Cooley was a thing of beauty. And in a way, it worked.
What do you mean, in a way? Cooley gets buried tomorrow.
Now get the picture. A showgirl from out of town who means nothing to anybody kills a notorious wolf. Chances are she'll get off on a plea of self-defense. And Geary is in the clear with everything he filched from his partner. Now, that was the plan.
How are you going to prove anything like that?
I'm not going to bother. Because the whole thing happens to be immaterial, irrelevant, and has nothing to do with the flowers that bloom in the spring, Trella.
Get to the point, will you?
Not so loud, Lieutenant. My head.
What head?
You see, Geary, after all your masterminding, the human factor crept in. Yeah, you lost your nerve and couldn't kill Cooley.
Well, thank you. That leaves Miss Brooks on the spot, doesn't it?
What about that?
Let me go on with the character analysis. You're not only yellow, Geary, but you're a patsy. A fall guy. A grade A schnookle.
Now, wait a minute.
Somebody's making you jump through the hoop without you even knowing it. And using your own little maneuver to do it. Oh, that takes real brains, friend.
Okay. Who is this genius?
Come on, Chickie. Stop holding your head and take a bow.
You talking to me, Mr. Valentine?
In person. You produced a Vivian Drake, all right, but you got a brighter notion.
Did I?
Why not get somebody like Miss Brooks to pose as Vivian Drake? Then when Cooley went to his reward, it wouldn't be just another one of those things. There'd be all that extra publicity. And I'd be more than a little interested. You know I couldn't rest till I traced it down to Geary.
Just a minute. Sure, then that 30 grand in your safe deposit box, Chickie, that would be yours for keeps.
You can hold that innocent stare, sister. But you were far from innocent when you decided to go through with it anyway when Geary lost his nerve. You sneaked back and did things with that letter opener.
Come on, Miss Larson. Say something.
5:30 this morning, when we were alone at the bar, you did everything to put me on the trail of Geary. But you also talked too much. You said, I just hope nothing happens to that nice Miss Brooks.
Well?
Chickie, you couldn't have known her name was Brooks. The first edition identifying her as such, the one I saw in her cell, didn't come out till 6 o'clock.
You gonna let that pass too, Miss Larson?
All right. Ever since I can remember, I've played the wide-eyed, simpering idiot to please men. This once I almost fooled all of you. Men, I hate them.
Go on, Angel. Let's see what's in the morning mail.
Oh, George.
Yeah?
For a while, darling, would you mind opening the mail? Right now, wielding a letter opener. Well, I have a crazy fear I'll go off looking for another Vivian Drake.
Oh, how do you like that? Now, look, if you ever get into a jam like that again, Angel, I'm gonna... Well, I'll...
Yes. Darling. Hand me the letter opener, boss. Where's that mail?
When you start out in your car tomorrow morning, remember there's a new motoring thrill available at your standard station or your independent Chevron gas station. It's that great new Chevron Supreme gasoline. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Through constant research and road tests, new Chevron Supreme has been perfected to give your car its best performance. Faster starts, faster warm-ups, extra pep in traffic, and ping-free power on hills. This premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored, too. Wherever you live in the West, wherever you drive, new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. Try it tomorrow. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with George Valentine, we'll find him and Brooksy in a deserted doctor's office.
Now, here's a book I'd like to curl up with. The Human Foot. Its Anatomy and Pathology. Darling, what are you doing? What are you scribbling?
Brooksy, I have just verified a universal truth.
Oh, goody.
Mm-hmm. Every cause has an effect, and by the same token, vice versa.
Oh, goody again.
Or in other words, anybody who gets poisoned twice ought to drop dead at least once.
Louvain.
Yeah, Angel. He may be a mental marvel, but I won't buy that he's also a medical freak.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gene Bates as Vivian, Harry Bartell as Geary, Virginia Gregg as Chicky, Leo Clary as Cooley, and Joe Duvall as Artie. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Everything is nice. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you've locked all the doors but your knees still rattle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my daughter has red hair. If you can imagine red hair with the rest of what you see in the photograph, you will understand a father's concern. Vivi is only 18, but she has spent every afternoon and evening of the past week in a disreputable place called Bamboo Bill's. Whom she sees there, I don't know, and she won't tell me. However, this is not just an affair of the heart. The 22nd of this month is her mother's birthday, but Vivi insists that she will not be home for that or any other family occasion. Mr. Valentine, my daughter isn't bad. She's upset and frightened. We are wealthy people, and I am positive someone has entangled Vivi in a situation too dangerous for her to handle alone. I will expect to hear from you at your earliest convenience. Sincerely, E.F. Sunderman.
What'll it be this afternoon, tourist?
Oh, nothing, thanks. I'm just... Yeah, I'll give you my order in a minute. Oh, excuse me.
All right.
It's so bright out on the street, and they keep it so dark in here. I didn't see your gloves there.
It's all right.
Nice place here, though, isn't it?
I said, what'll it be this afternoon, tourist?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. Oh, limit, one per customer. Bamboo Bill's Barracuda Bite. That what you're having?
Do I look like a bee girl?
Oh, now listen, excuse me. I didn't mean
Mine's lemonade. Here, Mac.
Thanks, Miss Sunderman.
I'll take it upstairs with me.
Wait, look, really, I didn't mean to...
Sit still, tourist. I'll give you something on the house.
Huh?
Just a little rain, that's all. Convincing, ain't it? Clear up in a minute. You know how it is in the tropics. Meantime, it kind of washes the air, cools people off.
Okay, Chaperone. But tell me about this place here. What's upstairs?
Where she went? Nothing. Boss's office.
Huh? Where are the stairs?
I didn't say the boss was there, tourist.
All right. So I want to apologize to the girl. What's it to you?
Oh, come on. Relax. I ain't got you pegged as a masher, but I've got you pegged as a guy who makes trouble his business. Now, suppose I mix you one of the house, and then you go and pad...
Hey, What's that supposed to be? Tropical thunder?
Beg pardon?
Hey, wait a minute. You just come down those stairs?
No. I just thought I heard something through here, that's all.
Yeah, like shots maybe, huh? Come on, back up the stairs.
One side, old chap. Sounds as if somebody's
No,
hurt
you
her.
don't. Wait a
Better
minute.
get help.
Oh, Lord. Miss Sunderman. Miss Sunderman, where are you? Miss... Oh, no.
Easy, Valentine, easy. The ambulance is already on its way. Now stop kicking yourself.
Oh, well, I can't help it, Riley. If I hadn't got wise and thought I could strike up a conversation with her, she wouldn't have taken her lemonade upstairs. I don't think she's got much chance to pull through.
I've always found people who are headed for lead poisoning are going to get it sooner or later, regardless of circumstances. Now cool off and tell me about that guy once again.
Brother, I'll be glad to. 6'2", slender, English accent, maybe Australian. And he definitely had been upstairs.
Gray suit, black mustache, not much hair. Okay, we'll get the alarm out, and I'll be with you myself in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Riley.
6'2", slender, and an English accent.
Yeah, that's right. Who are you?
My name's Bill McGee.
Bamboo Bill?
Yeah, I own the place.
Wow, well, lots of excitement here. Where have you been?
That's my business.
Okay. Wait for the police.
I don't mix well with policemen.
Now, look, South Seas merchant.
I've been there. I'm no phony. Just didn't go back soon enough, did I? So the Englishman shot her.
He was upstairs. But it's a big place. There might have been others.
He did it.
Hey, you're pretty sure, aren't you? Okay, what's his name? Who is he?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Beach boy, you better start getting some ideas. It happened in your office. The Sunderman girl's been here every day of the past week.
So what?
People will want to know why. They're not going to believe she just came here for travel lectures.
You talk too much, tourist.
Yeah. And she's been scared of something, upset. Her family was worried about it. Say, how do you get along with her family?
I didn't know she had a family.
Why don't you cut the hulu? You're trying to make up a story so fast your head's spinning. You're trying to... Yes, the ambulance.
Yeah. Let me tell you one thing, mister. If that kid dies, it's going to mean the ambulance for lots of people.
Mr. Sunderman, you and your friends will have to go back to the waiting room now.
Yeah, of course, nurse. Vivi will tell us, Mr. Valentine. She'll tell us as soon as the doctors are through, as soon as she's out of the anesthetic.
She may not know who it was, Mr. Sunderman. Those bullets struck her in the back. I mean, even if
She'll be all right. I know she will.
Of course she will, Mr. Sunderman.
Today was her mother's birthday, too, wasn't it?
Yes. I wanted everything to be so nice today.
What do you mean? Isn't everything usually nice?
Well, of course, but... Dora.
Oh, Ed, how is she?
Now, there's nothing we can do. Dora, please.
I'm sorry, dear.
I want you to meet Miss Brooks and Mr. Valentine. This is Mrs. Sunderman.
How do you do?
Oh.
You're Vivi's mother?
Oh, no. Of course not. I wasn't a child bride. I'm just her stepmother.
Oh, I see.
Ed never tells people. He thinks it's... Well, he just doesn't.
No, it's better not to. We're a family now.
Yeah, but I wish I'd known. It makes a few things a little clearer.
We've been married nearly 2 years now, and...
Mr. Valentine was thinking of how Vivi feels about me, darling. Isn't that right?
Uh-huh.
Well, she hates me, of course.
Dora, no, please. After all the effort you've made...
Oh, maybe I'm overstating it a little, but it's natural, isn't it? For a beautiful girl like Vivi and her young stepmother not to get along. She's bound to resent me. Well, I'm even attractive to some of her men. Don't you think so, Mr. Valentine?
Possibly.
But after all, I can't help the way I am.
Mrs. Sunderman, the important thing is Vivi kept to herself. She kept her own secrets.
I know that's true, but I have no idea what this thing was she was mixed up in. Bill McGee, I've never even heard her mention his name.
Well, the police will be finding out more about him.
And as for this Englishman you saw coming downstairs, her reasons for going to the restaurant in the first place, none of it makes any sense to me. I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Valentine, how to catch my own daughter's murderer.
Ed, don't. It's not your fault. But I'm afraid I don't really know anything about Vivi either, Mr. Valentine. I'm sorry I can't help you.
Yeah. Mrs. Sunderman, could I see you for a second alone?
Of course. He's so upset.
Yes, I know. Well, I just wanted to tell you, Mrs. Sunderman.
Yes?
I don't believe you. Goodbye.
Yeah. I find out nothing, you find out even less.
Well, Lieutenant, I threw a harpoon at Mrs. Sunderman, but I don't know whether it hit anything or not.
Well, we had the impression she was trying to protect her husband's feelings or trying to... Oh, golly, I don't know.
So do I, Miss Brooks. Say, do you know what happened to that South Seas character, Bill McGee? The big operator with the little answers? Well, he's gone, that's what.
Huh?
Yeah. I was getting nowhere with him, so I asked him politely to come to headquarters with a couple of the boys. And he just as politely gave them the shake.
Yeah, and he's probably in Tahiti by now, laughing up his sarong.
I wish he were. You see, we found out where Osbert Layden lives.
Wait a minute. Who?
Yes, we did make progress from A to B. The Englishman's name is Osbert Layden. Been in town a couple of years, lives pretty well without working, but behind that, his past is a little too dark for my comfort.
What do you mean by that?
How should I know? All I can find out is he came from the Orient originally, and my hunch is by way of the confidence game.
Uh-huh. And Bill McGee's done a little traveling, too, hasn't he?
That's what I'm driving at, and he's traveling today. When we went to Layden's place, we found his landlady shaking like a straight man in a George Adams cartoon.
Why?
Because she had already been visited by McGee and his suntan boys wearing blood in their eyes.
Oh, so that's it. Well, our chances of meeting the Englishman alive are a little slim, aren't they? With the sharks after him.
How right you are. Excuse me.
Sure.
Yeah, Riley speaking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's here. Just a minute. It's Doris Sunderman. She wants to talk to you.
Well, rose to the bait, huh? Hello, Mrs. Sunderman.
Mr. Valentine, I want to talk to you. We're back at the house now. We haven't heard any more from the hospital.
Talk about what, Mrs. Sunderman?
Well, Ed is so upset, but he's down in the kitchen now, lighting the candles on the cake, still trying to make everything nice for my birthday. Mr. Valentine, he can't keep his eyes closed forever, can he? It isn't kind to protect him from knowing things, is it?
No, it's not. Suppose you just... Mrs. Sunderman. Mrs. Sunderman, what was that?
I don't know. Downstairs. Wait.
George?
Hey, what's going on there?
Mr. Valentine, come quickly. He's dead. My husband's dead.
How about it, Riley?
Yeah, he was shot through the window all right. The top of one of the birthday candles was clipped by the bullet. He was standing there behind the table. It lines up all right.
Uh-huh. Find anything outside the window?
Yeah, a man's footprint, but it's not clear enough to do us any good. The doctor got the bullet out. It's the same caliber, and it looks like it's probably from the same gun.
Oh, yeah, sure. The same person shot them both, but who?
Get a load of this, my friend. The sergeant tells me one of our prowl cars spotted the Englishman down at the corner of 4th and Main, a mile from here.
Yeah?
At exactly 6:25.
6:25?
Yeah. And we got here at 6:30, but you heard that shot on the telephone at 6:25 on the button. So it couldn't have been the Englishman who did it.
But you've got every cop on the force still chasing him. And me. I was dumb enough to let Bill McGee find out about it. So he could take off to get the poor guy first.
Oh, relax, will you?
Brother, I'm a great guy today. First, I chase a girl upstairs so she can get shot. Then her old man is killed. Well, I didn't stumble around promoting that one. But, Riley, if the Englishman turns up a corpse, then I'll have a pretty good score today, won't I? Yeah. Join Valentine and see the morgue.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your car kind of sputters on hills and acts logy in traffic, just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's specially blended to give smoother performance on hills and under every driving condition. Depend on its ping-free power to give your car faster starts, faster pick-up and stop-and-go traffic, too. And remember, premium quality Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored. Wherever you drive in the West, Chevron Supreme gasoline is blended for that altitude and temperature zone. Try a tankful tomorrow. You'll find you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Best of all, you're never far from Chevron Supreme. You can get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Well, everything is sure nice. You're hired by a man named Sunderman because he was worried about his red-headed daughter. She was in some sort of trouble, but no one seems to know what kind of trouble. The girl herself is shot, and her father, who started this idea of wanting everything to be nice, is murdered by the same gun. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you know that this is no time to be sitting around counting birthday candles.
Mrs. Sunderman, we're going to start at the beginning.
Wherever you like.
Oh, no. Wherever you like. You're the one who knows things.
Well, I don't know who killed anyone.
Yes, we've been through that much. I mean the beginning of what was wrong with Vivi.
Oh. Well, Vivi isn't wild, if that's what you mean. In fact, I think she's always looked down her nose a little at me. You know how girls are. Oh, yes, of course.
Mrs. Sunderman, your husband liked to pretend he had one big happy family.
Perhaps.
Uh-huh. And you like to help him do it.
What?
I don't believe that a woman wouldn't investigate what her stepdaughter was up to.
Well, I've never actually...
Come on. You started to tell me once on the phone.
Yes, but so much has happened. I heard that shot.
I'm asking about Vivi. What was it about her you didn't want Mr. Sunderman to know?
Well, it's something to do with that Bill McGee. She's scared to death of him. She has money, you know, a big allowance.
Go on.
Well, I don't want to cause any more trouble for her.
I'm the one who does that. Go on.
There are some papers he has. She wants them.
Papers?
Is evidence of some sort. I should imagine of gambling, wouldn't you?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Sunderman. I'm not using my imagination anymore. I just now quit.
Check your hat, sir.
Yeah, here you are. Thanks.
Oh, wait a minute, sir. The main dining room's through the other way, and the tropical bar's just to your right.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll be there in a minute.
But you're going the wrong way, sir. Charlie.
Papers. Well.
What?
Look what the monsoon blew in.
Well, Valentine.
Yeah, now just stand there. And keep standing there. You're through traveling for a while, McGee.
Oh, cut it out, will you? I'm not packing a gun. I'm not going anyplace now.
That's an understatement. But you know, I didn't quite expect to find you coming back to your own office. Not with the bloodhounds after you.
Why not? The hot spot's the safe spot, isn't it?
Pretty glib, aren't you?
I've always been able to take care of myself.
Uh-huh. You and your boys, the bartender, the suntan kids.
They're all right. They stick by me. Sailors, most of them. Guys I've known in the islands and around. They show up, I give them jobs.
Oh, sure. Like taking care of the Englishman?
We couldn't find him.
Oh, brother, you take a load off my mind. All right, let's talk about gambling.
What?
Gambling. Like girls with too much dough do sometimes.
I still don't get you.
Okay. Then we'll make it papers. A piece of evidence you have that might be interesting.
Oh. Look, Valentine, you got to understand something. I came to the States and I opened this place to raise money. There's a trading company down in the Celebes. We need a couple of new boats. That's what I like, see? The green places, they get in your blood. The reefs and the blue water.
You're a one-man traveler.
Now, listen to me. There was another reason I came, too. It'll sound silly to you, but I came to get me a wife. Yeah, I did. I thought I'd found someone until things began to go wrong.
You mean someone like Vivi?
Yeah. Yeah, but things went wrong, you see. And then today, when the Englishman shot her...
Who says he shot her?
Huh? Well, you saw him coming downstairs. You put the finger
Now,
on
get
him.
this straight, Buster. Vivi was shot with the same gun by the same guy who killed her father.
What?
But her father was shot at exactly 6:25 tonight. And at that time, the Englishman was a mile away.
Who says so?
I heard the shot on the telephone. It was the police who saw and almost caught Layton. He's got a perfect alibi. Now tell me his story.
Okay. Okay, Valentine. I'll show you the piece of paper. That evidence you're looking for.
Well, that's more like it.
It's through here in the next room. I'll tell you the truth, Valentine. I'll show you what it is, and I'll show you. I still take care of myself, tourist.
Find those papers. There's something in the other room.
Come on, wake up, Valentine. I'm trying to tell you my boys have got him. They've cornered the Englishman. We're going out there.
He's alive, George. He's all right. McGee didn't get him. He didn't even get away from here.
A piece of paper.
Oh, for the love of Mike, there's no papers here. McGee would have taken him after he slugged you, don't you see?
George, are you all right? Well, don't try to move.
No, I gotta see it. Piece of paper someplace in here. He said it was.
The wastebasket.
Sure, the wastebasket. I thought there was paper, all right. Hey, it's been burned in the wastebasket.
All right, so he burned it.
Hey, look, how long have I been out?
Just a few minutes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, ashes cold, scattered, settled. You want to bet this was burned hours ago?
No, I don't. I just want to get out there where my boys are picking up the Englishman.
Okay. Go ahead, Riley. But when I think of how many birthday parties I've been to and how unobservant people can be...
George, what in the name...
Angel, you and I are going to do a little burning ourselves. In fact, here's our chance to prove you can't burn a candle at both ends.
Now, look, Valentine, you have to listen
Oh,
to me.
shut up, Beach Boy. I've heard enough out of you.
Besides, you're blowing on the candle.
Lieutenant, what on earth is this nonsense?
Well,
Yes, I'm perfectly willing to tell you my story. Why it was I seemed to be mixed up in this thing.
Thanks, Mr. Layden. You had me worried for a while, but now I'm not interested. What's the time, Angel?
4 minutes.
Uh-huh. It's about a third gone, isn't it?
But birthday candles, really, old boy.
It's Mrs. Sunderman's birthday, Mr. Layden. Didn't you know?
Huh? Why, no. Why should I?
Englishman, in about 2 seconds, I'm going to
Okay,
take
McGee,
you...
sit still. Now, calm down, all of you, will you? Just watch the little candle burn.
That's what Mr. Sunderman was doing, you know, when someone stood outside the kitchen window and shot him.
Uh-huh. He just lit the candles, as a matter of fact. At least the bullet had clipped the top of one of them.
Yes, and the rest of them were just burning out when we got here.
That was about 6:30, wasn't it, Riley?
It was exactly 6:30.
Oh, yes, and when you telephoned, Mrs. Sunderman, when we heard the shot...
That was exactly 6:25.
But look here, Sunderman was killed at 6:25. You told me, Lieutenant, it was the same time when those chaps of yours saw me.
Yes, that's right. Between 6:25 and 6:30 is 5 minutes. How long is it now, Angel?
5 minutes.
You know, it's very funny. Sunderman's candles burned down in 5 minutes. But now this one is just the same, and it isn't even half gone yet.
Well, maybe he lit them earlier.
Or maybe he was shot earlier.
I didn't look at my watch, but I was talking to you on the telephone
Yes,
when it
Mrs.
happened.
Sunderman, I heard something that sounded like a shot as far away as the kitchen. Throw me that pillow, Angel.
Here, George. And here's the gun.
Thanks. You know, it's pretty easy. You stick a gun into a pillow or something else soft and, well, listen. Maybe that's how you made that sound, Mrs. Sunderman.
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't. I swear I didn't.
He didn't say you killed him.
Of course you didn't. Otherwise, why would you have gone to all that trouble? Oh, no, you were setting up an alibi, weren't you? A perfect alibi for somebody else.
But I was more than a mile away.
Sure. How long is it now, Angel?
7 minutes.
A birthday candle takes a good 10 minutes to burn, Mr. Layton. 10 from 6:30 is 6:20. The real time you killed Mr. Sunderman.
No.
Okay. She gave you a 5-minute head start. You knew that's all you needed to drive your mile for the alibi.
But, Mr. Valentine, you really
Be
can't...
quiet, stop it!
I won't be quiet. I won't let them railroad me into...
Stop it! Every time you open up your mouth!
You're in it as much as I am, Dora. You egg me on.
No, stop it!
You persuaded me to kill.
Okay, Riley, there you are. The gingham dog and the calico cat.
Now, look here, Valentine.
Yeah. Now we'll let you talk, McGee.
Wait. Let me tell you something, young man. This idea you've got that you can take care of things yourself...
I was only trying to protect Vivi and her father.
Holding back information that only the law should have.
Yeah, but I was on a spot. If you hadn't broken that alibi, Valentine, I would have been a patsy. That's what they picked me for.
I know. You mean you couldn't prove anything? It was your word against theirs. After that paper had been burned.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I wanted to find the Englishman myself.
Well, that paper didn't have anything to do with Vivi, did it?
No, of course not. It was something I just happened to have because I've knocked around in the Orient, because I know a lot of people.
Did you know Layden in the Orient?
Well, I'd met both of them there, him and Dora. But I had no idea they were in the States until I met Vivi, and she showed me a picture of her stepmother.
Uh-huh. And then when Vivi began throwing hints around at home, Dora got worried, huh?
Yeah, that's about it. She knew that Vivi already knew and that Mr. Sunderman was already beginning to guess.
Knew what? Guess what?
What was in the paper? Just a letter, really, but it showed that Osbert Layden was Dora's husband. Is Dora's husband.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, a sweet, simple little racket that could have gone on for life. Layden lived on the fat of the land, while his wife was also the wife of a rich guy named Sunderman. A guy whose only wish in life was that everything be nice.
Don't worry, Valentine. The doctors say Vivi will be all right. And I'll be very nice to her.
You know, George, I'm very impressed. Logic and alibis and everything. But really, I could have told you a long time ago that Mrs. Sunderman was just telling us one story after another. That she was a liar.
But she's what do you mean?
Well, after all, didn't you count those candles on her birthday cake? 26, really.
Yeah, but then think how many women in the world tell little lies like that. Yeah, for future reference, exactly how old are you, Brooksy?
Good night, George.
If you were out on a motoring trip last month, I'll bet you thought more than once that your car's engine was getting a lot of wear. But actually, before you start on a trip and after you come back, the engine probably gets its worst beating. That's because 80% of all engine wear occurs in an idle engine, the result of acid-laden moisture forming on cylinder walls the moment you cut the ignition. It's known as internal engine rust, and the one sure way to stop it is to use compounded RPM motor oil. RPM contains an adhering agent which keeps a moisture-proof oil film on cylinder walls. Rust just can't get started, even though your car stands idle for days or weeks. No wonder premium quality RPM is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. So to protect your car's engine from rust, depend on RPM motor oil. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, George Valentine pays a call on the local sheriff and gets quite a shock when he hears...
Yes. Blood on the fenders. Wife ran over Jackrabbit once.
Now, look, Mr. Simpson, you represent the law in this county, and it's...
I know. The boy in the city gave me a call about you.
I asked him to. Now, look, I know blood on a fender can be lots of things. But a guy wouldn't be so touchy about it unless it was human blood, would he?
It was human blood. But you aren't going to do anything about it, Mr. Valentine.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Meir appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Herbert Rawlinson as Sunderman, Virginia Eiler as Vivi, Dick Ryan as Mac, Dan O'Herlihy as Layden, Larry Dobkin as McGee, and Shirley Mitchell as Dora. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Vultures on the Wing, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the future shapes up like a condolence card with a big black border, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, because of a stroke of extraordinary luck, an investment of $20,000 promises to yield me $500,000. But the transaction must be closed swiftly, tonight, because with so much money involved, there are, naturally, vultures on the wing. I sing in the colonnade room at the Savoy Wilton, but I shall be home this afternoon at 3, if it is convenient for you. Signed, Maria. You're concerned that there's something questionable about the proposition. Is that it, Mr. Valentine?
No, I guess I'm just a creature of habit, Mrs. Burnett, but...
It's Maria to the whole world. Then why not to you and Miss Brooks, of course?
Oh, well, let's be real chummy and call me Brooksy.
You were saying, George...
Oh, just call me Georgie. Now, I was saying, when 20 grand teases back $500,000, I begin to drip with all kinds of doubts.
Oh, it's all very legal and terribly simple.
All right, you've written the lead. What about the rest of the story?
Those vultures on the wing.
Yes. 4 priceless paintings by Sebastian Zundert were sold to a very high-ranking general when the Nazis occupied Holland.
Sold?
Yes. The owner was a collaborator. He had no scruples about dealing with the Nazis. So it was all very legal.
Go on.
These 4 masterpieces passed from hand to hand by way of Portugal and Argentina to this country. They're still considered among the missing. But I'm in touch with the present owner, and he'll let me have them for $20,000.
Huh? Bargain sale.
Well, how did you and Mr. X get together in the first place?
That's where I think I've been very clever, Brooksy. From the Boulevard de la Croisée in Cannes to Ciro's on the Sunset Strip, wherever I've sung, I let my interest in the Zundert canvases be known to the right people.
Well, wasn't that a little like shooting blanks and not even having a target?
I reasoned it had to be somebody in the international set. I was right. Last night, after 2 years, I received a telephone call. So you see...
Just a minute, Maria.
Huh? Oh, Nick, I told you to stay in the library. This is a business conference.
Well, why don't you have conferences with your husband?
I graduated from the Harvard School of Business.
Will you please leave us, Nick?
No, we're going to have a conference. I don't want any strangers going to start by throwing this gentleman out.
Now, hold it, will you, Buster? What have you been drinking? Singapore slings with vodka?
Let go of me.
Nick, if you don't behave yourself...
Yeah, I know. You'll leave me. Then what would I do when all the bottles got empty?
Not in front of these people, Nick. Please.
Pride, self-respect. Most important, of course. Go on with your conference, darling.
That's better.
You may not think so, but I did graduate from the Harvard School of Business.
Forgive the interruption. But, as I said, George...
Yeah?
The plan for tonight is terribly simple. You are to pick up the briefcase with the Zunderts in the colonnade room. You are my accident insurance to make sure that everything goes off smoothly.
Oh, not any more than Hedy Lamarr. Now, look, we have just about 10 minutes before you meet the man with the briefcase down in the lobby.
Oh, this is just about my cue to go to the powder room with this briefcase full of old newspapers under my wrap.
Right. And on the way back, make certain everybody in the place knows you've got it.
Do you really believe anybody will think we've made the swap in the powder room, George?
This operation is strictly cloak and dagger, Brooksy, so let's play along.
Well, what have I been doing up to now?
Well, the point is, if there are any interested parties in the offing, they'll stick right here with me and your briefcase. While you go downstairs and claim the other one and get over to Maria's.
Well, here I go. I just hope my briefcase isn't showing.
I was hoping the young lady would leave so I could have a moment with you, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, I'll take out the stopwatch, friend.
Running errands for Maria? Charming creature, isn't she? I'm Alfred Steger.
Steger Art Galleries.
Oh, so you know me.
No, I've been lucky up till now.
Maria, the darling, might very well become the proud owner of 4 perfectly breathtaking Zunderts tonight.
You don't say.
But the poor pet is always at such loose ends. She might very well lose these treasures. Then if by some chance they found their way to me, you might very well find yourself $5,000 richer.
How did you get hold of the information, Steger?
Good heavens, man, you should know. Hasn't Maria even mentioned my name? I really believe I feel slighted.
Oh, you'll bounce back.
Just because I'm considering double-crossing her doesn't mean I don't think the world of the dear girl. However, what have you to say about being $5,000 richer? Scruples, awkward things, always getting in the way. But think it over, Valentine.
Good evening, Steger.
Oh, Van Brooklyn.
Would you mind returning to your table so I could speak to Mr. Valentine?
Now look here, old man.
Oh, please, boys, don't fight over me.
Please do not make me ask you again, Steger.
Oh, very well. I was quite through anyway. Oh, by the way, Van Brooklyn.
Yes?
Why don't you drop around at my galleries? I have some excellent reproductions.
Why do you speak to me of reproductions?
Because these might fool even you, despite your reputation as a connoisseur. Good night.
You belong in this act, too, Mr. Van Brooklyn?
In a manner of speaking, I am the act, Mr. Valentine.
Oh?
If Maria has deemed it wise to hire you to ensure the safe transfer of the Zundert canvases tonight, that is her affair. But I must make sure you understand one thing.
Well, now, just understanding one thing would be a great improvement.
The $20,000 Maria entrusted to you belongs to me. She is merely a commission agent. Someone I hired more than 2 years ago to make it known in the right places that I was in the market.
I'd like to know who isn't in the market for those things.
I myself am merely a representative of a syndicate. A group of men who intend to acquire those paintings at any cost. So it would be most sensible if you made sure they found their way to me.
Mr. Van Brooklyn, at the moment I'm playing bouncy ball with Maria. Now, if you want to get in on the game, you'd better talk to her. Otherwise, somebody might get hurt.
I see. Well, I am afraid I must leave you. Your lovely companion is returning. It was a great pleasure.
Oh, don't mention it.
Who was sinister character with a beard. His eyes look like a couple of boiled onions behind those thick glasses. Who is it,
Later,
George?
Brooksy, later. Let me have that.
You can't say everybody in the place doesn't know I came back with a briefcase. I did everything but play catch with it.
Yeah, I saw you. Now go on and get the one we really want.
Yeah, okay, George. But be a nice, peace-loving decoy, darling. I want you back all in one piece.
Okay, go on now, Angel. Get on your tricycle.
Yeah, okay. See you at Maria's.
Nice rent you've got there, Valentine.
Well, thank you. I've got very good taste. Except in the kind of people I seem to attract to this table.
Why don't you be satisfied? Stay away from Maria.
Who are you, Buster? And don't tell me I can find out at any post office by just looking at your picture, front and side.
Maybe you've heard of me, Jim Fowler.
I hope you noticed I just went pale.
Hey. Now, you shut up all over and listen.
What's going on over there?
Maria and me are friends. Good friends, catch.
That's cozy, Fowler.
I want you to stay away from her, and I want that briefcase you picked up for her tonight. I'll give it to her in the dressing room.
As you were, Jim. Reach like that again, and you're going to leave some fingers on that table when you say goodbye.
You're not very smart, Valentine.
On your way, Pixie. I got things to do.
You heard me. In the car.
Oh, you the muscle boy for Van Broekelen, Steger, or Fowler?
Get inside, or you're going to collect yourself a lot of holes that'll spoil your appearance. And give me that briefcase.
Suppose I pout. You're not going to shoot me down on the street, are you?
Try me. Get wise, stupid. You're playing with the older boys now.
Get in. Hey, Brooksy, what happened?
Well, it's all pretty vague, George.
I got here just before you, George. Hurried here after my last show. I found her on the floor.
Yeah?
And the paintings she brought, they're gone.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that in a minute. Hey, you sure you're feeling better now, Angel?
Yes, darling, I think so. I came right here, just as you told me. Then when I opened the door, it was all dark. Then, zowie, somebody hit me.
Uh-huh. Hey, has your husband, Nick, been over there like that all the time?
I don't know. I found him that way with his head down on the table. He's no good to anybody.
Well, George, you don't look fresh as a buttercup yourself. Where have you been?
Somebody wanted a briefcase full of newspapers so bad they floated me out of town. I had to walk back till I got a cab.
Oh, but the
pictures.
I told you we'll get to that. And the next time around, I'm going to get the truth from you. Right now, I want to see if your husband here knows anything we ought to know. All right, Shoot. Hey, Burnett. Come on, Burnett. Snap out of it. Come on, sit up in the chair.
Nick!
George.
Yeah. One of our friends fixed it so that Nick will be stone cold on the hottest day in July.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If you're driving a new car, you're probably getting a lot of pleasure out of its smooth performance. But wait until you try a tank full of new, improved Chevron Supreme gasoline. It gives car performance to delight the heart of every motorist. Thanks to special blending agents, new Chevron Supreme gives your car faster starts and faster warm-ups. It gives your car new alertness in traffic, ping-free power to lift your car over hills. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. And premium quality Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored. So wherever you drive in the West, no matter what the temperature or altitude, you'll agree new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. Try a tank full tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A glamorous lady known simply as Maria to the international smart set sends you on an errand, namely to drop off 20 grand and pick up 4 paintings. Then various and sundry personalities start double-crossing each other all around you to snare the above-mentioned canvases. And as an added fillip, Maria's husband is found stabbed to death. Momentarily, you bide your time, which, if you're anything like George Valentine, you devote to cerebral contortions while Lieutenant Riley does the talking.
Mrs. Burnett, did your husband know all three of them? I mean Ben Brooklyn, Steger, and Fowler?
Yes, more or less.
Uh-huh. Well, I've got an all-points bulletin out for them. We'll have their stories in the morning. Right now, I want to get the picture here straight. Now, Miss Brooks,
Yes, sir?
you're sure there isn't anything you forgot to tell us?
No, it was dark. I hardly got in the door. Then I thought I saw somebody looking at me. Well, then that may be imagination.
I came here directly from the Savoy Wilton. Anybody can tell you that
Okay, Mrs. Burnett, okay. Nobody is questioning your alibi. Anything else, Miss Brooks?
Come on, think hard, Brooksy.
Yeah, well, just as I passed out, I remember hearing a loud noise.
Uh-huh.
A crash of some kind. That's all.
Hey, Riley, that means the lamp on the stand over there were knocked over when the murderer was leaving, and not in the struggle with Burnett.
Back to the same thing. They both knew each other, and there was no struggle. But, Valentine, maybe you can explain something else to me. The bloodstains near the foyer door, and Burnett lying with his head on the table a good dozen feet away. How did he make the trip with the knife in him, and why no signs of blood in between?
Yeah, I've been kicking that around too, Riley, but it keeps bouncing back at me.
Yeah. Well, we'll leave the whole thing until tomorrow when I know a lot more than I know right now. Well, good night. Oh, you'd better stay put, Mrs. Burnett.
Oh, we'll come along with you, Lieutenant.
All right.
May I see you a moment, George?
I'll be right there, Brooksy. Yeah, Maria?
You're not walking out on me, are you? I need you more than... I need you more than ever now.
I can't imagine you needing anybody. But if it's going to make your dreams any sweeter, I'll be seeing you in the morning. Better get your story straight.
I know you are very anxious to speak with Maria Valentine, but I thought it would be wise if I talked to her first this morning, so there would be no misunderstanding.
What does he mean, Maria?
I'm sure Mr. Van Brooklyn intends to tell you that himself.
But first, may I explain this patch of court plaster on my cheek?
Yeah, looks like somebody set out to make a veal cutlet out of your face.
Unfortunately, the thugs who attacked me took my word that I do not have that Zundert, so I know where they are, which is true.
Sounds like Fowler's boys on the job.
The important thing is to restate the bargain I made with you, Maria. A liberal bonus if you located the paintings, and to consummate the deal, $20,000 at your disposal, for which I have a receipt.
What have you got to say, Maria?
Perhaps she will speak more freely after I leave. Just remember, Maria, I expect you to produce the money or the pictures.
All right, sweetheart. Let's scrape off all the fine-fingered intrigue and see what we've got here.
Oh, George. George, I've been so alone, so frightened.
No fun getting caught in your own squeeze, is it?
Come closer.
Yeah?
George, I'm in love with you.
Brother, you must be really scared to stagger into that routine.
Don't talk like that.
I suppose now I'm expected to rush out and get those underts for you.
That's a lie. I swear I was thinking of us. What the future would be like with all that money.
Which wouldn't belong to you. Now, let me tell you what the score is. I sent Brooksy over to Steger's galleries to ask a few questions, and I...
Well,
don't give me that used-up smile. I'll admit that's one for my memory book.
we're still in business.
I'll let you know when I'm taking in my sign. Now, you listen. I've measured all the angles, Maria, and I think I know the setup. Maybe even a little better than you do.
I'm listening.
About 2 years ago, Fowler slithered into your life. He was the kind of tough-minded man you liked. An exciting contrast to Nicky boy, who was always lit up like a busy switchboard.
No character analysis, darling. Just the facts.
What if I told you your boyfriend moved in on you, shoulder holster and all, after working out a deal with Van Brooklyn?
What? But they don't even know each other.
I'm guessing it was Fowler who sicked the Dutchman on you to suggest you pass the word about the paintings to your friends, the former black marketeers, the run-down royalty, the professional sophisticates.
You can't make me believe that.
Those two had split the fancy fee Van Brooklyn's syndicate was willing to pay. That is, if one or the other wouldn't work a double cross.
Why, those two
Makes
conniving...
sense, doesn't it? But then you and Brother Steger were going to pull a fast one, too. As an art dealer, he can not only okay the pictures, but find the right market for them.
Really?
Then you could pay back the 20 grand and say you weren't going to play anymore.
Very well. I admit that.
But there's more, Maria. Steger was all primed to cross you.
What?
Made me a proposition. $5,000 if I delivered those masterpieces to him.
What an unholy mess. And if it's all true. Listen, George. If you play this right, you can still...
Wow. Hello, Fowler.
I told you to stay away from her, Valentine.
Bad memory. One of my worst faults.
Go over him, Batsy. See if he's carrying a rod.
Stand still while I fan you, Bud.
Never mind. Here you are.
Jim, what are you going to do?
We'll talk later.
Hey, look at this fancy heater this guy cuts around, Mr. Fowler. Look at me. I'm the Green Hornet. I got a whole army coming at me. But I go...
Where did you pick that up, Fowler?
Well, Batsy is missing a couple of brain cells. He reads too many comic books. But he does what I tell him. And that's all that matters. Valentine, where are those pictures?
I got the same story I gave your boys last night. I wouldn't know.
Jim, is it true about you and Van Brooklyn?
Sure. Like I said, we'll talk later. Batsy.
Yeah, Mr. Fowler?
Drag this peeper over to my hotel. Keep him there. He's got a lot of talking to do. If he doesn't, he's not going to walk back from this rag.
Look at me now.
Oh, please, please, no more, Batsy. And will you stop waving that gun?
Now I'm the heavyweight champion. Yeah. Bam, biff, bang. He's down. Hey, 1, 2, 3,
Hey,
4.
hey, Batsy. Huh? There's somebody at the door.
What? Oh, hey, one squawk out of you and you know what you get.
I know. What's more, I believe.
What you want, sister?
I'm here to clean up Mr. Fowler's suite. I ain't got all day, you know.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, I didn't know you had company. Oh, but I can clean around the gentleman if he'll just cooperate.
Wow, you're a cute kid. How about you cooperating with me? We might get places together.
Oh, fresh, ain't you?
Come on. Make it snappy and get through.
Gee, you got a funny voice, mister.
Huh?
Oh, didn't you know? You're talking to a frog with a man in his throat.
Now listen here, you.
He looks like an overgrown meatball to me.
That's all from you, babe.
Looks like a punch-drunk fighter with a hot foot.
I warned you, babe. Now I'm going to play marbles with them pretty blue eyes.
George!
That does it. Impolite to turn your back on it.
Yes!
Jeepers. Did you see the size of his hands,
Easy,
George?
Percy. Wait till I get his gun. Hey, you were terrific, Angel. What blessed little voice guided you from Steger's over here?
Steger's own sweet falsetto.
Huh?
Well, when I walked into his galleries, I heard Steger screaming blue murder in the back. Somebody was giving him a going over.
Fowler's really covering territory today.
And then I heard Steger cry out your name.
Yeah.
Then somebody said Fowler was taking care of you at his hotel. I mumbled something and backed out of the place.
Oh, if I had the time, Angel, I'd kiss you.
Oh, I ought to get something for the $5 I slipped the chambermaid.
Now we got to give this place a double quick canvas for those Zunderts.
Yeah, but if they were here, George, why would Fowler be picking up assault and battery charges all over the city?
I don't know, Brooksy, but there are a couple of weird angles that keep popping up in my mind like three blind mice.
Such as?
Well, never mind now. Get on the phone and ask Riley to get our all-star cast at Maria's.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will notice that one member of our little group is missing.
Yes. Where's Mr. Steger?
Why, in the morgue.
What?
Yes, your Gunsels put a little too much enthusiasm in their work, Fowler.
You're not pinning this on me, Lieutenant. And I'm clamming up till I see my lawyer.
That's your constitutional right. Let me have those paintings, Valentine.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
You found them.
They're mine. I can produce a receipt for the money I advanced Maria.
Where'd you find them? Where were they?
In your place, Buster.
Right under a neat pile of your monogrammed undies.
Which adds up to this. Fowler, I'm holding you for the murder of Nick Burnett and Steger.
Can I call my lawyer?
I don't know what you were trying to get out of Steger, but that'll come out in time.
Wait, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Somebody planted those pictures in his apartment.
Well, what do you mean?
But that sounds crazy, George. Why?
Maybe Mynheer Van Brooklyn can tell us.
I, who was willing to spend a fortune to secure those thunders?
Yes, Valentine, that doesn't make much
Oh, but
sense.
it does, Lieutenant, it does. With Fowler framed for murder, you wouldn't have to split with him, Van Brooklyn. The paintings were bound to find their way back to you. You have legal ownership. Maria's receipt.
Absurd. Mere speculation.
When Miss Brooks walked in here last night, she thought she saw two eyes staring at her. They were the glint from those egg-sized lenses you use for glasses, Van Brooklyn.
That's right, George. Oh, I'm sure.
The
now.
noise Miss Brooks heard after she was hit was you crashing to the floor with the table and the vase. That's when you got that gash in the cheek. Nobody's been slamming you around.
Then it was his blood in the foyer, not Burnett's.
Yeah. The lab tests will prove that beyond any doubt, Riley. You're pinned down like a butterfly, Van Brooklyn.
Well, what's the joke?
These pictures. People have bought and sold them, degraded their souls and spilled blood for them ever since I first put them on the market in Europe.
What of it?
Just this. They did it because these are masterpieces. Art in its most sublime form. I know all this because I have followed their trail across the world. There's no syndicate. No one but me. I want them back, and you know why? Because I painted them myself.
Oh, listen.
Yes,
You
yes.
painted them?
I fooled the entire art world. The greatest hoax in the history of art. With my failing eyesight, I knew I would never paint again. But I would have these as a tribute to my talents. Yes. And after I died, they would be accepted as the best things Zundert ever did. Please. Valentine, it would be possible for me to keep them with me until they...
I don't know why not, Van Brooklyn. You've paid for them. No, Brooksy, Fowler's goon squad merely gave Steger a good roughing up. Van Brooklyn delivered the coup de grace.
Oh, George, the reason sounds fantastic, even though I know it's true.
Yeah. Van Brooklyn was that fabulous character the papers were full of after the war. He sold $1 million worth of fake art to Goering and Company. Steger recognized him despite the beard.
You know, this shindig takes the cake for pure, concentrated finagling.
Yeah, awful tempting, all that, though.
Mm.
Hey, no, Angel, just out of curiosity, what would you do if you found $500,000?
Oh, well, let's see. Well, if it belonged to a poor person, I'd return it.
To a poor... Okay, don't explain it. The pain will go away in a few minutes.
For the greatest motoring pleasure you've ever enjoyed, let me remind you again of new Chevron Supreme gasoline. For today's high-compression engines, you just can't buy a better gasoline. That's because new Chevron Supreme gives your car faster starts. It gives your car faster warm-ups, too. New pep in heavy traffic driving. Power to lift your car over the hills with never a ping. And it's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored. That means it's specially blended for each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. So wherever you drive, try a tank full of new Chevron Supreme, and you'll agree it gets the best out of your car. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we again catch up with George Valentine, we'll hear an incredulous Brooksy say,
Oh, don't be so smug, George. Didn't you hear me? The man wants you to prove he's a murderer.
Well, no accounting for taste, Angel.
Oh, he must be crazy.
Maybe.
Well, no sane person would write a letter like that.
Still, he raised a very interesting question. He wants to know if I'm an imbecile. What do you think, Brooksy?
Are you going to take this letter seriously?
Uh-huh.
Then the answer to his question is yes.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Maria Palmer as Maria, Ted DeCorsia as Van Brooklyn, Leo Cleary as Steger, Ed McDonald as Fowler, Barney Phillips as Nick, and Frank Richards as Batsy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Problem of Joe Martin, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If life for you is like trying to walk a tightrope in a high wind, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, Esquire, who is Joe Martin? Most people in the United States of America I find to be friendly, particularly if they see you have money. But Joe Martin I find, but he is not at all friendly. In my native South America, I am an important man. I have 3 telephones on my desk. I am not accustomed when a man refuses to answer long distance, when the politeness of my letters come back unanswered. What is the matter with this Joe Martin? All I wish from him is his hand so that I may fill it with money. Please see me to offer a suggestion. Respectfully and cordially, Bolivar Estroso. Tell me, where could it happen with the United States? A South American eating a Spanish Mexican dish in an Italian restaurant to North American music. Yeah, I ask you.
Yeah, sure. It's a small world, Mr. Stosso, but we don't have to just keep running around in circles, do we?
Mm-hmm.
Who is Joe Martin?
Joe Martin. Joe Martin came to my country, to the Andes. He was what you would call a foolhardy one. He wished to charter a plane to fly alone over the mountains, just to see if he could.
Well, did he succeed?
Well, yes and no. Or rather, no and yes. His plane disappeared. There was a search, of course, but no trace of him. Hope was given up. A wire was sent to the United States that he was dead.
Only then he came back from the Andes, eh?
2 months later, to the coast. He was a rag of bones, a hank of hair. Or is that a woman?
If you don't mind, what happened to Joe Martin?
Well, it was hard to tell exactly. There had been a crash, of course, and a fire. He was burned. A physical skeleton, a nervous wreck. But he was given the best of treatment and sent back as soon as possible to his home, to his wife.
Uh-huh. And now you're trying to contact him to give him some money. Why?
Why? International relationships, my friend. Mr. Valentine, I am representing many companies on this trip. One of them is the company which rented to Joe Martin the airplane. There was a government investigation. The company was at fault.
You mean something had been wrong with the plane?
Oh, improper servicing, that is all. And it's a thing which would not happen again. But naturally, the company wishes to make restitution.
You mean it's afraid it'll be sued and wants to make a settlement first?
No. We want to make payment. We want to maintain our reputation. But Joe Martin...
Well, maybe the reason he doesn't answer your letters is because he doesn't want the money. Maybe he's wealthy or something.
Proof. What if he is? I have contacted his bank. Wealthy, yes, but money troubles too of late, like everyone else. And there is no one so well off he will refuse $10,000.
Yeah, all right you are. No, I guess you've got the wrong address. He's moved or he's still in a hospital somewhere.
There has been plenty of time to recover his health. And I know where is this Joe Martin. A place in the country, a house of the coast. You see, there was once on the telephone, I was able to reach the home. It was a bad connection, and then after long minutes of waiting, all I could hear was crying. A man crying.
Uh-huh. Well, Brooksy, it looks like we're in for a little trip. Joe Martin, huh? The man who wanted to conquer the Andes.
Well, let's see now. Martin Place is right next to mine, but we like lots of elbow room around here. Take the second turn down the road, about 5 miles.
Okay, thanks. Anybody home there now, do you think?
Guess so, all 3 of them. They never seem to go out.
3 of them?
Well, him and the wife and that fellow lives there. Came back with Martin.
You mean back from South America?
Guess so, I don't know.
Well, look, I'm not really prying. Well, maybe I am. But, do you know much about Joe Martin? Do you see him often?
No, but my little boy saw him the other day. They have some late cherries, Royal Ands, I think, out back of their gardens. Boys like cherries, you know.
But sometimes they get caught, huh?
Well, Joe Martin didn't say anything. Just threw a rock at the little boy.
Oh.
You'd better ask somebody else about Joe Martin.
You want to see my husband, Mr. Valentine. What about?
Well, it's about his airplane wreck in South America, Mrs. Martin.
Just a minute. There. It's a funny life out here, isn't it? When the fog comes in, there's nothing to do but sit in front of the fireplace and play phonograph records and read books and... Joe's out right now.
Out? You mean he's gone to town?
No, he just walks. He likes to walk. At least that's where he is, walking. Lord knows there's plenty of places to walk around here. No, I'm sure he's not in the house. He'll be back.
Senor Estosa said he'd written to your husband a couple of times.
My husband never looks at mail. And I don't know anything about business. Oh, I do remember the letters. Yes, of course. Lawrence Kegley's the one you should see.
Lawrence Kegley, your house guest?
Oh, no. That's somebody else. Lawrence handles the money. He's in town, but he'll be out this evening. You know, business advisor. Like a lawyer, only with a shave instead of a shingle.
Yes. Well, Mrs. Martin, we'd like very much to...
Lord, I'm not being much of a hostess, am I? I'm sure you're hungry or thirsty.
Oh, don't worry about us, Mrs. Martin. We just came out to see...
Oh, it's just a car.
Yeah, maybe that's Lawrence Kegley now, huh?
Perhaps. I'll get it. Oh, it's you.
Hello. Well, don't bite my head off.
Did you see Joe?
Joe? Why, no. Should I?
I thought you might have. Driving in, he's out there somewhere, walking.
Oh, running loose. Communing with the
Rick,
great...
please. This is Rick Winters, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Oh,
how do you do?
Oh, well, come to admire the fog, eh? Creeps in on little cat feet. Can you imagine anything worse than a wet cat walking across your face?
I don't know cats that well.
I do.
Mr. Winters, I guess you came back from South America with Mr. Martin, didn't you?
What's this?
She's just making conversation because you called me a cat.
Now, Estelle, don't be so sensitive.
Well, I'll clear it up for you, Miss Brooks. The person who lives here, the house guest, is Mr. Douglas Dewar.
But he didn't come from South America.
I'm telling it. Mr. Dewar's from the city. He's just a friend of my husband's.
How well you tell it.
Yes, and Rick is just... Well, anyway.
There are no adjectives sufficient. How about a drink, anybody? Or some music, maybe?
Skip it, Buster.
Now, don't resent me, Mr. Valentine. I'm a nice guy. That's a nice tune. It certainly dates me, though, doesn't it?
I guess so.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Turn that thing off!
Estelle, what's the matter?
What are you doing here?
I was here earlier. Why shouldn't I come back? If you don't feel like talking, I can always chat with Joe.
Yes, you can. Can't you?
But I'm sure we're shocking your guests.
No, don't be ridiculous. Would you like us to leave, Mrs. Martin?
Oh, I don't know. Yes, please.
Oh, there's Kegley. Got a new car, hasn't he?
No, it's the same old
Lawrence
one.
Kegley, huh? Okay, Mrs. Martin. Suppose Miss Brooks and I step outside and meet him. And if your husband still hasn't shown up...
You wouldn't want to see Joe anyway.
Why not?
Well, I don't know what your business is, but Joe Martin would be sure to think it was something else and start yelling at you like a banshee. No, Mr. Valentine. You don't want to see Joe Martin.
Now, look, Mr. Kegley, it's simple. Mr. Estoso represents a South American company which wants to pay Joe Martin.
I know. And I'm sorry we didn't get the letters answered. But it's only been a week or so. Of course we want the $10,000. Naturally. Tell Estoso I said so.
Oh, well, that's fine, but when can Mr. Martin come to town? There are some papers for both of them to sign, you know.
What? Impossible. Impossible. I don't know how it could be arranged. No. I'll write to Estoso. We'll forget the whole thing for the time being.
Why? Why can't Joe Martin come to town now?
Oh, how should I know? How should I be expected to make any sense? Joe Martin won't even talk to me anymore. Ask Douglas Dewar.
Ask Doug? Hey, what kind of a runaround is this? His wife says see you, and you say see somebody else. What are you talking...
George!
Yeah, come on.
Douglas Dewar.
I found him lying there. I was coming out the back way to ask if you wouldn't have some supper before you went back to town. He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead, all right. Head's been bashed in with a stick or maybe a rock.
Estelle, I looked all over for Joe. I can't find him. He hasn't come back to the house.
What? Isn't Joe in his room?
No, Lawrence, I haven't seen either one of them for more than an hour.
Uh-huh. And I'd guess Douglas Dewar has been dead for almost that long.
Joe is out somewhere? Why wasn't there a lock on that room? He should have been locked up.
But with Douglas
Hey, hold it, both of you. Yeah, I think I'm beginning to catch on. Just who was Douglas Dewar?
The doctor sent him out from the city. It was only a precaution. He was a male nurse. My husband's keeper.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your vacation trip means you're going to be motoring through a lot of Western territory, take a tip from independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Use Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's climate-tailored to give your car peak performance wherever you drive, in cool mountain country, in hot deserts, and along the coast. When you get premium quality Chevron Supreme, you can be sure of ping-free power. That's because it's specially blended to give faster starts, quicker pickup, and extra power on hills with never an engine knock. A pinging engine is a strained and laboring engine that's wasting both power and fuel, you know. So rely on Chevron Supreme for thrift and for more pleasant motoring, whether you're on vacation or just driving around town. Remember, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Who is Joe Martin? A man so careless of his own life, he would fly over the Andes by himself, just for the fun of it. A man who would throw rocks at a boy stealing cherries. A man who is trustful of no one. A man so alone in his own mind that he required a keeper. But now the keeper is dead. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you just got into this because of a small matter of South America business. But now that you're here, you seem to find yourself the only center pole in a badly sagging tent. Because, as everybody knows, outside somewhere, outside in the fog, still out there, is Joe Martin.
A creature like that on the loose. He should have been locked up. We should never have let him...
Mr. Kegley, will you please shut up? I got your husband's doctor on the telephone, Mrs. Martin.
Thank you.
I called the sheriff, too, Mr. Kegley.
The sheriff?
Yes, I had to.
It'll take him at least 20 minutes to drive out here. Joe Martin... he must have found out who Douglas Dewar really was.
What?
Well, Douglas always pretended he was just here as a friend. A physical instructor to help build Joe up again after his experience in South America.
But Joe must have found out, don't you see? Found out he was really a nurse, a guard. Someone Joe would think of as against him. That's why he lashed out, killed him. That's how these things work.
No, Mr. Kegley, stop chittering, will you?
Mr. Valentine, Joe thinks I'm against him.
Oh? Why? You a bad business advisor?
Well, there were reversals even before his disappearance in South America.
We did think he was dead, Mr. Valentine.
Certain adjustments were made, naturally. Reinvestments and... Well, it's always been difficult to convince Joe he's not any wealthier than he really is.
Oh, it's not your fault, Lawrence. It's not.
Mrs. Martin, why wasn't your husband put in a sanitarium?
Oh, but he's never been that sick. I'd never have dreamed that he... Well, he was always unstable, I suppose. And after that horrible experience in the Andes, he was a wreck, of course. Complete collapse. But I thought it was mostly a matter of rest and care at home, building up his strength.
Look, Mrs. Martin, if you knew...
Oh, Joe's been perfectly rational. I don't know, it's conceivable they had a fight or something. Oh, Mr. Valentine, I still can't believe my husband would be violent. Would want to kill.
Uh-huh. What did Douglas Dewar think about him?
Why, same, I imagine. He did send a wire to the doctor this evening, but I don't know what he said. Just heard him phoning to Western Union, and then I heard the doors close. That was when both of them left the house, I guess.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. Leave.
Lawrence.
It's only a few minutes since you called. I'm going to drive in and get that sheriff myself. There's nothing cowardly about being a little more skeptical than you are about wanting to preserve my own hide.
Oh, but Mr. Valentine...
Mrs. Martin, I wonder if you'd excuse me, too. Yeah, I just thought of something. Look, Western Union, all I want is the text of the wire to the doctor, not the charges. Yes, I know the sheriff's office told you it was okay. I just want the... Well, okay, hurry it up, will you? Yeah, call me back.
George, where are you?
Hey, Brooksy.
George, I saw him. I did. I saw Joe Martin. It was out here, George. I'd been in the living room with Rick Winters, and then I stepped out on the porch for a minute. And there, right there through the fog, there's a fence over there.
You sure it was Martin?
Yes, he was tall, like they said. He was crossing the fence on a stile. I could hear his feet on the boards.
Come on, let's take a look.
George, he was holding his arms close as though he were carrying something. I called out I couldn't help it. And then he ran away.
Oh, the poor guy.
George, don't you think we should... Well, I mean, you're not strong enough to handle him alone.
Hey. Angel, didn't Kegley leave the house?
Kegley? Well, sure, a few minutes ago, I think. George!
Yeah. His car's still here. Brooksy, look out!
Oh no.
Looks like Lawrence Kegley walked right into it, doesn't it?
Oh. Didn't even reach his car to get away.
He's dead, all right, Brooksy. Just like Dewar.
Do you have to, Rick? Do you have to keep playing it?
Okay, Estelle.
I was only trying to keep our minds away from the morgue, the fog, and the crackling twigs outside. There, you see, you jumped a foot just then. The tick of the clock that doesn't bring help fast enough.
Buster, I think we can do without that treatment.
All right. I'll stick to music. Do you like music, Miss Brooks?
Mr. Winters, I think you're just hurting yourself. I think you're both being pretty foolish about something. I think it's pretty obvious what it is.
Observant, aren't you?
I told you to go away. I told you I didn't want to see you again.
Yes. Yes, late this afternoon, she stood out there in the sunken garden with the sunset in her hair. And I kissed her goodbye. How could I help but come back?
Oh, I hate you.
But I think I'm here to stay now, don't you?
Oh, can't you ever think of poor Joe?
That's a laugh.
Get out of here.
Mrs. Martin.
You never worried about Joe before.
You're pretty much of a heel, aren't you, Buster?
I've never hurt Joe. I've never...
Both of you. No, I'll get it. Yeah, hello? Oh, yeah, what is it? Yeah. Yes, I've got it. Okay, thanks.
Who was it? What did they want?
Well, it was the sheriff's office, that's all. Yeah, he left some time ago. Be here pretty soon.
Yes. Yes, the sheriff will be here. And they'll bring men. And the men will have guns because people are afraid of people who kill other people. But Joe doesn't know what he's doing. He's out there all alone, thinking everyone's plotting against him.
Don't get carried away now.
And I plotted myself, at least in my mind. I did love Rick once when I thought my husband was dead. Well, I'm not going to let them kill him now. I'm going to find him myself.
Estelle.
If you were half a man, you'd feel the same way.
Mrs. Martin, stop.
Get your hands off me. I'm going alone. Joe won't hurt me if I'm alone. He trusts me. He doesn't know about Rick. Joe loves me. It's the least I can do.
George.
Yeah, now don't worry, Angel. We'll be right behind her. Here, take a look at this fast.
Huh?
That wasn't the sheriff's office on the phone. It was Western Union.
Oh, the telegram Douglas sent to the doctor.
Yeah, I scribbled it down here.
Joe Martin took sudden turn for worse late this afternoon.
Yeah.
Violent for first time. Taking precautions and we'll bring him into hospital first thing in the morning. But George, what...
Hey, come on. There she goes.
Joe, can you hear me?
I guess her idea's right, George. She can bring him in without frightening him. He wouldn't hurt her, but in this fog... And if his own male nurse said he was violent...
Brooksy, we didn't have to be told Joe Martin was violent.
No.
Hey, which room in the house did her husband have?
What? Well, I don't know. The one up front, I think.
Uh-huh. And this is the sunken garden right here. Late this afternoon.
Late? George, you could see this garden from Joe's room.
Yeah. You could see Rick Winters kissing your wife.
And the telegram said the same time. Joe violent. Oh, Georgie must have seen them. Something must have snapped inside of him. Only, then it's Rick Winters who's likely to be...
Hey, shh. Back door.
What? But who's...
Joe! Hey, Joe!
Winters, the crazy... He took a dare to be a man, didn't he?
Hey, Joe! Joe!
But he's the one who's in danger,
I know.
George.
Come on, around this way.
Oh, this fog, you can't see.
Oh, Joe!
He's still alive, George.
Yeah, good. Scared away. Heard us coming. Didn't get a full swing.
Where are you? Rick!
Yeah, a rock was lifted up and swung against his head, just like the other two. We keep asking for it, don't we?
Rick,
It's okay. I've got it, Mrs. Martin. Now, let's get him back to the house.
George! Look! Joe!
By the fence. Steps. On the stile. He's coming back.
Joe, he wouldn't hurt me. I could call out and I could... No!
Hey, quick, stay with her, Brooksy.
Yes,
She's headed for the house. I'll be with you as soon as I can make it.
It's locked.
back door is locked. Rick forgot the catch when he came out. Oh, and he left that same thing on going round and round, over and over.
Martin, stop it. Get hold of yourself.
Over and over and over.
Stop it. We're all right if we just... George? Oh.
Yes, Mamie. I think Rick here is going to be okay if we get into a hospital fast enough.
George, the door is locked.
Okay, I'll go around in front.
No!
Mrs. Martin, your husband won't hurt you. Now I know he won't.
I haven't been a good wife. I haven't helped him as I should. I haven't cared for him as I should. I haven't understood his illness.
Yeah. He's a pretty sick man, all right. The telegram said he was violent. But Douglas also told the doctor he'd taken precautions. And Joe looks very calm now.
What are you talking about?
It's just too bad you didn't know what those precautions were, Mrs. Martin.
Oh.
You could have saved yourself so much acting.
Wait. Listen. It's Joe. It's Joe.
I said, don't be afraid of him, Mrs. Martin. He's quite calm. And he holds his arms close as though he were carrying something, just like Brooksy said. He can't pick up any rocks to swing at people.
No.
Like you can.
No.
Yes, Mrs. Martin. Joe has been wearing a straitjacket.
But, Mr. Valentine, consider the Andes. Terrible things happen to men in the Andes.
Hey, look, will you please not interrupt if you want the whole story? Okay? Okay. Now, Mrs. Martin did it. She did all of it. Why? Well, she didn't plan it that way, I guess. But when it all happened, it would have been so easy to blame her killings on a man who was out of his mind, not responsible.
That is what I say. The Andes.
Oh, you mean Joe Martin was that way because of his plane crash? He'd always been a little unstable. But Estelle didn't help it much.
She'd already talked Lawrence Kegley into playing around with his dough for her benefit. She had Rick Winters in her pocket, even though he knew what she was up to.
And after the crash, his mind sort of escaped.
See, that is what happens.
Yeah. But most people don't have wives who push their minds in that direction. Because that's why she didn't want him in a sanitarium. He would have been cured. He will be.
I do not understand North American women.
Why not?
In my country, on the slopes of the Andes, a woman would use a machete.
Huh?
What?
I recall in a little village nestled in a valley, a woman with 4
Yeah, look, senor, you don't mind if Miss Brooks and I dance, do you?
No, not at all. The woman was also burdened with too much money.
Waiter, bring that man an order of chili con carne. Come on, Angel. This is where we came in.
If you're a motorist, here's a word of advice from independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. It's a proved fact that corrosive rust causes 80% of all engine wear. This high-cost corrosion starts the moment your engine stops. It's caused by acid-laden moisture that instantly settles on internal parts in an idle engine. To stop the attack of rust, special compounds have been added to RPM motor oil. One compound in RPM is an adhering agent. It keeps a moisture-proof film on internal parts so that rust can't get a start, even if your car stands idle for weeks. Ordinary oil couldn't possibly give your car's engine this complete protection. No wonder premium quality RPM is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. So for longer car life, get RPM motor oil. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with George Valentine as he's trying to enjoy a well-earned vacation with a little fishing, we'll hear Brooksy saying,
George, you caught something. Pull it in.
Well, I am. It's not putting much of a fight, though. I don't...
Oh.
Yeah, well, no wonder.
Why, it's a body. A little boy.
Only it's the first little boy I ever saw with gray hair.
But then it's a midget.
Yeah, Angel. Oh, brother, this is going to be some vacation.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jay Novello as Estoso, Doris Singleton as Estelle, Robert Bruce as Bergstrom, Peter Leeds as Rick, and Will Wright as Kegley. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The elusive $100,000, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If it's so off the beam, nobody can help you, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, this is not a quiz program, but how would you like to get paid for spending a weekend at the fashionable resort of Las Rositas? Doing what? Just having fun. Indulging yourself luxuriously at my expense. Fulfilling an ambition most men merely dream about. Alas, these pleasures
which I cast your feet applied me because I must spend the weekend being charming, glib, and hilarious, entertaining the wealthy yokels in the Peacock Room of the Pioneer Hotel, where you can reach me if this letter intrigues you. Just write, wire, or simply drop in. Signed, Walter Haney.
You know, you keep reading that letter, Angel, and I'm going to stop and make you hitchhike the rest of the way to Las Rositas.
Well, I'm sorry, George, but I'm fascinated. Well, things like this just don't happen to people. Unless they guess the name of the song.
With humor like that, Brooksy, you may be able to follow Walter Haney in the Peacock Room.
Yeah, but seriously, why would a man who's been a star for years, making thousands of dollars a week, write a letter like this? Maybe it's just a gag. Well, how do you know?
I called the hotel. There's a suite waiting for me, all paid for.
Oh, a whole big suite.
Yep, that's right. So I reserved a room for you on the second floor, right over the laundry.
Right over the laundry?
Well, I'm sorry. It's all they had, Brooksy. Besides, I'm not Walter Haney. This comes out of office expenses.
Well, at least I'll be around to watch you indulge yourself luxuriously.
Oh, I don't know about that, Brooksy. Could be it's Walter who's indulging himself. At my expense.
Dear Valentine, here's something I want you to spend for me. $15,000 in cash.
Jeepers. May I touch it?
Hey, now, even with Miss Brooks' help, I may not be able to spend that much in one weekend. Then what?
What I have in mind, Valentine, you'll get rid of it in a few minutes.
Splurge the whole $15,000, Haney? On what?
I'll come to that. But I should explain. At the moment, this is all the money I have in the world.
Well, then you'd better take care of it.
If you read anything about me in the papers, Miss Brooks, you know that next to breathing, I'm supposed to love gambling best.
Well, look, why don't you go out and throw it away yourself? This town's wide open for gambling.
Yeah, that's the hitch. I could sneak out between acts, but I'm not allowed to gamble.
What do you mean by that? You're over 21.
I'm in debt to a syndicate now for over $100,000. I know how to pay them back, but it's a gamble. And that's the one thing that they won't let me do.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Yeah, they have a shifty-eyed character named Marty Ould shadowing me. Won't even let me get near a slot machine.
Go ahead, Haney.
This means a great deal to me. If I weren't allergic to melodrama, I'd say it was a matter of life or death. Now, here's what I want you to do, Valentine.
Yeah?
There's an art dealer in this town who, I suspect, maintains a so-called gallery merely to fleece visiting millionaires.
Oh, something you won't find in the guidebooks, huh?
Well, Mr. Dirkson's particularly proud of one item in his fly trap. It's a much sought-after Etruscan vase by one Alberto Molini, 1506, 1568.
I take it isn't just something you put flowers in.
No. If it's the real thing, old man, it's worth much more than $15,000.
Yeah, but the poorhouses are full of characters who try to outwit the connoisseurs.
Miss Brooks, when I'm not doing other foolish things in my life, I dabble in artistic obscurities. Once I found a Fra Angelo in an attic. Only it turned out to be an amazing fake. But I still think that there's nothing like...
Nothing like coming to the point, Haney.
Yes. Well, if I'm right, Valentine, Mr. Dirkson's vase is not only authentic, but it's the mate of another masterpiece by Molini.
All of which adds up to what?
$100,000.
My, how you do toss off round numbers.
Oh, I'm quite serious, Miss Brooks. There's a fabulous cattleman, one Hank McCrary, who lives just outside of town here, and who owns the other Molini. Incidentally, he does use it to put flowers in. He can afford it.
Uh-huh. And he'll pay you the $100,000?
As I said, if I'm right about Dirkson's vase, that's the gamble. I may lose my $15,000. This Hank McCrary, he knows as much about these things as he does about longhorn steers.
Well, it seems to me a simple risk for you to walk in and make the purchase yourself, as long as your intentions are honorable.
You don't know these gentlemen I'm indebted to. Flinty individuals, one and all. And they don't believe in anyone gambling with what they consider their money.
Oh, Walter, I didn't know you had visitors. I was inside knitting. Did I hear...
Adele, I want you to meet some friends. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, I'm glad to meet you, too, Miss Hayden.
Oh, Walter, just what are you up to now?
Now, look, please, Adele.
You know, Mr. Valentine, my brother doesn't tell me a thing that's going on.
Really?
Still, I don't know what he'd do without me. Which reminds me, Walter, I'm going down to see the manager.
Adele,
I shall tell him we want those lights changed for your performance. And you be sure to take a nap now, dear. Oh, yes. Goodbye, Mr. Valentine.
Nice to have met you.
Me, too.
Oh, Miss Brooks, you must forgive my sister. She makes my work her whole life.
Hey, you know, Haney, between a stage sister and a gambling syndicate, you don't seem to have a life of your own.
I'm rather sensitive about that, old boy. Supposing we don't discuss it. Is it a deal?
Why not? There's no law against it. And it's your money.
Good. Believe me, I'm more worried about Adele than I am about myself. She can't sleep because of that $100,000 debt.
I see. Oh, Brooksy, you'd better go and check in.
Oh, yeah, my room over the laundry.
I want to see what I can find out about Mr. Dirksen. I'll meet you downstairs in the drugstore.
Valentine?
Huh?
I want to see you outside a minute. Before you leave the hotel.
Well, who are you? I take it you got a name. Or am I being presumptuous?
The name's Marty Ool. And I told you I want to talk to you outside.
Oh.
Patio.
The boy from the syndicate, huh?
Yeah.
Haney mentioned you.
I said outside.
Okay. Well, here we are, Marty. Alone at last.
I don't know what Haney is cooking up with you,
How
but...
did you know about me and Haney at all?
Now, never mind. Just shut up. Now, look, I'm warning you. Stay away from him.
Oh, well, gee, thanks for telling me, Mr. Rule.
Yeah.
I might have stuck around town and got into an awful lot of trouble.
Yeah, real trouble. Get it? I think I'll show you just what it's like.
Something like this. Thanks for the warning, Marty. But you know you shouldn't try to scare people out of town like that.
Would you mind waiting for me, Mr. Valentine?
Oh? Well, ordinarily, no, but right now I'm in a hurry.
It's all right if I come along, isn't it?
Hey, you know, this seems to be my day for meeting people I don't know. You know, you could have taken a cab. Then the driver wouldn't have to ask you such questions as, who are you anyway?
Lola?
Just Lola, huh?
Isn't that enough? Tell me, why did you come here to Las Rositas to see Walter Haney?
Oh, now this is getting to be a routine.
What did he say to you?
And I thought you wriggled in here because you were interested in me, and me alone.
I could be interested in you, if you would answer my question.
So this is how beautiful redheads named Lola act.
I must know why he wanted to see you.
How did you even know I met Hank?
Suppose we stop off down the block for a drink. I'm sure you'll tell me what I want to know. But this is a 5 and 10 cent store.
It's a bus stop, too, Lola. It's as far as we're going together.
But I thought
Me, too. But suddenly I remembered all my Boy Scout badges. Bye, Lola.
You know, I'll find out what I want anyway.
Sure, I know you will, but I don't want to make it any easier for you. Oh, yeah. You still didn't tell me who you are. I mean, aside from being Lola.
I'm nobody. I'm just Walter Haney's bride. This was supposed to be our honeymoon.
Walter Haney? Hey, wait a minute.
Just don't tell his sister. If she found out, she might drop dead. I hope.
What'd you find out about Dirksen, darling?
The most charitable report. Nothing that could send him to jail. So these are the galleries. Well, let's go in and get it over with.
Welcome, welcome. Dirksen's Temple of Art is honored.
We want to buy a vase, Buster.
Yeah, and the 5 and 10 didn't have just what we wanted.
What? You do not understand. I surround myself with only the most precious objets d'art.
That's fine. I'm talking about the Molini.
You see here only the Molini?
Yeah, 1506, 1568. But most important, $15,000.
Sit down, dear lady. Dear gentleman. Dear. I do not know how I can bring myself to part with it. It would cause me such pain here in my heart.
That could be indigestion, Mr. Dirksen.
Oh, look at it. Isn't it beautiful? 20,000, perhaps?
I don't think your indigestion is that bad, friend. It's 15.
You are fortunate. Money means nothing to me. You brought the cash, of course.
Well, what do you know? That Haney fella wasn't trying to pass off a phony on me after all. This here vase is the real thing, Valentine.
Yeah? I mean, sure.
Oh, it ought to be just the right thing for Petunia.
Well, it was right there in Las Rosaritas under my own nose.
Well, that's life, Mr. McCurry. Now, I don't like being mercenary, but...
Oh, yeah. Haney called me about that. I got the money right here. 1,000, 2, 3. Oh, I just can't count. I'm too excited about getting that vase.
Yeah, handling all that money would do things to me, too.
Oh, but it's all there, Valentine. I'm a man of honor. Besides, I know when I'm getting the best of a good bargain.
Yeah.
And so we leave the hallowed precincts of Fort Knox, otherwise known as McCreary's Ranch, and make our way back to Las Rosaritas, the Monte Carlo of the West.
You're in rare form, Brooksy.
Yeah, but not before I ask a couple of questions. Well, this gunful Marty and the redhead Lola you refuse to talk about. What's going on anyway, George?
Long stories I don't mind telling, Brooksy, but this is kind of complicated. You see it... Uh-oh, another one of my loyal followers.
I knew my brother was planning something with you today, Mr. Valentine.
Remarkable insight, Miss Haney.
You don't have to play cat and mouse with me. I happen to know what this is all about and what's involved.
Okay, that's the end of that game. What do we play next? Get in the car, Angel.
Okay, George.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
You probably think I'm interfering with my brother's life. Everybody does. But I'm going to protect him as long as I live. Against every grasping female that comes along.
Miss Haney, this is just another job for me, and it's almost done. Frankly, that's all I'm interested in.
I see. Would you mind giving me a lift back to the hotel?
No, of course not.
I'd like to see how it feels to ride with someone who's carrying so much cash.
Well, here we go again.
What do you mean, George?
Look, in back of us.
Huh? Oh, you mean that car?
Yeah, we're being followed, and this time by experts.
What's that?
They're staying just a nice half block behind us, waiting for the time to close in.
Well, hurry, do something. That money belongs to me and my brother. Every cent of it.
They can go as fast as I can, Miss Haney, even a little faster. knowing they're catching up with $100,000.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your car has one of today's high-compression engines, then here's great news for you. A new Chevron Supreme gasoline is now available, and it meets all the demands of today's high-powered cars. Gives your car faster starts, faster getaway in traffic, extra power that lifts your car over hills without a ping or an engine knock. A new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. It's a premium quality gasoline, climate-tailored for the West's different altitude and temperature zones. So wherever you drive, go on new Chevron Supreme. Bet your car's improved performance makes you agree you can't buy a better gasoline. Get it tomorrow at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A famous nightclub entertainer, Walter Haney by name, invites you to Las Rositas, a fabulous, really, gambling resort. Gives you $15,000 to buy a rare vase. That you do, and on a quick resale, end up with $100,000 in cash. You're headed back to turn the money over to your client when suddenly you notice a car on your tail. You've got to think fast, and if you're anything like George Valentine, you do.
George, that car's getting closer. They'll take all that money away from you. You can't let them.
Now, leave this to me, Miss Haney. Now, listen, Brooksy.
Yes,
See
George.
that cab parked up ahead? When we get there, I'm going to slow down. You take over the wheel.
But you'll never get to that cab without them seeing you.
I want them to follow me. You just keep going and get back to the Pioneer. Now, come on. Let Miss Haney sit on the outside so you can get to the wheel.
Okay. I've got it.
Good, good.
Oh, but darling, I wish you'd tell me what you're going to do.
No time, Brooksy. Here I go.
George!
The money. They'll find him. Take it away from him.
Oh, Miss Haney, stop talking about that money.
But it's my brother's.
I'm beginning to wish I'd never heard of your brother.
Keep going, Kevin. Keep going. Lose that car.
Come on, snap out of it.
What?
You ain't been in that cab for quite a while, chum.
What?
We sent him on his way after we dragged you out. Don't you remember?
Swell memory. Go on, ask me. When was the Spanish Armada sunk?
I'll ask you. Where's that $100,000? We've been all over you, and it's gone.
I lost it in the crap game.
Where did you stash it? Or did somebody get to you first?
Who hired you for this job, monkey face? Turkson? McCurry trying to get his money back?
I'll ask the question.
Monty Old? Or maybe Lola trying to get the most out of a honeymoon?
Okay, if that's the way you want to play it, come on, Johnny.
Hey, give me another towel, will you?
Yeah, sure thing, boss. But I think you'd be better off there getting a doctor.
You got a real smart hotel here, friend. I just don't want to shock any of the equally smart clientele when I leave this washroom. Ooh. That feels better.
Yeah, what happened to you anyway, boss?
Look, is Walter Haney through with this last show in the Peacock Room yet?
Well, let me see. Just about, I guess.
Swell.
I just wanted to give you time to freshen up, Valentine.
Monty.
Hey, you. Get out.
Yeah, mister, but I work here.
I said get out until I'm through.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute. Let's be nice about this, Monty. I don't want this dance with you. I'm not up to it.
Don't I know it, though? And am I sorry?
Look, if you're interested in money, I got $4.86 on me.
When I lost you after you left McQuarrie, who got to you?
Who didn't?
Whatever money you picked up for Haney belongs to the guys I work for. He wasn't supposed to gamble any of his dough until he was all squared up. Now, what happened to the $100,000?
Okay, Marty, I did this before. I can at least try to...
Not this time, Valentine.
You don't know what it was like going through that last show, not knowing what happened to Valentine and the money.
That money means everything to us, Walter.
Doesn't anybody care about Valentine just for his own sweet self?
Well, of course, Miss Brooks. I care very much. It's just that
He was doing everything to save that darn money of yours. When he hopped out of the car, he knew he was making a clay pigeon of himself. Who knows where he is now or what happened to him?
I know, and I'm sorry I started the whole mess.
Now, Walter, don't get yourself unnerved. Remember, you have 3 performances tomorrow.
Oh, what's the use?
Well, don't we make a happy group?
Lola,
Yes, Walter?
I thought we decided to give me a little time and then to...
Walter, who is this woman?
Well,
That can wait. I just want to say this. I found out what Valentine was doing for you, so I hired someone to follow and take the money away from him.
What? What do you mean you hired somebody? Where's Mr. Valentine?
I don't know, but he didn't have the money on him.
Oh, Lola, you shouldn't have...
What else could I do to keep it away from you, Walter? You'd only gamble it away. I wanted to make sure whatever you owed would be paid off and we could make something out of our future together.
Future together? What are you ranting about? Who are you?
How's your blood pressure, Miss Haney?
What's that?
I happen to be your sister-in-law.
No.
Well.
I was going to explain, Adele, as soon as everything got straightened out.
I won't allow it. Whatever success Walter's had, his talent, everything, it's due to me. I never got married just so I could take care of him. I won't let this happen no matter what I have to do.
Walter, you know where I'm spending my honeymoon? Alone. I'll be there waiting, but not for long.
Oh, Lola!
Walter, how could you do a thing like this to me?
Adele, for the love of heaven, why don't... Oh, just sit down there and knit. Do anything, but please stop talking.
Oh, I've nothing to live for now. You're going to regret this, Walter.
Mr. Haney, I'm sorry my sympathies are limited. But right now I'm only interested in George. What about these people you owe money to? They might have...
Yes, Miss Brooks, I've thought of it. I'm going to call him right now. Room 418, please.
Oh, that's all I'm good for, then. Just to sit here and knit.
Hello, Miller. Miller, this is Haney. You got hold of Valentine? No? Oh. Yeah, I know, Miller. I'm quite sure you won't let me out of your sight.
What did he say?
Miller's boy, Marty, caught up with Valentine, too.
Yes?
I don't understand it. He didn't find any money either. It was already gone.
Then, Walter, you mean you still owe all that money?
That's right, Adele. Miss Brooks...
Oh, save it, Mr. Haney. From here in, I'm crying copper and see if they can't find George. George!
True love. She can still recognize
Oh,
me.
darling, when I saw you coming across the
I
lobby...
know. Is that Haney's dressing room over there?
Yes, George, but you're in no condition to do anything more tonight. Talk to him in the morning.
I think if I just take everything slowly and surely, I'll be able to make it.
Oh, golly. You see? There's nobody here. Come on, George, please.
Wait a minute, Brooksy. Slowly and surely. Remember?
Well, what is it?
It's a note. Do you mind reading it, Angel? My eyes seem to be closing earlier tonight.
It isn't addressed to anybody.
Go on, read it, Angel.
It says, when you've done what I've done to a life and seen the way it all worked out tonight, there's only one answer. When you find me, you'll know I wasn't afraid to face that answer.
Wait a minute. This sounds like...
Yeah, George.
Slowly but surely, let's get down the hall to Haney's apartment.
Nobody here either, George.
Go on. Take a look in the bedroom. Make sure. He's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, so he took that way out. The fool and white...
No, George, look.
Adele. Close that door.
Oh, but why should she do that to herself? Do you think she got to the dressing room first and read the note Walter wrote?
Brooksy, I got a feeling Walter never wrote that note. It was his sister.
But it said, when you've done what I've done to a life.
She meant her brother's wife.
Oh, Adele, Lola's here, and we just have to talk to you. Valentine.
Hi.
You all right? Oh, I can't tell you how sorry I am for everything that's happened.
You sorry too, Lola? Why did you pick up those gorillas you hired?
Mr. Valentine, I love Walter. That's the only excuse I have for what I did. But about the money...
George, don't you think you better tell Mr. Haney?
Yeah. Your sister's in the bedroom, Walter.
Then I'd better go in and have it out with her right now about Lola and me.
No, wait a minute.
What?
You better read this note.
Adele. Oh, no. Oh, I've got to see her. She wouldn't do
No,
it.
Walter. I don't think you'd better go in there. She decided to end it that way, and, well, there's nothing you can do.
Oh, good Lord.
Walter, darling, don't.
Oh, Adele. Adele never really meant any harm. I tried to save her from herself. Each year, it got worse.
You mean her gambling, don't you?
Yes, Valentine.
Her gambling? But, Walter, why did you let me go on thinking it was you who couldn't hold on to a penny?
I owed something to her. It didn't matter if everybody thought that I was the black sheep. If I let it ride like that. It was an obsession with her. Then she got in over her head and... then this happened.
Will you cut it out, Haney?
But it is funny, Valentine. There's not even the money now.
There's something even funnier. But it doesn't make you laugh.
What do you mean, Valentine?
The $100,000. When I jumped out of that car, I slipped it into your sister's knitting bag.
George!
Valentine.
Yeah. She didn't know it, but she had it with her all the time. You see, your stage sister still took care of you, Haney.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we leave the fashionable resort of Las Rositas, the Monte Carlo of the West.
The honeymoon haven of thousands of happy couples embarking on their life together.
Oh, darling. Golly, to think you took the trouble to memorize that part of the pamphlet.
Well, there's a lesson for every man in that gaudy little publication put out by the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, tell me more, dear heart.
Joining all those happy couples are the thousands of divorcees who leave this desert Mecca, their freedom papers clutched in their hot little hands.
I don't see anything like that in this pamphlet.
You should read the tables put out by the Bureau of Vital Statistics, Angel.
Home, home on the range, where never is heard a discouraging word. Ah!
If you've read your newspaper, then maybe you've read all about it. All about the new Chevron Supreme gasoline. And once you've tried new Chevron Supreme in your car, you can honestly say to yourself and to your friends, you can't buy a better gasoline. Look what it does for today's high-compression engines. Faster starts, quicker warm-ups, speedier getaway, and extra power on hills with never a knock. Count on new Chevron Supreme for all the power your car can deliver. It's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored. It gets the best out of your car in each different altitude and temperature zone wherever you drive in the West. Try a tank full of new Chevron Supreme tomorrow, and you'll agree it's unsurpassed. Fill up at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we follow George Valentine as he hurries through the door of an expensive apartment, we'll hear...
Oh, George! George!
Easy. Take it easy, Brooksy. Who's been pushing you around?
I don't know what happened, George. That's just the way he was when I came to. With that letter opener in his back.
Who's he?
Well, his name is Glenn Cooley. Oh, darling, I don't know whether I did it or not.
Oh, this is just great.
What are we going to do, George?
Well, we can't find out by standing here. I gotta prove you didn't do it before the police try to prove you did.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ramsey Hill as Haney, Jeanette Nolan as Miss Haney, Ralph Sedan as Dirksen, Mark Lawrence as Marty, Pinky Parker as McCreary, and Charlotte Lawrence as Lola. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Your money or your life. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're on a spot where a step forward drags you 2 steps back, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm taking for granted this is confidential, so here goes. A couple of days ago, I got so desperate I stole to get some dough to pay off a debt. What I want most is to see the guy I borrowed from get what's coming to him for running a racket that smells to high heaven. Maybe you heard of him. His name is Douglas Harger, and I want to see something happen to him.
If this hits you right, you've got a job. The only time I can talk to you is between 12 and 1 at Molly's Cafe on Pierpont Street. Signed, Fred Dundee.
Give it a look, Fred. Don't you see I can't play ball with you?
Why not? You'll be getting paid for it.
Well, I can't take that kind of money.
Who did you steal it from?
That's my business, Miss Brooks. And if you're worried about me making it my life's work, forget it. It was my first and last time.
I know, Fred. And I'd like to help you, but...
Oh, sure.
Bowl of chili, Mike.
I suppose that's what you fellas call ethics, huh, Valentine?
Well,
But it's all right for Harger to make all the dirty money he wants without anybody saying a word.
How can you be so sure it's Harger who's running this loan shark business?
I borrowed that money from Phil Pagano. He's always going in and out of Harger's Melody Club. He works for him.
Yeah?
You should hear his line. Go on, kid. Your credit is good. If the wife's going to have a baby, let her have the best.
Huh?
You got a whole month to pay back the $250. Of course, there'll be a $100 service charge. But then we don't ask for no security, which you don't have. I tell you, I can't...
Hold it, Fred. Take it easy.
I know you think I was a schnook to take his money. But I wanted Peg to have everything good when she was having the kid. I couldn't borrow anywhere else because I'm in hock up to my ears now.
But think of the chance you were taking when you decided to steal.
Don't I know? But they wouldn't give me any more time. They didn't just threaten me. They said things would happen to Peg if I didn't raise the dough.
Uh-huh. You know, there may be an answer to this.
There's got to be, Valentine. It's not just myself. Think of all the other people who get squeezed and do things they never would have done to pay Harger back. That's why I couldn't just pay up and forget it. I
know. You want something to happen to him. All right, tell you what, Fred.
What?
I'll take the job and see what I can do.
Oh, that's swell. There's a little money left. I'll give you...
No, Fred, no. You just make sure you hold on to that. Now I'm working for free.
Well, good to see you again, Mr. Valentine. The Melody Club doesn't have many interesting visitors during the day.
Come off it, Harger. And tell this musclehead to get off the couch and get out of here. I want to talk to you alone.
Did I hear you call
You
me
should
a-
be more careful in your choice of words, Mr. Valentine. This gentleman is supposed to be my bodyguard, although you'd hardly tell it to see him lying around reading comic books.
Come on, boy. Stir up your cum outside.
Let go of me.
Put the gun away, Marty. We don't want to give our guest the wrong impression. You'd better go sit at the bar and soothe your chagrin.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you are as friendly as ground glass today.
Never mind the patter. I want $350 from you, and I want it now.
Oh, a little strapped, eh? Well, I think you're a good risk. Glad to oblige.
Oh, no, you got me wrong. I'm not borrowing it. You're giving it to me. For keeps.
Oh, come now. Just as you have your principles, I have mine. I'm a businessman. I never give anything unless it's for value received.
Yeah, well, you're going to make an exception. This is for someone who got hurt on one of your loan shark deals.
What are you talking about?
Your boy, Phil Pagano, bore down so hard on a friend of mine he had to go out and steal. Now, this is to square things for him.
Ridiculous. If out of the goodness of his heart someone I know lends money and collects it in his own way, that has nothing to do with me.
$350, Harger. Let's have it.
I could have you thrown out.
Well, why don't you?
You know how violence unnerves me, Mr. Valentine. But as long as the sum is so paltry, I'll let you play Santa Claus.
If you had a conscience, Harger, I might be tempted to say it should feel better.
Here you are. Oh, may I ask, is this a single commission for a client, or do you have more quixotic and ambitious plans in the same direction?
Why do you ask? Just curiosity?
No. I just want to be prepared. As much as I despise any form of physical conflict, Mr. Valentine, I may be forced to make another exception to my principles.
Valentine, you may not have noticed, but the word on the door says homicide. Don't come to me about loan sharks.
Riley, how can Harger operate a racket like this without your worthy colleagues putting the arm on?
You say it's Harger. I suspect it's Harger. It might well be Harger, but when we pick up one of those strong-arm bankers, he says it's a personal deal.
Yeah?
There's nothing in writing. The victims are too scared to say anything, and there's no mention of Harger. Now, go ahead. You arrest somebody.
Lieutenant, you should have talked to Fred Dundee.
Look, Miss Brooks, we don't like the idea either, seeing the little people in this city being pushed around.
A question, Lieutenant. One simple question.
Oh, I know your simple questions. They take till doomsday to answer.
Oh, wouldn't you say it'd take a lot of cold, hard cash to supply what you call these strong-arm bankers? There must be dozens of them covering the city. And they're ready to lend dough right on the line. You just name the amount.
What are you driving at?
Harger isn't headed for the poorhouse, but neither does he get his mail in care of Fort Knox.
And he has so many other interests that take cash to run. Christopher Arena, his nightclubs, and all the rest of them.
Yeah, in other words, somebody else has to be furnishing the wherewithal, the financier, the angel. Now, have you ever heard of anyone connected with him who could even vaguely fit that description?
Not even vaguely.
Oh, great. Well, there's nothing like being a pioneer and trying to find the answer to my own question.
There's Pagano in there at the bar, Valentine.
Yeah, I see him, Fred.
He always hangs out here at Maloney's, 8 to 12 every night. So any sucker like me who wants money, I know where to find him.
I think I can charm him out so you can talk to him alone, George. Or do I sound like I'm confusing myself with Betty Grape?
Oh, he'll fall for you like a ton of bricks. He thinks he's a ladies' man, Miss Brooks. But you be careful of him. He's an oily little rat who carries a knife.
A knife, huh? Hey, look, Angel, maybe we ought to forget this. Look, I'll find another way to get you. Hey, Brooksy, wait.
Drop dead, mister. I've got an appointment with a gentleman.
What can I get you, lady?
Oh, nothing, thanks.
Well, hey, sweetheart. I'm good for around here. And when they come like you, I can do better than that. Much better.
No, I only wanted to talk to you. Alone.
Oh?
Yeah. I need money. Need it real bad.
Why me?
Oh, names get around. You hear things. Somebody said I'd find you here.
What seems to be your trouble, sweetheart?
Probably nothing new to you. The show I was dancing in folded up. I held out as long as I could, and now I've got to borrow money.
What's your name? What show?
Vivian Dupre did a solo in Gals Can Be Pals, the Morrison circuit.
Your real name, I mean, Mr. Prey.
Oh, okay. Mary Sullivan. Do I get the money? I'll pay it back. Usually I work regular.
All right. Don't get so nervous, Mary. Bill Pagano will take care of you. How much do you call money?
Well, I'm afraid it's got to be at least $300.
Bill Pagano can still take care of you.
Oh.
And he's happy to.
Oh, when can I have it? What do I have to sign, Mr. Pagano?
Well, this is no joint to talk about something personal, sweetheart. Suppose we go over to my place and set up the deal.
Well, I don't know.
You trust me, don't you, kid?
Oh, you know I do, Mr. Pagano.
What are we waiting for? Here we are, sweetheart. Well, I got my key.
Yeah.
The way you're looking around, you think you was expecting somebody.
Oh, no. No, it's just that, well, the hall is so dark.
Well, we'll take care of that right now. Go ahead in, Mary.
Oh, no, you first.
I don't know who you are, Bud, but I'm going to...
Shut up. And you, babe, sit down over there.
What? Oh, yes, sir.
Copper?
We'll talk when you take your hand off that knife in your pocket.
Oh, so you heard about me, huh? Well, then you ought to know I let this knife do my talking for me.
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me, handsome. Hager sent me to see you.
Huh? You're lying.
Yeah, I started working for him today. It seems he lost his respect for Marty as a bodyguard.
You think I'm going to believe that?
Hager says you've been charging extra interest on loans and holding out on him. You've shaken his faith in mankind, Phil.
I never held out a cent in my life.
Now, snap that knife closed. I want to have nice things to report about you.
Well...
That's a good boy.
Before we do any talking, what about the babe here?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want her to miss this for anything. Oh! All right. You're working for Hager. But I want to know more than that.
Get off me. Take your knee out of my chest.
Now, who finances the setup? Who's the top man on the totem pole?
I don't know. I don't know nothing.
Don't. Who really runs the racket? Supplies are ready, cash. Come on, talk.
All right. I'll tell you. Stop it.
Yeah?
Leslie.
Leslie who?
Leslie Remsen. Out in Compton Hills.
Okay. Thanks, Phil. You've been very helpful. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but I gotta do this. Oh! Sweet dreams, handsome.
Well, what do I do? Cheer or just fold up like an accordion?
Sorry I had to expose you to that bit of rough stuff, Angel. But even if it takes more of the same, I'm going to clean this thing up.
Compton Hills? But there's nothing out there but fashionable estates.
Yeah, I know. But that's the next stop, Brooksy. We're getting up in the world.
Leslie will be down in just a moment, Mr. Valentine. In the meantime, would you like to step in here and see some of my books?
Huh? Oh, sure, all right.
May I get you a drink? I'd ring for one of the servants, but it's their night off.
No, thanks. Did you mention it was important?
Yes, I told Leslie. You know, Mr. Valentine, I suppose most people would say that my life is an unpardonable waste. So much of it given to collecting books, living with them. But then, what is important, young man?
In college, they drummed me out of my philosophy class, Mr. Remsen. Now, would you mind calling upstairs again and see if...
That won't be necessary.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, have you met my wife?
Huh?
Leslie, dear, this is the young man who has been waiting for you.
Oh.
Yes. I'm Leslie. I'm sorry I'm not wearing a mustache. I understand you have some business you want to discuss with me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yes.
Why don't you two stay right here in the library?
Thank you, Paul.
I have to phone my book dealer anyway. You know, Mr. Valentine, Leslie just can't understand my passionate interest in books.
No?
But then again, I'm often baffled by her interests, even though I understand them. Well, good night.
I received a very enlightening telephone call while you were waiting, Mr. Valentine.
Then you ought to know why I'm here, Leslie. Or I suppose I ought to start calling you Mrs. Remsen.
No, I like Leslie better. You seem to think I'm masterminding some sort of minor crime wave.
Aren't you?
That was a melodramatic way of putting it. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Did you know that in the early 30s, the oil industry had to meet the challenge of new, high-powered cars? A plain mineral oil just couldn't lubricate the new, powerful engines properly. Engineers at Standard of California met the problem with compounded RPM motor oil, the oil that won't run away from internal engine hot spots, that keeps a protective film on all parts when a car is standing cold, and that cleans your engine as it lubricates. One motorist quick to see the advantages of RPM motor oil is F.B. Stormont of Tombstone, Arizona. Mr. Stormont started using RPM in 1936. He states that he has been a constant user of this premium motor oil for the past 13 years. He's driven the same car all these years, driven it close to 100,000 miles with only one major overhaul job in all that distance. Well, that's really protection you can trust. And to give your own car this superior protection, stick to RPM motor oil. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're not surprised to find a hard-bitten operator like Douglas Harger mixed up in the loan shark racket that has victimized your client. You're not surprised when you run into assorted forms of mayhem. What does rock you back on your heels is that the beautiful and wealthy Mrs. Leslie Remsen is apparently the banker and kingpin. But if you have George Valentine's recuperative powers, you counter with a surprise of your own.
Now, Leslie, what does Harger have on you?
I could see my husband took an immediate liking to you. I can't say I blame him, George.
Okay, be evasive. I'll do the talking.
I don't mind listening.
He has to be blackmailing you one way or another. You wouldn't get mixed up in a filthy deal like this if you weren't forced into it. It can't be the money.
Maybe I just like the excitement.
You know what this shuffle means in human misery.
Maybe I'm a psychopathic case.
Oh? Well, maybe it's as simple as this.
It's almost worth being an arch criminal. To be kissed like that.
Huh? That's all it is, Leslie. You've got a low melting point. Well, the kiss was worth the slap. But it is the truth, isn't it?
Leave me alone.
A beautiful woman married to a man years older. That could be dynamite. Now, what was it? Letters you wrote to somebody? Is that what Harger's holding over you?
Yes. They were quite inflammatory. In fact, I remember them more vividly than the man I wrote them
Then
to.
you'd better find a way to get them back, sister, or you're a gone gosling.
No one can prove anything, not even you.
I beat it out of one of Harger's mugs, and the police can, too. The point is, there will never be any mention of Harger, only you. He'll make like he never heard of you before in his life.
How did I get into this? George, you've got to get those letters back for me.
Now you're frightened, aren't you?
You can have whatever it's worth to you. Money, anything.
No promises, Leslie. But I'll give it a whirl.
I'll live up to my end of the bargain.
You won't have to. It's all part of services rendered for another client. And a lot of other people like him. Now, look, Fred, I've got an idea. A way to take all the pep out of Harker.
And if it works, what happened to you and Peg won't ever happen to anyone else.
Let me have it. I'll do anything.
I've got to get some letters out of Harker's safe at the Melody Club.
Huh?
Letters signed Leslie Remsen.
I don't know much about blowing safes.
Now, I could try to scare him into giving them to me at the point of a gun, but he knows I wouldn't shoot him.
Yeah?
But, and this is where you come in, if someone with a nervous trigger finger and a man-sized grudge walked in, Harker would really sweat.
I see what you're driving at.
Sure. You put on an act. You don't like the way you were taken for a ride. You're going to get even. You want him to open the office safe so you can help yourself.
I'll put on an act that could get me a Hollywood contract.
Now, Fred, you know there's a risk involved. But we've got to have those letters.
You've got them. But there's just one thing.
What's that?
That gorilla, Marty. He's always following Harger around. He never lets him out of his sight.
Okay, that's my job. I'll get Marty off the scene. At 9:30 tonight, Harger will be alone at the Melody Club. That's when you walk in.
Pick up Marty Harris for questioning.
That's right, Lieutenant, and keep him under wraps overnight.
What am I supposed to sweat out of him?
I want him out of the way, Riley. It's important.
I suppose it would be rude of me to ask why, huh?
Not rude. I just don't want to bother you.
Huh? Since when?
Don't you remember, Lieutenant? This isn't in your department.
George, down the alley. There's Fred now.
Yeah, good. Hop in, Fred.
Letters, they're all right here.
Good boy. Have any trouble?
Just trying to act nervous. I had to slug Carger to give me time to get out.
That must have thrilled you no end.
Drive around the block, Angel.
Well, I don't want to sound faint-hearted, but wouldn't it be a good idea to put some distance between us and the Melody Club?
Drop me off at that cab stand on you, Fred.
Yeah?
Beat it home to Peg. You did a good night's work.
Well, I'll take a bow when it pays off.
I hate to think I'm just supposed to keep driving around the block.
Park just before you get to the entrance of the club, Brooksy. I got a hunch Harger's going to come streaking out of there in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Now, you stick on his trail. I got to know where he goes. You can call me at Leslie Remsen's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, but you just missed Leslie.
Oh.
She seemed rather in a hurry, too.
Well, do you know where your wife went, Mr. Remsen?
Well, let's see. It could be the Dolphin Room, the El Dorado, Antoine's, or possibly Le Coq d'Or.
For a bibliophile, you know your night spots.
As a husband, I know my weak spots. Not being able to keep up a hectic social pace, I try to substitute patience and a modicum of wisdom that comes with the years.
Meaning just what, Mr. Remsen? Let's not spar.
Meaning all things come to him who waits. I'm quite able and willing to wait for Leslie.
You're okay, Remsen. All right, I'll kick around those spots you mentioned and see if I can find Leslie.
Oh, just a moment, Valentine. You probably think it's strange I never questioned you about your business with my wife.
Well,
Of course, I have sensed that she's in some kind of trouble. I'll even venture to say that you're here to deliver that little package.
Huh?
Would they be ill-advised letters? Leslie's very impulsive.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Don't be embarrassed. I'm not going to ask to see them. They don't matter. It was foolish of her to get in trouble because of them.
Mr. Remsen, why are you telling me this?
Because I know you're trying to help her. That being the case, you ought to know how I feel. Oh, pardon me. Hello? Oh, yes, he's right here. It's for you. It's a Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Brooksy? Huh? Both of them, huh? He met her there, the Gramercy room. No, use your head, Angel. No matter how many of Harger's men are staking out the place, I got to do this alone. Okay, I'll be right there.
You must think I'm a fool, Douglas.
You have no choice but to sign it, Leslie.
You never asked me to sign receipts for money from any of your collectors before.
I've decided we should be more businesslike. Yes, and to avoid any stigma of blackmail, I'm going to let you have your letters back.
Well, what's this gentleman trying to sell you now, Leslie?
George.
Sorry, we can't ask you to sit down, Mr. Valentine.
Why, thanks, I will. A business conference?
George, Douglas said that if I sign these receipts, he'd let me have my letters back.
Letters? What letters? Have you any letters belonging to the Lady Harger?
I made a mistake some time ago not teaching you to keep out of my affairs. I never make the same mistake twice, Mr. Valentine.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if these were the letters you meant.
George, you did get them.
Uh-huh.
So, that's why you wanted me to sign these, Douglas. You had to find some other way to keep me under your thumb.
Nice try, Harger.
You don't think you're going to keep those letters very long, do you?
Oh, I know you've got your private goon squad sprinkled around.
It seems quite a shame that my long-cherished principle of nonviolence should go overboard this way.
I'll take them, George. They won't dare touch me.
Take it easy. Buster's playmates don't know the meaning of the word chivalry.
You're a realist, Mr. Valentine. I admire that in a man.
Why, Why, Georgie, what a lovely surprise.
What?
The most wonderful thing just happened.
Brooksy, why didn't you do as I told you?
Well, fancy seeing you here. And as I live and breathe, my old friend Douglas Hager.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
It's a funny thing, George, how I ran into Lieutenant Riley. You know, there's a big policeman's ball tonight.
No, I didn't.
A sort of a spur-of-the-moment affair, you know.
Yes, and he wants us to come along as his guest, darling. He's even got a squad car outside.
A squad.
Yes, sir.
Oh, swell. You'll join us, won't you, Leslie?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
We'll be with you in a minute.
Well, don't be long now. We'll wait for them at the bar.
Why, you bet we will.
You wouldn't care to go to the policeman's ball, would you, Hager?
I'm afraid I shouldn't be very good company. You know, Valentine, I relish having you as my private nemesis. If it weren't for you, my life would be much too pallid and uncomplicated. I look forward to our next meeting. Good night.
Yeah.
I won't forget what you've done for me, George. May I have those letters now?
No, Leslie. Finders keepers.
What?
Yep. I think I'll just hold on to them now. Oh, incidentally, your husband is waiting for you. You know, I do a lot to keep Paul from getting hurt. He's a very nice guy.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
I get it. Blackmail. With a good housekeeping stamp of approval.
Oh, George, before you burn those letters, you might at least have let me peek at one of them.
You know, that's what I like about you, Angel. You're so unscrupulously feminine.
Yeah, but seriously, George, do you think Leslie and her husband will make a go of it now?
Oh, maybe. As long as she thinks I still have the letters, she doesn't suspect that Paul knows about them.
Darling, you should run a column of advice to the lovelorn. Dear editor, my young man, who shall be nameless, keeps putting off popping the question, what shall I do? Signed, Anxious.
Oh, I get it. Dear Anxious, after seeing your beautiful pictures, I'm convinced your young man is a half-wit. By no means marry him. Insanity is hereditary.
You can't win.
If your car's battery begins to act a bit feeble toward the end of winter months, nobody's surprised, for the extra use of lights and short, stormy weather trips are an added load on battery juice. But one way you can be sure of giving your battery longer life is by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. This premium quality fuel puts command performance in your car. Fast starts with little or no drain on your car's battery, smooth acceleration, extra power, high-octane power that makes it great on hills. And it's a battery saver wherever you drive in the West because it's climate-tailored. That means fast starts for your car in each different altitude and temperature zone. So for economy and for all-round command performance from your car, be sure to say Chevron Supreme Gasoline. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. In the course of next week's adventure, we find George Valentine in a cheap rooming house.
Okay, Walt. I never play AC-doocy with a 38.
And now you're being smart.
Well, I see you've been packing.
Yeah, leaving town. All on account of that crazy bottle. I should have thrown it down a sewer, but no, I gotta go be nice to somebody, a guy I never seen before.
Who gave you the bottle, Walt? And why?
You're getting nothing out of me, mister. Nothing but this. Oh! That crazy bottle.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley.
Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Larry Dobkin as Harger, Gene Bates as Leslie, Ted Von Eltz as Paul, Don Diamond as Fred, and Eddie Marr as Pagano. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you feel like the knife thrower's assistant in a high wind, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Man Under the Elm Trees, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Valentine, you may not remember, but you and I had a very interesting talk once in the smoking car of the Streamliner. At least, as far as Mayville Junction, we did. Anyway, that's why I feel I can call on you now as a friend. I live with my little sister, Mrs. Letitia Packler. She's got too much money, more than's good for any woman. She can't control it, I can't control her, and unless you help out, there's going to be a big, loud crash at the end of the line. Now, I've warned her that you might be
coming to visit. As a friend, of course.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it, Brooksy. What's the guy's name?
Oh, Hannigan. Del Hannigan. Remember him?
People you meet on trains.
Well, anyway, it says, so Letitia or no one else will suspect the real reason you're here. You see, the big trouble is my sister likes to make friends, too. Only the wrong kind of friends. The kind that ought to be in prison. Sincerely, Del Hannigan.
Well, the name still means nothing. And as for Mayville Junction, I'm darned if I ever heard
Oh,
of it.
George, it's the college town. Just because their football teams weren't as good as the
All
one...
right, Angel, all right. Let's go boola boola, even if it is at Mayville College.
You must be Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
Yes, that's right.
Well, you're so much earlier than I expected. Look at me. I'm all over cake flour. There's going to be a picnic, you know, the faculty welcoming committee. Oh, but I'm so glad to meet you. I'm Tisha Packler.
You're Oh, how do you do?
And this is Skinny Adams. Skinny lives with us, you know.
Young man, I didn't see you salute the flag.
Huh? Well, I'm not in uniform.
I'm keeper of the flag.
What?
Flags at the college. I used to be on the grounds and flowers committee, but I'm not anymore. Doctor said I couldn't. But what I'm really interested in is chemistry. You look like a serious-minded young man. Do you realize that I actually saw Bratislav of nitrogen fame? He said to me, Adams...
Oh, Skinny, please. They don't want to hear your stories now. Besides, if you're going to feel strong enough for the picnic, you better lie down, hadn't you? I'm sure Dell's put up the beach umbrella over your hammock.
Oh, all right, Tisha. I know what's good for me and what isn't.
See you later, Mr. Adams.
Who is he, Mrs. Packler?
Skinny? Well, about 12 years ago, he was an assistant or something in the chemistry department. He was ambitious, but not very successful. And then there was an explosion, and it affected him.
Oh?
Doctors say that he's borrowed more than his time by now. Can't stand any strain or undue shock or too much heat.
Well, why isn't he in the hospital?
What? Well, good heavens, the college gives him his pension, and he has his choice. And after all, they say I take better care of him here in the boarding house than they could. Now, you come right inside, and I'll fix you a lemonade while I finish baking my cookies.
Say, where is Delbert, Mrs. Packler?
Oh, he's down at the ice plant getting some salt for the ice cream freezer. He and the other roomer.
The other roomer?
Mr. Stevenson. He travels in jewelry, you know, but I've boarded him a week.
Mrs. Packler, your brother didn't tell us about your husband either.
Excuse me. Tom passed away, you know. It's been 6 months, but I still get a little shock.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. It's just silly of me. It's just... Well, on a holiday, people can't help wishing for the things that are past, can they?
No, I guess not. But, holiday today, and you mentioned a picnic?
Hand me that cookie cutter. Oh, it's the welcoming, that's all, for the faculty. None of us are really connected with the college, but you see, next week's registration, and that's how all of us in this town make our living. Off the college folks. Oh, we parade and turn out the town band and have potato races.
I see.
I guess we just try to pretend that we're part of it. To pretend that there's some excitement in our lives and that it isn't true that nothing ever really happens in Mayville.
Hot suspender weather, I call it, but now down to facts. Who's going to win the Coast Conference, USC, or is Washington going to end up...
what do you say we hold up the sports page, Mr. Hannigan? You wrote us a letter, and you said your little sister had more money than is good for any woman.
My friend, she's got 40,000 smackaroos. How do you like that?
Oh, where'd you get it?
Life insurance. That crazy, no-good husband of hers. Dumb, that's all he was. Got himself killed dragging his own shotgun backward through a fence. You see what I mean?
Uh-huh. I see you didn't think much of him.
Well, he paid the premiums. But a waster, that's all he was. Never turned a lick of work. Letting Tisha slave herself up to the elbow. She still does it. Boarding students who can't pay their bills. Nursing all the characters. Like that scientific earbender back there in the hammock by the meadow. A gal like my sister ought to get out more. She ought to travel like I do. See the world.
But she makes the wrong kind of friends, you said. The kind that ought to be in prison. The kind that leads to crashes at the end of the line. Now, just who is it you're so worried about? The other roomer?
My friend, you guessed it. Stevenson. Rick Stevenson, he calls himself. He's been here 1 week, and he's buttering her up already.
Buttering her up?
Sure. He knows his stuff all right. First, he goes to work getting next to that guy Adams. But he's really aiming at Tisha. Don't you kid yourself.
Okay. So the boarder's making passes at your sister. So what?
My friend, that man's a phony. A four-flusher, I tell you. Listen, chest hardware, he says he's...
What?
Jewelry, selling fraternity pins. If he knows the difference between a DU shield and a brass door knocker, I'll eat my hat. I've been around, I can tell. I'm a deek myself.
Well, Mr. Hannigan, supposing he is giving out a phony line. Your sister's old enough to watch out for herself, isn't she? What do you expect us to do about it?
Well, for gosh sakes, snoop around. Nail something on the nosy fortune hunter so we can run him out of town. He's after Tisha's money, I tell you.
Well, what of it? So are you, aren't you?
Huh?
Yeah, isn't that the real idea? Now, how do you think she should spend it? Close up the boarding house and the two of you go traveling, first class maybe, her paying the bills?
Well, at least I'm her brother. At least I'm thinking of her place. What's the matter, my friend? You sore because I got you down here on something that don't look so important?
No. I kind of like Mayville. Only when it comes to listening to stories, I think I'd just as soon hear them from little skinny Adams.
Listen to me, would you? I actually saw Chinsky, the biochemist, and Vladislav of nitrogen.
Hey, George.
And I saw...
He sounds asleep.
But still trying to bend people's ears. Hey, you know, Angel, we're in the midst of a bunch of nuts.
George, look at his face. It's so red.
Yeah?
A man in his condition shouldn't be lying out here in the sun. George, of course. The umbrella's come down.
Yeah. Better wake him up.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Adams?
Oh, now see here. You haven't been standing there, have you?
Why, what do you mean?
I haven't been saying things, have I?
No, of course not. We just came out.
Don't you lie to me. I can always tell when a student is lying. I'll have you know that I've got every one of my senses. I was hurt in an explosion, I think, but I can see. The things I see. And I can hear better than you can.
Oh, you were just mumbling, Mr. Adams.
Say anything about the elm tree?
The elm tree?
Oh, come on. Something I've seen. A man under the elm trees.
No.
Oh, that's good. Hey, now, who did that? What? That umbrella was up when I went to sleep. I know it was.
Oh, now, take it easy, Skinny. The catch probably just slipped down. Don't get your dander up.
Yes.
Hello, you two. I'm Rick Stevenson.
Yes, so I gather. Well, my name is
I know. I've heard all about you, Miss Brooks. Here for the holiday, huh? Yeah, that's right. We sort of like a quiet college town.
Yeah, relief from the city, isn't it? Okay, come on, Skinny. It's 12 o'clock.
You sure, Rick? It's that late already?
We're just going to wait on the porch there for the town parade out on the side porch. Maybe you'd like to join us.
Well, thanks, Mr. Stevenson. We'll be with you in just a minute.
Whatever you say.
George.
Brooksy, about an hour in this sun might kill a man like Adams, mightn't it?
Well, it certainly would make him very sick.
Here. Slide up that beach umbrella, will you?
What?
Yeah, go on. Put it up again. Go ahead.
Oh, well, all right. I'll try. There. George!
Yes, Angel. It's all you can do to force that catch. It couldn't slip. Somebody pushed it down.
Well, George, they're all outside now.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Brooksy.
Look, what if Mr. Stevenson guesses that we've been in his room?
Oh, well, I'll worry about that later. Hey, try the closet, will you?
Yeah, okay.
Better smoke this fire, Angel. We've got to work fast on the few sparks that we know about.
Well, I agree. Somebody's trying to turn welcome faculty into Memorial Day. Oh, but it seems so impossible. That poor, harmless man.
Yeah?
I don't see why anybody would want...
What's the matter? What is it?
A letter. It was in the pocket of Rick's sport jacket.
Huh? Well, suspender weather has one benefit.
Federal States Life Insurance Company. It says... Well, it's just a note. It says, Stevenson, on February 14th, the company paid $40,000 to Mrs. Packler. Husband died in hunting accident. Suggest you look into it. Wait, Rick Stevenson must be an insurance investigator.
Here, let me see that.
Here.
Yeah. Hey, there's a clipping in the same envelope. It's an old one. Mayville Herald, March 21st. Our town was grieved to hear of the unfortunate death of Mr. Tom Packler. His shotgun was accidentally discharged as he was crossing a fence near his own back property line, just half a mile from his own house. Tom died in the meadow he loved so well under the familiar canopy of the... Brooksy.
What?
Under the elm trees.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. What do you think you'll be wearing when cool autumn days turn up? Maybe a tweed suit or a woolen one? And next winter, an overcoat and a raincoat during the wet spring? Sure, you're climate tailored. But here's the surprising thing. Chevron Supreme gasoline is also climate tailored. It's scientifically blended according to the West's different altitude and temperature zones and according to the season. That's why with Chevron Supreme in the tank, you can be sure of peak performance wherever you drive the year round. Try it tomorrow, and right away you'll notice your car's quick response to this premium quality gasoline. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, and smoother ping-free power on hills. You'll find you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. So to give your car its best chance, give it climate-tailored Chevron Supreme. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You meet a frail, harmless little man whose only offense is boring people. Or is it? He's apparently so dangerous to someone that an attempt has been made on his life. In the other roomer in Mrs. Packler's boarding house, Rick Stevenson. First, he seemed to be only interested in Mrs. Packler's money, but now Rick seems to be an insurance investigator interested in her husband's death. Well, if you're anything like George Valentine, you know there's a lot more going on in little Mayfield than talk about ice cream and football.
Won't you have some more, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Peckler, really.
You know, last year I ate 6 dishes of ice cream and still went out to the picnic, kicked a football farther than the coach did and won the sack race, too. Remember, Teacher?
Oh, sack race. Tom Packler carried you all the way. I remember that.
He did not. Just because he listened to you ramble on and on,
Delbert.
trying to make yourself important, make people listen to nothing. All the famous scientists you saw that nobody ever heard of. Brolislav, Chinsky, de Frizzelli. You know, Valentine, Tish's husband was the only man in town too lazy to stop this wreck of the Hesperus from...
Delbert, please, you've been drinking.
Well, gosh, what's the celebration for if you can't take a little...
Under the elm tree.
What's that? What's that, Skinny?
Come on, Professor. I think you and I better take a little stroll outside before it rains.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stevenson. What on earth's the matter with everybody? Miss Brooks, there's still an hour before the picnic.
Mrs. Packler, I think we'd like to take a little walk ourselves, if you don't mind.
Well, of course.
Yes, I have a couple of things I want to pick up down at the drugstore.
Oh, okay, George. See you later.
At last, Angel. Too much thunder in the air for me.
Young man, you're going to fall in beside us. Better salute that flag.
Uh-oh.
Yes, sir. I'm still keeping the flags. A wreck of the Hesperus is still good for some jobs.
Why, of course you are, Mr. Adams.
Sure. First thing I noticed about the old house here was that flag hanging up there on the balcony of your room.
I used to be on the Grounds and Flowers Committee for a while, and before that, well, maybe I was only an assistant in the chemistry
Hey, but wait a minute. You know what I noticed about your flag? Well, go ahead, take a look at it. The blue field, Mr. Adams. It's in the wrong direction. Your flag up there is backwards.
Yes. Yes, sir. Well, excuse me.
I'll run up and fix it for you,
No,
Professor.
I'll do it. It's my job. I'll do it.
Poor guy. Well, at least we're alone again. Come on, Angel.
Okay. George, what do you want at the drugstore?
The telephone. One that's in a booth instead of a public hallway. I'm going to talk to the police.
About Tom Packler's death 6 months ago?
That's right. Lieutenant Riley in the city can run a fast check for me. The insurance company's angle, everything about it. Come on, we'll cut across the back of the house.
Okay. Well, if Rick Stevenson is their investigator, they certainly must suspect that it wasn't just a shotgun accident.
You are so right, Angel, or he wouldn't be here. Besides, the clipping said Packler died under those elm trees. And Skinny's got a secret about what he saw under the elm trees.
Murder, maybe. Well, you can just see the trees from his hammock at the edge of the meadow. So, George, somebody's taking down that umbrella must have been an attempt to get rid of him before he tells what he knows to Stevenson.
And it's not hard to get rid of him. Not any harder than getting rid of a helpless little child.
George, wait a minute.
What is it, Angel?
Wouldn't this be the Packler's woodshed?
Yeah, sure, I guess so.
Well, this piece of wood.
What do you mean?
It's the same color, the same shape, the same as those things on the front of the house, the balcony railing.
The posts that hold the railing up.
And to reach the flag, you'd have to lean against the railing. George!
Come on, Angel.
Oh, look. George, you can see it from here. Oh, why didn't we notice it before? The corner post is missing.
Stay out here, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
Watch for Skinny on the balcony. I gotta stop him. Skinny! Oh, I'm sorry, Skinny. Did I hurt you? Are you all right?
Hello, young man.
Look, I had to stop you. If you'd leaned against the railing, the corner support is off. It's loose, see?
Hello, young man.
Now, Skinny, listen carefully. Someone was trying to make you fall, have an accident, kill you. Now, you know something, and you've got to tell me. You saw something out under the elm trees. What did you see?
Might rain today.
Oh, Lord.
George.
Brooksy, you're going to guard this guy with your life. I've got work to do. Okay, Angel, how is it?
Shh. He's asleep, George. Did you get Lieutenant Riley?
Yeah, from the drugstore. Riley has a man checking, local police, insurance company. The man will get in touch with me here.
Well, what about Rick Stevenson?
I don't know. I didn't see him. Out nursing his jaw and swearing at me, I guess.
George, this time we ought to be able to tell who did it. I mean, putting the flag backwards and fixing that railing.
Whoever's trying to get this guy is taking advantage of circumstances. Same as with the umbrella. So if we ask around, all we'll get is conflicting stories and denials from the guilty one. Wait a minute.
Hello?
Shh. It's Tish.
Hello? Yes? What's that? Who? Who did you... Oh, dear.
Tisha, what is that?
Well, I don't know. It's long distance. I don't know who they want to talk to. It's the police, I think, but it must be the wrong number.
George.
No, give me that.
Oh, no.
Give it to me. That
Well,
calls for me. It's nothing important, really. It's just... Yes? Hello? Oh, yes. Oh, this is he speaking. You did? Oh, I get it. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I guess that winds it up, doesn't it? Well, Tisha, where did you go? Tisha!
So Stevenson is in touch with the police, too, huh?
Angel, I think maybe now we can stop being suckers. That call was for me. Yes, that's right, operator. I was disconnected. Well, hurry it up, will you? Get my party back. Police in the city. Well, hurry it up. I'm sorry, Skinny. We'll have to lock you up. But you'll be all right.
Golly, George, what is it?
I'll tell you later, Angel. Where's Del Hannigan?
I don't know.
Hey, we're too late. That wasn't thunder. Around this way, Brooksy. The place Packler kept his guns.
Yeah. Well, the shot must have been here, in the woodshed.
Hold it.
Rick Stevenson.
Yeah, and he's dead.
Oh.
Here comes the rain.
Well, George, whoever killed him must have left here just a second ago. Maybe even was back at the shed when we...
Hey, the screen door. And is back in the house now. Okay, come on, Angel. From here on, it's easy. There's only one person it can be. Hello, Mrs. Packler. Getting dry?
I was out for just a moment. The clothes on the line.
There aren't any clothes on the line.
Please get out of the kitchen. I have to take the cookies out and wrap them for the picnic. And please, they'll get cold if I don't. Let go of me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Packler, but let's call me a detective.
Oh.
Okay, you'd better sit down. Now, why did you do it?
He found out. Stevenson found out he was coming to get me.
Uh-huh. After he talked on the phone. And he came looking in the woodshed, the place where your dead husband's guns were, where the shotgun that killed your husband was.
Stop it.
What's the matter? Were you afraid Mr. Stevenson would find that shotgun? Examine it for evidence or something?
Oh, I don't know. He was coming to get me, and I had to kill him.
Why, Mrs. Packler?
Well, I was putting his fresh linen away yesterday when I found an envelope. Insurance company. Note about me. Clipping about Tom's death.
Yes, we know.
I'd guessed before he was up to something. So many questions about me, and he wasn't a juryman like he said he was. He spent so much time getting close to poor little Skinny Adams, asking him questions.
Poor little Skinny Adams. That's a strange way for you to talk.
Oh, may the Lord forgive me, but Skinny hasn't much longer to live anyway. I couldn't have killed him but an accident.
Sure like the umbrella or the flag. Because you were afraid he knew something, weren't you?
He did. Under the elm trees. He kept saying it, and I knew sooner or later he'd tell Mr. Stevenson. He'd tell him he'd seen me shooting my husband. Oh, my husband was no good. He was a nag, loafer. He was no good. No good at all.
Mrs. Packler, I don't know what it was Skinny saw way out under the elms, but it couldn't have been much.
What? What's that?
He brags about retaining his senses. Well, if ever there's a man in this town who'd have learned how to hang the flag, he's the one. But when it was backwards, I had to tell him so. He couldn't see. Don't you understand, Mrs. Packler? He'd been out there dozens of times admiring it, but he couldn't see that far even.
What do you mean?
I mean there was never any real evidence against you concerning your husband. You did commit a perfect crime. Perfect, except for a guilty conscience.
But Mr. Stevenson...
I know. The note that said, Stevenson, Mrs. Packler's got some money, husband dead, suggests you look into it. Well, Rick Stevenson just had a friend at the insurance company, that's all. A friend who tipped him off.
Oh, you're lying. You must be.
No. You didn't need to shoot Rick.
Oh.
Nobody's ever guessed you killed your husband.
George.
Rick Stevenson was exactly what your brother guessed he was. A confidence man, Mrs. Packler. Out after a widow's money.
George, you know, there's one thing I still don't understand.
Oh, what's that, Angel?
Well, I mean, Skinny did see something. The elm trees, he kept saying.
Brooksy, maybe I got that one figured out, too. All poor Skinny wants is for someone to like him, for people to listen. And all day he's been acting as though he had a secret, as though he'd cooked up a surprise. Well, my idea...
Surprise? Surprise? No, Mr. Valentine. I just finally learned something, that's all.
Huh?
You know, people don't like to listen to people unless people tell people what people want to listen to.
Oh, is that so?
Even if you have to make it up.
Oh, great.
Yes, indeed. Now, there was this man I saw once out under some elm trees.
Well, come on. I don't know that part of it.
Yes, but it's football season, isn't it?
Yes, but who? Who did you see?
Well, miss, that time I saw Newt Rockner standing under the elms.
Here we are with summer already gone, according to the calendar, so maybe it's a good time to take another look at your annual budget. One place you won't want to skimp is in buying protection for your car's engine. In the long run, it would lead to a costly repair bill, especially since it's a proven fact that internal engine rust is responsible for 80% of engine wear. This damage is caused by acid-laden moisture, which attacks cylinder walls and other vital parts the moment you cut the ignition. And here's where RPM motor oil comes in with a sure helping hand. Premium quality RPM contains compounds that keep a moisture-proof oil film on all vital parts. With RPM on the job, rust can't get started, even though your car stands idle for days or weeks. So to protect your engine with long-range economy, start using RPM motor oil tomorrow. No wonder it's first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, as we find George Valentine and Brooksy calling on a new client who has written for help.
Oh, George.
Yeah, Brooksy. A guy writes me a letter, and suddenly he's dead.
Oh, golly. You can still get the smell of a gun being fired in here.
Cordite, yeah. It smells like it had been fired just a minute or two ago. Hey, but wait a minute, Brooksy. Take a look at the pistol.
Why, there isn't a shell missing. George, what do we do?
What do we do? All we have to do is find out how a man can be shot dead without a bullet.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ed Begley as Dell, Myra Marsh as Tisha, Howard McNear as Adams, and Fred Shields as Rick. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Double Death, another transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm writing for my employer, Mr. Douglas W. Groves, Groves, Gill, Dundee, and Fenwick, industrial advisors and accountants. It is Mr. Groves' desire that you report to him at your earliest convenience. Mr. Groves has sprained his ankle, so it will be necessary that you contact him at his new residence on Country Lake Road rather than in the city. Naturally, you will be reimbursed for the slight additional time and expense incurred. Yours very truly, for Mr. D.W.G. by R.H. Mr. Valentine, that's what he told me to write. Please don't tell him I added this note of my own. Mr. Groves has double-checked you. He double-checks everything. He's like that. But his personal life isn't quite so well organized. Please don't be offended by him. Please see him. Please help him. Sincerely, R.H. Rena Hilliard.
Mr. Valentine, my wife has disappeared.
Your wife is...
That's right. She's disappeared, and I want you to find her. And I don't want you to waste any time about it.
Oh.
This blasted leg.
Oh, Mr. Groves, you shouldn't have bothered coming outside to meet us.
Stay away from the office a couple of days. That's what the doctor said when he taped up my ankle this morning. Now, the reason I sent for you, Valentine...
It's a nice place you have out here, Mr. Groves. Just moved in, didn't you?
What? I said the reason I
Yes,
sent
you did
for you...
just move in. Why, some of the shutters are still up. Packing crates out there by the smokehouse. And so many weeds all over... Oh, but you've started cleaning up the roses, haven't you?
Young lady, I'll see that you get your Dick Tracy badge in the morning.
Oh, how sweet of you.
I guess we could do without the sarcasm, Mr.
All
Groves.
right. If I've been rude, please forgive me. Please sit down. The important thing is my wife's been missing from here since last night.
You know, this is exactly the kind of case you could hand right over to missing persons. Police.
What?
Well, they do a much better job, you know.
I won't have a lot of blue-coated loudmouths stamping around. Well, it's not easy to talk about my personal life.
Well, it isn't for anybody, Mr. Groves.
I took this place alone, yes, about a week ago. My wife and I have seldom lived together.
Divorced?
No. There's been no reason for that. We both have money. My wife has never asked for it. And I'm certainly too busy to ever have had time for any outside interests.
Like other women?
Me? Really? When my company moved its offices here from New York, my wife had been in Europe. I took this house because it's not far from a little cabin where we spent our honeymoon 17 years ago.
You mean you still love your wife?
It was an absurd bit of sentimentality, thinking we might get together again. She drove up a couple of nights ago in her latest Italian car and laughed at me.
Oh.
Anyway, last night there was a vulgar knockdown, drag-out fight, and she left.
Uh-huh. Only there's still an Italian car out in the driveway.
It's broken down. I phoned the garage yesterday. No, she was so anxious to get me out of her hair, she just picked up her handbag and stormed out.
Well, Mr. Groves, I don't understand why you want her back.
I'm a rather important man, Mr. Valentine. My wife is the kind of person who might enjoy embarrassing me by disappearing.
Clear that one up, will you?
Well, it's just that I've phoned and telephoned everywhere I could think of, to friends, airlines, her maid, whom she might have contacted, but no one's heard of her. No one's been informed that she's dropping in on them or returning to Europe or anything like that.
Just a second, Mr. Groves. I know I'm risking a remark about being a junior G man.
What's that?
Well, it's another observation. Your house again. Your wife isn't here, and apparently you haven't hired any servants yet. And still, this floor has been freshly scrubbed.
She threw a drink at me last night when we were fighting.
Oh. Yeah, liquor makes a nasty stain on hardwood, I guess.
Mr. Valentine, that's why I didn't call the police. All they do is stare at such things.
You mean wondering if it was liquor?
I'm afraid the police know me, at least in another city.
What?
Yes, and of course that's why my wife could embarrass me so by disappearing. She knows the police would check up and find out I was once in jail.
What?
You, Mr. Groves?
Well, not for long. It was hushed up. You see, more than a year ago, we'd had a run-in at a party, my wife and I, in Cincinnati. She made some remarks, and I made some, and the next thing I remember, I was being told by a policeman that they'd had to stop me from killing my wife. Now, Mr. Valentine, do you understand why I need someone to find her? Someone who won't waste time staring at stains on the floor?
Been up visiting that new Mr. Groves, eh?
Yeah, maybe. Why? Friend of yours?
No, not so as you notice. You don't know I'm alive, I guess, except maybe some dogs have barked at him out burning his incinerator. Neighbor, next-door neighbor. Takes time to get acquainted.
Oh?
Jose Williams, my name. Pleased to meet you. Nice weather we're having.
Yeah, sure. See you again sometime.
Besides, he's not the type to be forward. Businessman, you know. Guess you're the first real visitors out here.
Well, wait a minute, George. What did you say?
Well, casual visitors, that's what I mean. Outside the real estate man renting him the place, that's Mr. Benson. Drives 37 Nash. Good condition, though. Then, of course, the wife.
You saw Mrs. Groves?
Most painted-up Italian car ever laid eyes on. Stayed inside, I guess. Short time she was here.
Uh-huh. You noticed a good deal, don't you, Mr. Williams?
Student of human nature. What's wrong with that?
Well, did you happen to notice Mrs. Groves leave?
No.
Well, then how did you know she was only here a short time?
That's called a conversational pitfall. You know that? That kind of question? Oh, but I overheard a bit of your talk up there on the porch just now.
You did?
Oh, just snatches, mind you. Yes, I was shaving. Didn't want to cut myself.
Oh, no. I suppose you heard that Mr. and Mrs. Groves didn't get along so well.
Not like Mr. Groves and that other one.
Oh, naturally not. Oh, no, not like the other one.
No.
Come on, let's have it.
Well, only saw her a couple of times. This, whoever she is, pretty as a picture. Only a good deal more third dimension. That is, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, we'll struggle with it.
Yeah. Once in the evening, Mr. Groves met her out there by the grape arbor. Secret-like. Yes, indeedy, just like the movie.
Mushy.
Yeah, that's right. Just like a kid of 16. Never can tell about a businessman, you know. Then one day, saw them out on the highway together, away from the place. Then last night, too, inside the house, that time before they remembered the blinds being open.
Hey, wait a minute, hold it. You saw some other woman inside his house last night?
Man doesn't act like that with his wife. So I guess I ain't so dumb saying Mrs. Groves couldn't have been around here a very long time.
Oh. No, you're not so dumb, Jose. What else did you see? What else did you hear, snooping around the way you do?
A student of human nature, that's all. Nothing much. But he likes to garden, I guess.
He likes to what?
Yeah. Up at 6 this morning he was, hopping around. Burning things in the incinerator out back. Leaves, I suppose, don't you?
Oh, excuse me.
No, I'm sorry. Didn't expect anybody to be coming out.
Oh, Mr. Groves is taking a nap now. He's resting. You must be Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks. I'm Rena Hilliard, his secretary.
Well, how do you do?
I'm just on my way back to the city. I've been getting a signature on some business papers and things.
Of course, Miss Hilliard. Only I've wanted to ask you. That note you tacked onto the letter to me.
What? Oh, yes.
Yeah, you sounded so worried about your boss. What did you think had happened?
Please let me go. There's no way I can help you.
You know, George, if Miss Hilliard took off her glasses, and she does have quite a third dimension.
Sure, Angel, she's not bad. Only right now I'm interested in another subject of gossip. The incinerator.
Oh.
Shirt, pair of trousers.
George, they're so badly burned.
Look here, Angel, pair of canvas shoes. I know you can't tell much from ashes, but these might...
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some kind of dark stain on them.
Well, George, there's still a shovel standing there by the roses. Hurry up, George. Can't you hurry?
Well, this is the only spot we've noticed that's been freshly dug, isn't it?
Yes, of course it is, and he's no gardener.
I know.
Mr. Valentine, what in the name of blue blazes do you think you're...
Take it easy, Mr. Groves. I'm doing you a favor, that's all.
Digging up the roses I spaded last night?
Oh, cut the comedy, Buster. I'm not the police. I work for you, remember?
Yes, so you do. But it's the stain on the living room floor all over again, isn't it?
It is. Unless you do some very fast explaining, Mr. Groves.
Or would you rather I did some more fast digging?
You may dig if you like.
Okay, Buster. There's not much more loose dirt to go.
Yes, you may dig if you like. You may be suspicious. You may listen to that old gossip Williams if you like. You may think whatever you wish, and I won't interfere, Mr. Valentine. Yes, you may dig. You may dig all you like, Well, go on. What's the matter with you? Dig, Mr. Valentine. Go on.
Okay, you win, Buster. No more loose dirt. Only goes a foot down.
Yes. The proper depth for cultivating roses. Now get out of here, Mr. Valentine. Get out of here and never come back again. You're fired. Do you hear me? Fired.
All right. I was going to quit anyway, Mr. Groves. You don't want a guy working for you who believes that you murdered your wife?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If you're planning a trip up into the mountain country, you're no doubt going to make sure your clothes are right for the climate. But did you know that Chevron Supreme gasoline is also climate-tailored? That's right. This premium quality gasoline is specially blended for each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. And it's further tailored according to the season. Try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Right away, you'll notice how much better your car responds. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. Wherever you drive in the West, count on top performance in that area when you've got Chevron Supreme in the tank. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're hired by a man who never got along well with his wife, but who wants you to find her. She could have left his house afoot or by bus or by train, but she didn't. You try looking for Mrs. Groves in the place you finally decide she most probably is, the Rose Garden. Only you're wrong. Well, if you're anything like George Valentine, it doesn't bother you to be wrong, except when you've called in Lieutenant Riley and he keeps harping on it.
The trouble with you, Valentine, is you always jump at conclusions.
All right, Riley, all right.
Well, what would you have done, Lieutenant? What would you have thought?
That's not the point. The point
Look,
is...
never mind. Will you never mind? What's missing persons say about her?
They can't find her. Of course they can't find her.
Groves told us she might want to disappear to embarrass him.
Yeah, and if she wanted to disappear, the police will have a tough time.
Well, what about her car? That story you told us about her car being broken down.
It's true. The garage says so.
And they couldn't turn up anybody else who might have seen her, or might have seen her leave.
Well, she didn't leave by bus or train. We checked that.
Hot dog stand at the crossroads, local doctor.
Hey, wait a minute. What doctor?
Local doctor. Groves said he called him to come out and tape up his ankle.
No, George, that was after his wife had already gone this morning.
Sure, Valentine, sure. You're all mixed up. We talked to that doctor, and he said he'd never even met Groves, ever.
Oh. So the ankle's bumped two ways, huh? A phony, maybe.
That's what I mean. There's holes in Groves' stories.
George, Mrs. Groves wasn't seen by anybody out there. Well, suppose she never even arrived at that house.
That we have proved, Miss Brooks.
Huh?
She arrived at the house, all right, just the way he said she did a couple of nights ago.
And hasn't been seen since. Well, cherchez the other femme.
Huh?
Come on, Angel. Let's see what the nervous secretary has to say.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hello, Riley speaking. What? Yeah? Oh, I might have thought so. Yeah, okay, sure. Oh, Valentine, why do you get in such cases?
Look, who was it?
Every time you do... You know, the trouble with you is...
Sure, that's why we came in. Only will you...
I said the trouble with you is you dig in the wrong place.
Huh?
What?
There's a smokehouse on Grove's property.
Yes, next to the garage.
Well, Sergeant Ritchie found a bloody handprint on the door of the smokehouse. Grove's handprint.
What?
Now, wait a minute. Inside the smokehouse, there's a dirt floor, and it's been freshly dug. Only I don't mean just 1 foot deep. How you coming there, Sergeant?
Won't take long, sir.
You know, Mr. Groves, we're running those blood samples down to the laboratory for tests.
I know, Lieutenant.
Hey, how about the tennis shoes and the clothes out of the incinerator?
Oh, pretty badly burned. But we got some fresher blood off some of the loose dirt there.
Well, Mr. Groves?
I have nothing to say, Mr. Valentine.
You seem to specialize in saying nothing, don't you?
Lieutenant!
Yes, Sergeant.
You're pretty pale, Mr. Groves.
Well, here we are, Valentine.
This is it, all right, Lieutenant. It's the grave, all right. Take it easy now, man. Take it.
Now, come on. Up with it. There we go.
The body of a dog.
Yes.
Dog. A dog. Wait a minute now.
That's all you'll find there, just the dog.
What kind of a runaround do you think you're pulling here?
Of course I haven't explained. Why should I incriminate myself? I killed the dog last night. He went for my leg, and I swung with a stick, and I hit him too hard. I started to bury him in the roses when it occurred to me that other dogs might... Well, anyway, I brought him in here. I even burned the clothing I'd been wearing. Dog's blood. Your own laboratory will tell you.
Incriminate yourself. You said you'd incriminate yourself.
I've committed a crime, don't you understand? That dog belongs to my neighbor, Hosea Williams. He has a pack of them. Now you've made me confess to something that lays me wide open to civil suit. I hope you're happy.
The phony bad ankle. Come on, let's hear you.
Well, I had to make up some excuse for not going to work, not facing everybody in town, not explaining to everyone that my wife had left me.
Oh, I see.
Now, gentlemen, perhaps you'll look for a live wife in places where she might be found. I'm sure it won't be necessary for me to ask you to leave.
George, Lieutenant, where on earth have you been? Mr. Williams called nearly half an hour ago.
Oh?
Hosea Williams, the gossip. And he wants you to get right back out there.
Oh, he does he? He wants us to stick out our long necks
George, listen. Mr. Williams says she's back again. That other woman. He's positive it's the same one.
Well, so what? There's no law against a businessman not sticking to business, is there? Who cares?
Hold on, Riley, will you? What else, Angel?
Well, he said he saw them kissing and they were trying not to be seen.
Okay, that's enough. I'm going.
Oh, no, you're
I
not.
said I'm going, Riley.
Okay, I'll go too.
Huh?
Yes, I'll go. And I might even make an arrest this time. I'll arrest that guy Williams for malicious gossip. That's what I'll do.
A student of human nature, that's all. I can't help what I see and what I hear.
Now, you listen to me, you old
Now, wait a
woman,
minute,
you...
hold. You saw them out here, Mr. Williams. You saw them meet and saw them kiss, then slipped back into the house.
Yeah, the same girl, all right.
And you're sure the girl's still inside, huh?
She hasn't left. Don't you worry about that.
All right, come on, Williams. Brooksy, wait for it, will you, Lieutenant?
Hey, wait a minute.
I don't need a warrant. You do. Besides, I want somebody to cover the exits, Riley. You just might be able to save a life.
The cupboard is bare. They looked everywhere, and the cupboard was bare.
You've done it again, haven't you, Mr. Groves?
Mr. Valentine, I swear I saw...
Oh, we looked everywhere, and there's nobody here but our host.
I suppose it will occur to you eventually that my gossipy neighbor here is as much of a liar as most gossips are, that he invents things for the supposed thrill there is in it.
No, I didn't. I tell you
I
that...
said never mind. There's only one thing to do now. Hey, Riley.
Yes, here I am.
See anybody leave outside?
Nope.
Okay, I guess you can make your arrest.
Now, wait a minute. See here, I haven't done anything but tell you what I...
Well, Blabbermouth, it gives me the greatest of pleasure
No. Now,
Riley,
listen,
I meant you can arrest Mr. Groves.
What's that?
For murder.
Valentine, are you completely out of your mind? There hasn't been anyone here this evening. I don't have any girlfriend. I don't even...
Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Miss Hilliard.
I just drove up.
Well, Miss Hilliard.
Hello, sir. I wanted to talk to Mr. Valentine.
I'm afraid it's a little late, Miss Hilliard.
What? Oh, no. No, I was so upset before. I wanted to protect him.
What's that?
Yes, I know, Miss Hilliard. You've been upset about your boss for some time, the way he's been acting. Well, the way you acted earlier today, I thought maybe you were his girlfriend.
George, yeah.
Me, his girlfriend. That's a little funny, Mr. Valentine. I've been his secretary for 10 years now. He's never even looked at me twice. Even if I've wanted him to. I knew he and his wife didn't get along at all.
How about it, Williams? Is this the girl you saw?
No, not her. Not even without the glasses.
But there is somebody, Mr. Valentine. He's been whispering to somebody on the telephone the past week. And the reason I was so upset out here earlier was I'd interrupted him. He was talking to the same girl again. He told her everything was perfect now. Right according to plan. They'd be happy together now. I don't care how much I like him. I can't let him get away with it. Going away with another girl when it's over his wife.
Miss Hilliard. Now, take it easy. Be quiet. There's no point upsetting yourself. Mr. Groves, I owe you a great big apology. Everybody does.
Well, that's rather an understatement, isn't it?
You don't have a girlfriend. Maybe you never have had one.
Oh, but I just...
Never mind. And when I was out here this morning, I said I thought you'd killed your wife. Well, I was wrong about that, too. You didn't kill her until maybe half an hour ago.
George!
Sure, Angel. We couldn't help ourselves earlier. He gave us so many clues. We couldn't help thinking what you wanted us to think, Mr. Groves.
Valentine,
of course, that's what you wanted, Groves. The stain on the floor, the leaves on your wife you knew wouldn't pan out, the burying of the dog. Then burning in your incinerator when you knew you'd be seen.
Really, I don't understand.
And no matter how many times we asked him, Williams insisted he'd only seen billing and cooing over there. He never mentioned the terrible fights which you described, which people a mile away would have known about.
Well, perhaps I exaggerated.
I'll say you did, Buster. Everything you said about your wife was a lie. Because there wasn't any fighting with her, was there? There was only, well, suppose you name it.
Mushy.
Yeah, that's right, Brooksy. And that's how the girlfriend gossip started. It's your wife who's been here all the time. But no one would ever suspect that a married man, let alone you, would act that way with his own wife. So you didn't care if she was seen once or twice.
Only, what did you do with her today, Mr. Groves? To get her out of the way, I mean.
Nothing. Nothing, really.
You do everything in pairs, don't you, Groves? The big efficiency man. Check and double check. Maybe you've been pretending to your wife it was a second honeymoon.
No.
Yes. Yes, of course. Your first honeymoon cottage you mentioned. That's somewhere near here. That's where she's been, isn't it?
Lieutenant Riley,
What
can't
did you tell her to get her over there, Mr. Groves? That you needed a day to shake off the office? Some business needed attending to while you threw out your red herring to us? Oh, but you phoned her, didn't you, to tell her everything was getting along fine? Nice guy.
Lieutenant, I've warned you before. Get out of this house.
Oh, but the lieutenant's got another job here. Digging.
What?
Do everything in pairs, don't you? You even tried to kill your wife once before, so you knew you'd have to be pretty fancy this time. Make us accuse you so we could find you innocent and leave you alone from then on. Where is your wife? Here, of course. But where? In the place you thought nobody in this wide world would ever look for your wife ever again. Oh, no, you don't.
Take it easy, Bud. Take it easy. That's...
This time you do the digging, Groves. In the same grave where you buried the dog.
George, I wonder why he did it. Why he killed her. I mean, if he really didn't have a girlfriend, but...
Oh, golly. Did you ever hear such a heel?
Huh?
Invites his wife to enjoy a second honeymoon, pretends that's what it is, and then he...
But if there wasn't another
Oh,
girl,
I
George...
don't know, Angel, why, I mean. I guess some husbands have been known to just want their wives dead.
Well, it isn't necessary to exaggerate.
Sometimes it happens, at least. Both ways.
Well, but with women it's different. They have reason
Only
to
one
be...
class of people I know who are immune from a little exasperation now and then. Maybe immune from happiness, too, but it...
What do you mean, George?
Bachelors. Come here, Angel.
Uh-huh.
What's the best fall tonic for the car you love? Easy answer, RPM Motor Oil. For RPM is the oil that stops 80% of wear inside your car's engine. You know what causes that wear. Acid-laden moisture which forms on cylinder walls and other vital parts the moment you cut your car's ignition. The result is corrosion and rust. But RPM prevents this high-cost wear. It's specially compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on vital parts at all times. Even though your car stood still for days or weeks, rust and corrosion couldn't get started with RPM protecting it. No wonder RPM Motor Oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Get it for the car you love tomorrow, and get it at regular intervals. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, here is Robert Bailey.
Who cares where Jackie's going? He may be going to court for breaking into the drugstore. Or to a playground where he has a normal outlet for his energy. You care when you give to the community chest. For you're helping pay for wholesome youth activities that curb juvenile delinquency, like scouting and the Y. So when you give, please give enough for all community chest agencies. Enough for a full year. They're counting on your help.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ted DeCorsia as Groves, Gene Bates as Rena, Dick Ryan as Hosea, Joe Forte as Benson. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Four-Sided Triangle, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's tossed you into a barrel of trouble, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm here briefly on a visit from Canada just to make certain of one thing. Was Dr. Kenneth Sterrett, my best friend, murdered, or was it really an automobile accident? As a novelist, I admit the situation is trite. The older, successful man, the restless, beautiful wife. And if my suspicions are right, even the inevitable other man. If you care to interest yourself in something you may dismiss as an obsession on my part, I'll be at my hotel all day. Sincerely, Owen Marby.
I checked every angle, Marby, and there's no reason to suspect that Dr. Sterrett's death wasn't an accident.
But, Mr. Valentine, my stubbornness about Ken being murdered isn't exactly groundless.
Yeah, well, maybe. But there are a lot of dangerous hairpin turns coming down Eagle Canyon Drive. The Sterrett house is practically on the mountaintop, and there's always a fog rolling in there at night.
I knew Ken very well. He was my roommate when he was going to medical school at the University of Toronto. He was the most exasperatingly careful, methodical man I've ever known. He drove a car the way old ladies used to drive electric buggies.
But that night he received an emergency call from a hospital. He may have been in a hurry.
And there's something else.
Yeah?
Last year, on my way to a lecture engagement, my plane had to stop over for a few hours. I had a drink with Ken, and he showed me a picture of Juliet, his wife.
Go on.
He implied, and very definitely, that they weren't happy. He suspected there was another man, though he didn't know who it was. Later, at the airport, by the merest coincidence, I saw Julia and that other man. They were in the cocktail bar.
But how can you be sure that was the man, Mr. Mark?
Well, they're seen almost constantly together now. His name is Charles Dallison. But this is the important point. They're very careful to give the impression they didn't meet until after the so-called accident. Why?
Well, that's an interesting question. Now, tell me, Julia Sterrett doesn't know you, does she?
No. Ken may have mentioned me casually, but that's about all.
Uh-huh. Then I could be Owen Marby.
Well, you sound as though that imagination of yours is going into action.
Well, just like you, Marby, I'm flying blind at the moment. But I'll see what I can do to put your mind at rest. Okay, now, Brooksy, you're on your own. Don't let the head waiter steer you anywhere but the booth next to Julia and Dallison. It's all reserved for you.
But how do you know they're going to show up for dinner tonight?
Well, I checked that, too. Just try to overhear as much as you can. Now, I got to get going. Julia Sterrett, isn't it?
I beg your pardon.
Well, I recognized you at once from the picture Ken sent me, and the head waiter assured me I was right. I'm Owen Marby.
Oh, yes, I remember. Ken used to speak about you. Charles, this is one of Ken's friends from Canada.
Dallison's the name.
How do you do?
Won't you join us, Mr. Marby?
Oh, well, thank you, but worse luck, I have to meet a book critic in a few minutes.
Oh, that's right. You are a novelist, aren't you?
Yes, Mrs. Sterrett. But I still manage to find life infinitely stranger than fiction. For instance, running into you at Henri's like this tonight. But I was going to look you up anyway, Julia.
I should hope so.
I thought it no more than right to apologize for making it more difficult for you after Ken's death.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, I must confess that when I first heard what happened, I was convinced there was foul play.
You don't write mystery novels by any chance, Mr. Marby?
No, I don't. It sounds like it, doesn't it? No, I should have known that if there were any suspicion in that direction, the county autopsy surgeon would have cleared it all up.
Autopsy? But why...
Well, you see, in a rash moment, I even wrote your district attorney what seems now to have been a melodramatic and slightly hysterical note.
I think you can be forgiven, Marby. You know, a tribute to your friendship with Dr. Starrett rather than your zeal as a busybody.
Oh, but I won't consider myself really forgiven, Julia, unless you have dinner with me tomorrow. Of course, the invitation includes you too, Dallison.
Sounds delightful. But why so formal? I think you two can find your way to my mountaintop. Suppose both of you just drop in tomorrow evening.
Oh, fine, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be running along. Nice to have met you, Dallison.
Thank you.
And I know we'll have a lot to talk about, Julia. Good night.
Good night.
I don't like it, Charles. I don't like it at all.
No, now, please, Julia.
The man is lying. I'm sure Ken never sent him any picture of me. This was no coincidence tonight. I tell you, he staged it. He's up to something.
Shut up, Julia. Do you want the whole place to hear you?
He's the only one who never believed it was an accident. I could tell by the tone of his letter of condolence. He still doesn't believe it.
Julia, we'll have to do something about your nerves. If you let a little thing like this upset you...
Let's get out of here, Charles.
Brooksy, for the love of heaven, where you been? What happened to you? Do you know what time it is?
Well, if you'll stop lathering me with questions, Donnie, I'll give you all the horrendous details.
Okay, come on.
Oh, my feet. Let me sit down.
Oh, here, sit down.
Well, how did I know those two were going to park halfway up Eagle Canyon Drive and get into a gab fest?
What? How the dickens did you get way up there on Eagle Canyon Drive with them?
Well, in that booth, I could hardly hear anything they were saying, except that they were going to leave in a few minutes.
Yeah?
Well, so I beat it out and wrapped myself in the blanket in the back of their car.
Oh, great. All they had to do was spot you, and then you'd have been...
not a chance. It was too dark, and the back of that custom job is a half a block from the front seat. I had all I could do to hear what they were talking about.
Well, for the moment, I won't inquire how Claire Brooks, girl Gumshoe, got away undetected, but just what did you overhear?
Well, nothing and everything. See what you could make out of this conversation.
I can't help it, Charles. There was something about Marby. I can't explain it. It was as though he were laughing at us all the time.
You're going to make life very difficult for yourself, Julia. If you go to pieces every time you bump into a visiting fireman who once knew your husband.
Oh, darling, let's not wait any longer. It's been 8 months now since Ken. There's no reason why we can't be married.
It's simply not the way I planned it. We're to wait 1 year. That morally approved period for widow's weeds to blossom forth again into passion flowers.
You and your plan. I want to be able to laugh again.
And I want you to, Julia. We'll laugh together. And wherever we go, we'll have the orchestra play something fitting. Say the Merry Widow Waltz.
Isn't there anything you can't joke about? Didn't you feel any qualms at all when Marby went babbling on about writing in district attorney? That nonsense about an autopsy? Didn't you...
Wait a minute, Julia. Yes, autopsy. A term so blithely used by policemen when they suspect poison in the case.
Charles.
Come to think of it, Julia, maybe you're right. We ought to know more about our guest from Canada. It'll help us decide the best way to entertain him tomorrow night.
Well, what do you say, George?
Well, give me a minute, will you, Angel? See, incidentally, how did you get back without being seen? It's 4 miles from that eagle's nest to the boulevard, and not a house or a gas station in between.
Oh, when I took off my high heels, it was a snap. Got an extra pair of arch supports on you, mister?
Oh, brother. A mere man salutes you, Brooksy.
Eddie, you buster. I still say, what do you make of it?
Oh, not a thing you could stick a pen in. Or which they couldn't deny having said. But it wouldn't be going out on a limb to assume that the suspicions of Owen Marby are far more fact than fiction. Okay, Lieutenant, don't blow your top. I'm not asking you to exhume Dr. Sterrett's body.
Well, thanks, Valentine. That's real white of you.
Just the same, I bet the medical examiner would find traces of something to show the doctor was poisoned, and it was no accident that he lost control of the car,
Miss
and I'll bet
Brooks, the ME might even find the lost cord, but I can't go asking for an autopsy order on just a lot of hearsay evidence and vague suspicion.
Well, I was only trying to help you
It's a pretty generally accepted thing that once people are dead, you ought to leave them alone.
Oh, really?
Unless there's a darn good reason to dig them up.
Look, please, both of you, what's all the shooting about? I didn't even suggest anything like that.
Well, you might have.
After all this time, even if we found anything, it wouldn't clinch the case against either Mrs. Sterrett or Dallison. It'd be too circumstantial.
Oh, now, look, don't get me wrong, Valentine. If you came up with something tangible, I'd be glad to play ball. As it is, what do you want from me?
Okay. Tomorrow, I'd like you to put a man on Charles Dallason's tail and report on everything he does.
All right. I guess I can do that.
Brooksy can keep an eye on Mrs. Sterrett.
Within reason. I'm not at my best climbing up and down mountains.
Just as they want to be prepared to receive me, I'd like to hold a few top cards myself.
Darling, you're not only going in the wrong direction from the Starrett house, but you're going there a little too fast. I don't recall any 60-mile-an-hour zones within the city limits.
Would you mind going over your day with Mrs. Sterrett again, Angel? There's one part of it that intrigues me.
Oh, I don't know why. Beauty parlor at 11. Lunch at Miranda's tea room alone. Visit to a Dr. Rayford on Barton Street. A stop over to Rexall Drugstore, and so to home.
I think I'll have a few words with Dr. Rayford on the way out.
Well, why, George?
Old operations always make stimulating conversation. But right now, I'd better take care of this little matter.
George.
Sorry, Brooksy.
Well, of all the dopey things, what are you trying to do?
You'll see, Angel. All right, Buster, get out of that car.
What's the idea of stopping that way? You want to kill somebody?
Come on. Step out, friend, outside.
what?
Don't get bug-eyed. You've seen a gun before.
What is it, George?
Just a minute, Brooksy. All right, now, Bud, you've been on my tail all day.
Well, you're nuts.
You ought to know better than to try to shadow somebody with that beach umbrella jacket you're wearing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll break it down into one-syllable words. Dallison hired you, didn't he? Have you reported to him yet? Okay, I don't have time to play games with you. But you present a very vexing problem, fella.
Yeah, I see what you mean. What are you going to do with him, George?
I think we'll drop him off at headquarters and let Lieutenant Riley keep him company.
Yeah, but if he doesn't call Dallison, they're bound to wonder why.
And it may even cramp their style tonight. I hope. Because it looks like those two will be playing for keeps. Okay, Buster, start moving. I got a very important date.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Whether you're driving a brand new car or one of the older models, there's one way, and a sure way, of getting the very best performance out of it. And that's to depend on Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this carefully blended high-octane gasoline puts command performance in your car. It commands fast starts, smooth, steady acceleration, all the extra power your car needs on steep hills. No matter where you motor in the West, you can be sure of command performance from your car when you have Chevron Supreme in the tank. That's because this premium quality fuel is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. Makes no difference if you're driving in the Northwest, in the desert, the Rocky Mountain country, or in the coastal cities. Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored to your region. And that's why you can count on it. So to get the best out of your car, get Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Every 45 minutes, a murder takes place. Every 2 hours, said murder is a perfect crime. So, if you're in George Valentine's business, you can just take it in stride when you have to impersonate a Canadian novelist to prove an 8-month-old accident was a homicide. But then you find yourself being shadowed, so that as you set out to meet the suspected couple, you're really quite grim.
Meantime, a minor crisis is taking place between Brooksy and Lieutenant Riley in the latter's office.
A fine thing, Miss Brooks. I agreed to cooperate with you and Valentine, and what happens? What happens?
Well, you did manage to keep this Eddie Thorpe under wraps for the night.
Well, sure, on a vagrancy charge. But one of these days, I'm going to get caught up the creek without a paddle messing around with you two.
Well, I wish I knew what George expected to find stopping off at Dr. Rayford's office. Mrs. Starrett only dropped in there for a few minutes today.
Don't you know by now that when he gets a brainstorm, it's like an act of nature? You don't know what he'll do next or why. I tell you, one of these days I'll... Hello, Riley. Oh, Valentine, where the devil are you? I thought you'd be with them by now.
Oh.
What? Shh, quiet. Okay, I'm listening. Go on.
Where is...
Huh? Now, look, you. I'm not going to be a party to anything like that. Now, don't be a fool.
What's he going to do?
Quiet, will you? No, not you. You know what it'll mean if it doesn't work? Now, wait a minute. Sure, I can get the ME's office to make up that prescription, but listen to reason. You can't... Yes, I understand, but... Okay.
What does he want you to do? You can at least tell me that.
He wants you to park on Eagle Canyon Drive, just around the first turn, coming down from the Starrett home. You're going to have a little package to give him.
Package?
Yeah. I'll be waiting down on the boulevard for the both of you.
But George never keeps me in the dark like this. Why now? Why?
Hello. Let me have the medical examiner's office. Well, find him wherever he is. It's an emergency.
How about another drink, Marby?
Soda, wasn't it?
Yes, thanks. You know, I'll be glad to get back to Canada so I can tackle my new novel again.
Four-sided triangle. With an odd title.
Yeah, the story's been giving me quite a bit of trouble.
Oh, really? What's the plot? Maybe we can help.
Well, frankly, nothing very original. The usual triangle. But the lovers are completely successful in doing away with the husband in the case.
I'm sorry.
You've already begun to intrigue Julia, but go on, Marby.
Well, they do it so neatly, in fact, there's no suspicion of crime. Not a shred.
Then what seems to be the trouble?
I can't decide whether to let my hero and heroine, if you can call them that, live happily forever after, or let them face retribution.
Here you are.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I was playing around with the notion of introducing a character who won't believe the husband's death was an accident.
The fourth side of the triangle, I presume.
Yes, that's it exactly. He's one of those virtuous, pig-headed men. He doesn't rest until he ferrets out the truth. And, well, so on and so forth. How does it sound to you, Julia?
He sounds like such an exemplary character. Would you say he was quite true to life?
Oh, well, just take me, for example. My first impulse when I heard about Ken. I kept seeing in the accident more than there was. And I imagine I'm fairly typical.
Was that your only problem with the book, Marby?
No, but I was thinking of introducing something more subtle. You know, try to find some little, almost meaningless thing my two scoundrels might have overlooked in their planning. Say a matter of coincidence.
I thought novelists always tried to avoid coincidence.
Well, now, why should they? It happens all the time. Now, you and Dallison here, Julia.
What about us?
Well, I doubt if anyone's aware that you knew each other before Ken's accident.
Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't.
Let him go on, Julia. This is very interesting.
But you see, by the merest of chance I was talking about, I happened to see you together in the cocktail bar at the airport.
What?
Yes, it was last year, and I only stopped over in town for a few hours.
Goodness, we're out of ice. I better go in the kitchen and get some.
Excuse me, Marby. There's always a running feud between Julia and the ice trays.
Oh, I understand. I have the same trouble.
Julia, you realize what you have to do.
Charles, another...
He knows. The three of us know now. The business of us being together at the airport can lead to a lot of other things.
And why is he toying with us?
Because, fortunately for us, he's a ham. At the right moment, see that stuff gets in his drink.
Couldn't we wait till that man you hired calls?
Whatever he found out following Marby isn't important now. Now listen carefully, Julia. He has to have enough liquor in him so that when he's found, it'll be obvious why he went over the side into the canyon. There'll be no questions.
I can't. Oh, Charles, I can't.
The timing has to be just right. We'll have to get him out of here so it'll happen when he's halfway down the mountain, where the curves are the worst. So you wait till I give the signal.
I wish I could be the one to give the signal.
Just for once.
When I think he's had enough, I'll raise my finger like this. I'll say, this has been great fun, Marty. Let's do this more often.
All right, Charles.
And for heaven's sake, try to control yourself. The rest of our lives depends on how we act in the next hour.
Well, it's about time, Ferris.
I did everything but fly, Lieutenant.
Okay, I'll take that. Here you are, Miss Brooks.
I'll ask you again, Lieutenant. What is this? What have I got here?
I told you before Valentine made up the rules for this little game. I didn't want any part of it. You heard me on the phone. Now there's no choice but to play it his way. Just give him that package.
For 2 cents, I'd call a cab, just so I could tell somebody where to go.
Go on, get in that car and get started. And remember, park just this side of the last big turn before you get to the top.
And you know why none of my novels made any of the book clubs?
Why, no, Marby, why?
They've never been long enough. They got to be at least 900 pages before they're even considered. They don't bother reading them. They just weigh them.
You sound bitter, Owen.
Oh, thank you very much. Gin and bitters. Don't mind if I do. It's a very fine drink.
Oh, say, look at the time. You know, this has been great fun, Marby. Let's do this more often.
That's right. We must do this more often. And let's make it soon.
Oh, hey there, Junior. What are you doing all the way over there?
Just getting a little nightcap. We can all do with one, I think.
Oh, good.
Here's yours, Charles. And yours, Owen.
All right, thank you. What do we drink, Joe?
Why not to your new book?
Oh, yes, that's very good. The Four-Sided Triangle. Right? It tastes funny, doesn't it? I'll tell you a secret. I can't even taste it at all.
Well, old man, I'll see you at your car, eh? I'll put on the floodlights. It's beginning to fog up in the canyon.
All right. Good night. And sweetest dreams be thine through all thy shining way. Poetry.
Yes. And watch yourself driving, Marby. We wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
George.
Have you got it, Brooksy? Let me have it.
Oh, darling, I saw your headlights
Quick,
weaving down
Hazel,
the...
quick.
Well, here, but...
Now get inside and take the wheel.
Okay, George.
Here's to you, Brooksy. Happy days.
Oh, darling, you know you're scaring me to death, don't you?
That makes a couple of scared people. Step on it, Angel.
Okay, Miss Brooks, we'll take care of him now.
He fainted. I didn't dare stop.
Yeah, I know. Come on, boys. Come on. Get him into the ambulance.
Got a hold of him, Dumpy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
I'm going with him,
You'd
Lieutenant.
only be in the way, believe me.
In the way? Well, you don't expect me to
Now,
stand...
boys, don't wait for the hospital. Start pumping him out now.
Pumping him out. You knew this was going to happen, and you let it. And now you're going to tell me.
There was no stopping him.
What did he do?
He found out Dr. Rayford gave Mrs. Starrett a prescription for some poison today.
Poison?
Presumably to make a solution to use on her flower beds. Being a colleague of her late husband, he didn't even think twice about it.
And George walked into this and purposely let
The
himself
stuff in
be...
the bottle you gave him is supposed to be the antidote for the poison. If he got it in time.
Oh, that big, crazy, stubborn...
Well,
loon.
that's what your boyfriend calls getting evidence that'll stand up in court. He just naturally likes to do things the hard way.
You must forgive me, Lieutenant Riley. This has been a great shock. Mr. Marby was my husband's best friend.
Yes. Just when did he leave? What time was it?
Oh, hours ago. About 10:30. You see, he was feeling rather, gay. We felt that if he was going to drive, he oughtn't overdo it.
Even so, I suggested that he stay over. Oh, this is terrible.
Yes. Well, like they say, liquor and gasoline don't mix. I guess it'll be the same routine report. Do you mind if I sit down?
No. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Sometimes I wish we could make some of these fool drivers take a look at what we saw when we found Marby down in the canyon. Oh, believe me, it would make him think he wasn't a pretty sight.
Lieutenant, please stop it.
Now, Julia, we know you're upset, but this isn't going to help any.
Nothing's going to help now.
Bobby!
Hello.
No!
Julia.
No! Don't come near me! We killed you, didn't we, Charles? We killed him!
Shut up!
Just like we did Ken. We're only imagining this. Everything's going to turn out all right. Tomorrow we're going to laugh and be happy. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way.
That's it, Lieutenant.
Hey, say, Valentine, were you serious about the way you wanted me to dedicate my next book?
I certainly was serious about the way you dedicate your next book. Sure was, Mr. Marby. To Mr. and Mrs. George Valentine.
Mr. Darling!
So you just let us know, Marby, and we'll make a special trip down to City Hall the very day your book comes off the press.
Oh, golly, I just don't believe it.
I like your other suggestion, too. I should be more commercial. Aim for the book clubs. Write something 800-900 pages. Of course, it'll take years before I get it to my publisher, but it may be worth it.
Oh, years, huh? Oh, why doesn't one of these build-ups have a payoff for me? Oh, maybe I just don't live right.
The return of spring means, for most folks, the time for another house cleaning. And speaking of things attended to at regular intervals, how long has it been since your car's oil has been changed? You know, for the life of your car's engine, nothing is more important than a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM motor oil at regular intervals. Like any other piece of equipment used daily, your car's engine is bound to accumulate a certain amount of harmful, contaminating material. RPM motor oil was compounded to take care of these troublemakers, to keep them from building upon interior engine parts during the oil service period. When the oil is changed, this harmful material is drained out. That's how compounded RPM keeps your engine clean mile after mile. And that's not all. For RPM also protects hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. It stops corrosion and rust-proofs as it lubricates. Why not see about that oil drain and refill tomorrow? And for protection you trust, be sure you refill with RPM motor oil, first choice in the West. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, we'll pick up George Valentine in Mexico, in a house as mysterious and sinister as its name, Casa Diablo.
George, if Bixby had somebody in this house to see that none of us left here alive, whoever it is must have turned on him. You know, like Frankenstein turning on his... George, you're not even listening to me.
Angel, if there's a grammar school around here, I think I'm going to enroll in the kindergarten.
Huh?
We're right down to the oldest outdoor sport in the world, Brooksy. The hunter and the hunted. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley.
Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Barton Yarborough as Marby, Doreen Tuttle as Julia, William Woodson as Charles, and Mark Lawrence as Ferris. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Rose Petal Staircase, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, once again I take pen in hand despite the fact that you have not answered my first letter. Since that time, my tireless genealogical search has led me to the little town of Colliver, named, as you perhaps know, after the once eminent Senator Colliver. Here in the senator's very house lies the tragic object of my search, guarded faithfully these many years by the senator's two surviving daughters. The ways of fate are strange, and death wears many hats. However, I do not believe that I will require your assistance as anticipated. I can manage women, particularly spinsters. I can make them see the light. And amid the cobwebs and jealous ruins of this house is a marble staircase, which I am sure will lead me not only to the object of my search, but to the resolution of the future as well.
Yes, I am sure I can trick them all. Sincerely, Professor Fulton. Well, George, we never got a letter from him.
No. Trick them all. Funny thing to say.
Yeah. And it says, P.S. It's too bad that you couldn't have seen this wonderful staircase, Mr. Valentine. It's a delight to the eye, made of solid marble, but exactly the color of faded rose petals.
Yeah. Brooksy, I wonder what it was that Professor Fulton was searching for that he found there. Genealogist, huh?
Yeah.
Something to do with a person, probably. Or a dead person. Anyway, I'm curious about a rose petal staircase set in cobwebs.
Oh, but indeed, this is not an imposition, Mr. Valentine. My sister Bertha and I often receive callers who are passing through.
You know, mister, it's going to cost you 2 bits.
What's that, driver?
To get her to show you the local ruins, it'll cost you 2 bits.
Mr. Valentine, I'm sure you could dismiss your taxi driver there for the time being.
Oh, relax, Claudine. I'll hang around and wait for them. I got no other customers.
Oh, you must excuse Johnny. He's our town character. Though how some of the nicer people have endured him as the only taxi driver these many years.
Yes, sure, of course, I understand. Here, I have 25 cents.
Oh, thank you. Naturally, we only collect it for the local historical society. Every penny of it.
Yes.
Oh, naturally.
And now, if you'll excuse the hostess who leads the way. Callers, Bertha? Oh, Bertha, dear, callers. What? Claudine, no. Tell them to come back later. Pardon me a moment. Oh, don't, Claudine, can't you? It's almost 3 o'clock. Oh, I'm sure your watch is fast, my dear. This charming gentleman is Mr. Valentine, and this is Miss Brooks.
Oh, how do you
How do you do?
The house is a mess.
There's dusting I can't reach. There's even cobwebs. I've got a bad heart. I want you to know it's all I can do to
I'm
get...
sure they understand the difficulties of the servant problem nowadays, and scarcely expect two ladies to sacrifice their other activities. Not to mention the skin of their hands.
The skin of whose hands?
Bertha?
Oh, now, look, please. We just heard about the staircase, and I want...
All right. I don't care. Whatever you want, Claudine. But I warn you, my watch isn't fast. And if you're going...
Nonsense, my dear. As all the famous people and handsome young gentlemen in their evening clothes came up to our doorway and in through this hall, a footman stood ready to throw open the doors of the ballroom like this. And there beyond... There. You see?
Oh, it really is the color of rose petals, isn't it? Oh, it's beautiful.
My father said he stole it from the color of my cheeks. The marble's from Italy, but the design is my own father's. He built it for us, for his girls. Rose-colored marble for the color of my cheeks. I was the oldest, the most beautiful, he said. But there were 3 of us.
3 of you?
We had a younger sister. Her name was Esther. Oh, but I don't see what these
No,
people...
please, let me... There was music then. Music all the time. And dancing and young men by the score. And before his death, my father used to tease me over who would be the first to come down on his arm to the rose petals and orange blossoms, and the young man of choice who'd be waiting below with the minister. Oh, there were many young men, Mr. Valentine. But it wasn't I, though I had many an opportunity. And it wasn't poor Bertha, who was never very attractive.
Claudine.
No, it was the youngest, little Esther, who came floating down dressed in white to the arms of her groom. Esther was married, she was.
Claudine, stop it. Please stop it.
And that's why we're still spinsters, Mr. Valentine. Our misfortune dates from then, from 15 years ago. Our responsibility.
What do you mean?
Esther and her handsome, strapping husband left the house by automobile. And the automobile overturned. And Esther was killed.
Oh, but I don't understand about it.
Oh, Claudine, look what time it is. Claudine, get them out of here. Get them. Oh.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
George, a bell. Tiny bell. It's from upstairs, isn't it? Up the staircase.
Our responsibility, Mr. Valentine. For 15 years, ever since Esther's death. Don't be frightened. Perhaps you'd like to carry a bed tray upstairs.
George, it's from in here.
Man's face in the mirrors.
Oh.
Look at all the mirrors.
Oh, there he is. Over there in the bed.
Oh, yeah. Hello there. I brought your tray up. Oh.
George, he can't speak. He just looks at you.
Yeah. And that's the bell. Hanging from the bed springs.
He's paralyzed.
What?
Moves just enough to make the bell ring. He can see you, though.
Oh, yes, of course.
He can hear, too. Can't you?
Oh, that poor guy.
6 months ago, the doctor said he might even walk again or even talk. He tries to sometimes, but then he gets all upset and can't. He'll be this way forever, I guess.
But how long?
15 years like that, you heard her. 15 years, and us running up and downstairs for him. It's Esther's husband, that's who it is. She was killed in the accident, but he wasn't so lucky. And neither were we.
Oh, please, if he can hear you.
I don't care what he hears anymore. It's what other people hear and say. He's the man, they say, the only man the Colliver girls could ever catch. And they couldn't have caught him if Esther hadn't died and he hadn't been paralyzed.
Miss Colliver, stop it, please. Come on, Angel. I think we'd better get out of here.
Yes, George.
I wish he would, too.
Please, I say.
Don't I, Mr. Fulton? Don't I?
What did you call him?
Hubert Fulton, that's his name.
Fulton. He isn't any relation to a man I met once, is he? Professor Fulton?
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here right now with your gossip. Your gossip! Oh, George.
Poor guy.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you ready to go back to the train?
Oh, hello,
Johnny. Everybody calls me Johnny.
Everybody, huh? Well, listen, Johnny, you run the only taxi around here. There's a guy I want to find and talk to right now. His name's Professor Fulton.
I know. He mentioned your name to me once.
He did?
He was up here at the house, about a week ago. Distant relative of Hubert in there.
Yeah, well?
The professor was trying to locate Hubert. Finally found him. I think he, being the only relative, had it in mind to move Hubert out of here, put him in the hospital.
Well, that's the best idea I've heard in years.
But I don't know what'll happen now.
What do you mean, now?
Professor's dead.
What?
Other night he slipped, fell all the way down that staircase. Now he's dead.
Just an accident, I presume, wasn't it, Miss Claudine?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's what the coroner said, and of course it was.
Miss Claudine, I think you're lying to us.
What?
Yes. Why are you so upset, so nervous? And even the way you were before, telling us about your family in the staircase. Yes, and right now, why don't you take your hands away from your... Pair of glasses. Pince-nez glasses. With a black ribbon.
His death was an accident. It was. I know it was. He was going to take Hubert away from us. And that would have been such a godsend. Bertha can't stand taking care of him.
Wait a minute. Are these Professor Fulton's glasses?
Oh, I have to tell someone. Yes. He was nearsighted. He tripped and fell. But when I saw him in the funeral parlor, Well, anyway, I found his glasses the next day. Hidden here in my sister's room. Bertha's room.
It's Bertha, Hubert. Bertha. Can you forgive me the cruel things I say in front of you? I have to say them, Hubert. They mustn't ever guess. No one must ever come again to take you away. I've stopped them all. I won't let them. I won't. All right, Hubert. I'll read to you now. My love is strengthened, though more weak in seeming. I love not less, though less the show appear. That love is merchandise, whose rich esteeming the owner's tongue doth publish everywhere. Our love was new, and then but in the spring.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Do you know when most wear occurs inside your car's engine? Does it happen when your car is running or when it's standing still? The right answer is when your car is standing still. It's a fact that 80% of all engine wear happens after you turn off the ignition. It's caused by acid-laden moisture, which forms on cylinder walls and results in corrosion and rust. RPM motor oil is compounded to prevent this damage. RPM keeps a moisture-proof film on internal parts at all times. Even though your car stands still for days or weeks, rust and corrosion can't get started when RPM is in your engine. No wonder RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. For the car you love, get RPM motor oil tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The rose-petal staircase, built long ago for beauty and marriage and happiness, but now only a setting for tragedy. For upstairs lies a man paralyzed, the only man the Colliver girls ever caught, so the gossips say. Hubert Fulton, guarded by the spinsters Claudine and Bertha. And when a relative, Professor Fulton, tries to move poor Hubert to a hospital, the professor somehow has an accident and dies on the marble of the staircase. Well, if you're anything like George Valentine, you locate a man from out of town, like yourself, the professor's lawyer, Mr. Hines.
Mr. Valentine, if it weren't that my firm has handled a Fulton family business for years, I wouldn't have touched that professor with a 10-foot pole. He wasn't a professor at all.
Okay, he was a phony. What else, Mr. Hines?
A gold seeker, my friend.
Huh?
Do you know the only earthly reason he so kindly came searching for poor Hubert? A relative he'd never even met?
Well?
I'll tell you. Hubert is worth exactly $73,000.
Oh. Well, if Hubert has so much money, why haven't they spent some of it?
Oh, they've taken very good care of him.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, they have. The doctors have been very optimistic, but, well, I'll grant you, it's rather an unhealthy atmosphere right now.
That's an understatement. I think Bertha positively hates Hubert. Always complaining.
Maybe, but Claudine, well, she's full of delusions, grandeur, and beauty. It's true. But at least to her, he's just a responsibility. We'll work out something for him, all right?
Uh-huh. Okay, Mr. Hines.
Just a moment. You still haven't told me exactly what this is about the professor's glasses.
I'm still not going to. There's enough gossip already. Good night, Mr. Hines.
Did you see the coroner, Mr. Valentine?
No, but we will later. He's out on a case.
I wish you wouldn't.
But I have to.
No, listen to me. I've been sitting here and remembering. I knew so many boys and gentlemen, so very many. I could have had any one I chose if it weren't for the burden of Hubert. But it was so different for Bertha.
How do you mean?
She was never attractive. No one ever liked her. She never had a single opportunity. And it isn't surprising, is it, if a plant that never saw the sunlight should wither in strange patterns. I just mean, she's been so unnaturally intense lately, and her own health isn't good. And perhaps if she went away somewhere, perhaps if she rested, I'm sure I could work out something with that nice Mr. Hines.
You think your sister's getting a little too peculiar. But as for the coroner, you'd like to just let sleeping dogs lie, is that it?
We're both quite peculiar, I'm afraid. Mr. Valentine, I just don't want to know any more about what those glasses of the professor's mean.
I'm afraid it's not that easy, Miss Collins.
But after all, she's my own sister. And it's impossible anything will be found by investigation and prying.
Just a minute. I'm afraid I'm the heel now, Miss Claudine. I'm afraid I want to know about those glasses. Because if there's any chance Professor Fulton's accidental death was really murder, then the sleeping dogs are going to be waked up. What? Well, Johnny, what are you doing in here in the senator's old room? And a handful of papers, huh?
Yes, George, look. A letter addressed to you.
Give me that.
Professor Fulton's first letter to us.
Yeah, that's it, Angel. Now, you just hold still,
Oh,
Buster.
no, please. That was just in my pocket. I brought it to show you. He gave it to me the night he died.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But he did. He found it and realized he forgot to mail it. He'd warned in the desk. I was here looking for that.
Oh, no? Then what were you looking for?
Valentine! Mr. Valentine, what in heaven's name are you doing? What are you doing?
Hello, Bertha. Hello, Claudine.
Mr. Valentine, will you please be good enough to throw this man out?
Just a second, Miss Colliver. I caught our taxi driver friend here rifling your father's desk.
What?
Yes, but I...
All right,
Mr.
all of you. Now,
Valentine.
listen. Angel, there wasn't much in that first letter to us from the professor.
Huh?
Just what Hines figured. The professor wanted us to help locate Hubert, that's all.
What's that?
Never mind. Let's stay with you, Buster.
Oh, Valentine, I'm not a criminal. I'm not a housebreaker.
No, you're a taxi driver. A most distinguished citizen.
Thanks, Claudine. I come up here to help you, Valentine. Honest, I did. Only stopped by in the old senator's room because it's where they keep all the family papers.
The what? No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is. I wanted to make sure I wouldn't find something. Something I guessed about for a long time. Maybe you and Hines should know.
Nobody else does. They've pretended so well.
Johnny!
Because looking out for poor Hubert up there is the important thing, isn't it?
Johnny, stop it! Please stop it, please
What I
stop
didn't
it,
find,
please
I knew
stop
I
it.
wouldn't find. The most important paper in the world are these crazy caliber girls. It's a paper that doesn't even exist. A marriage license.
Bertha, please wait.
It's true, isn't it, Claudine? Hubert up there and your little sister Esther were never married. You and Bertha just pretended all these years so no one would take him away. That's why you never touched his money, so you wouldn't have to show any proof.
I see no reason why a lady need even...
Oh, golly, George.
Claudine's still beautiful, isn't she? But you see, gossip's true, I guess. Two spinsters couldn't stand to lose the only nice guy who's been in this house in the last 15 years. When Hubert got banged up in that accident with Esther, well, he's never been in shape to fight his way out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm learning things fast, Johnny. Only I'm afraid there's still a little matter of...
Valentine, listen to me. Hines said you was talking something about glasses.
I still am.
The professor's death was an accident. Can't be any question about that. I noticed about the glasses, too.
You did?
Sure. I was here that night. I was a witness.
Okay, witness. Claudine found the glasses in Bertha's room. Now let's hear your testimony.
Bertha's room? But the professor had them on when he fell. I know he did. He was wobbling anyway. That's when he gave me your letter. Mumbled something about you forgotten to mail
The
it.
professor was wobbling?
He was no good. He's full of liquor. That's what I was doing here, bringing him liquor. That's why he stumbled. The girls is downstairs. I know there was, 'cause I was just outside and come running back in.
And his glasses?
I'm positive he had them on, laying there on the floor at the foot of the staircase before I went out to get a doctor.
Yeah, I get it. So what happened to the glasses after that still doesn't make sense, but at least his death was an accident.
You can ask the coroner. There was other evidence. There was...
Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why did you wait until now for a lot of things? Coming here, sneaking, being caught. That scene with Claudine and Bertha, hurting them like that instead of just telling us.
You know, don't you, lady?
Yes, I think so.
Sure. I've been hurt myself.
Claudine?
Nobody's good enough for her. And besides, he's been hurt too, hasn't he? I don't think he's happy here, do you? Hear that? I guess he wants some.
Oh, George, listen. Hubert's bell. Something must be the matter with him.
Come on.
No, hold it, both
Huh?
of you. Johnny, isn't there a back stairway up there?
Well, sure,
Okay, get up there fast, but don't let anybody see you. I'm finally getting my cap on straight.
What?
Now, Angel, we're not going up. We're going downstairs. Come on.
The bell. Let go of me. Mr. Valentine, something's wrong with Hubert. Let me go up.
Look, I came down to stop you,
Please.
Bertha. Be quiet, will you?
I've got to go upstairs. He needs
Be
me.
quiet. Now, calm down. We'll do it. You can't go running all over the house.
He needs me. He needs me. I love him. He needs me.
Look,
George.
Oh.
George, I better find the light.
No, she's fainted, that's all. I want it dark. She's all right. Now, back we go, Angel, and do as I say. Now, this is it, Angel. Start panning.
Oh,
No.
George, she'll know I'm not Bertha.
It's dark here. Go on.
Okay.
Perfect. Hold your breath.
Bertha? Bertha, dear, is that you? Did you hear the bell? Hubert is all right. I've looked in on him. You needn't have come. You shouldn't have come running up the stairs like that, Bertha. You know you have a bad heart. Bertha, you shouldn't. Oh, dear, you fall. Bertha!
I'm all right.
Oh!
Yes, it's just us, Claudine. Your sister just fainted downstairs. Take care of her, will you, Brooksy?
Yes, sure, George.
Fainted.
Yes, I'm afraid there wasn't any heart attack. So I guess there isn't any murder, is there?
Mr. Valentine.
Just like there wasn't any murder of the professor. But you thought it might be a good idea if I thought there was, hiding those glasses then pretending to find them.
I can't talk about it. I won't talk about
Why should you? There isn't anything to say. I guess it was you who thought up the idea years ago of keeping Hubert here. But it wasn't for his money, was it? Pride, I guess. Something to do with your life, with those dreams you live in.
Oh, no.
It might have gone on forever if the professor hadn't shown up trying to get his hands on Hubert's money.
Contemptible, beastly, contemptible.
It was just your good luck the professor had an accident. Oh, sure, I'm not nice. But you had to use me, didn't you? With Johnny sniffing around and Bertha all upset, you had to think up something so Mr. Hines wouldn't catch on to the real secret and take Hubert away forever. Hubert might be able to declare himself someday, and your ugly sister just might like it.
She can't have him. She can't.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
She can't
Lady,
have
what
him.
makes you tick if you...
I don't love him, but she
Oh,
can't.
Miss Culliver.
Esther can't.
Miss
Bertha
Culliver.
can't. I don't love him. I don't care. I don't love him,
Miss
but she can't. The marble's from Italy, but the design is yours. Isn't it, Father?
Father.
You built it for me. Rose-colored marble for the color of my cheeks. I'm the most beautiful, you always say, Father. I'll be married first, you say, Father.
Oh, Lord. Miss Culliver, please.
But I'm ready now. And there's music now. Music all the time. And there's orange blossoms and rose petals. Which one is it, Father? Show me the young man who's to be my husband. Give me your arm, Father. Lead me down the staircase. The rose petal staircase.
Poor Claudine.
Bertha, please. Hubert's watching.
I can't help it. It's my fault, too. Just as much my fault. I've turned bitter and hateful.
Oh, but she helped make you that way. Make you so jealous of him.
Oh,
you're not too old to change.
It's so... Looking at it now, it's so unhealthy. Two old maids pretending. Why, I must be insane like she is.
No, you're not. You're not. And anyway, think of Hubert. Someone still has to take care of him. He'll be getting better now. The doctor said so.
Yes. And look at me. Ugly and spiteful.
Bertha, look at him. You see? He's crying. Can't you tell?
Why? Hubert. Would you like me to read to you?
George.
Yeah, Angel, I'm here.
From you have I been absent in the spring, when proud-pied April dressed in all his trim.
Time to go, isn't
And
it?
for the spirit of you.
From you have I been absent in the spring. Brooksy, I guess spring's a pretty good thing not to miss, isn't it?
If you've had showers in your locality recently, you probably know exactly where your umbrella and raincoat are. But did you know that Chevron Supreme gasoline is also prepared for the whims of October weather? That's because it's climate tailored according to the season and to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. Depend on it to get the best out of your car wherever you drive any month in the year. Try a tank full of premium quality Chevron Supreme tomorrow. You'll notice right away how your car responds better. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. You'll agree you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, here is Robert Bailey.
Who cares about the kid next door, the boy from the broken home, the little guy who's always getting into trouble? You care when you give all you can to your community chest. For your community chest dollars help pay for child guidance, foster homes, Boy Scout organizations, vital services that healthy youngsters need. So when you give, please give enough. Enough for all community chest agencies. Enough for a full year.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Paul McVeigh as the professor, Lorene Tuttle as Claudine, Jeanette Nolan as Bertha, Ed Begley as Johnny, and Franklin Parker as Hines. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The host of Casa Diablo, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you got a man-sized job in your hands and need confidential help, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, 15 years ago, a grand jury launched an investigation into municipal graft and corruption. It fizzled out because a star witness fled to Mexico. Now this man is willing to return, willing to testify against persons who are still powerful figures in high places. Obviously, the assignment to bring him back requires not only the utmost discretion, but willingness to face all opposition and even violence. Please arrange to see me as quickly as possible. Yours truly, Felix Loper.
Tell me, Mr. Loper, what makes this Earl Bixby so eager to come back after all this time?
You mean aside from the $10,000 he's asking for in this letter?
Well, obviously somebody paid for Bixby's 15-year siesta in sunny Mexico. They're going to extend themselves more than a little to see that he doesn't get back here.
Well, the money won't do him much good unless he has pockets in his shroud.
And our friend must realize that.
Well, maybe I'm reading too much between the lines. But I think he's good and fed up with his self-imposed exile. He can't stand it any longer.
Slightly lamb-happy, in other words. Huh?
Yes, precisely, Valentine. Anyway, whatever the reasons for Bixby's change of heart, it suits our purpose to a T.
Our purpose?
The Citizens Committee, Miss Brooks. It's supposed to act as the city's watchdog. Well, it's been doing an awful lot of barking of late, but no biting where it can do the most good.
The village of San Sabo, huh? No wonder nobody's ever found him. So isn't it somewhere near Mount Aldez?
Right on the top of it. Bixby's got a big, sprawling place he calls Casa Diablo, just outside of San Sabo.
I see.
The important thing is to get him back here all in one piece, ready and willing to testify. How soon can you get started, Valentine?
Well, as soon as Miss Brooks can pick up a Spanish dictionary. After all, a girl should learn how to say no to some of those Mexican perfume vendors.
Just the perfume vendors, darling?
The others I'll take care of. Muy pronto. Anything else you do besides sell perfume and drive that bus out there, Emilio?
Si, senor. Sometimes I spend the whole day wondering about Americanos.
Oh?
You are not all in the head sometimes.
A remark like that is muy malo for the good neighbor policy.
Senorita, I cannot help it. Look, all year I drive almost empty the bus way up to San Sabo, where there is nothing to see.
Yeah?
Now, in the worst season, 2 earthquakes last week, 5 passengers, all Americanos. ¿Por qué?
Oh, I know that one. That means why.
Okay, you two linguists. Now listen, Emilio. How long does your bus stop here at the inn?
Senor Emilio's tour is renowned for comfort, for speed, and for politeness. We wait till all passengers complete their meal.
Okay. I'll see if I can rustle up some cigarettes.
Si, senor. Now, senorita, here is a bottle of slave of fashion. Do me the honors.
Too bad you had to bring her along, Valentine.
Huh? What's that remark supposed to mean?
Well, you see, it's like this. You and me are going to have to tangle, Valentine, before we leave San Sabo.
Oh, we are?
Sure. And I hate to see beautiful dames get hurt. My friends tell me I'm soft-hearted. What you got to tell me?
That's easy. Just stay out of my way. Or your friends may be talking about you in the past tense.
Tough guy. Huh? Sort of make it real interesting. I got to see that Bixby stays where he is. Even if a bad accident has to happen to him.
He's got accident insurance. That's me.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't want us to be in the dark about how we stand. Name's McLean. See, I wonder if your girl's getting lonesome over there with Emilio. Maybe I ought to go find out, huh?
You're gonna let him get away with that.
What's that? Oh.
I'm Christine Craig.
Yeah, I heard Emilio talking to you on the bus. Well, it's about time us turistas got a little chummy, eh?
Oh, I usually mind my own business. But guys like that Wolf McLean over there always gives me the creeps. Should be used to the type by now.
Show business?
Nightclubs and what have you.
Yeah. Incidentally, what's bringing you to San Sabo?
Oh, why talk about me? Now, there's McLean, for instance. Now, he don't care who knows he's got a gun strapped onto him. But you're different. You can hardly tell you're wearing a shoulder holster.
Oh, it's really nothing. I just try to be neat.
Uh-huh.
But tell me something, Christy. Do you happen to know a man named Bixby?
I'll see you out in the bus, Valentine. And you better warn your girl about McLean.
Who's going to warn him about her?
Well, I see that Emilio's passengers have finally decided to become one big happy family.
Oh, Redfern, on the bus I got the impression that you're a newspaper man.
Uh-huh. Allied syndicate.
Well, how about this story?
Yes?
5 people in a broken-down bus, headed for a crummy little village miles from nowhere. To quote Emilio, ¿por qué?
Well, maybe they're here to see what happens if there's another earthquake in these parts.
Which you don't believe, of course, Redfern.
It's obvious what McLean is. You can expect anything from him. And this could hardly be a pleasure jaunt for Christie, the Corrine. That leaves you and Miss Brooks. I was wondering about
Don't forget yourself, Redfern. Or as a reporter, do you consider yourself on the outside looking in?
Something like that, just waiting for things to happen. And I'm not often disappointed. Come on, I think we have time for a last cup of coffee.
Sure, thanks.
Really, Mr. McLean, you shouldn't have bought me that perfume. It's much too, well, extravagant.
Don't try to thank me, honey. My friends tell me I'm the soul of generosity.
Yes, but girls just don't go around letting men buy them expensive perfume.
All right, let's put it this way, sweetheart. On the way back, suppose you make the trip with me.
Well, yes, but girls just don't go someplace with one man and come back with another.
Maybe Valentine won't be coming back.
What?
You know, he might like it so well for his health up in San Sabo, he might decide to stay.
Oh.
Come on, let's not talk about him. Where'd you get those big blue eyes, anyway?
Oh, they just came with my head.
What? Oh, no kidding. You got something, babe. Hey, look. You ain't married to that guy, are you?
No.
Well, how come a sweet package like you is still going around loose?
You know, if you don't let go of my hand, I don't see how a girl can be expected to slam a gorilla like you in the nose.
Look, no dame kids me along.
Ow!
Better give the man back his perfume, Brooksy.
George.
You don't stay out of this, Valentine, you won't even get up to San Sabo.
You should never wind up like that.
Now I know what I got to do with you, Valentine. Bixby or no Bixby.
The Emilio Tour again presents itself. A journey of beauty and peace through all Mexico. Now do me the honor to... Madre mia, what happened?
A slight detour, Emilio. Now, if Mr. McLean will get up off the floor, I think we can proceed. You sleeping, Brooksy?
Who could sleep in this rattle-trap?
Now, please to observe that we approach the top of Mount Old Base. You will please to extinguish the light over your seat, Senor McLean.
Shut up.
Teddy, you're driving.
Now be reasonable, McLean. These roads are dangerous up here. The light makes it difficult for Emilio to drive.
Yeah, you don't mind the dark, Redfern. That's why you made sure you sat down next to that blonde.
I've had enough of you on this trip. One more word.
Okay, sister, get back in your seat and flip down your lip.
Hey, George, what kind of a game are we playing here?
Game? Well, that's one way of putting it.
We want Bixby back. McLean doesn't. What do Redfern and Christie want?
I think we'll find that out when they go into action at the Casa Diablo. Hey.
Senores!
George!
Another earthquake!
Hold tight, Brooksy. Hold tight. It's okay now.
What are you doing, Emilio?
We go back, Senorita. Too dangerous up here.
We can't go back now.
No, we gotta go on.
Shut up, all here. Leave this to me.
But, Senor McLean, feel how the mountain is shaking. Soon we all go down over the side.
Start up this bus, or you get a slug between your eyes.
George,
Easy,
please.
let him play
The
his
Emilio
hand.
tour is always willing to please, Senor.
Don't make me lose my temper. My friends tell me it's the one bad habit I got. Get going.
The last stop, senores. Bridge Diablo. Quick, hurry, please. Emilio, take bus to San Sabo.
Nobody's leaving this bus but me.
Why do you want to go to Casa Diablo? Crazy Americano lived there for 15 years. Earth shake again and little bridge fall. Everybody go down in canyon.
McLean, put that gun away. You can't stop us from going to see Bixby.
This guy's driving all of you to San Sabo. Try to get out, there'll be some dead people out in the road.
All right, Redfern, pick up his gun. Good shot, Valentine. Brooksy, see if he can make some kind of bandage for his wrist.
My boss, my poor automobile.
All right, now. Looks like all of us plan to cross this bridge to Casa Diablo. Now, maybe if we had a showdown, some of us would think better of the idea. You heard what Emilio said would happen to the bridge if there was another shake?
Bixby ain't coming back to the state.
And I'm here to see that he does get back. All right, that accounts for me and McLean. What about you, Christie?
I want him back, too. When he ducked out on that investigation, he let my father take the rap for the ones who really had it coming to him. My old man's still in jail.
That leaves just me, doesn't it? I remember a little about that investigation myself. In fact, that's why I'm here. As a reporter, I want to get the facts from Bixby firsthand. Okay. Now everybody knows where he stands. Open the door, Emilio.
George, this isn't a bridge. It's a tightrope. Must be swaying 20 feet in each direction.
Well, that's still from the last quake, Brooks. Just hold on to me.
Okay.
Almost across.
Yeah.
Say, I think I see someone with a light coming down the hill from the house.
Oh.
Welcome to Casa Diablo, ladies and gentlemen.
Bixby.
Who else but a crazy Americana would bury himself in a place like this? Now, let's see. Are we all here?
How many did you expect?
All those who were invited, of course. Now, who would this be?
Take that flashlight out of my face. You made a deal with some people, Bixby. $10,000 and you stay put. Now I got the dough.
What? So that's wonderful. This young lady.
Christy Craig. You know why I'm here. With $10,000.
To be sure, your father. Now, Redfern, I hope you have the $10,000 for the exclusive story of Earl Bixby, the black sheep.
I have.
Somehow we seem to have unexpected guests.
The young lady and I are together, representing the Citizens Committee, with another 10 grand.
What are you trying to pull, Bixby? You can't sell out 4 different ways at the same time. Not to get away with it.
I have a way. And get away with it, too.
George, there goes the bridge.
That wasn't another quake.
Yeah, but in the morning, that's what everybody will think, which will serve my purpose.
Hey, what are you up to, Bixby?
I did.
You see, I was all prepared for you. I timed the explosion of the bridge from the house.
Being here alone for 15 years must have dulled your perspective, Bixby. It's 5 to 1 against you doing anything.
Knowing that, you can afford to satisfy your curiosity. As I said before, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Casa Diablo.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Nearly everybody knows that lubrication of a sewing machine, a lawnmower, or a bicycle is no major problem, And evidently, many thousands of motorists know that lubrication of today's automobile engines is solved best by compounded RPM motor oil. For RPM is first choice in the West, and for good reasons. First of all, RPM keeps your car's engine clean, prevents damaging carbon particles from ever touching those finely polished interior engine parts. A special compound in RPM literally surrounds carbon particles and other troublemakers during the oil service period and flushes them out when you have the crankcase drained. RPM also fights off corrosion, rust-proofs your car's engine as it lubricates. Another thing, RPM sticks to hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. So for protection, for trust, switch to RPM motor oil, first choice in the West. Get RPM at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. 15 years ago, one Earl Bixby, big-time political grafter, took it on the lam rather than testify in a grand jury investigation. After these many years, he's willing to return and tell all for a price. You show up in his Mexican hideaway with the $10,000, but 3 other characters appear with the same amount each. After these many years, he's willing to return and tell all for a price. You show up in his Mexican hideaway with the $10,000, but 3 other characters appear with the same amount, each with a different reason. Being like George Valentine, you call for a showdown, and fast.
All right, Bixby, you know why I'm here. What are you going to do?
Gonna have a drink?
You can do that some other time. I've got the $10,000, see? Well, look at it.
Now, please, Miss Craig, I'm quite aware that you have the money.
You've taken 15 years out of my father's life. You can't do anything about it right now. But you can come back and clear his name. And if you don't, I swear I'll kill you.
Take it easy, Christine.
Oh, Valentine, you know, it's too bad you had to take a shot at our friend McLean, so Redfern has to bind his wounds now and put him to bed. We might have discussed all this in detail before morning. Now, I think I'll have that drink.
Just be ready in the morning. I'm going to bed.
You didn't by any chance arrange for the earthquakes, too, Bixby?
Oh, that. That was merely a stroke of luck, and I took advantage of it. Just consider the location of Casa Diablo.
Please, no geography lessons this time of night.
Small and insecure suspension bridge connects this rocky perch with San Sabo. In the morning, when they see it's gone, I can hear the natives saying, Madre mia, the earthquake, crazy Americano, he all alone now.
Emilio, the bus driver, knows you've had company.
Does he know all of you didn't go down with the bridge?
Oh, so that's it. And presto, $40,000 to invest in your wine cellar.
George, I think our host is loco en la cabeza. You know, crazy in the head. I looked it up.
Yeah, Bixby, I think we're going to tie you up until that conference in the morning.
Oh, come now, Valentine. Such a groveling admission of weakness. After all, Redfern has McLean's gun, and I'm sure that you have one.
Just the same, I think.
Would you believe it, Valentine?
What, Redfern?
McLean, the tough guy who wouldn't hesitate to make cold meat out of anyone else, is afraid of the sight of blood. And that was just a scratch on his wrist.
You don't say. Hey, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
Why don't you join Christie? Redfern and I have to decide what to do about Bixby.
Okay. I just hope she can play gin rummy. I'll be darned if I'm going to sleep tonight.
I don't know what you've got in mind, Valentine, but I've got something to clear up with this gentleman. Come on, Bixby. Pay attention.
Yes?
You made my syndicate a deal. $10,000 for the exclusive story of what happened 15 years ago. All the names, conniving, the works. When do you begin talking?
You're wasting your time, Redfern. Bixby merely loves to make deals. And he's not even afraid of the political thugs who sent McLean here. So I suggest we just...
Valentine, that's...
Yeah. Come on, Redfern.
That's how I found her, George.
Yeah, Christy, we're here.
Oh, we got to do something for her. I'll go out to that fountain in the patio and get some water.
You stay right here, Miss Brooks. We don't know what's going on around here. I'll be right back.
He was... The knife.
Hey, tell me, Christy, who was it? Did you see him?
Oh, just a knife. Oh, George.
Don't, Angel, don't.
Someone she couldn't even see. Bixby was with you in Redford.
Take
He's
it
got
easy
someone
now.
else, someone
Easy,
with a knife.
Brooksy, I
Someone
told you,
watching them
stop
everywhere.
it, stop it.
Yes, George. Right.
How is she, Valentine? Did she... Oh.
Uh-huh.
You don't think it could have been...
McLean?
Well, you saw how he acted on the bus. He could have...
I doubt it, Redford. Not with his wrist.
But I don't understand. I'm going to find Bixby...
Before we do that, we'd better get to McLean. No matter what we all think of him, he has a right to know what we're all up against.
Same way, Valentine. McLean got it the same way.
Yeah.
I was right, George. Bixby's got someone stalking us through the house with a knife. Someone we can't see, but who can see us.
And one of us is next. Unless we get hold of Bixby.
If we can find him.
Valentine, this is impossible. Bixby dead, too.
A state of affairs that seems natural to Casa Diablo.
This is just how we left Bixby. Sitting there quietly. He doesn't look as though he's even moved.
Someone else has been doing all the moving, Brooks.
You know what this means. Somebody wants to see us all dead. Whatever his reasons.
Doubt if Mr. Loper would be so anxious now for us to bring Bixby back.
Well, he certainly sent us on a dilly of an assignment.
Well, we can't just stand here and wait.
I was saying the same thing to myself. So?
Why did you do that? What are you going to do with that gun?
Sorry, a weakness in my character. After I trip over my third corpse, I'm inclined to get trigger happy. I see you agree with me, Redford.
Of course, you're right, Valentine. I almost forgot I had McLean's gun.
Well, what are we going to do with George?
You're coming with me, Brooksy. Redfern, you go through all the rooms in the left wing off the patio. I'll take the right.
Okay. I'll meet you back here.
George, if Bixby had somebody in this house to see that none of us left here alive, whoever it is must have turned on him. You know, like Frankenstein turning on his... George, you're not even listening to me.
Angel, if there's a grammar school around here, I think I'm going to enroll in the kindergarten.
Huh?
We're right down to the oldest outdoor sport in the world, Brooksy. The hunter and the hunted.
Valentine? Oh, Valentine. Come out on the balcony a minute. I found something.
What can he mean, George?
Now that age-old game begins. What is it, Redfern?
You'd better tell Miss Brooks to stay over there. I'd hate to have her see this thing. It's horrible.
You ought to write comic books, Buster.
Huh? What's that?
You know you haven't found anything, Redfern. If I fell for that gag and came over there, you'd do what you would have done before if I hadn't taken a gun out.
George!
You killed all three of them, Redfern. McLean, when you took him to his room. On the way back, Christie. And when you insisted on getting the water for her, you polished off Bixby. When we reached this side of the bridge, Bixby had to ask everybody else who he was. Well, not you, Redfern. He knew you. You had some kind of a deal cooked up with him. All right, what was it, Redfern? Down, Brooks.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for the confession, Redfern.
What do you suppose he's going to do,
Now, listen
George?
carefully, Angel. Here, I take this
Yeah,
gun. Stick close to the floor.
Okay.
Crawl down to that end. And when you get there, take one shot across the patio toward the sound of his voice.
What voice?
Don't worry, you'll be hearing from him. Now get moving and stay down.
Yeah, George.
Hey, Redfern. Why don't you come on over and get us?
What's the hurry? Why should I fumble around in the dark? I'll get both of you when I can see what I'm doing. You don't stand a chance. I know every inch of this place. I'll always be one step ahead of you. Don't you have anything to say to that? You're just wasting bullets, Valentine. You can't see where I am. You know, I wish I were a reporter. What a yarn. Missing politician hires broken-down newspaper man to pose as master of Casa Diablo. As fortunes dwindle, Earl Bixby evolves ingenious scheme to continue life of high revelry in Mexico City. Too bad it has to be a story that can never be told. That was the deal Bixby cooked up, Valentine. Do you hear me?
You don't have to raise your voice, friend.
What? Stop it!
You should have kept it simple, Buster. It might have worked. But I suppose being on the lam for 15 years does weird things to a man's mind. Doesn't it, Bixby?
And now you will please to do me the goodness to observe the moon as she sits herself on top of Mount Aldez. Muy romántico, muy simpático, muy...
Emilio, you sound like a fugitive from Mexico's Tin Pan Alley.
Mil gracias, señorita.
Hey, the first chance we get, Brooksy, we'd better wire Loper and tell him that if the Citizens Committee wants any testimony from Bixby, they'll have to send somebody down here to the San Sabo jail.
Well, what'll we say? Bixby unavoidably detained. Slight case of murder?
Something to that effect.
Yeah, but seriously, darling. It's hard to believe everything that's happened.
Well, in a way, Bixby lived up to his end of the bargain. For 15 grand, he agreed to live out his life modestly and obscurely somewhere in Mexico. He did. Even if he had to hire that poor dope to take his place.
And to think he actually expected to get away with it. Mass slaughter.
Well, to his mind, it seemed simple enough. After he explained to the simple natives of San Sabo that his visitors went down into the chasm with a bridge, well, he just passed himself off as the crazy Americano whom they hardly ever saw.
Yeah. Emilio?
Si, señorita.
Well, shouldn't we turn this light off? You know, to make it easier for you driving at night, remember?
Oh, no, señorita. I can see quite well. Emilio's tour considers only the comfort of its passengers.
Yeah, well, we're much more comfortable in the dark.
But it was not necessary to do that, señorita. I insist that I
Emilio, how do you say shut up in Spanish?
Por favor.
You, of all people, should understand, remember? Muy romántico, muy simpático.
Muy terrifico.
In springtime, a young man's fancy turns to, well, you finished the familiar quotation. And if our young man who's going steady is a sensible fellow, he wants to keep his car going steady, too. In fact, most motorists just naturally want steady performance from their cars, and all year round, too. And that's why so many thousands of folks rely on Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this high-octane motor fuel is blended just right to put command performance in your car. It commands fast starts, smooth, steady pickup, and all the extra power your car needs on hills. Another thing, Chevron Supreme's climate tailored. That means no matter what region of the West you're driving in, you can count on command performance from this premium quality fuel. It's tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. Why not tomorrow get a tank full of the gasoline that gets the best out of your car, Chevron Supreme, blended just right to keep your car going steady. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when you join us for another adventure of George Valentine, we'll come across George and Brooksy in a small, shabby office, and we'll hear Brooksy saying,
George, what are you going to do?
Open the door of this closet.
But you know it's empty. The professor's body disappeared.
Just a hunch, Brooksy. Well, let's have a look.
Yeah, I seem to have lived through this once before today.
Yeah. We've got the professor back with us, Angel.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Victor Rodman as Bixby, Ted Von Eltz as Redfern, Gigi Pearson as Christine, Ken Harvey as McLean, Stan Farrar as Loper, and Tony Barrett as Emilio. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Empress of Fish Falls, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's crowding into a corner and you can't find your way out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I am a man who hears voices. No matter where I am, I always hear things. But it's always voices. Yesterday, my fortune teller told me... Oh, no.
File it, Brooksy. Overboard.
Yes, but George, there are some more letters, and there's a lot of important mail here, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure, too. Everybody's sure.
Huh?
Quiet. Oh, boy, did you see that fish? 3.5 pounds if he was an ounce.
Hey, come on, give the oars a pull, Riley.
Yeah.
Come on, never mind the rest, Brooksy. Throw him overboard.
Why don't you throw Miss Brooks overboard? It's bad luck, women in boats.
Oh, it is it? Well, why don't you try putting a worm on that hook, Lieutenant?
Look, we're doing the fishing, Angel. This is our vacation, not yours.
Well, that's what makes me so mad. Sitting back there in the hot city. But I knew you'd want to see your mail, George. I knew it was too important to wait, and I thought...
Oh, yeah, sure. You travel 500 miles for a man with 3 wives.
Oh, but listen to this one, George. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Valentine, your name has been given to us as a likely prospect for the Fruit of the Month Club...
Oh, no.
Oh, brother.
Well, at least now that I'm here, well, you wouldn't mind if I fished with you just for one day, would you?
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it. I got something. I'll swing it around. The lines are tangled. Yeah.
What you got, George?
Yeah, I got something.
Huh?
But it's no fish. Come on, pull the boat a little closer.
Oh, no. Oh, it's the body of a little boy.
Yeah. Only it's the first little boy I ever saw with gray hair.
Riley, that's the body of a midget.
Well, he hadn't been in the water very long. 12 to 24 hours, maybe.
And it's pretty clear how he got there, isn't it?
Yeah. Been shot through the back 3 times. How do you like that? On my vacation! Murder.
Well, what's a midget doing in a place like this?
Oh, he's getting on in years. Maybe he likes to fish, too.
Well, it wasn't robbery, I'll tell you that.
Huh?
Nah, he didn't have a wallet or anything, but he's still got his watch. A beauty, too.
Oh, let me see it, George.
Hey, it's a gold one.
Hey, that's the kind that opens up on both ends. Let me see it. There we are.
What? His name was Merle Bender.
Read what else it says.
Well, it says, To the greatest general manager who ever lived, Merle Bender. A little bundle of 3-ring showmanship. Gratefully, Colonel Gerald P. Fargo.
Fargo Circuses.
Yeah.
Hey, I know that guy.
Looks like our little man here was a big shot, doesn't it?
I should hope to tell you. If Bender was general manager of Fargo's, say, Valentine, we better get in touch with his boss, Fargo, right now. Yes, sir, and we'll need a crew out here and a fingerprint man, and then...
Yeah. This is your vacation, remember?
Well, I only meant we'd get him started, that's all. We're just going up there to be good citizens. Oh, these small towns. There's a deputy sheriff lives here, but do you think I could find him? No. He's gone all the way to the ocean today to fish.
Lieutenant, what did you do with the body?
I gave it to the local sawbones. Calls himself coroner, too. I guess he's okay, except he was more worried about the Empress's cold than he was about murder.
The who's what?
How should I know? It's that kind of town. I took a look at the bullet, though. It's out of a .32 automatic as sure as I'm born.
And, Lieutenant, what are you going to do with that bit of information?
I'm going to find me a telephone and dump it on the sheriff at the county seat. Now, here, let's try in here. Huh?
Hello, strangers. What'll it be? Soda, cone, sundae?
No, I just want some change, that's all.
For the phone?
Yeah.
Haven't you got anything smaller than 4 bits?
Well, yeah, here's quarter.
Quarter? Well, that makes it better. Half a dime's a nickel, plus 15 is 50.
Well, I'm only calling the county seat.
Why don't you say so? Give me back the nickel. It's only 10 cents.
Oh, yeah, here,
10
sorry.
10 is 20 is 5. Now, you got your change, Mac. You're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, well, wait a second. 5, 10... Oh, yeah, I got it all. Thanks, sorry.
Hey, you didn't learn that passing the walnut job in any country school, brother.
Yeah, you mean I've been on the hop, Flair J? Me? No. I'll tell you a secret about me. Step a little closer, miss. Plenty of room for one and all.
Huh?
Now, watch my nose.
What?
Just keep your eye on the nose. A little freckle. Easy, does it?
Oh, George, you're swallowing it.
Well, don't worry, lady. There's no danger. There you are, back again. Now the years. You just time together like this. You get
no.
Hey, slow down, Buster.
Okay. Pull myself together. No money in it anyway. Here, have a Coke on the house.
Oh, thanks.
My name's Rubberface, just in case you didn't guess.
Hey, look, what kind of a town is Fish Falls? Everybody from the circus?
No, only 20 or 30 of us. There wasn't any 2 years ago.
What happened? Bad times?
Bad? This? Oh, I've got a drugstore, miss. You ought to see me get the kids here. No, we're all sort of retired. At least too old for the one-day stands.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, no, you don't. We're sideshow people.
What's that?
Sideshow people. Weirdies. It's not so easy to find a nice place to retire if you're a lady and got hair on your chin. Or you're a man with the Battle of Bunker Hill painted all over you.
Only here in Fish Falls you're accepted, huh?
Don't kid yourself. People point at other people any place you go. This town was like all the rest, until the Empress came along.
The Empress. Now, there it is again. Who in the name is the...
Greatest little old lady since Cleopatra bit the snakes. That's who I mean. And don't let anybody tell you different. Name's Merle Bender. And
what?
Don't interrupt, lady. She's got more money and she's got more class. Say, did you see the big castle down the river? Well,
Hey,
that's where...
Hold it. Isn't Merle Bender the name of a midget?
Midget?
Yeah. A man about 50. Gray hair, heavy shoulders.
No. Merle Bender's the Empress. Empress of Fish Falls. A little bundle of 3-ring showmanship. That's who she is.
What was it you desired to discuss with the Empress? That is, what did you want to see her about?
About a gold watch.
Oh, I don't think the Empress would be interested in buying
Yeah, now look,
anything.
Buster, there's something she should know. I just want to see the...
Who are these people, Elephant?
What are you doing downstairs? Get back up there.
I wanted to come downstairs, Elephant.
Go on.
No. I think I'll stay downstairs for a while.
Will you do what I... Oh, dear. Excuse me, Mr. Valentine. It's difficult enough being a butler when you're so fat you can't even hold a tea service, but...
The inhuman sausage, they used to call him.
Yes. But she expects me to work with a footman like this.
Footman? Well, I should hope to. Golly, what size are they? 17?
AAA. I'm almost 8 feet tall, too.
My name is Elephant, so she calls him Castle.
She does? Well, I'm very happy to meet you both. But look, I'm in a hurry and I
Does
want...
this man have a contribution for the hospital, Elephant?
What? Oh, no, we just came here
Then
to...
I think they better go, don't you? I think I'd
George.
like you better with them gone.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Lighthouse. Take it easy.
I believe he's right for once, Mr. Valentine.
Look, both of you, quit pushing, will you?
Go
You're asking for
away.
it, Dean. Stop.
Stop it! Stop it, all of you! Stop it! All right. Come in, young man. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Empress.
My name is Mrs. Bender.
Yes, ma'am.
My husband was a lion tamer. God bless him. Sit down. Sit down.
You know, you're certainly hard to see, Mrs. Bender.
Don't be insulting. I'm easy to look at.
Oh.
Or at least I was once. You're attractive, my dear. If you'd use just a little darker lipstick.
Well, thank you. But you see,
Yes, I know. Your name is Claire Brooks, and you're George Valentine.
Huh?
Yeah, that's right. Well, look, we came to tell you...
Tell me about a midget, yes.
Yeah.
Shorty McDonald. I knew him years ago in Carnival. He came here just last night. His little car is still out there in the garage. He said he was looking for a place to settle down, wanted me to help him.
Did you?
Well, I'm very busy just now collecting money for a hospital drive. But, of course, I told him to wait, to stay here. We'd find something in a few days.
Well, then what happened?
That's all. Last evening, he said he was going to take a little walk down by the river.
Uh-huh. Well, we pulled him out of the river this morning with 3 bullets in him. But I suppose you know that, too.
Naturally.
Okay, do you know about the watch?
Perhaps.
Your watch. The one the midget was carrying when he was killed. The one Colonel Fargo must have given you when you were manager of his circuses.
Oh, yes. Those were the days.
Well, how did the midget get the watch? Did he steal it?
Aren't you forgetting you're on your vacation?
Huh?
And that man with the gorgeous temper who's with you. I suppose he has questions to ask, too.
Mrs. Bender,
Oh,
how did you...
I've seen you out there on the river through my opera glasses, wasting your time using spinners.
Look, Mrs. Bender, there's been a murder.
Do you think I'm not aware of it? Shorty was a lovely little man. I gave him my watch to take into town for repairs, that's all. The police of this county will manage quite well without interference.
Look, Mrs. Bender, we only wanted
We
to
know,
help.
and we appreciate what you've done most sincerely. But your 2 minutes are up now, Mr. Valentine. I hope you catch lots of fish. Goodbye.
I know. I got the same treatment. I got the bounce, too.
From the sheriff?
He says he's got his orders, and now he's got the case. Thank you, and good night.
Well, the old lady seems to run this county just like she must have run Fargo's circuses, with a tiger whip.
That's what she thinks. I got a wire in answer to the one we sent Fargo. Here, look.
Says, Lieutenant Riley, Fish Falls, California. I have never heard of anyone in show business by the name of Merle Bender.
What?
Who is taking you for a sucker this time? Signed Colonel Gerald P. Fargo.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in a moment. Maybe you think your car gets its rest at night, same as you do. But your car's engine is subject to its worst beating when your car is idle. As soon as you cut the ignition, acid-laden moisture condenses, starts to attack internal engine parts. The result is corrosive rust, which causes 80% of engine wear. But if you're using RPM motor oil, relax. RPM, a premium quality oil, is compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on all internal engine parts. Even if your car stood idle for days or weeks, RPM's adhering agent would keep this protective film on vital parts. Without this special ingredient, oil couldn't do this wear-saving job. The oil would quickly drain off internal engine parts. So depend on RPM motor oil, the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go on your vacation to catch fish, only instead you pull from the river the body of a midget. You meet a woman who calls herself the Empress of Fish Falls, a woman who pretends to have been a great lady of the circus, a woman who tells you to peddle your papers. But if you're anything like George Valentine, when a real authority in the circus world wires that he's never heard of anyone by her name, you begin to wonder and check around.
And so all you've met is the minority group? The so-called freaks, eh?
Well, that's why we came to you, Mr. Grote. You're the town banker, and we thought you would...
You know, we didn't cotton to them much when they first started coming here. It's a small community, conservative and so on.
Rubberface suggested that the Empress helped change that attitude.
Oh, not directly. But of course she knew them, accepted them. And what would be more acceptable than a woman like her?
You mean because she's so wealthy?
Well, since the Empress has been here, this county has improved itself more than in the last 10 years rolled together. Oh, roads, mobile, libraries, and now the hospital.
You mean she contributes all the money?
Oh, she works her time on every committee, a regular dynamo. And I assure you she's offered to do a bit of underwriting anytime the county fails in its quota.
I suppose she banks with you?
Well, now, see here, if she was rude to you, I'm sure it was just that she's so busy. This time she heads the committee, you understand, the position of trust.
Yeah. But what we're interested in
is...
It's
her job to visit the farms or to be at home to accept the money. Now, it's her job to see that... well, what's the matter?
You mean Mrs. Bender is collecting money from people in the county herself?
Well, that's the way it's done. It's a rural area. This is the big weekend.
Much money?
Oh, yes, indeed. Just, after all, it's a hospital.
Well, Mr. Grote, how do you know Mrs. Bender is what she seems to be?
Get out of here.
Huh?
All of you! You're insulting a noble woman. And you're insulting my judgment of character. I won't be bothered by a bunch of outsiders. Good day.
Why, sure, miss. There's nothing I haven't done in my time as a thinker. I've been a barker, a lumber jim. I was even a rider in the manager.
Well, Rubberface, I suppose you knew most of the other circus people in those days. Gosh, you make a good soda.
A Rubberface special for you, miss. Always snap back for more.
Well, I mean the people who live here in the town now. You knew them in those days, didn't you?
Yeah, some of them. The others came from foreign shows, some from Connie. Like that midgie got killed, Shorty McDonald. He was a Connie.
Oh?
So he switched to vaudeville in the double act.
Uh-huh. But, well, I mean, I suppose you knew the Empress in those days, didn't you?
Did I? The Empress? What? Drink up the soda, miss.
Yeah, that's right. You got it. And the address is just Billboard Magazine, New York City. Yeah, I'll wait.
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Well, hello, Elephant.
I couldn't help hearing. That is, noticing. Friends on Billboard get you good publicity in show business. I never
What have you been doing? Following me?
Of course, maybe you don't have friends. Maybe you're just asking Billboard for information about people.
It's a free country,
I really doubt if you do have many friends. Prying like that.
Why don't you cut the double talk?
I never got good publicity, even if I was one of the heaviest in the push-around class. Look at those hands, Mr. Valentine. Like loaves of bread.
Yeah, you look at them.
It's a funny thing about fat men, though. They move fast.
Wait a minute.
Take your hands away from me. Let me go.
Too close to hit, Mr. Valentine. You won't pry anymore, will you?
Hey, my stomach. Stop squeezing. Cut it out, Grizzly Bear. Cut it out.
You'll be all right, Mr. Valentine. They'll find you here in the alley. You'll be all right, but you won't pry, will you? There's a hospital drive going on. You'll leave us all alone. Yes, Mr. Valentine. Of course you will.
Well, I guess now you'll buy something's wrong in Denmark, won't you? Even from an outsider?
But I don't know, but the fat man might have killed him.
Try to drink this water, George.
No, I'm okay. I'm all right.
Yeah, sure. Like bologna in a meat press.
He just squeezed me around the stomach till I passed out. Yeah, I'll take that water.
Yes, but I've known her for some time, Lieutenant. I've trusted her.
Well, you can ask to see the hospital money, can't you?
No one else would know she has it there at the house. I suppose they think it's in my bank already, the early contributions are. I always felt there was no danger. Her two men there.
Mr. Grote, you wouldn't look well holding a sack.
Oh, the sheriff will be back here soon, but... Yes, I'll go with you.
Well, that's more like it. Valentine, you able to travel?
Yeah, Riley, I'm miles ahead of you. Let's go.
I think this is Grand Central Station.
I tried to keep them out, Mrs. Bender. I tried
be quiet, Castle. Just what is the meaning?
We're sorry to come barging in on you like this, Mrs. Bender, but
Yes, but there's a little matter of money involved. Well, speak your piece, banker.
Why, Mr. Grote, I didn't know you associated with outsiders these days.
It pains me, Mrs. Bender. No, it really does. But, well, it was in regard to the hospital fund collection.
Oh, but of course. I should have guessed. You'll be pleased to know that I have nearly all of it. I'm within $72 of reaching the quota.
Oh, but that's fine.
Yes, people have been coming up here all day bringing money, haven't they? Where do you collect it? Your desk there?
Get out of here. Get out of here right now.
Mrs. Bender, now, please. It's just that we thought it would be best. I mean, now the money is almost in, and in the light of the murder and all that. But if I moved it to a safer place, I can open my bank at night.
How dare you? How dare any of you come up here suggesting
Excuse me, grandmother. But you're a fake. You're a fraud.
I'm a what?
You're supposed to be big in the circus world, but nobody big in the circus ever heard of you.
Why?
You're supposed to be a wealthy woman, but the financial world never heard of you.
Mr. Grove.
There was a gold presentation watch with your name on it handy for showing to the yokels to impress them with your importance.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm afraid it's the oldest confidence game in the world, sister. To move out to the sticks and set yourself up as the grande dame until you and your boys could collect on the big charity hall. But the party's over now, sister. It's time to...
Party? I didn't get an invitation.
That's so you're back again.
But I'd be glad to show them my tricks. Don't worry, Empress. I'll take care of it.
I'll do it too, Empress.
No, boy, don't.
Stand still, all of you. Yeah, nobody's bigger than a gun. Now, for the last time, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bender, but I'm going through your desk.
No, please.
I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. The cupboard was bare, huh, Lieutenant?
Yes, it's gone. Cash, checks.
What do you mean?
It's been stolen. I just found out. I've been sitting here wondering what to do.
Stolen, huh?
Everything you've said about me is true, except one thing, Lieutenant. I wasn't planning to swindle. It was to help people.
Yes, that's true, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Grote is known, of course. He's the only one except for the circus people. You see, I was a thinker of a sort. For 35 years, I was a wardrobe mistress. Since then, well, I've just been using the things I learned in life, that's all. I've been what I never was able to be in the circus, an empress, even if it's only in Fish Falls.
Oh, Mrs. Bender, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well,
skip it. I know you thought the sheriff could figure out Shorty's killing without anybody getting wise to your game. But don't you see? Whoever took the money knows it. Knows what a nice patsy you make.
You see, even Mr. Grote here began to doubt.
And whoever took the money knew about where to find it, too. And that cuts us down to size. About the size of this room.
What? Oh, but the boys are from the circus. My kind of people.
There are bad apples in any barrel, Mrs. Bender. I remember your midget friend moved into your house last night. Well, he also moved into the killer's setup. That wouldn't have made much difference if the midget hadn't recognized him as a bad apple.
Oh, but no one knew Shorty here but me.
No, indeed. I'd never met him.
Me neither.
No? Well, it doesn't make much sense unless one of you is lying.
Shorty McDonald had been in a carnival, and he did a double act in vaudeville.
And the only double act in vaudeville for a midget that I ever heard of is...
Low and high.
Yeah. The midget and the giant.
Now, wait a minute, Empress. There's no reason for everybody to look up at me. The elephant here, he's just as likely as I am. He was the one trying to squeeze the man to death, wasn't he?
Yeah. The big boy put me out, all right. But maybe he was just being a little overzealous and trying to protect the Empress's secret.
He's always like that. He's too strong here.
Why don't you shut up, Beanpole? Shorty McDonald wasn't squeezed, he was shot. And can you imagine the elephant here sticking one of those sausage fingers of his into the trigger guard of a pistol? It wouldn't work. He couldn't do it. He couldn't fire a gun.
Sure, there's lots of things he can't do that I can do. Things nobody can do that I can do. See, I could fire a gun, couldn't I?
How easy?
No! You could shoot yours and I could shoot mine and lots of people would be killed.
I said put it down. The sheriff would be here and you'll be...
I don't want to kill lots of people, do I? I'm going to run away, Empress, but I'll take good care of your money. Don't worry.
Crazy.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. I'll go out the back way.
There's a car in the garage. If the sheriff comes in the front, he can get out the back road. Get away.
He won't get away.
Let him go.
What?
Let him go. Now, don't worry. Getting away is one thing he can't do. Remember, Empress? The only car in the garage belonged to the midget. And it's a midget car. Come on, Riley, let's take him.
Well, here you are, Empress. The giant's all tucked away, and here's your hospital money. All but that $72, of course.
$72, oh, yes.
Mm.
Just one moment, Lieutenant Riley.
Hmm?
Is it customary for a police officer on vacation to carry a gun?
Huh? Oh, well, I just happen to have it with me, that's all.
Oh, yes, of course. You brought it along for snakes, huh? Lieutenant, I do appreciate your promising to keep my secret. But I'm sure you'll understand me when I say that I still need $72. The hospital fund?
Oh, you mean just because I'm in civilian clothes and carrying my gun? Empress, what kind of a blackmailing scheme is
I
this?
said you had a gorgeous temper the first time I saw you.
Oh.
Here's my fountain pen, sucker.
George, why is it that murders always happen to detectives everywhere they go?
Oh, I don't know. Because life is like the movies, I guess.
Yeah, but George, what I mean is, would you hold this pole? The line seems to be stuck in some...
Hey, give me that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right, Brooksy. Yeah. We've hooked onto a fish.
You're driving in city traffic. You're on a slight upgrade, and you come to a stoplight with a line of cars right behind you. The light turns green, and you want to pull away fast. You make it all right, but your car's engine does a lot of knocking. What you want, mister, is Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that gives your car ping-free power. It's specially blended to burn evenly to give your car better performance under every driving condition. Faster starts, smooth, quick pickup in traffic, extra power on hills. And depend on Chevron Supreme for ping-free power wherever you drive in the West. It's climate-tailored for each different temperature and altitude zone. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean... we take better care of your car. Next week, when we come upon George Valentine and Brooksy as they're doing a little professional snooping in the dark, we'll hear...
What'd you find out, Brooksy?
Nothing, George. Nothing that would indicate it. But I don't know exactly what I expected to find.
Oh, yes, you do.
George, What do you suppose he did with her?
I don't know. He looks like the trunk or hatbox type. And if I'm right, we're going to find her, Brooksy. Somewhere.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Verna Felton as the Empress, Eddie Marr as Rubberface, Alan Reed as Elephant, Ed Max as Castle, and Howard McNear as Groat. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Perfect Alibi, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the heat's on and you can't seem to cool off, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I hate my husband. I hate him so much I've sat awake nights wondering if I had the nerve to kill him. But I'm a coward. I'm weak. I'm everything bad. It's his fault I am. But then, that's my fault for marrying him, isn't it? Mr. Valentine, I have a chance to escape, to get rid of him forever. If I keep my mouth shut, my husband will be dead inside of a few months. But I can't keep my mouth shut, can I? I can't be that bad. Or can I?
I'll be standing at the corner of 47th and Maple Drive at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Or maybe she meant Maple Avenue, George.
Yeah, maybe. If there was one in town, only there isn't.
Oh. Laurie F. You know, George, she sounds like such a mixed-up person anyway that maybe
No, Brooksy. This is the place she meant, all right. And all we can do is just sit here and wait.
Yeah.
Hey, mister, going downtown? Give me a lift downtown?
I'm sorry.
It'd be all day if I stay in there waiting for a bus. You got plenty of room.
Look, I said I'm sorry. I'm not going anyplace.
Yeah, but you will be. A lot sooner than a bus.
Hey, get away from there.
Move over, sister.
Look out.
Hang on, Brooksy.
Well, hitchhikers are getting persistent, aren't they?
Yeah. And a funny-looking hitchhiker for a ritzy district like this.
Hey, watch it, George. Red light. Listen, do you suppose that maybe...
Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine?
Hey, quick, open your door, Brooksy.
Yeah.
You are Mr. Valentine, aren't you?
That's right, and you're Lauriette.
I knew you must be. I saw that man there trying to get into your car. I was hiding in the drugstore, hoping he'd go away.
Why? Who is he?
I don't know, really, but he works for my husband. I know he does. He was following me, watching me. He was.
Okay. Well, I don't blame him. You're attractive. Now, suppose you relax and tell us about it.
No, not here. Let's go someplace where we can talk.
You hate your husband, don't you, Laurie?
More than I hate lizards.
Is there any particular reason? I mean, somebody to compare him with, for instance? Oh, I know this is off the subject, but sometimes a woman...
What if there is? What if there is another man? It doesn't have anything to do with this?
Okay. Now, as I get it, if you keep your mouth shut about something, your husband will die in a few months. Is that right?
Yes.
He wouldn't be expecting a hanging, would he?
Yes.
Huh? Murder?
Mr. Valentine, last night a man was shot just a block or two from here. Exclusive apartment house, the Cedar Crest.
Who was he? And just for the record, who's your husband?
The man was a business associate of my husband's from out of town, but he used to live here, and he's been back for the last month or more.
The man?
His name was Chauncey. Isn't that a funny name? He was a funny sort of man, I guess, too, but... Well, anyway, my husband hated him, and the police knew it.
Lots of people hate lots of other people.
Last night, my husband had an appointment with Chauncey. He was seen going into the apartment house. Sometime later, the shots were heard by the neighbors, and my husband doesn't have an alibi. He's in jail now. And they'll hang him.
Hey, wait a minute now. Hold it. He's got no alibi, but you have one for him. One that you haven't told yet, check?
Yes, Mr. Valentine. His character.
His what?
Huh?
My husband just wouldn't commit murder, that's all.
You mean the lizard? The heel? The husband?
Oh,
you
I
hate?
know I said those things about him, and they're true. He's even worse than that. But he can't stand violence. He doesn't believe in it.
Does he carry a gun?
Well, only for self-protection. And he made a point of not taking it with him last night. He was going to make up with Chauncey, settle their differences. He even took him a present.
Now, look, I've heard the name Chauncey before someplace, so let's cut out the waltzing, Laurie. What's your last name? Who's your husband?
I'm Laurie Farrell. My husband is Nat Farrell.
Nat Farrell?
Yes. Yes, he's the biggest gangster in the city. All right, then don't help me. Don't do anything about it. Just sit there and don't help me.
Well, George?
I don't know, Brooksy.
Oh, George, you're not going to get mixed up in a thing like that. Nat Farrell has earned 5 hangings.
Yeah.
And how do you know she wasn't lying? She's such a messer.
Let's cut across here, Angel.
Oh. But this is the block that apartment's in, the Cedar Crest. George is just sticking your neck out. All you'll do is end up a patsy or a corpse.
Look, save the obituaries, Angel. All I want is the newspaper.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Come on, in here.
Well, the old man did it again today when he lifted one over the wall in the
Which
third.
one a newspaper
By the end of the
for?
6th inning, the league
What'll it be, mister? Make it fast. Giants won, you hear that?
That's all I want, thanks.
Next edition has some of the baseball scores.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just a funny paper man.
Today that he has turned down an offer to play another season with the
Well, there it is,
Pittsburgh
Angel, all over the
National
front
League.
page. Nat Farrell.
With Pittsburgh
Behind bars for the first time. Hand-painted necktie, not even must.
Chauncey was a racketeer, too, wasn't he? Business associate. George, I tell you, that woman is absolutely...
The dispatch of Vallejo, California team, the Far West Baseball
Look, Mac, buy your own newspaper, huh?
All right, sure.
Hey, wait now. What's the bright idea?
You're George Valentine.
You like to make something out of it, redhead?
Here. Here's $200. It's all I could raise on short notice.
Well, you should have tried harder. You're passing out money. Haven't you got some for me, too?
Stay away, will you, Valentine? Just stay away. That's all I want. The guy's no good. He's an egotistical, selfish,
I
cold-blooded...
suppose you're talking about Nat Farrell.
I said just stay away. Leave him in jail.
Why, redhead?
Because I said so. You start messing around, Valentine...
Now, look, you just keep your hair on.
Let go of me.
Hey, keep it down, will you guys? They give the Major League scores now.
See? Isn't polite to fight in a public place.
Valentine, I'm warning you. You'll get a private place, all right? I'm sorry. Give me my money back. Only leave him in jail, you hear me? Leave him in jail.
Ah, now look at what you guys done. I don't even know who's going to pitch for Boston.
I tell you, I'm going to hang out a sign that says man at work.
Lieutenant Riley, I'm just asking questions, that's all.
You sure that's all?
It is if I have anything to say about it.
Listen, Valentine, I've been trying to nail that guy Farrell since I polished my first brass button. He's the reason for half the trouble in this town. And now that I've got him jugged, there's nobody's going to pull the cork. Not even sniff around, so beat it, will you? Goodbye.
Okay, Riley, okay, I get it. Railroad man at work.
What?
George.
Valentine, you know darn well nobody's getting railroaded. I've got a case, you understand?
All right, so I said the wrong thing.
Farrell ran this guy Chauncey out of town a couple of years ago. Only Chauncey came back last month against threats. Trying to muscle into Farrell's business.
Yeah, keep talking.
Look, chum, I've got lots of witnesses. The doorman at the Cedar Crest saw Farrell go upstairs at 7:30. When the doorman went off duty at 8, Farrell was still there. At 8:15 on the button, five people, mind you, heard the shots through the open windows out back. And I was there at 8:20.
All right, it's a circumstantial case so far.
Well, what if it is? Farrell admits he was there, claims he doesn't know what time he left, but he didn't show up at home until after 9. And he won't explain, and every 2 minutes something new comes in against him. Oh, you. There, you made me mad enough to tell you. Now, you happy?
No. Because you see, Lieutenant, Farrell's wife.
Huh? Oh, I know. I talked to her. She hasn't got anything.
And like I told George, she's so confused that maybe...
Sure. She's confused and mixed up and messed up. Now, look, Riley, two things hit me in the eye. One, Farrell doesn't like violence. He never has.
Yeah.
That's why he's been so hard to nail for his other stuff. And if there were a business killing to be done, a guy that big doesn't do it himself. He hires somebody.
Maybe this time he lost his temper.
Over business? No, Brooks, he's too cold-blooded. All right, point number 2. No alibi. A guy that big always has an alibi.
So he slipped up. I'm crying in my lace handkerchief. I'm tearing my hair out with sympathy.
Now, look, Riley, I hate that guy as much as you do. But I doubt if he killed Chauncey.
Oh, sometimes I'd like to... wait a minute. Come on in my office. I want you to meet somebody. Oh, Mr. Jefferson.
Hello, Lieutenant. What is it?
I want you to meet these people, Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Jefferson here is Farrell's lawyer. Miss Brooks?
How do you do?
And George Valentine.
Oh, yeah?
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Valentine is interested in the case. He's from the Humane Society or something.
Well, it's unusual anyone interested in my client.
Well, tell him what you've been doing all day, Mr. Jefferson.
Expose the defense? Now, really? Oh, what difference does it make? I've been pounding the pavements. Riley knows. I've talked to everyone within a 47-mile radius of the Cedar Crest, armed with questions and pictures of Farrell.
You mean looking for friendly witnesses? Did you find any?
Huh? What do you think?
Mr. Valentine had it in mind that he'd like to help.
Is that so?
Oh, but he doesn't know anything.
I see. Mr. Valentine, I have no business saying this, but then I suppose I'm not very orthodox anyway. What I mean is, the man who takes pity on the hungry tiger usually forfeits his head. You understand me?
Maybe. But where was the tiger between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock last night?
Why don't you ask him, Mr. Valentine? Yes, ask him.
What a presumptuous question. Where was I? Where were you?
All right, Farrell, skip it.
Who are you anyway, Valentine? What are you doing here in my cell?
Watching you pick your teeth, I guess.
Pâté sandwiches. I had them sent in from Pierre's, you know. Only decent pâté in town.
Yeah, you lead a hard life, even in jail, don't you?
You think I appreciate the finer things? You should have met Chauncey.
He went in for coffins.
Inevitably, with his business habits. But I had no quarrel with him personally. And when it came to taste, here, you see my jacket? Gold buttons, gold trim. It's my own design. I took Chauncey a duplicate last night as a gift, as a matter of fact. He collects them. And silk shirts. And his collection of rare books. Oh, I've learned a lot from Chauncey, the rat.
You didn't kill him, did you?
No. No, I left his place sometime after 8, but I don't know just when.
He was shot at 8:15. Where were you until 9 o'clock?
I'm tired of that question.
Plenty of witnesses saw you go in there, saw your car, but they didn't see you come out. Were you framed?
I'm getting tired of you, too.
Does your wife know where you were?
Get out of here. Now.
Oh. I hit a sore point, huh?
My personal life is no one's business but my own.
It won't be personal when you're wearing a hand-woven rope necktie.
Get out of here. Who asked you to snoop anyway? Like any small-time prying little shamus. Come to the big boy offering to help, thinking the big boy might pay big cash for help.
You can keep your change, Buster.
Well, leave me in jail, you see? I take care of myself, understand? And in case you don't understand, in case your nose gets any nosier, I promise that my friends will give you a reward. My own special design. A marble-trimmed slab. return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When your car wants to tell you it's wasting power, you'll hear from it, all right. And what you'll hear is engine ping. It's a noise that also means your car's engine is strained and laboring, wasting fuel as well as power. To avoid this power robbery, depend on Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's specially blended to give your car ping-free power under every driving condition. Faster starts for cold engines, quicker pickup for traffic, and extra power on hills. Chevron Supreme's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored, too. Whether you're on the coast, in the desert, or in the mountains, depend on it to help give your car its best performance. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Well, Laurie Farrell hates her husband, but her conscience tells her he shouldn't be in jail. For murder, that is. He's just not the type. Of course, Lieutenant Riley insists he'll have a case against Nat Farrell, and you certainly agree that the fastidious gangster looks his best in stripes. But you can't help suspecting that the woman is right, that this time her husband has been miscast. And if that's so, then this isn't justice, is it? If your name is George Valentine and you, too, have a conscience, you stick right on the case.
You didn't listen to me, Valentine. You're still on the Farrell case. How come?
Last time we met, Redhead, you were offering $200 to keep Mrs. Farrell's husband in jail. Who do you work for, anyway? Okay, I'll play a guessing game with you. Somebody trying to frame him, maybe. Muscle into his business while he's locked up, huh? Oh, wait a minute. She's got a boyfriend. Maybe you work for him.
Goodbye, Valentine.
Come on. Answer me, chum. Don't be a sucker. You'll be caught in the middle.
That's where you are right now, Valentine. I bought a gun since the last time.
Oh, George, it's like a nest of snakes. Every time you turn around, there's another one leering at you.
Even Riley has a man tagging me.
I told you we'd stick our necks out, and we have. The honest people look down their noses, and everybody else looks down ours.
Snakes, necks, noses.
But we haven't got anywhere. You can't even get to talk to your client.
Well, that's not her fault, Angel. She's surrounded just like we are. Seems everyone in town wants Farrell out of the way and me off the case.
George, what if they did get him for a crime he didn't commit? Oh, I know it wouldn't be right, but if...
Brooksy, you can't compromise. But I'll grant you if it weren't for his wife, I'll get it. Yeah, Valentine speaking.
Valentine, I hope you choke.
Yeah, why?
I guess you're pretty proud of yourself, aren't you?
Oh, come on, get off it. Listen, Riley.
Now, you listen to me. The chief inspector's talking to Nat Farrell right now. In 5 minutes, Farrell will walk out of jail a free man. That's your pal, Buster.
Look, I tell you, I didn't have anything to do with it. I didn't dig him up any alibi.
Honest, Lieutenant, all the people we talked to couldn't remember anything.
Nobody sees him leave Chauncey's apartment. Nobody remembers any times.
What times?
We know Farrell was still up there at 8 o'clock. The shots were heard at 8:15 sharp. But no one actually saw Farrell leave the place until this thing showed up.
Yeah. Well, hiya, mister.
Baseball.
Yeah, that's me. Lippy, they call me. It was baseball, done it, too. You know, it's a funny thing.
What's he talking about?
He runs a little cigar store in the same block as the Cedar Crest.
Sure, it was baseball. Local games always start at the same time. Now, you see what I mean? Now, look, this guy, see, he comes by the store, takes a look in my phone book, and then he gets into his car.
Nat Farrell?
Well, I didn't know him from an umpire then, but it was him, all right. And I know the time, too. You see, the Seals against the Stars. Maltzberg is on the mound, see? Play ball, the announcer said.
Ah, shut up. Games always start at 8:15. Farrell remembers it, too.
8:15. A perfect alibi.
Yeah. Seals won, you know, 7-3. Behind until the fourth, see? But then all of a sudden...
Wait a minute. How come you didn't show up with this perfect alibi until now?
Well, gosh, mister, until I saw Farrell's picture in the paper, how did I know it was him? Had been up at Chauncey's. You know, I never look at a paper until the sports final because...
Oh, shut up.
The inspector's already worked it over, Valentine. No holes, and this Gabby guy here, he's new in town. No connection with Farrell.
I should hope to tell you, he's no bleacher boy.
Yeah, but you knew Chauncey, huh?
Oh, him, it's different. Starting a new business is like Bill Veck took over the Indians, you see. Give the customers what they want. Now, look, I made a couple of deliveries, but that's about all.
Okay, Riley, suppose we
Good,
take
and a good spender? Yes, sir. $10 boxes of cigars. You should have seen him puffing away in a gold trim jacket. Like baseball, too. Hey, it's too bad he died.
Oh, Lippy, relax, will you? Where did Farrell go after he left your place? Between 8:15 and 9 o'clock. Any idea? Or did he just look at the phone book, get in his car, and steam off?
Yeah, that's right. You guessed it, mister. I ain't no prognosticator, but you see, there was a funny thing.
And where's Farrell now?
Well, the inspector's kissed him goodbye already. His wife was waiting for him.
His wife? Had she been here long?
Oh, not so you'd notice. Showed up just a second before you did, all set to be sympathetic. But when we told her we didn't have enough on her husband to hold him anymore, well, she darn near fainted.
Come on, Brooksy, we gotta move fast.
Huh?
Well, George, what on earth?
Farrell's home in the suburbs. Come on, Angel.
Hey, what? Hold it. Who do you think you're working for now?
Myself, Riley. I don't want to be responsible for a murder.
They must not be home yet, George.
Yeah. Hey, now, wait a minute. Here's one looks loose. Yeah, it is.
Aren't any of the windows unlocked?
Not a chance, Angel.
Shh. Oh, George, hurry up. They're coming.
Okay, take it easy. There. Now, come on, in you go.
Ouch.
What's the matter?
Stove.
Okay, it's the kitchen. Shh, quiet.
All right, Tony, thank you. Wait, please. Well, my dear, may I take your coat?
No, I can do it, thanks.
You'd like some music on the radio, Laurie?
No, thanks.
A cigarette,
Stop
huh?
it, Nat. Why don't you say what you're thinking?
Oh, my dear, it's you who's thinking things.
Did you get that man at the jail, Lippy? How much did you pay him?
What, the alibi? No, not a cent. A coincidence, honey, that's all. Saved by a busybody. You didn't like it, did you?
Yes. Yes, I did. I wanted you to get out. I knew you didn't kill Chauncey.
Yeah, you knew nothing of the kind. But I didn't tell anyone about it last night. I was crossing my fingers, biding my time, giving somebody enough rope.
There was nothing last night.
Well, whenever it was, I left Chauncey's until 9 o'clock. The Paris hat shop. I've forgotten the address, but the woman says my hat will be done. Pick it up, will you, dear?
You're hurting my arm.
I have to look it up in a phone book, and it's all the way across town. And when I get there, it's closed. You know it'd be closed.
No.
A little wild goose chase with no one for an alibi. You were with a man, weren't you?
Leave me alone.
A man? I've guessed it before. There's one thing I will not abide.
Stop it. What if I was? Is it wrong to be sick of this life? Being watched all the time?
Now, who is he? Who is he?
No, I won't tell you.
I give you everything and you go. Who is he?
Okay, lover boy, that's enough.
Valentine.
Yeah, you got quite a way with women, haven't you?
What are you doing in my house, Valentine?
I thought you were touchy on the subject of your wife.
Ned, I hired him. I did. I hired him to get you out of jail, honestly. Didn't I? I didn't think you'd kill.
Yes, sister, but you also admitted you had a boyfriend. Hey, where you going?
I have a man outside who's bigger than you, Valentine. We'll find out who's telling the truth. We'll find out who's... Stand still. Valentine said. Answer it, Laurie.
Yes, Nat.
Hello, Laurie. I was just...
Well, Mr. Jefferson. Come in, come in.
Matt, what do you do? Wait, it's good to see you.
My lawyer, Mr. Valentine. He doesn't even know I'm out of jail.
I'm not surprised.
What? Oh, Nat, I just thought I'd run over and check your papers, see if there was anything needed to be done.
He can't get over it. Here I am.
Of course he can't. He took your photograph for blocks around the Cedar Crest, trying to find someone who'd give you an alibi. And yet somehow he overlooked the most obvious person.
Who do you mean?
The guy in the corner cigar store.
What? Shut up, Valentine. I can do my own thinking the way I'd have you. Deliberately overlooked that man, didn't you, Jefferson?
Nat, take it easy.
So convenient if I would stay in jail, if I would be hung. You've been trying to get control of my business for a long time.
I'm your lawyer, Nat. That's all I'm...
The man with the keys to my house, the knowledge of my papers. You were making sure that I'd be hung.
No,
And
Nat.
my wife. You're the one. You and my wife.
Stop it. No.
Well...
No, you don't, Valentine.
Stop. There's a gun in that desk.
Get away from me. Nat, don't do it.
Now.
Don't shoot. Get away. Corral,
You know who's the boss? Show you who runs this town? I'll show you.
Yeah.
You showed us, all right.
Well, it's about time, Lieutenant Riley.
I guess it's all right if I arrest him for murder now, isn't it?
Okay. Take it easy, Mrs. Farrell. Your boyfriend's all right.
What? With 6 shots in him?
Don't jump to conclusions, Riley. Jefferson here might have been trying to take over Farrell's business. But the boyfriend is somebody else. And I'd guess the guy who begged me to leave hubby in jail.
What's that?
He was so afraid Nat would find out. Kill us both.
A guy like a redhead, maybe?
I was out with him last night while Nat was at Chauncey's. And that store I sent him to. I told Red I thought it was hopeless. I'd never get free of Nat.
Well, lady, you're rid of him now. The man who couldn't stand violence. Well, Valentine, so you figured he'd go for his wife. At least you saved her.
Yes, and the redhead seems like a nice person. Maybe now she can get herself straightened out. Huh?
Sure. You don't want to feel too bad about not being right all the time.
Well, Farrell killed in passion. I just said he wouldn't commit a cold-blooded business murder.
Like Chauncey? Well, if we have trouble with that alibi, we've got him on another murder. It doesn't make much difference.
Yes, it does, Riley, it does.
What?
I've said all along Farrell didn't kill Chauncey. Now I can prove it.
Huh?
What?
Okay, listen, children. We know Jefferson was trying to muscle in, take over the business. Okay. Now, what better way to do it than get rid of a competitor named Chauncey and have Farrell blamed for it? 2 birds with 1 stone.
Are you trying to tell me that Jefferson shot Chauncey?
Riley, I've said all along that big boys don't do their own business shootings.
George?
Yes, Angel. It's more likely somebody he hired to do the job, somebody he brought in from out of town, set up in a convenient spot to watch the victim, watch his visitors.
Somebody who had easy access to Chauncey's apartment.
Like making deliveries. Yeah, Riley, it's the guy who got scared when we started nosing around. Or maybe he wanted to shake somebody down, I don't know. But anyway, he decided to back down on Jefferson, turn Farrell loose, cover his own tracks, only instead he uncovered his own neck.
How do you know?
That baseball boy, Lippy, he just talked too much.
Huh?
Yeah, he described Chauncey as wearing a gold-trimmed jacket. But Chauncey didn't even own that particular jacket until Farrell gave it to him as a gift. That same evening.
That's right.
So Lippy had to be there afterwards. Holy smoke, what am I standing here for? I'm the guy who's got a cut.
Oh, but the alibi. Why did Lippy give Farrell the alibi?
Yeah, sure. I know the alibi. You know, people always forget, Angel, when a guy makes up an alibi for another guy and the other guy accepts it.
Then he's given himself one, of course.
That's right. This perfect alibi was like a bicycle built for 2. With both passengers set for a one-way trip.
It doesn't cost much to keep the outside of your car bright and shining, but an engine repair is another matter. That costs real money. That's why I want to tell you about RPM motor oil, how it saves the life of your car's engine. Let's start with the proved fact that corrosive rust is the cause of 80% of engine wear. It starts the moment your engine stops and is caused by condensation of acid-laden moisture. But RPM motor oil is specially compounded to prevent this internal rust. It contains an adhering agent that coats the inside of an engine with a moisture-proof film. Even though your car stands idle for days or weeks, RPM stays on the job, wards off the attack of moisture and consequent rust. No wonder RPM is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when we find George Valentine and Brooksy in the hallway outside their office door, we'll hear...
George! Oh, your cheek's bleeding.
It's okay.
Here, give me the keys.
Hey, wait a minute, Brooksy. He said the office was locked, but I don't remember locking it. No, it's not. What in the name of...
Oh.
Mr. Paulson.
Oh.
And here's the gun. It's got a silencer. And guess what, Brooksy? He's about as dead as a bullet will make a man.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Laurie, Harry Bartell as the Redhead, Dick Ryan as Lippy, Ed Begley as Jefferson, and Larry Dobkin as Perel. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. A Matter of Doubt, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're in a tight squeeze and crying uncle won't get you out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, recently my young son Stephen has been hurt twice, and what he insists were just accidents. It's true they were the kind of things that might have happened to any active youngster, but I refuse to accept that explanation. And I believe all this goes back to the time Stephen told a fantastic story to the police about an altogether different matter.
It's this very story that keeps them from believing what I suspect now, that something terrible is happening to my son. I'm sure if you'll let me talk to you, you'll realize I'm not just imagining things. And it's signed Eleanor Rollins.
Uh-huh. Regis Park. That new development for XGIs out in the new lots section.
That's right, George.
I wonder why Mrs. Rollins wasn't more specific about...
About the clash Stephen had with the police?
Yeah, frankly, Angel, I think this whole thing is nothing more than the overstimulated fear that every mother has for her young ones.
Oh, maybe you're right. Why don't you do the easiest and obvious thing?
Huh?
Call Lieutenant Riley and find out what trouble Stephen's had with the police. Go ahead.
And that's the last thing in the world you want me to do, isn't it, Brooksy?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
No, but the way you didn't say it.
I simply meant...
Since we've gone this far, let me go on reading your mind. You, being a woman, can tell the mother isn't just clucking like a hen.
After all, I am a potential mother myself.
And if I do decide to look into this hazy hassle, I should get all the dope firsthand from Mrs. Rollins herself.
Oh, I don't want you to feel I'm talking you into this, George.
No, nothing like that. Come on, grab that undernourished garden you call a hat, and let's get going, potential mother.
Mr. Valentine, that's the story exactly the way Stephen told it to the police. Isn't it, Stephen?
I haven't anything else to say, Mom.
What am I going to do with him, Mr. Valentine? Make him explain why he told a story like that.
Well, you're certainly not going to do it by raising your voice, Mrs. Rollins.
That's right. And come on, sit down.
Yes, I guess I'd better. The fact remains, Stephen said he was on his way home from school. Cutting across the fields, he saw a man who'd been shot. He told me he made a bandage to stop the bleeding. Then ran a couple of blocks to a service station to call the police.
Mm-hmm. And when they came, he reversed himself and told them he made it all up.
Well, I know my boy better than that. He doesn't lie. He doesn't make things up. Not to me. Mother and the son couldn't be closer than we are. There's just the two of us. Stephen's not just another boy. He thinks like a man.
Maybe you've had me pegged wrong, Mom. Like the cops say I read too many comic books. I just want a little excitement.
Steve, when the squad car came, you were caught running away. You put yourself right on the spot by saying you made it all up. Now, why? You look like you're a smarter boy than that.
That's how it is. You just can't get anything out of him.
Well, all right, kid, you've got us all on the run. Now, I'm not asking you to tell us in so many words what's behind this, but you can at least shake your head yes or no. You can do that for a fella, can't you? Well, did something happen to you that day that made you so scared you can't talk? Didn't those accidents you told your mother about have something to do with what happened to you that day?
You lied when you said Chuck Foster beat you up.
Tried to horn in on my paper route.
But your mother checked, and Chuck said he had nothing to do with it.
And just another boy couldn't have worked you over like that, Steve.
And you didn't break your wrist slipping down into that ravine. Why, you've been coming home that way for the last 2 years. You couldn't be that careless.
Well, that's the way it happened.
It's no use. It's no use.
Look, ladies, would you mind leaving me alone with Steve? Just for a few minutes, Claire.
Oh, yes, George. Mrs. Rollins, I think you and I can do with a good cup of coffee. Let's go in the kitchen. You fellas join us when you're ready, huh?
Well, Steve, that was pretty quick thinking, being able to fix up a man's wound when you found him bleeding like that.
I keep telling you that never happened.
Well, but if it did happen, you could have done a good job. After all, you're a Boy Scout, and you won your first aid badge. Your mother told me all about it, how proud you were of it.
That doesn't prove anything.
Oh, maybe not. Say, how about this newspaper route you got? Business good?
Good enough.
Good enough to bring a little something into the house each week to help your mother?
Well, I don't know what you're driving at.
Well, I'm driving at this, Steve. You're not the kind of kid who lies and gets himself into a mess like this with the cops. That I'm sold on. Look, now that we got rid of the gals, we can talk sort of man to man. Steve, tell me, just what's going on in your mind? Come on, now, open up. What are you thinking about?
You did the best you could, Sonny. You can't patch me up. Just remember, San Diego, Mercantile Trust, Red Kenzie. He got me. Remember.
Didn't you hear me, Steve?
What?
Why were you running away when the cops picked you up? Why were you putting on an act?
Didn't think I'd still be alive when you come back, kid? You did a better job than you thought. Now listen. Forget everything I said before. If you say a word to anybody, I'll get your mother. Get your mother. Remember.
Come on, shake out of it, Steve. Don't stare at me like that when I'm talking to you.
I'm not telling you anything. Get that straight.
Look, don't you see? You've got to get it off your chest, son. Your mother believes in you. You've got to do it for her sake if you're in any kind of trouble.
Yeah, for her sake.
This man you helped, did he give you that beating you blamed on Chuck? Why did he do it?
There was no man.
Okay. How about accident number 2? Who gave you the assist that sent you to the bottom of that ravine so that you needed a doctor to take care of you? Now, think about that a minute before you answer.
Come on, pick yourself up, kid. You're gonna get worse than this if you don't talk. I'm the guy who messed up the job killing that rat you found. Me, Red Kenzie. Why'd you lie to the cops? Where's he hiding out? Better come clean. Now you got both of us on your tail.
Okay, Steve, okay. I see you'd rather die than say anything. And maybe you think you got your own good reason.
Yeah.
Get your mother. Get your mother.
Well, Steve, you're going to find out that I can be a pretty stubborn character, too.
Valentine, you can't say I'm not cooperative. You asked for information on the capers of that kid, Steve Rollins, and I got it for you. Here.
Thanks, Lieutenant Riley. Well, not much I didn't know before.
Nothing we didn't know before. Just that he called and faked a story about finding a man shot in the neck on New Lots Road.
My good friends, I'm sorry I can't enlarge on the kid's antics just to please you. He got off light as it was, playing games like that with the police.
Okay, Riley, okay. Take it easy, will you? This wasn't meant to be an invitation to apoplexy.
Yeah.
How about those accidents?
You just answered your own question, Miss Brooks. They were just accidents. Accidents and a jittery mother who's imagining a lot of boogeymen out to harm her little chick.
Lieutenant, did it ever occur to you that mothers have a certain instinct about such things?
And did it ever occur to you that I ought to know something about mothers, having had one myself?
From the way you act, you'd think Mrs. Rollins was just put on earth to keep your colleagues from enjoying their pinochle in their various precinct stations.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you that I...
Whoa, now, let's break this up.
Huh.
Oh, yeah? Huh. Say, what's going on here anyway, Valentine? Why had your girlfriend suddenly decide to swarm all over me?
Look, Riley, you touched a sore point with Brooksy, implying even the slightest fault in a mother.
Who? Who, me?
Well, there are only the three of us here. And I've learned by experience to keep my mouth shut on the subject.
Why, I'm the staunchest defender motherhood ever had. Why, when I hear Mammy sung on the radio, I'm no good for days.
Your sarcasm has all the grace of an elephant with a sprained ankle.
Hey, look, kids, time out. Lest we forget one Stephen Rollins.
Yeah, I wish I was allowed to forget him.
Riley, I know a scared kid when I see one. I'm convinced there was a man that day, and Steve was handed a load of dynamite he's too young to know how to handle.
Well, if that's what you think, there's nothing I can do about it.
Granted. But if I can find something that seems to confirm what I believe, will you hop on the wagon with me?
Well, you know better than that. Of course I will.
Good. Okay, come on, Brooksy. We got to get back to Regis Park.
Surely now the police will believe you, Mr. Valentine. The car deliberately tried to run Stephen down.
When did this happen, Mrs. Rollins?
Just about an hour ago when he was coming home from school.
Would you recognize the car if you saw it again, Stephen?
No, Miss Brooks. I wasn't looking where I was going. It was just an accident. I was just imagining things.
Mr. Crawford, the druggist, happened to be looking out of his window. He says the automobile kept coming right at you. You had all you could do to get out of the way.
It's nothing to worry about. I only got a scraped knee out of it.
These accidents keep happening to you, Steve, and even faster now. Still, you're holding back.
I'm just telling you what happened, Mr. Valentine.
So afraid. I'm so afraid.
Come on, don't.
Hey, Steve, look. The reason I dropped by was to see if you'd take a walk with me over to New Lots Road, where the whole thing started.
Do you think you're up to it?
You don't need me. The police told you where they found me.
Son, please. Be honest with Mr. Valentine. Do as he says. He's trying to help
You were running away when the squad car picked you up. Now, I want to know the exact spot where you found that man.
What man?
Well, Steve, I guess you win this round, too. We'll just have to see how far we can get without you. Well, Brooksy, if the man was so seriously wounded, it stands to reason there had to be some sign of violence on the scene. Lucky we didn't have any rain the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but George, we're a good block away from New Lots Road and Downey Boulevard where they picked up Steve.
I know, Angel, I know. The man probably was lying in all this tall grass and couldn't be seen from the road. But Steve would be cutting across these fields on his way home from school.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Just a kid on his way home from school. Like any other day, minding his own business. And walking into something like this, whatever it is.
Huh? Just like we've walked into something.
Hey, that looks like a part of a man's shirt.
The collar of a man's shirt, blood on it.
Of course, he was shot in the neck. Stephen must have torn the collar off so he could get to the wound.
Well, this didn't come from any $1.98 job either. It's part of a silk $20 creation. Our Mr. X is somebody in the chips.
Oh, too bad we don't have the rest of the shirt. One like that usually sports a monogram over the left-hand pocket.
Well, anyway, it sports a label. Jonathan's. That's the shop where they look down their noses if your bill runs under $200.
No question about how fast we have to work now.
No, Brooksy. Every minute we don't find the answer to all this is another minute Steve's life is worth under 2 cents.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. In an average day's driving, how many times do you think you cut the ignition, park for a while, and then start out again? If you say 10 times, then let me tell you how to be sure of 10 fast starts. Just switch to that great Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's specially blended to give faster starts and faster warm-ups. So you're off to a good start every time you press the starter. Chevron Supreme gives your car new alertness in traffic, too. Gives ping-free power that lifts you over the hills. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Another thing, premium quality Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, tailored to the season and to the West's different temperature and altitude zones. So wherever you drive, go on Chevron Supreme, and you'll agree it gets the best out of your car. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Young Steve Rollins saves a man's life and hears a few disjointed words gasped out in pain, something about a San Diego bank robbery and a name, Red Kenzie. But if he reveals any of this, he knows what will happen.
You tell anything you heard, kid, and I'll get your mother. Get your mother. Remember...
But then the aforesaid Red Kenzie also puts his sentence of death over the boy if he doesn't repeat every word he heard. This is the squeeze you don't know a thing about as you try to find the reason for the series of strange accidents that have been happening to the youngster. In fact, all you do have is a single clue, the blood-stained collar of a man's shirt. And like George Valentine, you try to make the most of it.
Mr. Hotchkiss?
Yes, indeed.
I happen to be interested in shirts.
Well, you've certainly come to the right person. I wouldn't be the head of this department here at Jonathan's if I didn't know the importance of the shirt to the man.
Oh, Mr. Valentine agrees with you so completely. He wouldn't think of going out in the morning without putting one on.
Exactly, but I see.
The fact is, I'm very anxious to locate a friend who bought a shirt here some time ago. Maybe you can help me.
Always glad to cooperate. That's our motto here at Jonathan's, you know. Caveat emptor. That's Latin. The customer is always right. I do hope that when your friend mentioned our shirts, he had nothing but praise for them.
Yes, except for one small item.
What did you say? A flaw in one of our shirts? A Jonathan shirt?
Well, Mr. Hotchkiss, it seems they pick up stains so easily, especially around the collar. Hey, I'll take a look.
Oh, please don't faint, Mr. Hotchkiss. It's only blood.
Hold on to the counter, friend. Just think of it as red ink, and you'll pull through this like a hero right out of Rudyard Kipling.
Yes, you're so right, sir. I'll try to be strong. Now, just how can I help you?
Okay, any chance of you remembering the man you sold this shirt to?
Just from this collar?
Well, I know it'd be a small miracle if you had an answer, but still, that's what I gotta know. A boy's life depends on it.
I'm sorry, but we sell dozens of shirts with a collar like this every week.
Well, look at it carefully. Something may occur to you. Something to make you remember who bought it.
No, miss. I'm afraid there's nothing I can tell you.
Okay. Well, Brooksy, that's a gold star for effort anyway.
Thanks just the same, Mr. Hotchkiss.
Right you are. One moment.
Huh?
Yeah?
Jonathan's never puts the size of the shirt on the collar. Too plebeian, you know. But I can tell at a glance, this is the smallest size we sell, size 14 neck.
Well, what about it?
Well, the man who wears this size would have to be of a very small stature indeed.
Yeah, but can you remember such a man?
Of course, there were several 14s in the last month or two, but one man does seem to stand out from the other.
Yeah.
Oh, give, Mr. Hotchkiss, give. Is there a sales check on record? His name or address?
No, young lady. He merely pointed to the shirts he wanted and paid for them in cash. I thought it was a bit odd.
Well, could you recognize him if you saw him again?
He was a small, dark-eyed, ferrety gentleman. Not at all like our usual clientele here at Jonathan's. Breeding, you know.
Still, I doubt if I could be sure about the identification. Does that help at all?
Buster, we're fighting against time. Anything might help.
That's most gratifying indeed.
Brooksy, remind me to send this gentleman a shirt for Christmas. Hey, Angel, go over to the window and let us know when Steve turns into the block.
Okay. Lieutenant Riley, are you sure nothing can happen to my boy while he's out to the store?
Not unless I have a very dumb flatfoot shadowing him, and I haven't, Mrs. Rollins. When Valentine told me about finding that collar, I made up my mind. If it's the last thing I do, nothing else is going to happen to Steve.
Besides, we had to get him out of the house to the bakery for a while so we could set up this plan of mine.
Yes. Now, are you sure you still want Valentine to go through with it?
Do you think there can be any question? For weeks I've been frantic about whether Steve would come home alive. This has got to stop now. He can't go around with a bodyguard the rest of his life. No matter what Mr. Valentine has to do to trick Stephen into telling us who's threatening him, it has to be done.
Well, I realize it's a drastic step we're taking, Lieutenant, but, well, I'd like to avoid it. But do you think there's any chance of us going through the files and finding someone like this small, dark-eyed, ferrety individual?
No, not a chance. Any harness bull can name me a dozen bookies and pool-room sharks that would fit that description.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, nothing to do but wait now.
No sign of him yet. The squad car's here.
All right, now look. As soon as the boy gets in sight, the empty ambulance will streak back to town, and I'll go out and hop in the squad car with the boys.
Oh, it's so hard to understand, Mr. Valentine. Why my own son wouldn't confide in me no matter what trouble he was in.
Look, I tried to tell you, Mrs. Rollins. If Steve refused to talk, it was not because he was afraid for himself, but for the only other person in the world who he cares a thing about. You, his mother.
Oh, Steve.
And that's the way I figured it. That's the way I'm playing it now, with Lieutenant Riley making it possible.
George, come here, quick.
Yeah, what is it, Brooksy? Steve?
No. That car just going around the corner.
Well?
I thought it was funny the way it was parked there, and the man at the wheel staring at this house.
What about Miss Brooks?
Well, he didn't stick around a second after the squad car showed
The
up.
driver. Anything like the description Hotchkiss gave us?
No, just the opposite, George. Almost took up the whole front seat.
Oh, great. That's all we need. Another interested party pops into the picture.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant. Here comes Stephen now.
Okay, Riley, give the ambulance a nod.
Yeah, sure.
Now, look, Brooksy, make sure Mrs. Rollins stays away from the window.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Now, I'll beat it out the side door, and the rest is up to you, Valentine.
Yeah, and that makes me feel just swell. Oh, Steve, just a minute. I want to talk to you.
What is it, Mr. Valentine? What happened? What's the matter?
Now, look, don't fly off the handle, kid.
Why are you talking to me this way? Tell me.
You're not giving me a chance.
I'm not blind. I just saw that ambulance drive away.
I know, Steve. I know.
And the police car in front of our house. What's it doing there?
Well, I was coming to that.
You don't have to bother. Something happened to my mother, and they just took her away. That's it, isn't it?
If you'll just hold it a minute, son.
I did everything that man told me to. Kept my mouth shut. But that wasn't enough for him. He hurt my mother anyway. Is my mother...
No, she'll be all right. But who is this person you're talking about, Steve? Now, you got to tell me. We have to work fast.
No, I'm not going to tell you anything. I've got some place to go.
Look, Steve, you've got to tell me.
I'm tired of being a good boy with marbles. Now I'm going to be a bad boy with a knife.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. You're crazy.
You're not going to stop me. Nobody is.
What is it, George? What happened?
Oh, the kid threw me a curve a mile wide. Instead of telling me the name of the guy with a punctured neck, he's on his way to take care of things himself.
We've got to stop him.
Come on, hurry, Brooksy. Get in the car. You take the wheel.
Yeah, but...
Take it slow and make sure you keep Steve in sight. Obviously, he knows where our man lives.
Okay.
Hey, Valentine, what's up?
No time to explain, Riley. Just follow us.
This must be the street, George. Steve's slowing up.
Yeah. Hibiscus Drive. Fine name for a street lined with nothing but run-down rooming houses.
One looked the same as another. Number 21. 23.
Okay.
George!
Just want to be ready, Angel. The moment he picks out the house, I got to be right on top of him so I can take it from there.
Number 31.
Slower, Brooks. Slower. I wouldn't be surprised if this is where Steve got the beating. That's why he knows where he's going.
George, look, this is it.
Yeah. That's all for you, Steve.
What? I told you...
Now go over there and stay with Miss Brooks. Down the stoop, Steve.
Let go of me, Mr.
Stay where you are,
Valentine.
stay where you are. Now, what's the guy's name so I can go in there and get him?
I don't know. I just call him the Weezer, 'cause the way he talks. Hey, that man running in the house.
Yes, Steve?
That's the other man, Red Kenzie. He tried to make me tell about the Weezer.
Okay, let him get in the house. This looks like more fireworks. It is Riley now.
George, that man who just went in, he was the one in the car in front of Mrs. Rollins' house.
Brooks, you should have stayed where you were. The guy inside wants to shoot it out.
Mr. George Valentine?
Yeah, Roland. Yeah, Riley.
Sergeant, keep the people off the street and take care of these two.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Come on, Riley, let's go. Will you make it snappy, lady? What room's this guy bedded down in?
Now, how can I tell you, mister, if you don't even know the name of the tenant you're looking for?
What's the answer to that one?
Well, he's got to be a small, skinny runt, dark eyes. Probably looks like the really rat he is.
Oh, yeah, I know who you mean, the man in room 6.
Hey, Riley, somebody got his.
Oh, one less to worry about. You can drop that arsenal now, brother.
Can I argue about it, Kenzie?
No, hero stuff for me against a raft of cops.
That's smart. Even if it isn't going to change your destination.
Well, this guy here's cold turkey.
That's the way I should have been a couple of weeks ago when I plugged him. I left him in that field out there in Regis Park.
What kind of game were you kids playing anyway? What were you trying to get out of him?
About $200,000 we got from a San Diego bank. They supposed to meet me later. But he double-crossed me. He's got all of it stashed somewhere.
Sure, the San Diego job. We've had you on the pickup list for that deal. And that must be Mitchell.
I would have let that punk live. He'd have told me where he hid the dough. But he just stood there flapping his mouth with no words coming out.
You know, Kenzie, you're going to get the business because of a dirty trick you played on yourself.
What are you bleating about?
Just this. Your friend here was trying to tell you, but he couldn't make with the words. You forget. You shot him through the neck.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. It was Kenzie who pushed me down to Selvins Gulch. And I recognized the wheeze when he tried to run me down today.
They really had you between and betwixt, didn't they, Steve?
Yeah, and I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you and Miss Brooks. But I just couldn't let anything happen to Mom.
Well, looking back on it now, Steve, don't you think you should have confided in your mother? She would have found an answer. That's what mothers are for. Corny as it sometimes sounds, mothers do know best.
Sure.
I think I'd better warn you, Buster. You're going to be on the losing end of this argument. You're tangling with an authority on that particular subject.
Huh? Don't listen to him, Steve. Mr. Valentine is just trying to be funny.
Oh.
Yeah, don't you listen to her. She's just trying to blacken my character.
Oh.
Steve, all you ever need to know about mothers, you'll learn from that lady up there on the porch. Go on, scram, kid. Don't keep your mom waiting.
Ask a woman driver what she knows about motor oil for her car, and chances are she'll say, not very much, really. But when she uses RPM motor oil, don't be surprised to hear her say, I do know that RPM helps the family budget. And that's because the complete protection your car gets with RPM means a cleaner engine, fewer repair bills. Special compounds in RPM prevent the formation of gummy carbon and lacquer deposits. They fight off rust and corrosion by making the oil adhere to every inch of internal metal. That means protection for upper cylinder walls, the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. Even when you've parked your car, the adhering agent in RPM keeps a rust-proofing film of oil on vertical engine parts, usually drained bare. The economy of RPM is another reason why it's first choice in the West. Better get RPM tomorrow. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with George Valentine as he is doing a little investigating at a mother lode town, we'll hear him saying...
Hey, now look, Sheriff, isn't there something you could tell us about this case? Hey, come on, Sheriff.
George, I think he's going to...
I've got him, Brooksy.
Mr. Stevens, anybody get a doctor, quick!
It won't do much good, Brooksy.
What?
The sheriff seems to have had too much to drink. Too much poison.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Molly Meir appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Mrs. Rollins, Jeffrey Silver as Stephen, Herbert Litton as Kinsey, and Bob Griffin as Hotchkiss. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The payoff is murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If it's touch and go with trouble and you want out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, maybe you've heard of my husband, Johnny Wyatt. Just a notch higher than a club fighter. Big, strong boy who hasn't gotten anywhere. Well, Friday night he meets Pat Driscoll at the Christopher Arena, and the payoff is all set. But not if Johnny plays it my way. Then the payoff might be murder. Still, I want to take that chance. Maybe my reasons for this are a little cockeyed, but if you're interested, let's talk it over. And it's signed Doris Wyatt.
Christopher Arena, Brooksy. Sounds like old home week. Remember?
Remember? I had to sit there and watch you get worked over just to satisfy the ego of a vicious little gangster named Salvador.
Ah, the late Johnny Salvador. So now there's a Douglas Harger running all of his rackets. It's enough to make a growing boy turn cynical.
One thing's certain from Mrs. Wyatt's letter. The air around Christopher Arena still has an odor from here to there and back again.
Yeah. With Harger in the picture, the fight could very well be a fix. But why should an ever-loving wife want to change the payoff so it might read murder?
Well, George, she admitted her reasons might sound a little cockeyed.
But just how cockeyed?
All right, Mr. Valentine, I'll tell you why I'm not going to let Johnny throw that fight Friday night.
Yeah, Mrs. Wyatt?
Because I've never had a mink coat.
Huh?
What's that? Exactly what I said, Miss Brooks.
Well, pardon my dunce cap, but if your husband played along with Harger, that would be about as short a cut to a mink coat as you'd want.
And you still don't seem to get it. The first time I ever saw Johnny, I was in a chorus line. I think I wanted a mink coat more than I wanted to breathe. And I could have had it even with a wedding band. But I picked Johnny. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Yeah. You loved him.
It's more than that. For 10 whole years, I've had to stand by while he was getting his face pushed in. But at least he was always doing a clean, honest job. The only job he knew.
But how do you think we can help you if Johnny's made up his mind?
You can help me change it.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Harger and his crowd have already placed their bets. They're not going to let Johnny or anybody else cross them.
I know.
Anyway, this is a little out of my line, Mrs. Wyatt. I wouldn't know how to go about this.
And I wouldn't know what to tell you. Oh, maybe I've got a one-track mind. A gasoline station along the road, an auto court. And who knows, maybe we could still have a couple of kids. Funny where you can wind up dreaming of a mink coat. Sorry I bothered you, Mr. Valentine. Forget it.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me think about this.
Hey, Doris. Doris. I want... Oh, you got company, huh?
Where have you been, Johnny?
Training. You know, honey, Friday night, the big payoff.
Look at you. How much do you think you'll have to drink after Friday to forget what you did?
You know I'm only doing this for you, Doris. Hey, who are these people? We shouldn't be talking like this in front of
You don't have to worry about them.
Go on. Get out, both of you. Get out. I want to talk to my wife.
Might be a good idea if you did a little listening, Johnny.
Who are you to tell me what to do? I get enough of that. Get him out of here.
This
Doris,
is Mr. Valentine. I thought he could figure a way you could still fight an honest fight and not get hurt.
You mean you told him?
She was only thinking of you.
Get out. Get out, I told
Stop
you.
it, Johnny. Stop it. This is one time your fists aren't going to help you. After the fight, I'm leaving you. For good.
You what?
Leaving you.
But, baby, it's 10 years. Things we had planned. This was going to be my last fight. Doris, you don't know what you're saying. You can't do
Take
it.
it easy now. Here, fella, sit down. Pull yourself together. Now, look.
Yeah.
If you're willing to try, I'll see if I can get you off the spot.
Oh, Johnny, please listen to him. What about it, Johnny?
Go ahead, mister.
Okay. You think you got it in you to beat this Driscoll guy Friday?
I think I can take him. Got at least one good fight left in me.
Good.
Besides, Driscoll thinks it's all fixed. He's been doing his training in nightclubs. Oh, but there's nothing you can do about it now, Valentine. You don't double-cross Hager and get away with it.
Well, you didn't fix this thing, Johnny. It was Steve Helianos. Your manager did all the talking for you.
You got a contract with this Helianos?
Sure, but I had no trouble getting out of that. Steve's been jipping me for years.
Well, what's the word, Johnny?
Just what you know it would be if I thought I was going to lose you.
Well, it looks like you've got another date at the Christopher Arena, George.
Yeah. Okay, we don't have much time. Get him under a cold shower, Doris. Fill him full of black coffee.
Yeah.
Where do you train, Johnny?
Murray's Gym, 8th Street. Hager took that place over from Salvador, too.
Well, don't go near the place. Use the gym at the YMCA until you hear from me.
What are you going to do?
See a man who has more reason than any of us to hate Hager and everything he stands for. A man who hated Johnny Salvador enough to kill him.
George, the basher.
But that guy's punch drunk. They got him locked away in a sanitarium.
Uh-huh. But I think he can still make the kind of sense that'll give us a fighting chance. Now, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I'll pick you up at the office. Right now, it's time for a couple of characters to get a shock treatment.
Here, listen, my friend. Where do you get off telling me how to run my business? Aren't you forgetting? I am his manager.
As far as Johnny Wyatt is concerned, you're out of business, Helianos, as of now.
I'm warning you. Don't make things unhealthy for yourself.
Come now, Helianos. You're the one who's flirting with high blood pressure. Don't get so excited.
But you heard what he said, Mr. Hager.
And everyone else will if you don't stop raising your voice. Besides, you know how sensitive I am to raucous voices. Now, if you'll just leave us alone, I'd like to talk to Mr. Valentine.
Sure, okay. But don't forget, I got a contract with Wyatt.
Yeah, sure. That piece of paper and a dime will buy you a cup of coffee. And if you have any complaints, take them up with the boxing commission.
You think I won, eh? Well, I will...
Your tantrums are childish, Helianos.
Huh?
I'm afraid we both have to admit that round number 1 goes to this gentleman on points.
Thanks.
Well, the gentleman better stay out of my way. We don't want to wake up floating in his sewer.
Hey, isn't that Pat Driscoll punching the bag over there?
Yes. You see him in one of his more conscientious moods. He's actually condescended to work out today.
Uh-huh. Well, no wonder Wyatt is the top heavy favorite. You stand to really clean up if he does approach.
When he does it. Which brings us to the crux of the matter, doesn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah. That Johnny Wyatt is going to fight the best he knows how. No matter which way you're betting or what you intend to do.
I can't allow Wyatt to win. There's almost $250,000 involved.
Okay, what do you propose to do about it?
Unlike Helianus, I don't indulge in lurid threats. I simply want to state a fact. If this bout doesn't come off as planned, neither you nor Wyatt will have much time to enjoy virtue's momentary triumph.
Well, now, that was the purpose of this little visit. Now we both know where we stand.
Oh, Mr. Hager, I understand this guy's giving you some kind of trouble.
Trouble? Of course not, Driscoll. We were merely discussing business.
Yeah. I was trying to find out how to bet Friday night. Mr. Hager here says you can't lose.
All right, I'm a sure thing, so what?
But I keep saying you can't win, Driscoll.
Huh?
Unless you got somebody in there to take a dive for you.
What's that? You know what I think I'm gonna do?
Hold it, Driscoll.
I'm gonna nail you one, sweetheart, and see how you look splashed on the floor.
Hey, look at the guy done it, Driscoll. Driscoll's out like a light.
I don't believe it. Who splashed on the floor?
I'm impressed, Mr. Valentine. If I weren't betting on that reclining gentleman, I'd be tempted to applaud.
Hey, buddy, I just see what you've done. The right cross you got there. Anybody managing you?
Out of my way, Buster. I got places to go and things to
Yeah,
do.
but that right cross.
Now listen to Mr. Valentine carefully, Basher.
I'm listening. I get what you're saying.
Good, because this is very important.
Don't you see? This is your chance to win a big fight, not even have to go into the ring.
Well, how can I do that? Them keeping me here in the sanitarium.
Now, look, Basher, you know Hager took over where Salvador left off. And he's doing the same thing to other fighters that Salvador did to you.
He can't do that. Look where I am because of him. And I used to be champ. Champ.
We know that, Basher.
Now, please, get the story straight. Johnny Wyatt wants to make this his last fight. And he wants to do a clean, honest job on Driscoll.
I wish they'd let me in there. I'd show that young punk a couple of things.
Yeah, Basher, yeah, I know. But you see, Wyatt's betting on himself. Every dollar he's got. His wife's depending on him, too.
All the money they've saved to buy a gas station, live a decent life, is on him to win.
Now, look, I'm no fight manager, and I want you to help me find the right trainer and things like that.
Yeah.
But most important, how does a guy like Hager operate? I want to call every move he makes before he even thinks of it.
Oh, okay. I'll put you straight. Already, Hager's way ahead of you.
What do you mean?
What's the odds for Friday night?
Why, it's 7-2 for Johnny Wyatt to win.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, Mr. Valentine. Before the fight, the odds are going to be even bigger for Wyatt. Hager will see that they are.
How can he do that, Basher?
A couple of stunts like he done with you in the gym today when you socked Driscoll. He didn't have to hit the floor, but he did it so everybody would think he wasn't in shape. Yeah, part of the frame.
Uh-huh.
And that gets in the papers, and everybody bets on Wyatt. A sure thing.
But, George, that means...
Yeah, I'm beginning to see what it means, Brooksy.
The odds should be on Driscoll. He's young, he's smart. If you just knew where to look, you'd see they got Driscoll training hard for this fight.
This puts me on the spot, Basher.
Yeah, well, it's an old deal. Salvador started doing it with me when I was getting washed up. I was 32. That was, 3 years ago.
Well, this is beginning to look like a work of art, George. Hager's got himself double insurance. If Johnny Wyatt doesn't throw the fight, Driscoll can probably beat him anyway.
Driscoll, smart kid.
Oh, boy, what a gold-plated goon guy I turned out to be. I let the Wyatts risk everything, their whole future on this fight.
You never can beat big boys like Hager when they got the fix on.
I know. Still, Johnny Wyatt's got to win Friday night. And I've got to make him. But how, Basher? How?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the well-tailored car. Whether your everyday motoring is in the Puget Sound area, along the Columbia River, or in the desert, there's one way you can be sure of command performance from your car. That's by relying on high-octane Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this great premium quality fuel is climate tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That means wherever you motor, Chevron Supreme's blending agents command fast starts, command smooth acceleration, command the extra power that makes your car great on hills. Just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow and enjoy the command performance it gives your car on the straightaway, in heavy traffic, and up the steepest hills. Remember, Chevron Supreme for command performance every mile of the way. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You find yourself managing, of all things, a heavyweight fighter, Johnny Wyatt, at the end of the road, facing a younger, stronger man. If your boy wins, Harger or one of his mobsters will see that you pay with your life for the fortune they lose in bets. Yet Johnny and his wife are also betting everything they own that he gets the nod. So you're up a blind alley. If you're like George Valentine, you just put your head down and try to slug your way out.
You know, Harger, somebody must have pampered you when you were a boy. To think you can just walk into somebody's house and your very appearance is going to scare them to death?
Please, Mr. Valentine. I've been waiting for this moment. Let me do the talking.
And for once, Harger, I think you're going to do the listening. I doubt if you're going to feel like the same man when Mrs. Wyatt gets through describing you.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring. But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to. We know what he's up against. But no soft-spoken piece of rubbish like you is going to change our minds.
Any questions, Mr. Harger?
No, just a mere statement minus the dramatics. I thought it might carry greater weight stated in front of Mrs. Wyatt, who's supposed to love her husband.
No soft-spoken piece of rubbish is going to change our minds.
I admire models of virtue, Mrs. Wyatt, but only as curios you keep under glass.
Why don't you speak your piece and get back to your gilded gutter?
The simple fact remains. When I make a bet, there's always a payoff. Either in money or in that wasteful and businesslike operation known as violence.
But it's only been a couple of hours, Doris. Try to remember what you said.
I am.
Your exact words when Harger came in. Now, you did all the talking. He just stood there.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying so hard.
Don't rush her, George. Maybe it'll come easier if you don't make her try so hard.
But we got to get this right, Brooksy.
First, I remember saying, please, Mr. Valentine, I've been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, that's right. Then you said, let me do the talking.
And you said, and for once, Harger, I think
you're going to do the listening. Now we got it, Brooksy. Take all this down.
Okay, George, but I still want to know why.
Angel, this has to be the convincer. I've got to make Harger think I've got something on him. And before he realizes there's one important thing missing from the recording we're going to make.
Well, what's that?
Just his voice, Doris.
But George, you'll never get away with it.
You just take the words down, Brooksy. Johnny and I have a date at the sanitarium with a basher.
I was champ once, Wyatt. Remember me, huh? Remember me?
Yeah, we all do, Bash. It's just too bad you had a guy like Salvador Henry.
Sharp talk and wait, Basher. But will you please look at those pictures? I had to do a lot of talking to get the...
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm watching every move he makes.
Oh, this guy isn't going to get us anywhere.
Will you keep quiet, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm watching. I got it. You can turn this thing off now, Mr. Valentine. I got the answer.
Turn the projector off now, Mac, and put on the lights. Okay, what is it, Basher?
Being the champ like I was, I got Driscoll's weakness, just like that. Johnny boy, you can murder that guy in the first round.
Me and how many bulldozers?
Go on, Basher.
Well, when the bell rings, Johnny boy, you rush to the middle of the ring with your dukes up, like Driscoll was the worst enemy you ever had.
You're not far from wrong.
You've seen him in them pictures. All you got to do is all of a sudden let your hands drop down by your side.
Yeah, you forgot to mention who carries me out.
Will you listen to him, Johnny?
When Driscoll comes in for the kill, he's wide open. You seen it. That's when you give it to him, Johnny boy. But not with your right. not with your right.
Just how do you do it, Basher?
You throw your left at him. That's the way he's least expecting.
Well, the only punch I got is my right cross. Everybody knows the only thing I can do with my left is chase off flies.
Like I said, least expecting. And the guy's got a glass jaw. You've seen it in the pictures. He won't know what happened to him.
Valentine, let's get out of here. If I do this punch he tells me, I'll get killed.
We'll talk about that later, Johnny. Thanks for your advice, Basher. And when you listen to this fight over the radio, you can say to yourself, it's just as though the Basher were in there fighting.
Do like I said, Johnny, and you'll have him smelling the rosin before he knows what hit him.
Yeah, and I could also be reading the alphabet backwards from then on.
Do like your wife tells you. By that gas station. Don't end up like me, the champ.
Valentine, let's get out of here.
Sometimes I wake up in bed fighting my own shadow, right? And then I faint, and I give him a right cross and then a left.
So long, champ. And thanks again. Well, this is about it, Johnny. The last prelim is on out there. How do you feel?
Oh, just great.
How does he look to you, Freddie? The Basher said you were the best trainer in the business.
I done the best I could with him, Mr. Valentine, in the short time we had. You gotta remember, Johnny ain't as young as he used to be.
Yeah, especially around the stomach, huh, Freddie? Doris, what are you doing here? You never want you to see me before a fight.
Oh, this time it's different, Johnny. I got you into this. The least I can do is kiss you. Good luck.
I just want to give this to Mr. Valentine. Here's that briefcase you wanted, George.
Oh, thanks, Angel. I'm sure I'm going to need it.
I'm betting on you, Johnny.
Okay, Freddie, that's enough. Can't help me anymore.
Anything you say, Johnny.
Did you ever see a wife like that? I'm just not good enough for her. I don't want her to see me on my face out there tonight. If they end up that way, she'll never know whether I threw the fight or not.
Will you take it easy, Johnny?
Hey, just like Joe Maloney, I better get your boy in a bathrobe.
All right. This is going to be my last fight. I'm going to go in there and slug it out with Driscoll. Well, why are you guys looking at me that way? Come on.
You boys know the rules. Keep your punches up, fight clean, break clean.
Right.
Back to your corners.
Okay, now, Johnny, I've only got a second, so listen. Fight this thing the way I want you to do it. It's your only chance.
I'm not taking that punch drunk's word.
Well, then take mine. Do it, and I'll even be happy to face Hargett.
Hey, your mouthpiece, Johnny.
Go to it, Johnny.
What's the matter, boys? Come on in. Driscoll, give it to me. Don't worry, Grandpa. You're going to get it.
Come on, boys. Get going.
Oh, come on in, will you? Come on. Got my hands hanging down. Make it quick and fast. Okay, sucker.
1, 2, 3. Hey, somebody, quick. Get the doctor from the boxing division in here. Driscoll's really hurt.
Hey, where do you think you are going, friend? Don't think you are leaving this arena.
What's the matter, Helianus? When you got a gun in a man's back, no reason for your hand to shake like that.
Just excited. I cannot wait to see what is going to happen to you. Start walking.
Okay. Johnny had more left in him than you thought, didn't he?
What are you carrying in that briefcase, Valentine? Your last will and testament?
Yeah, something like that.
In here. This is Harger's office.
Come in, Mr. Valentine.
Sit down.
Thanks a lot.
If you remember, during our last conversation, there was a slight mention of a payoff, one way or another.
I have a very retentive memory, Mr. Harger, and you were very eloquent.
Oh, why make with the fancy words, Mr. Harger? I know a couple of boys who can take care of him, but fast.
Why need we hurry, Helianus? Do you know how much you cost me tonight, Mr. Valentine?
I hope it was enough to send you to the poorhouse.
Not quite. But it was a serious blow.
Oh, yeah. I think you can afford it, all right. A lavish office like this, oil paintings, custom-built phonograph. So many, many luxuries guys like Basher don't have in a sanitarium.
But what to do with you, Mr. Valentine? Of course, you must go, and eventually Mr. Wyatt, too. But how? Well, if there's one thing I dislike, it's, let's say, crudity.
Oh, brother, leave it to you. Never at a loss for the right word. You mind if I put on a record I brought along?
I love good music.
Oh, well, then you ought to go nuts about this when you hear it played back.
Hey, what is he doing? He's got a gun in there.
Please, Ilianos. You don't seem to understand how gentlemen like Mr. Valentine and I do business. Just what have you got there?
Suppose you listen, Harger. I'll put the needle down at random. But I think you'll get the general idea.
I hope it's Sibelius.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring.
It's all there, Mr. Harger.
But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to.
If anything happens to me or Johnny, this will make sweet music in the DA's ears.
Soft-spoken piece of rubbish.
You want to hear any more, Harger? Of course, you remember, this gets better as it goes along.
You know, you don't have to have a scientific trend of mind to know that RPM motor oil means low-cost car operation and longer engine life. But Mr. George L. Reed of Miami, Arizona, happens to be scientific-minded, and this is what he says, quote, "As a mining man for 15 years, I have a pretty good idea of what proper lubrication means. For long life in your car motor, you must have absolute lubrication, and RPM really does the job. I'm sticking with RPM," unquote. I think you'll agree that Mr. Reed is a wise and practical man. And if you've been using RPM motor oil in your car regularly, you know why Mr. Reed prefers this premium quality motor oil. You know that RPM keeps your engine cleaner, fights off carbon, rust, lacquer, and other costly troublemakers. And you know that where ordinary oils fail on hot upper cylinder walls, RPM protects those hot spots at all times. So to give your car longer life, get an oil drain and refill with RPM motor oil. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car.
Well, come on, Harger, speak up. Do you want to hear any more?
I'm not one to fool myself, Mr. Valentine. You may have something on that record.
Oh, I can just as well play the rest of it, including your ill-advised threat. You know, violence. Shall I go ahead?
No, you needn't bother.
You mean you are going to let them get away with this, Mr. Harger? I will take care of him tonight, and this record, too.
Be honest. Sometimes I despair of you. You're so petulant.
Huh?
Do you think Valentine would walk in here with the only copy of that record?
I got 1,000,000 of them, Helianus, and they all tell the same story. Well, it was nice knowing you two.
Mr. Harger, just leave him to me.
Stay where you are. The gentleman and I have made a bargain. Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. Good night, Mr. Harger.
Well, how do you like it, Mr. Valentine? We finally got our gas station. There's even an auto court in the back.
Sure looks swell.
Well, we just thought we'd drop by, Doris, and see how you and Johnny were making out. By the way, where is Johnny?
In the back somewhere. You ought to see him, Claire. Happy as a kid, can't find enough to do. But none of these things would have been possible except for you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, thanks for the badge of honor, Doris, but all I'm doing is trying to make a living.
Living. That's what Johnny and I are doing now. We're closer than we ever were. Why do you know, in the spring we may even open up a hamburger stand.
Oh, love and hamburgers. A reasonable substitute for a mink coat.
Something like that. All I know is everybody should be as happy as Johnny and I are now. For instance, you two could,
Oh, never mind, Doris. Subtleties like that are wasted on our friend here.
Oh, I know what Doris is driving at, all right?
Oh, do you, darling?
Yeah, but Angel, can we make it pay? Opening a hamburger stand.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett as Doris, Tony Barrett as Johnny, Jay Novello as Basher, Louis Van Ruten as Harger, John Ullman as Helianos, and Lester J. as Driscoll. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Death in Blue Jeans, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you feel as though you've just read your own name in the obituary columns, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, as the librarian in a small mother-lode town like Benson Flats, I don't see much of the world, but right here in my own books, I can see murder. And the horrible part of it is the man who will die won't believe it. Mr. Valentine, he's the man I've chosen to marry. Please come, please hurry. But don't on any account let anyone know why you're coming, or all of us will be in terrible danger. You can find me alone at the library in the evening. Yours truly, Miss Emily Wintrick.
It's cold.
Fresh air, Brooksy, fresh air. You're in the mountains. Oop.
Well, you don't have to drive over every one of them, do you?
Sorry, Angel. They must have built this road back in the gold rush. Hey, you hear that? Sounded like...
Hey, George. Where are they coming from?
I don't know. It's so dark and all these trees.
Well, maybe someone's out hunting.
Hey, hang on, Brooksy. Get down, get down.
Oh, golly, could you see anybody?
Flashes by the side of the road. They were aimed at us, all right.
But how could they find out about Miss Wintrick writing to us and... Hey, George, what's that?
That's a roadblock. Somebody's stopping all the cars.
Yeah, there's a man with a lantern talking to them.
Yeah. Well, he looks official. Maybe now we get the answer.
All right. Drive on.
Well, good evening.
Well, hello, folks. Welcome to Benson Flats.
Well, does everybody coming to town get shot at, or were we just lucky?
That happen to you, stranger?
Don't tell me you didn't hear. It was just around the last curve.
Is that so? Excuse my lantern. Got to check. That's all.
Well, you don't have to hold that gun so close I can count the notches.
We don't aim to hurt nobody, so just step out of the car quiet-like. Come on now.
You better, George.
Okay, Jesse James. Now, do you mind telling me what this is all about?
Don't be so all-fired touchy, stranger.
You need me, Pete?
Yeah, Dusty. Suppose you drive the girl into town.
Oh, no, you don't, Frank.
Stranger, cut it out.
Look out, Pete.
Guy, got him. Don't worry.
Oh, now, look, little Abner,
For
if
the
you...
last time, stranger.
Nobody's going to get hurt unless you want it that way.
What do you characters think you're doing?
Just taking your boyfriend to a nice, safe place, lady.
Huh?
The jail.
Hey, come on. Jailer. Anybody.
All right, simmer down. I don't feel so good. I don't like all that noise.
Well, that's tough, Buster. What's this all about?
Just call me Saddlebags, partner. Everybody else does.
Why? Because you wear them under your eyes?
Oh, hey, that's pretty good. No, I'll tell you. I come to see you because I'm the judge.
Judge? You look about as legitimate as this jail does.
Well, it used to be the jail back in the old mining days. I remember back in...
Forget it, will you? Now, what do you want? What did they do with the girl, Miss Brooks?
Ain't interested in history, huh? Okay, partner. If that's the way you feel. Come on, but only mind you, no tricks now.
Don't worry. I'll wait till we're using my deck.
Maybe it's ulcers you got makes you act like... Oh, I know. All you care about's the girl. All right, partner, take a look.
What?
Hello, George.
Hey, Brooksy, what on earth is this?
Order in the court, everybody! Order in the court!
Oh, George, you look so funny.
He sure does, miss. And it's going to cost him $20.
What? Would you...
You don't have a beard.
$20 or back to jail. If you shave while you're in town, $20 more.
A beard? Oh, brother, now I've heard everything.
Welcome to the Benson's Flat Centennial Week, partner. Everything like it used to be 100 years ago. Don't stand the foot. Don't worry. Blank cottages won't hurt you now. Come on, boys. Let's get another stranger without a beard.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I'm so glad you finally got here.
It took him a little time to count out $20, Miss Wintrick.
Shh, not so loud, please.
Does one always whisper in the library, even when there's nobody around?
Oh, but there is someone over there behind the magazines. Now, if you'll follow me, we'll go in here where we can talk. But take a good look at me as you go by.
Yeah, all right, Miss Wintrick.
There. That's why I asked you to come in this evening. Did you see him?
Yeah, tall, graying, dignified, but dressed in homemade clothes.
He looked like he was just staring at those comic books.
He comes in here every night. He just sits there. He's trying to be casual, that's all. But then he takes his real books out.
Miss Wintrick, suppose you start at the beginning.
Yes, what does all this have to do with the murder you said you were afraid of? He's certainly not the one you've chosen.
Well, I hope to goodness not. But you see, the man out there, is Henry Benson.
Benson, like in Benson Flats?
Yes, it's an old-time mining family. Only Henry's never been in town until the last 2 weeks. He's always lived in the hills alone, ever since he was a boy. Most people don't even remember there was such a person.
I see.
He came to visit his brother unexpectedly. His brother, who's considerably more well-to-do than he.
In mining?
Oh, there's very little mining here these days. But his brother is the owner of the big family house and so on.
And it's the brother you're going to marry, is it?
Yes. Yes, Saddlebags, Benson.
Saddlebags? You mean you and...
Yes, indeed, Mr. Valentine. Of course, it's still a secret to everyone else, but I assure you we've already asked each other.
Well, how nice. But frankly, I'm a little surprised myself, Miss Wintrick. Saddlebags didn't impress me as being, well, exactly your type.
Then you've met him.
Yes, we could hardly avoid it.
Oh, I know he's rough and full of good spirits, but that's what I love about him. He's so... Well...
Miss Wintrick, what makes you think that you...
Oh, Mr. Benson.
Excuse me.
Why, not at all.
You're busy. I'll wait.
Oh, no. Miss Wintrick's just showing us around. You see, we're magazine reporters covering the centennial.
You'll find most of that outside, mister.
Did you want me to check some more books out, Mr. Benson?
I can wait, thanks.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. We still have lots of questions we want to ask Miss Wintrick.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll take care of you right now.
That's quite a stack of books you have there, friend. You must do a lot of reading. And you must like science, Mr. Benson.
Huh? Why? Just give me back the book, please.
Yeah, sure.
Night, Miss Winfrey.
Good night, Mr. Benson.
Hey, strange, isn't he?
So he's reading an introduction to basic chemistry and Beacon's Guide to...
Oh, I've made a list of the others he's taken. Here it is. Every book we have in the library on poison.
Uh-huh. And it's your idea from that he's going to poison his brother, Saddlebags?
Oh, I know it sounds far-fetched, but Henry's penniless. And they're the only two left in the family, so he's everything to gain.
Oh, but really, Miss Winfrey?
Listen, please. Saddlebags has always been as healthy as an old horse. Even the doctor told him so the last time he was in the city. But 3 times in the last week, 3 times, mind you, he's had attacks. Spells.
Oh, George, he didn't look too well tonight.
Yeah, I remember. Well, what's his explanation, Miss Wintrick?
Oh, he just laughs and says I'm being silly. But, Mr. Valentine, you're not going to say that, are you? You will stay. You will help me, won't you?
All right, Miss Wintrick, all right. We'll check in at the hotel and see you in the morning.
Oh, thank you.
And don't let it worry you if I'm wearing a beard.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Winfrey.
Brother, will you listen to that? Really whooping it up, aren't they?
Yeah, and the little spinster sits there in her library scared to death of something else. You know, George, now I'm the one who's beginning to wonder.
Uh-huh. I know what you're thinking, Brooksy. If there is anything to her idea, poison's a funny weapon for any man up here to pick, isn't it?
Poison. A woman's weapon. Oh, no, she couldn't. George!
I'm sorry, Angel. I didn't mean to shove so hard. But I think we'll make a complaint to the local sheriff in the morning.
What's the matter?
There's too much shooting going on here. Look at my coat.
But, oh, George.
Yeah, that hole didn't come from a blank cartridge or from a spinster's imagination.
Yeah, square dancing in the street, 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh, boy.
Yeah, sounds like fun, Sheriff, but I wish you'd...
Yeah, sure is, but being shot at's a little different, eh, Mr. Valentine? Yes, I know. My assistant out there, Stevens, told me you complained about it.
Well, I'm just touchy about things like that.
Last night, eh? And your magazine people, he said. Not very good public relations for Benson Flats.
You don't seem to take this very seriously, Sheriff.
Oh, but you must realize it was just an accident, Miss Brooks. You do, now, don't you, Mr. Valentine?
Maybe.
Mr. Valentine, you don't impress me as a man who'd be complaining about a near miss.
Well, Sheriff, maybe I just want to do a little horse trading.
Huh? What do you mean?
We forget to advertise the bullet, and in return, you give us some good stories. You know, good local color.
Oh, well, now you're talking my language.
What do you know about the Benson family, Sheriff?
Huh? Benson's? Why?
Well, it's Benson Flats. That'd make a good article.
Yeah, I can see how you'd feel that way.
Saddlebags is certainly a colorful character.
No soap. Saddlebags is pretty busy right now. Centennial Committee and all. I'm not sure he'd want to be bothered.
I'm asking you, Sheriff.
Sorry. Can't help you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, what about his brother, the big silent mountain man? There's such a contrast.
I don't know much about Henry either, miss.
Now, look, we thought there might be something in why he came to town for the first time in years, you know, that's all.
Did you? Oh, say now. No. You're off on the wrong tack, folks. What you want is some real color, like the hang tree or...
Then there's nothing you want to tell us about the Bensons, eh, Sheriff?
But if there's any other way I can help, any other
Hey, what's
way...
the matter? Hey, Sheriff.
It's nothing.
George!
I've got it.
Mrs. Stevens! Anybody get a doctor, quick!
It won't do much good, Brooksy.
What?
That poison Miss Wintrick worried so much about. The sheriff seems to be full of it.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When Mother wants to use the family car for some hurry-up shopping, when Brother wants the car for a very special date, or when it's Dad's club night, there had just better be Chevron Supreme gasoline in the tank. For there are no slow starts with premium quality Chevron Supreme. The moment you press the starter, you're off to a good start, a fast start. Chevron Supreme's special blending gives your car faster warm-up, too, and ping-free power on hills. Count on it to get the best out of your car wherever you drive and whatever the reason. You see, Chevron Supreme's climate-tailored, specially blended according to the time of year and to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Try Tankful tomorrow. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. You drive to an isolated little town in the mother lode, only to find that they've rolled back the sidewalks for a centennial celebration. Before you know it, you're not only charged $20 for not sporting a beard, but you're shot at. You go to see your client, a timorous spinster who fears that the man she's chosen to marry will be murdered by his brother. But it's the cagey local sheriff who dies instead. Well, when the doctor confirms that the weapon was poison, you turn the crime over to the proper authorities. But then at least if you study the primer as well as George Valentine does, you waste no time in cherching la femme.
Oh, dear. But what did you tell them about me?
Oh, not much, Miss Intrigue.
But what?
Well, the man who's handling it, Mr. Stevens, seems both efficient and trustworthy. But I didn't tell him much. Because I don't think you told me much.
Well, I explained to you last night.
Yeah, I know, Miss Wintrick. You showed us Henry Benson, who's been taking out books on poison. But you gave us no reason why you were so sure he was thinking of murder.
But I told you.
Come to think of it, why all this secrecy in the first place?
Yes, everything's secret, even your engagement to Saddlebags.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, both of you.
Now, look, Miss Wintrick, I'm afraid you'll have to trust us a little more.
Oh, I'm so confused. The poor sheriff dying and oh, dear.
Please, we just want to help you.
Did you ever see what happens in a gold rush?
Gold?
You mean somebody's actually...
I did, Mr. Valentine. Right here in my own library, I found gold.
Go on.
Well, I was doing the research for the Centennial, old papers and letters and so on, and I came across a description of a lost mine, one of the old Benson mines.
And so you went to Saddlebags with the news?
I didn't know what else to do. I knew I could trust him, and anyway, it really belonged to him. Besides, I'd always... Well, if he found out about the mine from me...
I think I understand, Miss Winter.
Oh, it's been the most thrilling thing in my life, having a secret with him. With a man.
Yeah.
Of course, you understand, I wasn't asking for a share of the mine or anything like that, but... Now, well, he does like me. There's no reason we can't be happy together.
Yes, I'm sure he loves you for yourself.
Well, thank you. He might someday. Anyway, there was so much to be done at first. The legal things on the property and arranging the claims without letting anyone guess.
Well, what about his brother, Henry?
Well, I told you he came to town unexpectedly, and of course, Saddlebags intended to save him his proper share, but Henry was always so unpredictable, so unreliable. So Saddlebags just told him a little bit about some good luck and begged him to be patient.
Uh-huh. And just about then, Henry started coming here to the library to take out books on poison.
Emily!
Saddlebags!
Where in tarnation are you? Emily! Oh.
Now, come on now, Saddlebags. The doctor said you should keep drinking this. Come on.
Don't taste good, Miss Brooks.
Yeah, I know.
Why can't I have some whiskey?
You'll have no such thing, Saddlebags.
Oh, blast your skinny soul, Emily. Okay.
That's better. Come
on. Where am I, anyway?
You're all right, Saddlebags. Doctor will take you home in a few minutes.
Oh, hello, Stevens. And partner.
Uh-huh.
Going whiskers now, I see. Good.
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to be in the spirit of things. For the gold rush.
What?
Well, I told them. I had to tell them. Oh, Saddlebags, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Emily. It's all right. Everything's been taken care of anyway. Legal stuff all finished.
Okay, then maybe you'll answer some fast questions.
Maybe.
We talked to the sheriff earlier, but he didn't want to talk about you.
That's natural.
Why?
Well, he's in on it with me, that's why. Helping with the legal end. He's sort of a small partner.
You mean was. The sheriff's dead.
Dead? But he stopped by the house just after breakfast for a little...
The sheriff was poisoned.
And he ate breakfast in a drugstore. We checked.
Who's we?
Him and me and...
And Henry?
Told him all about the mine this morning. Figured it was time to.
Then he poured the drinks. I know he did. He must have.
Oh, shut up, Emily. No, he didn't. Only, come to think of it, he didn't take one either. He said he'd wait till later.
You know where he is now?
No, darn it, I don't. Look, Stevens, he's a Benson, and I don't care what Emily thinks.
Saddlebags. The doctor said you had more poison in you than the sheriff. Now, come on. You've got a pretty good idea where he is, don't you? Why don't you spill it?
All right. Heading for the mine, of course. A little while after the sheriff left the house, I went into my desk to look up the papers.
Yeah?
Only when I opened the desk, I saw the old original letter telling about the location of the mine was missing. Yelled for Henry. He wasn't anywhere in the house. Well, I thought maybe Emily had it. I was on the way to the library to ask her when the pains got me.
Okay, Saddlebags, thanks. All set, Valentine? You ready?
Look, Stevens, do you mind telling me what you're going to do with the rest of those people out there? You don't need that many deputies to go beating the brush for Henry.
We can handle the crowd, all right.
How'd they find out so fast anyway?
In a little town, you'd be surprised how well folks add two and two, Miss Brooks. Here's a gun for you, Valentine.
Hey, wait a second.
Vigilante.
Hey, listen to that.
Vigilante, just like in the good old days.
Are you sure?
I said don't worry. The minute that crowd finds out it's gold Henry's up there for, they'll forget all about him. Then we'll have the whole state of California on our necks.
Okay, Stevens, but we're not going with you.
But I thought
No, we're out of it. You got your crimes and you know who you're looking for. Come on, Brooksy.
Okay, see you later.
George, what on
They
earth?
just don't know where to look, Brooksy, that's all.
Huh?
Come on, Angel, out the back way. We're going to get Henry Benson first.
Say, this must have been quite a place in the old days when it was kept up.
Yeah. Take it easy, Angel. I don't know exactly what we're going to find, but I think we'd better go in without knocking.
California hospitality.
Yeah. Well, here goes nothing. Mr. Benson? Mr. Benson!
Well, George, it's only a hunch Henry's here anyway. It's only...
Hey, wait a minute. Let's... That's upstairs. Yeah. Come on. Not in here.
This room, George.
Yeah, there he is, all right.
Oh, not again.
I'm afraid so, Brooksy. More poison.
Look, George, he's still holding a bottle.
Come on, get his collar loose.
Yeah.
Must have just taken it a few minutes ago.
George, the bottle's even marked. Penciled on the whiskey label. Special bottle.
I guess that's it, all right. Exhibit A. Now, look, Brooksy, there's got to be a phone. Or if there isn't, take the car.
Yeah, I know, George.
Hey, how about that? Right in your pocket, huh? The old mine letter.
Saddlebags! Doctor!
Uh-huh.
Doctor, hurry!
Hey, hurry up here, will you? Come on, get up here.
Yes, I'm coming. What is it?
Got another customer, Doc.
Well, looks like he paid his own bill, don't it? Henry! Partner, what happened?
All right, clear out of here, all of you. Go on, out of here. Get out.
Can he do anything? Can he save him?
I don't know, Saddlebags.
Henry must have seen all the excitement in town. He knew everybody was out to find him, so instead of going to the mine, he came back here.
Yeah, it looks that way.
And then because he knew the jig was up, he drank his own whiskey.
I won't believe it.
Well, it's what the evidence says. The bottle was in his hand, this was in his pocket.
The mine letter from my desk. Description of where the mine is.
Uh-huh. And nobody could have planted this stuff on him after the poison hit, because that only happened a few minutes ago. Anyway, he was the one who took those books on poisoning out of the library in the first place.
I know, but doggone it.
Buck up, Saddlebags, buck up. You're taking this too hard.
George, George's gun.
Partner.
Sidearms, Brooksy. Only now I've got it. How do you like that, tenderfoot? Little trick I learned from seeing westerns. And I'll bet this isn't loaded with blanks either. And the bullet that just missed me last night came from this gun.
Partner, what's the matter with you?
Your brother didn't leave this house since breakfast, did he? He didn't even know there was a mine to go look at.
Well, what are you talking about?
You, Saddlebags. A guy who's so greedy for gold, he's got to rub out everyone who owns a share and blame it on his brother. What are you going to do with Emily? Just not marry her?
You're out of your mind.
You've been working on it for a couple of weeks. You even gave yourself small doses of poison to build up a resistance, so you wouldn't die when you drank it this morning with the sheriff.
George.
Well, you just been seeing the evidence is the letter.
That's easy, friend, like the bottle. Just suppose after the sheriff left, you gave the bottle to Henry, knowing he'd drink from it sooner or later.
What?
And the letter. Suppose you gave him the letter and told him to keep it. Only he never knew what was in it. Just like he never knew what was in those books you sent him down to the library to get.
You're not making sense, partner. Henry, he ain't blind.
No, but he's a better patsy than if he were. Because you've been keeping a secret for your bashful, backward hillbilly brother, haven't you?
George, what are you driving at?
That everything that happened does make sense. If you just suppose for a minute that Henry can't read.
Yes, Henry took the books out by number, index number. I understand, but...
Oh, well, Miss Wintrick, we have to be going. It's a long drive.
But how did Saddlebags persuade Henry to run his errands for him? And why was Henry so bashful about not being able to read?
Do we have to draw you a diagram? Ask him. He's all better. Henry liked to come to the library. He liked to sit there pretending he was reading the comic book.
What's that?
You see, Emily, he really wanted to look at the library.
Oh, but you don't. Oh, Henry Benson? Do you really think so?
Goodbye, Miss Wintrick.
Good luck.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
Oh, George, do we have to go so soon? We haven't even seen the centennial.
We have much time, Angel. Hey, what are you doing?
Loading a square diamond pot. Oh, darling.
Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
Ooh, your beard, George. I forgot. Well, so long, Benson Flat. See you when you have a shave.
If you're going away on a vacation pretty soon, you're probably figuring out just where you'll be driving each day and how you're going to spend those happy vacation hours. To help you stay on your carefree vacation schedule, why not give your car's engine the extra protection of RPM motor oil? This compounded premium quality oil cleans the engine as it lubricates. A special detergent in RPM disperses sludgy carbon particles, keeps internal parts cleaner, free of carbon and lacquer deposits. Other compounds in RPM stop corrosive rust, protect the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. So rely on RPM motor oil to help keep your vacation free of trouble. Remember, the extra protection RPM gives car engines makes it first choice in the West. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with the very groggy George Valentine aboard a luxury cruiser in foreign waters, we'll hear...
Oh.
Take it easy, darling. You've been out, that's all.
Yeah, sure, and the hammer works. Hey, Brooksy, the ship isn't moving. What time is it?
10 o'clock. In the morning. What happened, George?
Oh, I don't know. I was walking on the deck and the Empire State Building fell on me. 10 o'clock, huh? Well, then we've dropped anchor. Come on, quick, Brooksy, give me my coat.
George, you're not going ashore.
Not yet, because there's a fortune in smuggled stuff on this ship. And, Brooksy, I want to be sure it's still there.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Sarah Selby as Emily, Horace Murphy as Saddlebags, Stephen Chase as Henry, Dick Ryan as Sheriff, Ken Christie as Pete, and Jack Mather as Stevens. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Every shot counts. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, sir. I'm a cowboy movie star. I'm sure you must have seen me sometime, even if it's only on television. Well, anyway, I know how silly it sounds, but I need help. There's a most desperate situation that requires the action of a hero. And while I'd like to qualify, this same situation requires certain proficiencies that I haven't got. Notably, there's a mystery. Mysteries aren't my longest suit. You see, I met her. But just barely. And Mr. Valentine, this lovely young lady I refer to, she's in distress. She is.
But, Mr. Disbrow, in your letter you didn't tell us...
Daphne. That's who she is.
Oh.
Daphne.
Daphne, huh?
Yeah. I met her just the other day, you realize. I was talking to a man I know, a song plugger. That's like a Fuller Brush man, only with music, you see. He pointed her out. You know the type, Miss Brooks, a little school teacher type that's always having westerns, you know, big, bashful blue eyes and hair like honey and a heart just as big as all out of doors, you know.
With a head to match. I know.
Who cares?